Zhang Feng found himself transported to the enchanting realm of Pokémon, where he was bestowed with the divine selection system. To his astonishment, the initial trio of Pokémon presented to him comprised the legendary Hoenn deities, Rayquaza, Groudon, and Kyogre. Please, host, make your choice of your initial Pokémon. Option 1. Select the green orb to acquire the Sky Dragon, Rayquaza. Option 2. Opt for the blue orb to gain the Ocean God, Kyogre. Option 3. Choose the red orb to obtain the Earth God, Groudon. Faced with this momentous decision, Zhang Feng resolutely opted for the Sky God, Rayquaza. Thus began the prologue to an exhilarating adventure, one that would see him ascend to the pinnacle of prowess. As he gazed upon the myriad legendary Pokémon in his possession and mused, how lonely it is to be invincible. This Rayquaza was obtained after clinching the Hoenn League Championship, whose rookie trainer uses Rayquaza to challenge gyms. Question Qianli. The media incessantly claims that the strongest trainer in Hoenn is Zhang Feng. He ought to take this championship. Remarked Macaulay that I only love digging for stones. If you seek a battle, Zhang Feng is your man, for I can never defeat him. Declared Daigo. Zhang Feng, let's have another battle. This time, I will not lose. Challenged Ash. Zhang Feng, the matter of you bullying me previously has yet to be settled, warned Cynthia. Chapter 1. My starter Pokémon are the Hoenn deities. In the Pokémon world, Hoenn League, Oldale Town, a town that can be described as untouched by any hue. It is also the birthplace of the protagonists from various versions of the Pokémon games, including Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, and subsequent titles such as Pokémon Dark. Yet for Zhang Feng, this was an entirely novel adventure. As a native of Earth and a fervent admirer of the Pokémon series, having immersed himself in its anime, games, and comics, just days prior he had been diligently striving to complete Pokémon Emerald. Little did he know that upon finally conquering the game, he would unexpectedly find himself transported to the Pokémon world as an orphan in Oldale Town. Well, since he was here, he might as well make the best of it. Gazing into the mirror, he saw his 18-year-old self, still in the prime of youth, which filled him with joy. Before his transmigration, he had already been a 30-something adult, burdened by the woes of adulthood and the frailties of life. Now, thanks to this extraordinary turn of events, he was restored to the vigor of 18, brimming with vitality and energy, an opportunity too precious to squander. Moreover, he had entered the realm of his beloved Pokémon. With optimal health and a renewed lifespan, Zhang Feng found himself utterly content. However, now that he had crossed over, Zhang Feng was eager to encounter the Pokémon he cherished, to embark on a journey as a Pokémon trainer, to challenge gyms, and to ascend to the title of the strongest trainer, just like Ash. Yet there was one pressing issue. Zhang Feng lacked a starter Pokémon. Though Professor Birch also resided in Oldale Town, tasked with distributing the initial trio of Hoenn starters, Treecko, Torchic, and Mudkip, Zhang Feng, being an orphan without financial means, had not embarked on a journey by the age of 18. He had remained in the town, helping its residents in exchange for necessities or a bit of pocket change for survival. Had it not been for the kindness of Oldale's inhabitants who had looked after him, he would not have survived to this age. Furthermore, the other trainers had already claimed their initial Pokémon, and even if Zhang Feng yearned to travel, it was likely that Professor Birch had no more starters left to offer. What a predicament! Zhang Feng sighed, casting a glance at his modest dwelling. This situation could only be described as destitute. Without a starter Pokémon and devoid of funds, he found himself unable to leave Oldale Town for other locales. The reason was simple. Without a Pokémon companion, encountering wild Pokémon in the wilderness would spell disaster for a mere human that a moment's carelessness could lead to his demise at the hands of a wild creature. Did he truly believe that he could best wild Pokémon solely with his physical prowess, as if he were the strongest rookie from Palatown? In such circumstances, Zhang Feng feared he might not survive the attempt to leave Oldale Town. Thus, how could he even entertain the notion of becoming the world's strongest trainer? Alas, it seemed his travel plans were destined to be cut short. Just as these thoughts plagued him, a melodious voice suddenly resonated in his mind, detecting Transmigrator Zhang Feng binding system. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have acquired the divine selection system. It has been noted that you are concerned about your initial Pokémon and travel funds. Hence, a beginner's gift pack is hereby issued. Would you like to open the beginner's gift pack immediately? Upon hearing the voice, Zhang Feng was momentarily taken aback, followed by an overwhelming surge of joy, his face lighting up with excitement. A system, a transmigrator. This seemed to be the hallmark of a protagonist. Truly, one receives what one lacks, and thus Zhang Feng promptly addressed the system. Divine Selection System. Please open the beginner's gift pack at once. Ding. Host has opened the beginner's gift pack. The Divine Selection System is now officially bound to you. Zhang Feng. Unique and unchangeable. Ding. The beginner's gift pack contains the following 3 options. Option 1. Select the green orb to acquire the Sky Dragon, Rayquaza, and receive 1 million Pokédollars for travel expenses, 1 Master Ball, and 5 Luxury Balls. Option 2. Choose the blue orb to gain the Ocean God, Kyogre, along with 800,000 Pokédollars for travel, 1 Master Ball, and 5 Ultra Balls. Option 3. Opt for the red orb to obtain the Earth God, Groudon, with 700,000 Pokédollars for travel, 1 Master Ball, and 5 regular Pokeballs. At this moment, as Zhang Feng beheld the gleaming options before him, he stood frozen in astonishment. Whose benevolence granted such legendary Pokémon as starters? Typically, trainers in the Hoenn region would receive their initial Pokémon from Professor Birch, which would be Treecko, Torchic, or Mudkip, each evolving into formidable and popular final forms. To acquire such illustrious starters would ordinarily require one to be a direct member of the Pokémon League or a trainer favored by the professors. Of course, if one hailed from a prestigious family, there would be no need for concern over initial Pokémon, perhaps even acquiring something superior to the typical starters. Take, for instance, the former Hoenn champion, Daigo, whose initial Pokémon was a dazzling, semi-divine shiny Beldum. Yet for someone like Zhang Feng, an orphan, the norm would be to lead a life akin to that of a bug-catching boy, leading a mundane existence as a backdrop to the true champions. Originally, Zhang Feng had intended to capture a Caterpie or something similar, leveraging the rapid evolution of bug-type Pokémon as a transitional phase toward becoming a Pokémon master. However, with the arrival of the Divine Selection System, Zhang Feng's fate had undergone a remarkable transformation. At the very least, he would no longer need to gamble his life to acquire his first ordinary Pokémon. From this point forward, as a possessor of legendary Pokémon, Zhang Feng would undoubtedly rise to join the ranks of the elite, even if he currently possessed only a single legendary creature. After exhaling a deep breath to dispel his anxiety, Zhang Feng began to contemplate the implications. The Hoenn deities held immense fame among Pokémon enthusiasts. Groudon, also known as the god of the earth, is often referred to as the one who cannot fly. It possesses the formidable ability to rend the land asunder and recreate continents, embodying the essence of both fire and ground-type legendary Pokémon. Kyogre, the antithesis of Groudon, is colloquially known as the flying great whale, a water-type deity. It engages in perpetual life and death battles with Groudon, reigning as the god of the ocean. Rayquaza, a legendary Pokémon of both dragon and flying types, is revered as the god of the sky, wielding immense authority. Each time Groudon and Kyogre clash, it is Rayquaza who descends to quell their strife. In its natural habitat, Rayquaza resides within the ozone layer, and should cosmic entities threaten, it emerges to defend the Earth. Its remarkable prowess allows it to confront both opponents simultaneously, effortlessly restoring peace between the two. In terms of base stats, both Groudon and Kyogre possess slightly lower values than Rayquaza, totaling 670 points, while Rayquaza boasts a total of 680 points. Moreover, we must consider certain portrayals in the anime, particularly that of the shiny Mega Rayquaza, which showcase the extraordinary strength to single-handedly combat 6 legendary Pokémon. Thus, when Zhang Feng encountered this choice, he had already formed a resolution in his heart that, of course, the level of Pokeballs and the amount of Pokedollars, the exclusive currency of the Pokémon world, seemed trivial in the presence of legendary beings. Regardless, these funds would suffice for Zhang Feng to lead a comfortable life for quite some time. Well then, system, I choose. Chapter 2. Choosing Rayquaza, the system space. System, I choose the green orb, Rayquaza, selection confirmed. Once Zhang Feng had made up his mind, his choice was unequivocally established. That choice was none other than the Sky God, Rayquaza. With the formidable power of the Sky God as Zhang Feng's initial Pokémon, his journey as a trainer would undoubtedly transform into an invincible path. This was truly a legendary creature, one that even champions and elite trainers would find insurmountable. Moreover, in terms of resources and Pokeballs, this choice surpassed that of Groudon and Kyogre, as 1 million Pokémon coins would suffice for Zhang Feng to procure ample training supplies. In this world of Pokémon, an affiliated trainer of the Alliance is one who can obtain initial Pokémon from various professors and acquire a Pokédex. During their travels, they are entitled to complimentary food, lodging, and the medical treatment of their Pokémon at Pokémon centers across the regions. However, without a Pokédex or a starter Pokémon from the regional trio, one falls into the category of non-affiliated or wild trainers, who must bear their own expenses. Lodging, meals, and medical care at a Pokémon Center would typically cost around 1,000 Pokémon coins per night, while a standard Pokeball is priced at 200 coins. Though these prices are not exorbitant, the daily expenses of staying at a Pokémon Center for healing after battles can accumulate significantly. Thus, it becomes evident how challenging it is for an ordinary individual to alter their destiny. Only those hailing from affluent families can afford to wholeheartedly embark on the path of a trainer for their descendants. Upon Zhang Feng's selection of Rayquaza, he once again heard the system's notification chime. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have chosen the green orb, obtained the legendary Pokémon Rayquaza, and received a reward of 1 million Pokémon coins as travel funds, 1 Master Ball, and 5 Luxury Balls. Ding! The system space has been activated. The host can store all items, resources, including Pokémon, within the system space. This system space can simulate the most suitable living environment for the host's Pokémon, allowing for superior growth and even enabling simulated battles within the system space. Rayquaza is already within the system space. The host can access it at any time. Ding! The host's current attribute panel is as follows. Host, Zhang Feng. Age, 18. Funds, 1 million Pokémon coins. Pokémon, Rayquaza. Attributes can be viewed. Items, 5 Luxury Balls. Attached, system space. Upon hearing these announcements from the system, Zhang Feng could not help but feel an overwhelming joy. The divine selection system actually came with a system space, which meant that all the legendary Pokémon he would capture in the future could remain by his side, and summoning them would merely be a thought away. Even Rayquaza would not need to remain confined within a Pokeball. With Rayquaza's protection, Zhang Feng would be virtually invincible in this Pokémon world, ensuring the safety of his life and possessions. He would face any nefarious organizations, be it Team Rocket, Team Aqua, or Team Magma, without a trace of fear. A single Luxury Ball in the Pokémon League store costs a staggering 20,000 Pokémon coins, 100 times the price of a standard Pokeball. Now, having received 5 for free, he could indeed begin to assemble his first team. Although Luxury Balls are expensive, their advantages are immense. They significantly enhance the bond between trainer and Pokémon and provide a considerably better living condition for Pokémon within their confines. However, with the existence of the system space, it seems that their only advantage remains the increase in intimacy. After all, how could a Pokeball space compare to the entirety of the system space? Perhaps Ash's Pikachu's reluctance to return to its Pokeball stems from the mundane environment of a standard Pokeball. At this moment, holding the Master Ball designated for Rayquaza, Zhang Feng opened Rayquaza's attribute panel. Ding! Rayquaza's current attributes are as follows. Pokémon, Rayquaza. Divine Role, Sky God. Level 100. Ability, Airlock. Type, Dragon, Flying. Qualification, Color. Qualifications range from white, green, blue, purple, gold, red, to color, in ascending order. Bond Evolution, Unlocked. Mega Evolution, Mega Rayquaza. Skills, Dragon Ascent, Dragon Pulse, Dragon Breath. Outrage, Intimacy, 255. Experience, Guardian of the World's Skies, now devoted solely to protecting its trainer under the guidance of mysterious powers. Hobby, Enjoys battle. At this moment, gazing at Rayquaza's extraordinarily lavish attributes, Zhang Feng found himself entranced. Upon seeing Rayquaza's divine role, his heart swelled with joy. It is well known that in the Pokémon world, the disparity in strength between divine beasts with roles and those without is vast. For instance, take Articuno, a secondary divine Pokémon. Possessing a divine role allows it to contend with even Lugia at certain moments. The 3 divine birds with divine roles can easily overpower Lugia, whereas the weaker Articuno could be defeated by Ash's Charizard. This is the reality of that gap. A divine Pokémon with a divine role will only face defeat against another divine Pokémon of superior strength. However, more often than not, the outcome is a stalemate. Akin to the rivalry between Kyogre and Groudon, Zhang Feng's Rayquaza had already reached the pinnacle level of 100, requiring no further training. As it was already a fully realized entity, the qualification was also of the highest caliber, being color. In this world, Pokémon qualifications are categorized into 7 tiers: white, green, blue, purple, gold, red, and color. As the Sky God, Rayquaza exists at the zenith of qualification, and the potential of divine Pokémon is undoubtedly formidable. Continuing to scrutinize further, the intimacy was a perfect 255, ensuring that Rayquaza would heed its trainer's commands without hesitation. Furthermore, Rayquaza possessed the capability for Mega Evolution, transforming into the formidable Mega Rayquaza. However, the Bond evolution remained in an unlocked state, which puzzled Zhang Feng. Wasn't this form of evolution exclusive to Ash and his Greninja? Could it be that Rayquaza also has its own Bond evolution form? With a sense of confusion and curiosity, Zhang Feng inquired of the system, what does it mean that Bond evolution is unlocked? Following Zhang Feng's inquiry, the system responded, returning to the host. Any Pokémon belonging to the host can achieve Bond evolution through maximum intimacy, provided there is a mutual understanding between trainer and Pokémon, facilitated by the system to become stronger. However, as the intimacy between the host and Rayquaza has not yet reached its maximum, once the host and Rayquaza achieve mutual understanding, it will naturally be unlocked. Additionally, all Pokémon possess a state of Mega Evolution, but current human research on Pokémon is not exhaustive, resulting in only a few discovered Mega Evolution forms. As long as the host acquires their Mega Evolution stones, they too can undergo Mega Evolution. Upon hearing the system's clarification, Zhang Feng understood. All Pokémon possess a Mega Evolution state, but Bond evolution can only be attained through the power of the system. As for which evolutionary method is superior, that is a matter of personal perspective. This indicates that regardless of what Pokémon Zhang Feng captures in the future, he will have the potential to unlock their powers. As long as one acquires their Mega Evolution Stone or achieves maximum friendship, the two evolution methods, Mega Evolution and Bond Evolution, can be unlocked. Regarding his fondness for battle, Zhang Feng expressed that, in the future, during worthy confrontations, he would certainly summon his Rayquaza to fight. With this understanding, Zhang Feng commanded, "System, I wish to enter the system space." At that moment, Rayquaza resided within Zhang Feng's system space. Since the system indicated that his bond with Rayquaza was not yet at maximum, it was imperative to cultivate their synergy. Similarly, Zhang Feng was eager to witness the true form of Rayquaza. Previously, he had merely been an observer, watching anime and playing games. Nothing could compare to the exhilaration of witnessing it firsthand. In the next instant, as the system responded, Zhang Feng felt a flash before his eyes. Subsequently, he found himself within the system space. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld a vast expanse filled with prairies, oceans, lakes, mountains, volcanoes, and forests, an unbounded realm that felt entirely new. However, this new world appeared remarkably desolate. Just as Zhang Feng marveled at the system space, a resounding roar echoed through time and space. Turning towards the source of the sound, he was met with the sight of a massive green and gold three-clawed dragon soaring through the sky. P.S. The qualifications range from low to high as follows: white, green, blue, purple, gold, red, and rainbow. Ordinary Pokémon start with white to purple qualifications, while final evolutions range from green to gold. Legendary Pokémon possess red to rainbow qualifications, and only divine-level beings can achieve rainbow status. Pokémon can enhance their qualifications through evolution. Chapter 3. Soaring the Heavens. The Troubles of Professor Oak. Before Zhang Feng stood a colossal golden-green dragon exceeding 10,000 meters in length, gracefully swaying its massive tail as it freely traversed the system space. Sensing Zhang Feng's presence, Rayquaza abruptly changed direction and charged towards him. As the dragon's silhouette grew increasingly immense, Zhang Feng, despite knowing that Rayquaza had become his Pokémon, couldn't help but feel a twinge of astonishment. After all, 10,000 meters is an incomprehensible scale. One only truly grasps the magnitude upon witnessing it firsthand. Even the so-called giants of light, such as Ultraman, only stand at a mere 50 meters tall, while Rayquaza's form would require the stacking of 200 Ultramen to match. When Rayquaza halted before Zhang Feng, the gargantuan dragon gradually shrank in size until it reached approximately 10 meters, ceasing its transformation. With a mighty roar, Rayquaza jolted Zhang Feng from his previous shock. Upon closer inspection, he realized he could comprehend Rayquaza's roars. Perhaps this was the effect of their 250 points of friendship. One could only imagine the profound connection that would exist once their bond reached its zenith. If such were the case, the emergence of bond evolution seemed entirely reasonable. However, achieving maximum friendship posed a considerable challenge, especially with a creature as haughty as a legendary Pokémon. Without the system, Zhang Feng would never have been able to tame it. Indeed, encountering Rayquaza would have been an impossible feat. Observing the vastly diminished Rayquaza before him, Zhang Feng extended his right hand and gently placed it upon the dragon's head. In response to this gesture, Rayquaza did not flinch but emitted a soft roar, as if inviting Zhang Feng to mount him. "Rayquaza, do you wish for me to ride upon you?" Upon hearing Zhang Feng's inquiry, Rayquaza nodded affirmatively. Elated by this confirmation, Zhang Feng felt a surge of joy. Humans have always harbored dreams of soaring through the skies, giving rise to legends of immortals and the subsequent creation of flying suits and airplanes. Now, with a dragon capable of taking him on such aerial adventures, Zhang Feng was overjoyed. In the next moment, he found himself atop Rayquaza, firmly gripping its still massive form with his legs while embracing its body tightly. Observing Zhang Feng's actions, Rayquaza summoned a surge of flight energy that enveloped Zhang Feng completely. As he felt this energy stabilize him upon Rayquaza, a look of delight crossed Zhang Feng's face. Then, with a fierce roar from Rayquaza, the dragon soared into the sky, carrying its trainer aloft. As the winds howled past, Zhang Feng felt no discomfort wrapped in Rayquaza's energy. Rather, the sensation of soaring through the heavens was exhilarating. With Rayquaza's assistance, Zhang Feng effortlessly explored the entirety of the system space. Overall, the various environments of the world were represented within this space, covering an estimated area of over 8 million square kilometers, larger than Australia, the most extensive island nation in his previous life. And this was merely the realm where Zhang Feng's Pokémon could rest and thrive. Eventually, after tiring from his escapades, Zhang Feng bid farewell to Rayquaza and exited the system space, returning to the real world. As for the various fruits within the system space, Zhang Feng had feasted upon them during his flight with Rayquaza. This was beneficial, as the Pokémon residing in the system space need not worry about food. They could almost sustain their own ecosystem. Moreover, these fruits possessed various miraculous effects, capable of gradually enhancing the Pokémon's strength. Thus, it was evident that the Pokémon living here enjoyed an optimal nurturing environment. With Rayquaza by his side, Zhang Feng's desire to embark on a journey began to stir within him. However, before doing so, he intended to pay a visit to the renowned Professor Oak of the Hoenn region. Professor Oak, a distinguished scholar, specialized in the habitats and distributions of Pokémon, frequently conducting field research. Zhang Feng, being a resident of New Bark Town, had crossed paths with Professor Oak numerous times and had received considerable assistance and work from him. As Zhang Feng stepped out of his home and made his way to Professor Oak's research facility, the townsfolk of New Bark greeted him with friendly smiles. "Xiao Feng, are you heading to Professor Oak's lab to lend a hand?" "Indeed, Uncle Shibu." Every encounter with the townspeople filled Zhang Feng with warmth. The world of Pokémon truly resembled a utopia. No, it should be said that the residents of this town were exceptionally kind-hearted individuals. Upon arriving at Professor Oak's research facility, Zhang Feng was greeted with a smile by Joshu, Professor Oak's assistant. "Xiao Feng, you're just in time. Come help me feed the Pokémon in the lab. I might take a while to do it alone." Zhang Feng readily agreed. For having visited the lab many times, he was well acquainted with the Pokémon there, and feeding them posed no challenge. Yet, he couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of these creatures, stirring within him a desire to establish his own research facility to nurture numerous Pokémon. The life of a farmer seemed quite appealing. Living alongside such extraordinary beings could truly bring happiness. After finishing the feeding, Zhang Feng turned to Joshu and asked, "Joshu, where can I find the professor?" Upon hearing this, Joshu paused for a moment. "Xiao Feng, are you looking for the professor? However, it seems he has encountered some trouble. Let me take you to him." Intrigued by Joshu's words, Zhang Feng felt a spark of interest ignite within him. In the Fangyuan region, the initial trio of Pokémon piqued his interest, given the opportunity. He would undoubtedly wish to acquire such creatures. If he could resolve this matter on his own, might it lead to the acquisition of a new Pokémon? Following Joshu, he entered the research institute, and from a distance, he could hear a chorus of cries accompanied by the exasperated comforts of Professor Otamaki. "Professor, why oh why? Won't my Pokémon play with me?" Upon entering, Zhang Feng and Joshu were met with a poignant scene. A young girl, no more than 10, was in tears, while Professor Otamaki appeared flustered, and beside them stood a haughty Treecko. The situation gave the impression that the professor was bullying the young girl. "Professor, Xiao Feng is here. It seems he has something to discuss with you." Upon hearing Joshu's words, Professor Otamaki, albeit embarrassed, replied, "Ah, Xiao Feng, please wait a moment while I handle this situation." Zhang Feng then stood aside, attentively listening to their exchange. As he did, he gradually pieced together the narrative. This girl, named Xiaoli, had just turned 10 half a month ago, making her a novice trainer eligible to receive her first Pokémon, which she had chosen to be Treecko. However, Xiaoli found no joy in traveling. Instead, she treated Treecko more as a pet, adorning it daily and forbidding it from battling. This displeasure led Treecko to abandon its trainer and return to the research institute. Thus, the girl, bereft of her initial Pokémon, had wept her way back to the institute. Is it truly possible for someone with such a temperament to be a trainer? Indeed, the elite of the Alliance seemed to live rather comfortably. Chapter 4. the abandoned Treecko. Upon grasping the entirety of the situation, Zhang Feng's curiosity was piqued as he turned his gaze to the Treecko before him. With the aid of the system, the creature's attribute panel materialized before Zhang Feng's eyes. Species: Treecko, hungry, role, none level, 15 ability, overgrow type, grass potential, purple, potential ranges from white, green, blue, purple, gold, red, to rainbow, in ascending order of quality. Bond evolution, unlocked mega evolution, unlocked skills, bullet seed, leaf, grassy terrain, phototropism. Quick attack affection, 0 experience. Has encountered multiple failed selections of initial Pokemon and harbors extreme dissatisfaction with incompetent trainers, preferring solitude over associating with inept trainers. Hobbies: enjoys spicy food and yearns for strength. The revelation of Treecko's attributes, coupled with its notable experiences and purple potential, caused Zhang Feng's eyes to widen in astonishment. A Treecko of purple potential could evolve twice. Thus, it stood a considerable chance of becoming a gold-tier Pokemon upon evolving into a Grovyle. It is worth noting that ordinary Pokemon generally possess white or green potential, representing the most commonplace species found alongside the roads. Meanwhile, the initial trio provided to the elite of the Alliance typically boasts blue potential, with most eventually evolving to purple. Such Pokemon are deemed formidable allies for trainers. In contrast, a Pokemon of purple potential is exceedingly rare, typically only seen in semi-divine beings at the outset. Now, having encountered such a creature, one that had actively abandoned its trainer, how could Zhang Feng possibly let this opportunity slip away? This is a template worthy of the initial trio. Undoubtedly a child of destiny. Furthermore, this little one has a penchant for spicy flavors, which could serve as an entry point, especially as it currently finds itself in a state of hunger. With that in mind, observing the distressed expression on Professor Otamaki's face and the still crying Xiaoli, Zhang Feng stepped forward and spoke. Professor, I have an idea that might resolve your predicament. For Professor Otamaki, the abandonment of an initial Pokemon by its trainer was indeed a reflection of his oversight as a professor, for initial Pokemon are typically quite obedient. At the very least, they would not exhibit resistance toward their trainers. Now, Xiaoli's unfortunate experience posed a conundrum for Otamaki, as the recipients of initial Pokemon from him usually hail from affluent backgrounds and are often the scions of the Alliance. Moreover, the Alliance has stringent evaluations regarding the interactions between initial Pokemon and novice trainers. Selecting an unsuitable Pokemon, a Treecko with a particularly strong personality, was ill-fated for a timid novice trainer, resulting in a mismatch that, if traced back to Professor Otamaki, could adversely affect his standing as a regional professor. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's suggestion, Professor Otamaki, appreciating his goodwill, responded, Xiao Feng, what brilliant solution do you propose? Zhang Feng replied, it's quite simple. You could provide her with a more docile initial Pokemon. This Treecko is clearly spirited and not suited for someone who treats Pokemon as mere decorative pets. In response, Professor Otamaki sighed, I've considered that too. As a professor, I could indeed retrieve a new initial trio, but this Treecko refuses to follow any other trainer until I can find a suitable arrangement for it. I cannot proceed with the application for new Pokemon. To acquire a new initial Pokemon, I must first secure a proper trainer for this little one. The Pokemon League has regulations in place to prevent initial Pokemon from falling into the hands of unsuitable trainers, leading to abandonment. I never anticipated that Treecko would proactively abandon its trainer. This is indeed a first. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng felt a surge of excitement. What a fortuitous opportunity. In that case, Professor, I've always yearned to embark on a journey. If permissible, may I attempt to capture this Treecko? Should I succeed, you would not only alleviate Treecko's plight in finding a novice trainer, but also fulfill your responsibilities. Meanwhile, this young lady could continue to seek a satisfactory new Pokemon, and I would gain my initial Pokemon to commence my own adventures. If it truly comes to fruition, I would be immensely grateful to you, Professor. After Zhang Feng's proposal, Professor Otamaki scrutinized him thoughtfully. Initially, Otamaki had felt sympathy for Zhang Feng, as he often demonstrated maturity and a willingness to assist, endearing himself to the Pokemon within the Research Institute. Thus, it was somewhat regrettable that at 18, he had yet to embark on the path of a trainer. However, upon hearing Zhang Feng express his desire to become a trainer and capture Treecko, Professor Otamaki did not hesitate. He feared that if Treecko failed to bond with Zhang Feng, it would only lead to further distress for both parties. Yet, on reflection, this seemed to be the most viable solution. Furthermore, as a regional professor, he had the authority to recognize exceptional trainers and grant them initial Pokemon along with a Pokédex. Since Zhang Feng had expressed such intentions, And with Treecko yet to encounter a suitable trainer, Professor Otamaki saw no reason not to let Zhang Feng take a chance. After all, should it succeed, it would be a joyous outcome for all involved. Even in the absence of success, the Research Institute harbors other Pokémon. And should there truly be a creature willing to accompany Zhang Feng on his journey, it would not be impossible to grant this aspiring trainer an opportunity. With this thought in mind, Dr. Xiaodian agreed. Subsequently, he extended the Pokeball containing the Treecko to Zhang Feng. Witnessing Dr. Xiaodian indeed bestowing this chance upon him, Zhang Feng felt a surge of joy within his heart. Soon, he retrieved a spicy berry from his system space. Here you go, little one. The spicy berry, under normal circumstances, can restore the stamina of fatigued Pokémon, yet those who detest its flavor may enter a state of confusion. Zhang Feng had an abundance of these berries in his system space, and with a mere thought, he summoned a spicy berry into his hand. Initially, Treecko regarded Zhang Feng with disdain. However, upon catching a whiff of the spicy berry, the already hungry Treecko perked up, sniffing the air and fixing its gaze on Zhang Feng. Dr. Xiaodian, witnessing this scene, displayed a hint of astonishment. It appeared that Zhang Feng possessed an impressive reservoir of knowledge, easily discerning Treecko's fondness for spicy food. Typically, it is fire-type Pokémon that relish such flavors. Encountering a grass-type Pokémon with a similar preference was indeed a rarity. True to form, tempted by the prospect of food, Treecko reluctantly approached Zhang Feng. Regardless of its reluctance, the little creature was undeniably starving. Since it was hungry, it was bound to eat. Zhang Feng, holding the spicy berry in his hand, sighed in relief as he observed Treecko willingly come forth and munch on the berry. Ding dong, Treecko's affinity for you has increased. Current intimacy level, 30. This bodes well. Capturing this proud Treecko may not be an insurmountable challenge. Indeed, as long as Pokémon are approached without malice, understanding their preferences and seeking their friendship appears to be a remarkably straightforward endeavor. Chapter 5. Capturing Treecko and Simulated Combat. At this moment, observing Treecko joyfully devouring the spicy berry in front of Zhang Feng, Xiaoli's tears had ceased. Dr. Xiaodian exchanged glances with Xiao Xiao, both reflecting a measure of surprise. Who would have thought that Zhang Feng might be a trainer with potential? At the very least, being able to effortlessly comprehend the preferences of the Pokémon before him and gain their initial approval is no simple feat. Generally, this is a skill reserved for breeders. Moreover, how did Zhang Feng acquire such a relatively rare spicy berry? With a touch of curiosity, Dr. Xiaodian inquired. It seems this Treecko is indeed destined to be with you, Xiaofeng. But tell me, where did you obtain that spicy berry? In response to Dr. Xiaodian's inquiry, Zhang Feng sheepishly explained, to be frank, I initially intended to venture into the Changhua Forest to capture a bug-type Pokémon and embark on my journey as a trainer. However, I was fortunate enough not to encounter any Pokémon along the way. Instead, I ended up gathering a few berries. As dusk approached, I had no choice but to return home, pondering a future expedition. Today, while visiting the doctor, I recalled my earlier experiences and felt a twinge of fear. Had I encountered a ferocious wild Pokémon, I might not have returned at all. Thus, I mustered the courage to ask if I could borrow a Pokémon to capture my initial partner. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, Dr. Xiaodian's expression darkened. But upon recalling Zhang Feng's family circumstances, he could only sigh in resignation. Xiaofeng, why do you disregard your own safety so? If you truly wish to obtain your initial Pokémon, you could have simply come to me. Why risk your life? Listening to Dr. Xiaodian's admonitions, Zhang Feng chuckled sheepishly. Very well, no more dangerous escapades in the future. I see that you and Treecko seem to get along quite well. Treecko, henceforth, I entrust you to him. I hope that you both can support one another. This little one possesses untapped potential. With that, Dr. Xiaodian produced the latest version of the Pokédex. This Pokédex is for you. It contains information on all Pokémon in Hoenn, including those from Kanto and the Orange Archipelago. Since you've decided to become a trainer, you must strive diligently. I will support you. With Dr. Xiaodian's backing, Zhang Feng expressed his gratitude profusely. After receiving the Pokeball containing Treecko, Zhang Feng promptly returned it to his system space. Soon, after accepting the Pokédex gifted by Dr. Xiaodian, along with 5 additional Pokeballs, Zhang Feng bid farewell to Dr. Xiaodian and Xiao Xiao and departed from the Research Institute. Acquiring the Pokédex essentially represented obtaining an identity verification within the Pokémon world. With it, wherever Zhang Feng ventured, as long as he presented this Pokédex, even in a crime scene, Miss Junxiao would not regard him as a suspect. This served as a veritable talisman of immunity issued by the Pokémon League, a guarantee that Dr. Xiaodian, through his connections and status, ensured Zhang Feng would be an exemplary and just trainer. Upon returning home, Zhang Feng, with a mere thought, entered his system space, where he found Treecko gazing intently at the majestic Rayquaza soaring through the skies, emitting low growls. It seemed to express a desire to become as powerful as that legendary being. For Treecko, the last thing it wanted was to encounter a mediocre trainer. Unlike the previous Xiaoli, who had treated it as a mere decorative pet, Treecko would rather perish. Now, having been entrusted to Zhang Feng by Dr. Xiaodian Wan, it was merely hunger and the allure of the spicy berry that had compelled Treecko to follow Zhang Feng temporarily. However, upon realizing that the formidable Rayquaza was also Zhang Feng's Pokémon, Treecko harbored no further objections. Feeling the potent aura of the legendary Pokémon, Treecko's spirit surged. At this moment, it felt certain that by following Zhang Feng, it could undoubtedly strive to grow stronger. With a clear and vibrant cry, Treecko confirmed its acceptance of Zhang Feng as its trainer. Having gained Treecko's approval, Zhang Feng took out a luxury ball, replacing Treecko's ordinary Pokeball, and was met with a prompt notification from the system. Ding dong, Treecko's intimacy level has increased. Current intimacy level, 100. The initial increase in intimacy is certainly straightforward, yet surpassing 200 points will require time and effort for further improvement. Nevertheless, Treecko's current intimacy level of 100 is entirely sufficient. And with the luxury ball consistently enhancing intimacy, reaching beyond 200 points should not pose a significant challenge. At present, Treecko has reached level 15, nearing evolution into Grovyle. Thus Zhang Feng considered utilizing the simulation battle feature in the system. He wondered if this could facilitate Treecko's successful upgrade into Grovyle. With this thought, Zhang Feng promptly addressed the system. System, I wish to initiate the simulation battle function. As Zhang Feng spoke, the system responded accordingly. Ding dong. The host has activated the simulation battle function, altering the scene now. Upon hearing the system's notification, the environment before Zhang Feng transformed once more, revealing an ordinary battle arena. Ding dong, please select your opponent. In the next moment, silhouettes began to materialize, featuring nearly all Pokémon, allowing Zhang Feng to choose freely, even selecting the level of his adversaries. Upon reaching this point, Zhang Feng could not help but feel a surge of emotion. If he were to engage his Pokémon in simulated battles within the system's space daily, wouldn't their strength enhance at an astonishing rate? This was akin to possessing an infinite idle mode. Moreover, since Rayquaza also relished combat, it could vent its energy within the system's confines. With this thought, Zhang Feng's excitement intensified. However, considering that this was the inaugural battle between him and his Treecko, he decided to select a water-type Pokémon of equal level. With a type advantage, victory would come swiftly, allowing him to gradually cultivate synergy with Treecko. With this in mind, Zhang Feng promptly chose a level 15 Squirtle as his opponent. Upon confirmation, a blue Squirtle appeared on the opposite side of the battlefield. Squirtle, Squirtle. Treecko. This is our first battle. We must not lose. Go unleash Seed Bomb. As Zhang Feng's command echoed, Treecko's gaze sharpened. Having consumed a figgy berry moments ago, Treecko's hunger was satiated, and its stamina was fully restored. Thus, Treecko was in optimal condition at this moment. With an eagerness for battle, as soon as the fight commenced, Treecko dashed forth in an instant. It must be said that the purple-graded Treecko exhibited remarkable speed. Zhang Feng barely registered a flash before Treecko had already flanked Squirtle. In the next moment, a barrage of green projectiles erupted from Treecko's mouth, striking Squirtle with great force. Treecko's combat prowess was indeed commendable. Consequently, when Squirtle was hit by Treecko's attack, it quickly reacted, retracting into its shell in response to the pain. This was the withdrawal move, enhancing its defense. What commendable battle awareness! It appeared that the simulated opponent was no pushover. Treecko, use Quick Attack to close in on Squirtle. After receiving Zhang Feng's command, Treecko focused intently, and its speed surged once more. Chapter 6. Defeat and Departure for Adventure. As Treecko accelerated, Squirtle remained ensconced within its shell. Treecko collided with Squirtle's side, toppling it over, rendering its shell ineffective. In the next moment, Treecko darted beside Squirtle, harnessing the immense inertia gained from its speed to strike Squirtle. Upon receiving Zhang Feng's guidance, Treecko immediately complied. A kindergarten principal once remarked, "Speed is power. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light?" Although Treecko's speed did not reach light speed, the acceleration from Quick Attack provided sufficient force to topple Squirtle. Soon, with the impact of Quick Attack, Squirtle was launched into the air, landing on its back in a helpless position. Witnessing Squirtle grounded and unable to rise, Zhang Feng felt a surge of joy. Now Treecko, unleash a close-range Seed Bomb. Upon receiving Zhang Feng's command, Treecko felt elated. Evidently, its trainer's directives were yielding excellent results. With Squirtle sprawled helplessly, it presented an opportunity. This time, Zhang Feng had finally encountered a reliable trainer. Treecko, eager to grow stronger, naturally relished battle, unlike some other Pokémon that feared combat. For Zhang Feng, who aspired to become a formidable trainer, the fundamental aspect of his Pokémon's growth was their willingness to engage in battle, ideally their longing for it. That was where the impetus for strength and potential lay. Enhance. With Treecko's powerful cry, an even more potent seed bomb surged forth, crashing into Squirtle's abdomen. The close-range explosion nearly sent Squirtle flying. Without the protection of its shell, Squirtle's abdomen, being its weak point, could not withstand the double effectiveness of Treecko's strike, leading to its incapacitation. Ding. Simulation battle concluded. Treecko emerges victorious, earning 75 experience points. Following the system's cheerful notification, Squirtle's form vanished. Would you like to continue with simulated battles, host? Zhang Feng chose to decline. After such a fierce battle, it was essential to allow Treecko a brief respite. Treecko, from now on, this will be your home. This is my exclusive space, where only my Pokémon may reside. You can train here, engage in simulated battles, and even have Rayquaza exert its legendary pressure for training. Trust me, under my guidance as your trainer, you shall swiftly grow stronger. Gazing into Zhang Feng's eyes, Treecko perceived his sincerity and finally broke into a smile, picking up a leaf and extending a hand towards Zhang Feng. Observing Treecko's somewhat proud demeanor, Zhang Feng chuckled and extended his own hand. The touch of their hands at that moment was destined to ignite a legendary saga within the Hoenn League. Ding. Treecko's intimacy increased by 10. Current intimacy is 110 points. Upon emerging from the system space, Zhang Feng tossed some of his clothing into the system and purchased food and essentials from the shop in Oldale Town, preparing to depart from this starting point. After all, to embark on a journey and compete in the League Championship, he must traverse the 8 gyms of the Hoenn League, acquire 8 badges, and challenge the Hoenn League Grand Festival. However, he was uncertain whether Ash was currently in the Kanto region or the Hoenn region. If he was in Hoenn, perhaps Zhang Feng might encounter Ash at the Hoenn League Grand Festival. Having made ample preparations, Zhang Feng set forth towards Orange City. His first stop was the Orange League Gym, the sole destination from Oldale Town. To challenge other gyms, he would have to circle around from Orange City. Thus, Zhang Feng's initial goal was firmly set on the Orange Gym. The gym leader, Kinta, who is also the father of May and Max in the original story, is renowned as the strongest trainer in the Hoenn League, second only to the Champion and Elite Four. Kinta specializes in normal-type Pokémon, particularly utilizing Pokémon such as Snorlax, Primeape, and Slaking. Perhaps upon reaching Orange City, he would discover whether May and Max were still at the Orange Gym, thereby gaining insight into the original timeline of the narrative. However, the route from Oldale Town to Orange City necessitated traversing the Orange Forest. The Orange Forest is vast, akin to the Viridian Forest in the Kanto region. Enveloping the entirety of Orange City, regardless of direction, one must pass through the Orange Forest. In the Pokémon world, the wilderness is inherently the domain of Pokémon, teeming with wild Pokémon amidst forests, lakes, and mountains. Only in high-resource areas can one encounter a greater variety of rare Pokémon. Filled with anticipation for the unknown and hopes of encountering diverse Pokémon, Zhang Feng embarked on his journey. Traveling is inherently an exhilarating and eagerly awaited endeavor at the outset. Yet, should fatigue set in, it can become a burden, prompting one to yearn for a pause. Those with weaker willpower may even abandon their quest for the League. After a leisurely stroll with intermittent pauses, Zhang Feng found himself resting beneath a grand tree. He released his Treecko to scout the surrounding area, bringing a sense of security to both himself and his companion. Throughout his journey, Zhang Feng encountered numerous wild Pokémon. Generally, the grass-type creatures displayed no hostility towards humans. Upon sighting a person, they would hastily flee, much like the likes of Oddish and Cottonweed, which seldom provoke human interaction. However, when it came to bug-type Pokémon, particularly those like Beedrill and Butterfree, Zhang Feng had to remain vigilant. Fortunately, the creatures he encountered during this brief excursion were mostly in their initial forms, posing no significant threat. Conversely, Treecko had engaged in several battles along the way and had exhausted some of its energy. Thus, Zhang Feng retrieved some berries from his system space, allowing Treecko to indulge and recuperate. As for himself, he settled for a modest meal of berries mixed with bread and rice balls to restore his own vitality. After their meal, Zhang Feng resumed his journey towards Orange City. However, as he walked, he inadvertently stumbled into a flock of Pidgey. Why are there so many Pidgey all of a sudden? He wondered. taken aback by the sight of a cluster of Pidgey on the nearby trees, accompanied by a significant number of Pidgeotto. Upon scanning the flock, he noted that most of the Pidgey possessed white qualities, with a few exhibiting green traits, while the Pidgeotto were all of green quality. Upon noticing Zhang Feng, the Pidgey paid him no heed, their attention fixated on the leading Pidgeotto. With a fierce cry, the leader Pidgeotto rallied the Pidgey, prompting them to take to the skies in a flurry, creating a considerable gust of wind. In the distance, another group of flying-type Pokémon was seen approaching, evidently with ill intentions. Chapter 7. The Orange Forest, Battle of Pidgey and Swellow. As Zhang Feng gazed into the distance, he discerned a swarm of Swellow approaching, the leading few significantly larger than the Pidgey and all exhibiting green qualities. This observation suggested that evolved forms generally boasted higher qualities than their more common counterparts. As the Swellow reached the scene, the Pidgey and Pidgeotto swiftly ascended into the air. In an instant, the two factions of flying-type Pokémon faced off, defending their territories. Zhang Feng watched in amazement, initially believing that the rivalry was exclusive to the Pidgey and the fiery Spearow. He was surprised to witness a conflict erupt between the Swellow and the Pidgey. Curiosity piqued. Zhang Feng and Treecko positioned themselves at a safe distance to observe the unfolding drama. The leading Swellow unleashed an attack on the Pidgey and Pidgeotto flock. The Pidgey, indignant at this aggression, quickly retaliated with their signature move, Quick Attack. As the Pidgey surged forward, the leading Swellow emitted a fierce roar, and countless Swellow charged into the fray. The ensuing battle resembled a rainstorm of birds, with Pidgey and Swellow plummeting from the sky. However, the evolved Pidgeotto demonstrated superior strength, as wherever they soared, Swellow would fall. Yet, the Swellow were not easily subdued. True to their name, they exhibited remarkable tenacity. The resilience of Ash's own Swellow, which could endure Pikachu's Thunderbolt and continue fighting, illustrated their indomitable spirit. Even when defeated and grounded, the Swellow would rise again, determined to fight valiantly for their kin. If one Swellow could not best a Pidgeotto, then 3 or 10 would suffice. In terms of numbers, the Swellow vastly outnumbered the Pidgey, as this region was their natural habitat. Witnessing the ruthless struggle for survival among the wild Pokémon, Zhang Feng felt a profound sense of reflection. After the fierce battle persisted for over an hour, the remaining Pidgeotto and Pidgey retreated, battered and bruised. The fallen Pidgey, Pidgeotto, and Swellow lay injured on the ground, with several having lost their lives. Moved by the sight of the fallen creatures, Zhang Feng could not bear to see them perish before him. He retrieved a considerable quantity of orange berries from his system space, a type of berry that, while ordinary, could restore the Pokémon's vitality. This was precisely what the defeated and critically wounded Pokémon required at that moment. Treecko, let us do what we can to help, he urged, to which Treecko nodded vigorously. Thus began their earnest endeavor. Zhang Feng's affection for Pokémon compelled him to assist these creatures, refusing to allow them to succumb to their fate in his presence. Yet, despite their efforts, the combined strength of one human and one Pokémon remained insufficient. By the time they finished their work, night had fallen. With the help of Zhang Feng and Treecko, hundreds of flying-type Pokémon regained their strength. Many Pidgey and Swellow departed, expressing their gratitude towards Zhang Feng. However, the victorious Swellow had driven the Pidgeotto and Pidgey from their territory, forcing them to migrate further afield. After a long day of toil, Zhang Feng and Treecko finally found rest. Yet the joy of rejuvenating the spirits of the Pokémon was a rare and cherished reward. Throughout the day, Zhang Feng had also examined the attributes of numerous flying-type Pokémon, enabling him to treat the recoverable ones swiftly. Most Swellow, like the Pidgey, exhibited white qualities, with few showcasing green and none displaying blue. Zhang Feng felt little desire to capture them. He sought Pokémon of at least blue quality for his team, aiming for those that could evolve into purple quality at their peak. Quality among Pokémon was categorized into 7 tiers: white, green, blue, purple, gold, red, and multicolored. However, for ordinary Pokémon, red and multicolored qualities were almost non-existent and typically reserved for legendary creatures. Thus, blue and purple qualities were already considered exceedingly rare. Zhang Feng resolved that any initial form Pokémon with blue quality would be of interest to him, as they could potentially become key members of his team. Ordinarily, white quality Pokémon were abundant, while green ones appeared only sporadically. Blue quality Pokémon were exceptionally rare, often requiring extensive searching, while purple quality ones were even more elusive. As for gold, Zhang Feng had yet to encounter any, likely only found in fully evolved Pokémon. Moreover, the rarity of a Pokémon significantly influenced its quality. The rarer the species, the higher its potential attributes. The highest tiers of red and multicolored qualities were exclusive to legendary Pokémon. Today, Zhang Feng had aided no fewer than hundreds of Pidgey and Swellow, yet he had only come across a single blue-quality Pokémon, a Pidgey. Zhang Feng was inclined to capture it, but if the Pidgey chose to remain with its flock, he would not forcibly separate it from its kin. The enchanting Pokémon that can accompany one on their journey must at least possess the willingness to battle and embark on adventures together. Otherwise, should Zhang Feng attempt to forcibly capture them, these Pokémon would undoubtedly develop a sense of rebellion, rendering the effort futile. That evening, Zhang Feng and his Treecko were resting, having tended to the needs of the fletchling, who graciously permitted Zhang Feng to spend the night in their roost. With a multitude of fletchlings serving as guardians, Zhang Feng's safety was assured. The following day, as the sun rose, Zhang Feng and Treecko enjoyed their breakfast before bidding farewell to the flock of fletchling and departing. Just before their departure, the leader of the fletchling presented Zhang Feng with some berries as a token of gratitude and sustenance. Smiling as he accepted the gift, Zhang Feng continued on his way towards Orange City. However, scarcely had he stepped beyond the confines of the fletchling's habitat when a Pidgey swooped in his direction. Upon hearing the sound of flapping wings and the call of the Pidgey, Zhang Feng halted in his tracks. Soon, a Pidgey landed before him, clutching a fish in its beak, signaling its desire to be accepted by Zhang Feng. Surprised by this gesture, Zhang Feng marveled at how Pokémon truly are remarkable beings, capable of recognizing kindness and expressing gratitude. Upon inspecting the attributes of this particular Pidgey, Zhang Feng was astonished to discover that it was the sole blue-quality Pokémon among its kind. Pokémon: Pidgey Roll, None Level, 14 Ability, Keen Eye Type, Flying. Normal Quality, Blue Bond Evolution, Unlocked Mega Evolution, Unlocked Moves, Tackle, Sand Attack, Gust, Quick Attack, Steel Wing Affection, 80 Experience, Injured while defending its flock. It feels immense gratitude towards its rescuer. Hobbies: enjoys soaring through the skies and protecting its community. Chapter 8. Capturing the Pidgey Flock. Upon hearing the Pidgey's call, Zhang Feng noticed it placing the fish it held on the ground, indicating its wish to be accepted. With a smile, Zhang Feng remarked, "Pidgey, have you been waiting here for me?" The Pidgey nodded, prompting Zhang Feng to take the fish, deftly using a small knife from his backpack to prepare it for lunch. He then inquired, "Pidgey, now that your flock has lost its home, do you have anywhere else to go?" As Zhang Feng spoke, the Pidgey lowered its head, clearly disheartened by the defeat of its flock and the bleak outlook for the future. Witnessing this, Zhang Feng suddenly had an idea. "Pidgey, if you wish, why not become my Pokémon? I can take you away from the Orange Forest, and together we can challenge gyms and partake in league competitions. What do you say?" Upon hearing Zhang Feng's proposal, the Pidgey became noticeably excited, clearly intrigued by the idea of embarking on various adventures alongside its savior. However, the next moment, it seemed to waver, recalling its flock. Seeing the Pidgey's internal struggle, Zhang Feng continued, "Pidgey, if your flock has yet to find a suitable home, I happen to know of a wonderful place. Would you be interested in checking it out?" Curiosity sparked in the Pidgey's gaze, as if asking where in the Orange Forest they could possibly find a new dwelling. With a smile, Zhang Feng replied, "Come, let me take you to my system space. It encompasses a vast area with hardly any Pokémon, and certainly no natural enemies for your flock. It will provide a vibrant environment for your kind to thrive. Furthermore, your flock has sustained significant losses. Here, you can recuperate at your leisure." Gaining the Pidgey's consent, Zhang Feng then led Treecko and Pidgey into the system space. Upon entering, Pidgey was exhilarated to find an expansive, untouched paradise where various fruit trees stood majestically across the landscape. Yet, upon catching sight of a sleeping Rayquaza in the sky, Pidgey's feathers bristled in alarm. This was a natural instinct in response to perceived danger, especially as the aura of the legendary Pokémon was palpable, giving off an imposing presence that would make any ordinary Pokémon feel like it was facing a formidable boss. "Don't worry, Pidgey," Zhang Feng reassured. "This Rayquaza is also my Pokémon. Its presence here ensures balance within this space, so you need not fear any harm. What do you think? If you find this place satisfactory, you could persuade your flock to take refuge here until they find a suitable habitat. There's more than enough space, even if your flock were to grow exponentially." Hearing Zhang Feng's words, Pidgey observed that Rayquaza remained undisturbed. After some contemplation, Pidgey made its decision. It would return to persuade the leader of its flock. Should they agree, the entire flock would move to Zhang Feng's system space. If they declined, Pidgey was prepared to accompany Zhang Feng as his Pokémon and travel together. Upon receiving such a response from Pidgey, Zhang Feng felt a surge of joy. In truth, ever since acquiring the system space, he had envisioned transforming it into a vibrant ecosystem, a unique Pokémon world where he could relocate his beloved Pokémon species to thrive and flourish. an unparalleled sense of achievement. It seemed that the role of a rancher could indeed be realized within the confines of the system space. Moreover, with Rayquaza serving as the guardian of this realm, adept at quelling conflicts among legendary Pokémon, the ecological balance would be preserved even as the Pokémon population within the system space grew. Of course, with over 800,000 square kilometers of territory, it would take an immense number of Pokémon to disrupt the ecological balance. Zhang Feng estimated that even if he were to capture hundreds of Pokémon daily, he might never witness an ecological imbalance in his lifetime. After leading Pidgey and Treecko out of the system space, Pidgey set off to locate its flock, asking Zhang Feng and Treecko to wait. Nearly an hour later, a shadow appeared in the sky. Leading the charge was none other than Pidgey itself. Upon spotting Zhang Feng, Pidgey let out an excited call, urging its companions to descend. Among this flock of Pidgey were several that Zhang Feng had rescued the previous day, and upon recognizing him, they greeted him warmly. When they learned that Zhang Feng had a place for them to live, they were persuaded by Pidgey to come and see it. If this new habitat proved unsuitable, the Pidgey would have no choice but to leave the orange forest in search of a new home. As the leading Pidgey approached Zhang Feng, he spoke. "I will open a portal for you. Step through, and you will find the paradise that awaits you." Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, a portal to the system's space manifested at his command. With Zhang Feng, Treecko, and Pidgey stepping through first, the adventure continued. After a brief moment of hesitation, the Pidgey took the lead and ventured forth. Witnessing their leader's actions, the other Pidgeys and Pidgeotto followed suit, stepping into the unknown realm. What they beheld was a veritable paradise, untouched by human hands. This place was replete with countless fruit trees and a plethora of diverse environments. For these Pokémon, there were no natural predators, an abundance of sustenance, and vast expanses of space, truly a haven for their kind. Thus, amidst the excitement of the Pidgey and Pidgeotto, they began to seek out suitable habitats. However, a small interlude occurred when the legendary Pokémon Rayquaza awakened and greeted Zhang Feng, causing the Pidgey flock to momentarily fear for their existence. Only after discovering that such a formidable creature was, in fact, one of Zhang Feng's Pokémon did they breathe a sigh of relief. Furthermore, one Pidgey voluntarily became Zhang Feng's third Pokémon, entering his luxurious Pokeball. Ding! Pidgey's intimacy level increased, currently standing at 160 points. With the capture of Pidgey, Zhang Feng not only alleviated the habitat concerns for its flock, but also surpassed the intimacy level of his current Treecko, reaching an impressive 160 points. As for the Pidgey flock residing within Zhang Feng's system space, their numbers totaled 515, 500 Pidgeys and 15 Pidgeottos. Upon examining their qualifications, Zhang Feng discovered that only one Pidgeotto possessed blue potential, while the remainder were of white and green potential. Notably, the Pidgey he captured was the only one with blue potential, signifying that it was indeed the most promising member of the entire Pidgey and Pidgeotto community. Chapter 9. The Battle of Evolution Double Battle. With Zhang Feng having captured Pidgey, the original traveling team in Orange Forest transitioned from one trainer and one Pokémon to an adventure featuring one trainer and two Pokémon. Whenever they encountered wild Pokémon intent on attacking Zhang Feng, Pidgey and Treecko would take turns battling to enhance their combat experience. It is worth mentioning that both Pidgey and Treecko had already reached a level conducive to evolution. Yet, reality diverges from the realm of games. Reaching a certain level does not guarantee immediate evolution. Therefore, Zhang Feng aspired to ensure that both of his Pokémon achieved their second stage of evolution before arriving in Orange City. This would significantly bolster Zhang Feng's strength, especially with the impending gym challenges. Currently, Treecko stood at level 19, while Pidgey was at level 17. Their swift progression attributed to the abundance of wild Pokémon within Orange Forest. However, the stretch from Baizhun to Orange City comprised merely the outskirts of Orange Forest, where the wild Pokémon encountered typically did not exceed level 12. Faced with such opponents, Treecko and Pidgey found themselves nearly invincible in this area, resulting in minimal combat experience gained. Thus, their battles within Orange Forest primarily fostered the synergy and gradually increasing intimacy between Zhang Feng and his Pokémon. The significant level increases were largely derived from simulated battles within Zhang Feng's system space, which enabled Treecko and Pidgey to attain their current prowess in just a few days. To expedite the evolution of his two young companions, Zhang Feng prepared a formidable adversary for them. Recognizing that low-level opponents no longer posed any challenge, he decided to simulate battles against opponents far superior to them. Only through pressure could the Pokémon unlock their deeper potential and evolve. The system simulated opponents for Treecko and Pidgey facilitating the most challenging encounters to promote their evolution. Upon receiving Zhang Feng's command, the system promptly selected suitable challengers. Soon, two brand new Pokémon materialized before Treecko and Pidgey. They were a level 23 Combusken and a level 21 Pikachu, each serving as the perfect opponent for Treecko and Pidgey. With type advantages and a clear level superiority of over 4 levels, these foes would undoubtedly impose immense pressure on Treecko and Pidgey. Upon witnessing their opponents, Zhang Feng addressed Pidgey and Treecko. In this battle, we must coordinate closely for a double battle, striving to defeat our foes and facilitate your evolution, empowering you both. Encouraged by Zhang Feng's words, the two Pokémon voiced their fervent determination. Treecko had always yearned for strength, eagerly anticipating the battles and evolution to come. Meanwhile, Pidgey, having joined Zhang Feng, was equally motivated to fight valiantly for him, resulting in both Pokémon feeling a pressing urgency for evolution. In no time, the double battle commenced. With Zhang Feng issuing his commands, the combat began. Confronted by adversaries that had a dual type advantage and were fully evolved, the pressure on Treecko and Pidgey was immense. Given Pidgey's stamina, a single Thunderbolt from Pikachu could likely deplete its energy entirely, sending it into a near-faint state, while a flamethrower from Combusken would almost certainly incapacitate Treecko. Hence, even though this was a simulated battle, both Pokémon were utterly focused, refusing to slacken their efforts in the pursuit of strength and evolution. Seizing the initiative, Treecko and Pidgey simultaneously unleashed Quick Attack towards their foes. Upon receiving Zhang Feng's command, the two Pokémon shouted in unison, a radiant glow enveloping them as they surged towards Pikachu and Combusken. As Treecko and Pidgey initiated their assault, Pikachu and Combusken sprang into action. Pikachu, making a swift decision, launched its own Quick Attack directly at Pidgey, while Combusken opened its mouth, unleashing a fiery breath, its flamethrower attack. In the next instant, as all four Pokémon executed their respective moves, Pidgey's speed paled in comparison to the evolved Pikachu. Thus, when Pikachu charged at Pidgey, leveraging its superior power and speed, Pidgey was soon sent flying after a brief clash. Pidgey, hearing Pidgey's cry of pain, Treecko's expression shifted, ready to act, but faced with Combusken's flamethrower. It had to regain its composure, narrowly evading the fiery onslaught. In the first round, both Treecko and Pidgey felt the weight of overwhelming pressure. Pidgey soared into the sky, regrouping, then executed Wing Attack, diving towards Combusken. Treecko, seizing the moment, unleashed Seed Bomb at Pikachu. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's orders, the two Pokémon, initially disheartened by their formidable opponents, quickly regained their focus and rallied for a counterattack. Their foes had just finished their attacks, leaving them momentarily vulnerable. This was the opportunity for Treecko and Pidgey, and by targeting Pikachu and Combusken respectively, they nullified their opponent's type advantages. In the next moment, a barrage of verdant bullets surged towards Pikachu, who had just sent Pidgey flying. Unable to dodge in time, it was struck directly by the Seed Bomb, letting out a pained cry. Meanwhile, Pidgey ascended once more, executing Wing Attack, determinately charging towards Combusken. Confronting the aerial Pokémon, the sturdy chick exhibited a degree of awkwardness. After engaging in a few skirmishes with the Pidgey, its Wing Attack unexpectedly landed a solid blow on the sturdy chick's head. As a fighting-type Pokémon, being struck by a flying-type move naturally inflicted considerable damage. Following the successful counterattack, both Pokémon displayed hints of amusement. However, it was not long before the opponent's fierce assault resumed. This time, Pikachu unleashed a Thunderbolt, engulfing the entire battlefield and nearly enveloping the sturdy chick, Treecko, and Pidgey within its electric grasp. In response to this strike, Zhang Feng immediately commanded, Pidgey, soar swiftly into the sky. Treecko, execute Energy Drain, targeting Pikachu. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, Pidgey hastily vacated the electrified arena, but the vast range of Thunderbolt still grazed Pidgey. The electric-type assault knocked Pidgey down. Meanwhile, Treecko, employing Energy Drain, managed to withstand the hit due to its grass-type resistance against electric-type moves. To Zhang Feng's surprise, even the sturdy chick, as Pikachu's ally, was struck directly by the Thunderbolt, suffering a significant reduction in energy. After this exchange, Pidgey, now shrouded in darkness, struggled to rise from the ground. Eager to reclaim the skies, Treecko, panting heavily, fixed its gaze resolutely on its adversary. Pidgey, Treecko, do not concede. The battle is far from over. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's rallying cry, Pidgey summoned all its strength, pressing its wings firmly against the ground, and emitted a sharp cry. At that moment, the light of evolution shimmered around Pidgey, signaling its transformation. Chapter 10, Dual Evolution, Forest Lizard and Pidgeot. As a dazzling glow of evolution illuminated the scene, Pidgey was enveloped in a silvery radiance, its form rapidly elongating amidst a series of piercing cries, witnessing the evolution of its companion. Even the majestic Rayquaza soaring above turned its gaze downward. Meanwhile, Treecko felt an intense surge of determination within. As the Pokémon that had been Zhang Feng's partner longer than Pidgey, how could it allow its rival to evolve first? Could it still be considered a starter Pokémon under such circumstances? In the next instant, the unyielding spirit transformed into Treecko's power. With a resounding roar, Treecko began its own evolution. Upon seeing the evolution light radiating from Treecko, a smile crept onto Zhang Feng's lips. The plan had been flawlessly executed. Indeed, only when Pokémon harbor a deep yearning for strength, amidst the despair of imminent defeat, does their unwillingness to submit ignite the spark of evolution. As the evolution light became increasingly brilliant, Pidgey completed its transformation first. The once tiny creature, measuring a mere 35 centimeters, had now grown to a height of 1.20 meters, and with wings spread wide, reached an impressive 2 meters. This Pokémon had now metamorphosed into a formidable predator. Should Pidgeot possess sufficient strength, Zhang Feng could even mount it and soar through the skies. Upon witnessing Pidgeot's evolution, Zhang Feng promptly inquired about its attributes. Species, Pidgeot. Role, None. Level, 18. Ability, Kenai. Type, Flying Normal. Potential, Purple. Bond Evolution, Unlocked. Mega Evolution, Unlocked. Moves, Tackle, Air Cutter, Gust, Quick Attack, Steel Wing, Whirlwind, Hurricane. Friendship, 185. Experience, rescued by its trainer in the Orange Forest, now exists solely to protect its trainer and has evolved for their sake. Hobbies, enjoys soaring in the sky and safeguarding its trainer. Observing Pidgeot's attributes, Zhang Feng was elated to see the potential category shift from blue to purple. Although unsure whether Pidgeot would attain golden potential upon evolving into Pidgeot, it was evident that the current Pidgeot had undergone a dramatic transformation in strength compared to its previous form as Pidgey. Not to mention, in terms of experiences and preferences, Zhang Feng had become an irreplaceable presence in Pidgeot's life. A friendship score of 185 was truly moving. Having witnessed the evolution of his Pokémon firsthand, Zhang Feng's heart swelled with pride. Pidgeot, congratulations on your evolution. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, Pidgeot flapped its wings and ascended into the heights, turning its head to emit a joyful cry in response. Pidgeot. Simultaneously, Treecko's form continued to ascend under the brilliant white light. Soon, a Pokémon completely transformed from its prior self appeared in Zhang Feng and Pidgeot's line of sight. Who else could it be but the evolved Forest Lizard? Species, Forest Lizard. Role, None. Level, 20. Ability, Overgrow. Type, Grass. Potential, Purple. Bond Evolution, Unlocked. Mega Evolution, Unlocked. Moves, Seed Bomb, Absorb, Photosynthesis, Quick Attack, Energy Ball, Double Kick, Leech Seed. Friendship, 185. Experience, finally encountered a trainer it respects in New Bark Town, eager to grow stronger alongside its trainer. Hobbies, enjoys spicy food and adventuring with its trainer. Previously standing at a mere half a meter, Treecko now reached a height of 1 meter, 1 post-evolution. Clearly, both Pidgeot and Forest Lizard had developed impressively. It was somewhat regrettable that while Pidgeot had improved its potential through evolution, Forest Lizard remained at purple potential. However, Zhang Feng pondered that perhaps due to the rarity of golden potential, it was certainly not simple for a Pokémon that originally had purple potential to enhance its capability. Thus, in a similar vein, it was likely that Pidgeot's evolution into Pidgeot would still yield purple potential. Otherwise, if any blue potential Pokémon could simply evolve twice to attain golden potential would likely be far too common. With both of Zhang Feng's Pokémon having evolved simultaneously, a new battle was truly set to commence. Forest Lizard, congratulations on becoming significantly stronger, gaining Zhang Feng's approval. Forest Lizard grasped a twig in its mouth and displayed a hint of a smile. Meanwhile, Pikachu and the sturdy chick, who had been waiting for their evolution, resumed their battle stances. Forest Lizard, unleash Energy Ball against Pikachu. Pidgeot, use Air Cutter to attack the sturdy chick. With evolution came a surge in strength that far surpassed their initial forms. Thus, Zhang Feng had always scoffed at Ash's strategies while watching the Pokémon anime. The strongest Pokémon in every version, which one had not attained its final evolution. The original Charizard, the second generation Typhlosion, the third generation Infernape. Yet, Ash had nearly every starter Pokémon. Once Squirtle evolved into Blastoise and Bulbasaur evolved into Venusaur, How could these three possibly settle for anything less than the top 8 in the Kanto and Sinnoh leagues? Hence, evolution is the true path, the symbol of strength. As Forest Lizard and Pidgeot launched their moves, the sturdy Chick and Pikachu also initiated their attacks, firing Flamethrower and Thunderbolt. However, this time, following the clash of Forest Lizard and Pidgeot's skills, the dynamics shifted entirely. The sturdy Chick's Flamethrower was effortlessly evaded by Forest Lizard, which simply sidestepped and leaped high into the air, avoiding the attack. Meanwhile, the Energy Ball was unleashed, striking Pikachu directly with a tremendous explosion that sent the creature hurtling through the air. This interruption caused Pikachu's Thunderbolt to falter, preventing it from hitting Pidgey. At this moment, Pidgey had gathered its flying energy, manifesting a series of air blades that relentlessly assailed the mighty Fletchling. As Pidgey launched its attack, Fletchling attempted to evade, only to find itself ensnared by the air blades, which bombarded it continuously, propelling Fletchling away. The tide of battle had shifted dramatically. Excellent, just as planned. Forest Lizard and Pidgey seized the opportunity while their opponent was incapacitated, launching a full-scale assault. Pidgey summoned a whirlwind, and upon their descent, Forest Lizard prepared to execute Leaf Blade to conclude the battle. After receiving Zhang Feng's command, Forest Lizard and Pidgey exchanged a knowing glance and immediately sprang into action. In the next instant, seizing the moment when Pikachu and Fletchling were both flung away, Pidgey swiftly moved, its massive wings stirring the air into a burgeoning tornado. By the time Fletchling and Pikachu attempted to evade, it was already too late. The tornado's immense pull ensnared both Pokémon, spinning them within its grasp and inflicting relentless damage. Pikachu, having sustained consecutive assaults, succumbed to the tornado, its form beginning to dissipate. When the whirlwind finally ceased, only Fletchling remained, panting heavily in place. Seizing this opportunity, Forest Lizard charged forth, its arms aglow with a verdant blade of light. Fletchling, weakened and fatigued, could only watch helplessly as Forest Lizard approached, and with a swift strike of the Leaf Blade, it was ultimately defeated. The battle concluded, Fletchling collapsed, rendered incapable of continuing. Thus, Zhang Feng emerged victorious in the simulated double battle within the system space. Ding dong, congratulations to the host. Forest Lizard and Pidgey have triumphed over Fletchling and Pikachu, earning 150 experience points, resulting in a level up. Chapter 11, Orange City, a choice reemerges. Following his victory, Zhang Feng departed the system space alongside Forest Lizard and Pidgey. After reviewing his current attribute panel, he prepared to leave Orange Forest and continue his journey towards Orange City. The journey primarily consisted of travel, utilizing rest periods in the system space to engage his Pokémon in simulated battles. The upcoming simulated opponents were primarily Pokémon such as Slaking and Machoke. After all, the Orange City gym leader, Qianli, specializes in this type of Pokémon. By allowing Forest Lizard and Pidgey to battle these Pokémon in advance, Zhang Feng was ensuring they were well prepared for the upcoming challenge at the Orange Gym, accumulating valuable experience. Time gradually passed, yielding stronger abilities in return. On the road ahead, with Forest Lizard leading the way and Pidgey soaring above, its keen eyesight ensured no Pokémon could escape Pidgey's scrutiny. Consequently, Zhang Feng encountered no dangers and proceeded smoothly. No need to inquire how he knew the direction. After all, the Pokédex provided by Professor Otamaki contained maps of the Hoenn region, Kanto region, Chengdu region, and Orange Archipelago. After several days of travel, Zhang Feng finally emerged from the edge of Orange Forest, arriving at Orange City. Upon exiting Orange Forest, Zhang Feng headed straight for the Pokémon Center. Now equipped with a Pokédex and Professor Otamaki's endorsement, he was, in essence, a legitimate member of the Alliance's esteemed trainers. Thus, with the Pokédex in hand, he could traverse any territory within the Alliance unhindered. Naturally, the Pokémon Center welcomed Zhang Feng with open arms. However, upon stepping out of Orange Forest and into the bustling cityscape of Orange City, the abrupt transition from the vast, serene forest to towering skyscrapers left Zhang Feng with a sense of dissonance. Moreover, it seemed as if someone was specifically waiting for trainers emerging from Orange Forest. As soon as he appeared, a boy of about 10 approached Zhang Feng with brisk strides, brandishing a pokeball, eager to inquire, "Are you a traveling trainer?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng discerned the boy's intentions. He was likely a challenger seeking to engage trainers on their journeys. Thus, Zhang Feng nodded in acknowledgement. "Indeed, I am a trainer. What seems to be the matter?" "Perfect. As a trainer, you cannot shy away from challenges. My name is Xiaohu, and I wish to battle you with my Pokémon. Are you willing to wager all my pocket money?" Upon hearing this from the trainer named Xiaohu, Zhang Feng couldn't help but smile. If you are so eager to part with your money, I shall gladly accept your challenge. However, I have just spent half a month in Orange Forest, and my Pokémon are not in peak condition. I must first visit the Pokémon Center to restore their energy. If you truly wish to battle, meet me there. Considering Zhang Feng's words, Xiaohu pondered for a moment before following Zhang Feng to the Pokémon Center. Upon arriving, Zhang Feng entrusted the Pokeballs of Forest Lizard and Pidgey to the lovely Nurse Joy. Before long, Chansey and Nurse Joy collaborated to examine the condition of Forest Lizard and Pidgey, subsequently returning the Pokeballs to Zhang Feng. Xiao Feng, your Pokémon have been raised exceptionally well. They are now in optimal condition. Hearing Nurse Joy's words, Zhang Feng couldn't help but smile. Thank you, Nurse Joy. By the way, is it still possible to register for this year's Celadon Conference? Upon realizing Zhang Feng's intent to challenge the Hoenn Alliance Celadon Conference, Nurse Joy replied with a warm smile, certainly. However, there are only 7 months left until the conference begins. As a novice trainer, gathering 8 badges within half a year to qualify for the final review may prove somewhat challenging. If you don't mind, you could consider participating next year instead. Just as Zhang Feng was about to respond, the system issued a new choice. Ding dong. The system has detected that the host faces a decision and presents the following 3 options. Option 1. Accept Nurse Joy's suggestion to participate in the Hoenn Alliance Celadon Conference next year, gaining her favor and receiving a random Mega Evolution Stone. Option 2. Decline Nurse Joy's suggestion and choose to challenge this year's Hoenn Alliance Celadon Conference, gaining her favor and receiving a random Mega Evolution Stone along with the corresponding keystone. Option 3. Decline Nurse Joy's suggestion and immediately register to challenge this year's Hoenn Alliance Celadon Conference. Upon successful registration, go directly to challenge the Orange Gym, gaining Nurse Joy's favor, and receive a Mega Evolution Stone and Keystone for Lizard King. Upon reviewing these 3 options, Zhang Feng was momentarily stunned. In truth, given his mindset, after waiting so long to finally receive his starter Pokémon, the opportunity to challenge the Alliance had finally arrived, and he was progressing rapidly in strength. Moreover, with Rayquaza by his side, Zhang Feng was not concerned about running out of time. Thus, he could readily dismiss option 1. As for whether to challenge the Orange Gym immediately, that was a matter open to interpretation. In truth, with Zhang Feng's current strength, he was undoubtedly insufficient to challenge the Orange Gym. Even if Gym Leader Qian Li did not send out his strongest Pokémon, there was still a significant chance Zhang Feng would fail to acquire the gym badge. However, what if Rayquaza participated? After all, the Orange Gym battles were conducted in a 3-on-3 format. With this thought in mind, Zhang Feng promptly selected the 3rd option. The randomized Mega Evolution Stones of Pokémon pose a dilemma for Zhang Feng. Should he encounter a Pokémon that does not align with his aspirations, he would find himself at a loss, having squandered a valuable reward. Instead, it would be far more prudent to challenge the Orange Flower Gym directly to secure the Mega Evolution Stone for his Lizard King. Once his Forest Lizard achieves its final evolution, he could utilize it forthwith. Furthermore, he harbored no intentions of concealing his legendary Pokémon, Rayquaza. When faced with formidable adversaries, why not summon Rayquaza to the fray? Regardless of its status as a legendary creature, it remains one of Zhang Feng's Pokémon. With Rayquaza's formidable prowess, he felt no trepidation even if both the Ocean and Fire Rock teams appeared, accompanied by Groudon and Kyogre. Thus, why should he fear revealing his possession of Rayquaza? Without it, traversing the Pokémon world would be akin to walking on eggshells. Now that he possessed Rayquaza, hiding in the shadows, fearful of others discovering his secret, would be tantamount to wasting the boon he had received. With this thought in mind, Zhang Feng promptly chose option 3. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have made a choice and gained Miss Joy's favor, as well as 1 Mega Evolution Stone for Lizard King and 1 Keystone. Ding. The host's current attributes are as follows. Host, Zhang Feng. Age, 18. Funds, 980,000 Pokémon coins. Pokémon, Rayquaza, Forest Lizard, Pidgey. Items, Luxury Ball X3, Lizard King Mega Evolution Stone X1, Keystone X1. Additional, system space. After placing the acquired Mega Evolution Stone and Keystone into the system space, Zhang Feng turned to Miss Joy and said, Miss Joy, have you ever seen a novice trainer set forth and immediately evolve their starter Pokémon? Therefore, I have decided to challenge the Hoenn League this year. Please assist me with my registration, and I also intend to challenge the Orange Flower Gym shortly. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, Miss Joy initially thought him somewhat overconfident. The gym leader of Orange Flower City, known as Mr. Qianli, was the strongest trainer in the city, renowned as the mightiest trainer beneath the Elite Four. Yet, confronted with Zhang Feng's confident smile, She suddenly pondered that perhaps only a self-assured trainer could truly become a formidable force. With a warm smile, she replied, "Then do your best, Zhang Feng. I have successfully registered you for this year's Hoenn League's colorful tournament. I hope you achieve commendable results." After expressing his gratitude to Miss Joy, Zhang Feng grasped his Pokeballs and prepared to head to the Orange Flower Gym, eager to see Xiao Yao and Xiao Sheng. However, a challenger named Xiao Hu insisted on battling him first, arguing that if he could not defeat Xiao Hu, he would have no right to challenge Mr. Qianli. It appeared that this young lad was indeed a fan of the gym leader. "Very well, let us engage in a one-on-one challenge," Zhang Feng conceded, and the two proceeded to the battle arena at the Pokémon Center to commence their duel. "Go, my Pokémon!" With Xiao Hu's command, a Machop emerged from the Pokeball, radiating a bright light. Ding! Current attributes of Machop are as follows. Pokémon, Machop. Level, 15. Ability, Guts. Type, Fighting. Potential, Green. Bond Evolution, Unlocked. Mega Evolution, Unlocked. Skills, Leer. Low Kick, Karate Chop, Seismic Toss, Focus Energy. Machop, let us treat this as a prelude to the gym challenge. Pidgey, I entrust you with this task. Zhang Feng called, and Pidgey soon appeared from the luxury ball, fixing its gaze intently on Machop. The battle commenced. Pidgey, unleash a whirlwind to conclude this encounter. Machop, evade. As a tempest swept across the arena, Machop was caught within Pidgey's attack, and when the whirlwind subsided, it lay defeated, unable to continue fighting. Ding! Pidgey gained 87 experience points, leveling up to 23. Chapter 12. The Orange Flower Gym, challenging Qianli. How could you be so strong? Xiao Hu exclaimed, staring in disbelief at his Machop, now sprawled on the ground with swirling eyes, having lost its ability to battle. In response to the astonishment, Zhang Feng merely smiled and remarked, "Thus, young lad, I suggest you relinquish all your pocket money to me." Clearly, Xiao Hu hailed from a well-to-do family, for after this defeat, he obligingly handed over all his pocket change to Zhang Feng, totaling over 5,000 Pokemon coins. As he departed the Pokemon Center, Xiao Hu murmured, "With your strength, you might indeed secure the gym badge from the Orange Flower Gym. In the game, acquiring 4 gym badges is a prerequisite to challenge the Orange Flower Gym. However, in reality, as long as one possesses 3 Pokemon, they may initiate a challenge. Furthermore, as a gym leader, their role is to foster the growth of trainers, so they typically deploy their Pokemon according to the challenger's capabilities. Once a challenger earns their respect, they may receive a gym badge even without victory. Although Zhang Feng currently had only his Forest Lizard and Pidgey, he still had Rayquaza waiting in the system space. In the worst-case scenario, he could call upon Rayquaza as his 3rd Pokemon. Upon arriving at the Orange Flower Gym and expressing his desire to challenge it, the staff escorted Zhang Feng inside. Not spotting Xiao Sheng or Xiao Yao within the gym, it was likely that Mr. Qianli's children had already embarked on a journey with Ash. Coupled with Miss Joy's mention that there were only 6 months remaining until this year's Hoenn League colorful tournament, it was probable that Ash had already faced his 3rd gym challenge. Moreover, it was possible that Ash was en route to the Orange Flower Gym, yet had not yet returned to Orange Flower City to re-engage with the gym. It is worth noting that the regional professor distributes starter Pokemon not at a fixed time each year. Rather, any novice trainer who turns 10 may apply for their starter Pokemon. Hence, the initial encounter with Xiaoli and the contemporaneous departure of Xiao Yao did not occur simultaneously. There was nearly a 6-month gap in their journeys. Soon, upon learning of a challenger at the gym, Mr. Qianli, the gym leader, made his way to the arena. Oh, yet another challenger. The Orange Flower Gym Challenge requires participants to possess 3 Pokemon for a 3-on-3 battle. Challenger, can you accept this? Upon hearing Mr. Qianli's words and gazing at the man renowned as the strongest trainer beneath the Hoenn Elite Four, Zhang Feng felt a surge of determination. Of course, I accept, Mr. Qianli. My name is Zhang Feng, hailing from Oldale Town, a fledgling trainer eager for your guidance. Upon learning Zhang Feng's name, Mr. Qianli chuckled heartily. It has been a while since I have encountered such a spirited novice challenger. Let us commence today's gym challenge. The gym leader is privy to details regarding the challenger's age and experience prior to their battle. Thus, while Zhang Feng was 18 years old, he was indeed a true novice trainer in terms of experience. Consequently, Mr. Qianli would not initially deploy his most powerful Pokemon. Following Mr. Qianli's declaration, his apprentice took on the role of referee, waving a flag to signal Zhang Feng to take his place as the challenger. We shall now commence the gym challenge between challenger Zhang Feng and gym leader Mr. Qianli, featuring a 3-on-3 battle. In the midst of battle, only the challenger, Zhang Feng, holds the right to switch Pokemon until one side's 3 Pokemon have lost all their combat capability. marking the conclusion of the gym battle. Now, let Master Qianli take the first move and send forth a Pokemon. As Qianli's apprentice concluded the rules, Qianli promptly hurled a Pokeball, and with a flash of red light, a Sloth Pokemon made its grand entrance. Pokemon Sloth. Level 25. Ability Lazy. Type Normal. Qualification Blue. Bond Evolution Unlocked. Mega Evolution Unlocked. Skills Scratch, Yawn, Rest, Try Again, Headbutt, and Cut. Upon seeing his first opponent was a Sloth, though its level was not insignificant, a wave of joy surged within Zhang Feng. This was because the Sloth Pokemon possessed the blatantly obvious weakness of the Lazy ability, which presented an opportunity for a potential victory despite the level difference. Thus, he called upon his trusted Forest Lizard. With a flourish, Zhang Feng released a Luxury Ball, summoning a vigorous Forest Lizard that stood poised, gazing intently at the Sloth, radiating an aura befitting a king. Witnessing Zhang Feng's choice of the Forest Lizard, Qianli could not help but smile, stating, a novice trainer designating the Orange Blossom Gym as their first challenge, and swiftly evolving their starter Pokemon into a Forest Lizard, Xiaofeng, appear to be a trainer of considerable potential. However, he added with a hint of challenge, even so, I shall not hold back. Sloth, use Cut. As the battle commenced, the Sloth immediately shed its previous lethargy, leaping into action, its claws shimmering with white light as it lunged toward the Forest Lizard. In response to this onslaught, Zhang Feng swiftly commanded, Forest Lizard, meet it head-on with Leaf Blade. Upon receiving Zhang Feng's command, the Forest Lizard let out a fierce cry, and from its arms emanated two blades of green light. In an instant, the Forest Lizard darted forward, colliding with the Sloth. As the two Pokemon clashed, Cut met Leaf Blade in an explosive confrontation. For a moment, neither Pokemon could gain the upper hand. However, the Sloth harbored a fatal flaw, its Lazy ability. This ability would render the Sloth unable to evade or attack in the subsequent turn. Consequently, as the standoff between the Sloth and the Forest Lizard persisted, the Sloth grew increasingly weary. When the Lazy ability reactivated, the Sloth was unceremoniously sent flying by a single strike from the Forest Lizard. And so, the Forest Lizard unleashed an energy ball. Almost instantaneously, a vibrant green energy sphere shot forth from the Forest Lizard's mouth, detonating upon impact with the incapacitated Sloth. A thunderous explosion ensued, sending the Sloth hurtling through the air. In the wake of such a devastating blow, the Sloth wore an expression of anguish. Yet, there was little it could do. Despite its strength, the Lazy ability proved to be a critical liability. Finish it with Seed Bomb, commanded Zhang Feng, and amidst an endless barrage of seeds, the already beleaguered Sloth, devoid of the strength to evade, fell victim to the Forest Lizard's relentless onslaught. Thus, Zhang Feng effortlessly secured his first victory. Ding! The Forest Lizard has defeated the Sloth and gained 230 experience points, leveling up to 26. Having achieved a swift and decisive victory, Master Qianli expressed his pleasure rather than anger, exclaiming, your battle awareness is commendable. Your level of skill already surpasses that of a novice trainer. Effectively exploiting the Sloth's ability to launch a fierce attack, an impressive performance. But my next Pokemon will not be so easily subdued. As Qianli finished speaking, the Sloth was promptly withdrawn, and his second Pokemon, a hyperactive monkey, took the stage. Pokemon, Hyperactive Monkey. Level, 28. Ability, Vital Spirit. Type, Normal. Qualification, Blue. Bond Evolution, Unlocked. Mega Evolution, Unlocked. Skills, Fury Swipes, Cut, Abyssal Strike, Heavy Slam, and Flamethrower. At level 28, the Hyperactive Monkey lacked the hindrance of the Lazy ability and was 2 levels above Zhang Feng's Forest Lizard and 5 levels above his Pidgey. Such an adversary warranted Zhang Feng's utmost respect. This battle promised to be a challenging endeavor. However, given that the opponent's qualification was blue and both of Zhang Feng's Pokemon, Forest Lizard and Pidgey, boasted purple qualifications, he was more than capable of holding his ground. Hyperactive Monkey, Unleash Flamethrower. In stark contrast to the previous lethargy of the Sloth, the Hyperactive Monkey exuded an exuberance akin to a lively monkey, exhibiting a dramatic contrast to its predecessor. With Qianli's command, the Hyperactive Monkey opened its mouth, releasing a searing flame. Faced with this onslaught, the Forest Lizard's expression shifted dramatically. Dodge with Quick Attack. Fortunately, just as the flamethrower was about to strike the Forest Lizard, a burst of white light erupted behind it, activating the Quick Attack skill in the nick of time. Although the Fire-type move was not the Hyperactive Monkey's primary attribute, it would still inflict substantial damage upon the Grass-type Forest Lizard if it connected. Therefore, The forest lizard could not afford to confront it head-on. After evading, it harnessed the speed from quick attack to charge toward the hyperactive monkey, executing a double kick. Normal-type Pokémon are typically at a disadvantage against fighting-type Pokémon, and the forest lizard naturally possessed some fighting-type skills. Upon receiving Zhang Feng's command, the forest lizard transformed into a flash of white light. Charging directly at the hyperactive monkey, its legs charged with fighting-type energy. This was the nascent form of a combination move. Seeing this unfold, Qianli chuckled heartily. Your forest lizard is indeed swift. But hyperactive monkey, intercept it and use fury swipes. Upon receiving its trainer's command, the hyperactive monkey swiftly regained its composure. As the forest lizard leaped to attack, the hyperactive monkey's arms glowed with white light, its already sharp claws extending further. In the next moment, the fury swipes move activated, colliding with the forest lizard's double kick. The impact of the fury swipes left the forest lizard grimacing in pain as it plummeted to the ground. Simultaneously, the hyperactive monkey, struck by the double kick, winced, releasing a pained howl as it staggered backward. In this exchange of attacks, both Pokémon suffered, yet the forest lizard retained a slight advantage due to its type, inflicting greater damage on the hyperactive monkey. Hyperactive monkey, use cut, commanded Qianli. Forest lizard, unleash leaf blade. With both trainers issuing their commands, the two Pokémon sprang to life, their spirits invigorated, charging fiercely at one another. As the battle intensified, Qianli's impression of Zhang Feng continued to improve. A novice trainer daring to challenge the Orange Blossom Gym and engaging him to such a degree was a testament to Zhang Feng's prowess. The earlier performance of the forest lizard, showcasing the power of combination moves, further highlighted Zhang Feng's talent and skill as a trainer. Hyperactive monkey now? Flamethrower. Observing that this time the forest lizard could not evade, Zhang Feng immediately shouted, Forest lizard, counter with energy ball. As the hyperactive monkey unleashed its flamethrower, the forest lizard opened wide, swiftly gathering grass-type energy, and in an instant, a green energy ball was fired. The collision of flame and energy ball triggered an explosion. Amidst the smoke and debris generated by the explosion, the forest lizard swiftly vanished into the haze, leveraging its speed to close in on the hyperactive ape. With a decisive strike from its blade-like appendage, the forest lizard sent the hyperactive ape sprawling. In retaliation, the hyperactive ape, enraged by the blow, executed a swift turn, adjusting its form mid-air before charging at the forest lizard with the formidable skill known as Mountain Crush. Forest lizard, evade. Alas, this time, the evasion technique proved futile, as the hyperactive ape bore down upon the forest lizard, rendering it immobile beneath its weight. I've got you now. Finish it, hyperactive ape. Use flamethrower. This time, the forest lizard was unable to withstand the onslaught, forced to watch helplessly as the flames engulfed it entirely. The terrifying blaze drained nearly all of the forest lizard's stamina. Yet, perhaps due to the tenacity of the forest lizard's spirit, it astonishingly remained standing despite the devastating blow. Truly, a remarkable Pokémon. It had yet to succumb. After expressing admiration for the forest lizard, Qianli's respect for Zhang Feng grew even deeper. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Feng recalled the forest lizard. Recognizing that it had only a sliver of energy remaining, it was best to allow it to recuperate in the system space. However, the struggle between the forest lizard and the hyperactive ape was not without merit, as the latter had also expended a significant portion of its stamina. This presented a golden opportunity for the next contender, the Pidgeotto. After retrieving the forest lizard into a luxury ball, Zhang Feng held its Pokeball in hand and spoke. Thank you, forest lizard, you have performed admirably. Now, I entrust the battle to my other companions. With that, he produced another Pokeball. As the crimson light flashed, a magnificent Pidgeotto emerged in midair, its gaze fixed intently on the opposing hyperactive ape. As a flying-type Pokémon, it had been well-trained. Hyperactive ape, unleash flamethrower. Pidgeotto, utilize air cutter. Following the commands from both trainers, Pidgeotto began to coalesce flying-type energy in the sky, launching it towards the hyperactive ape. For flying-type Pokémon, speed and maneuverability were their forte. Although Qianli's hyperactive ape was swift enough to compete with Zhang Feng's forest lizard, it paled in comparison to Pidgeotto. As Pidgeotto initiated its attack, the air cutter struck the hyperactive ape directly, while the latter's counterattack was deftly evaded by a mere flap of Pidgeotto's wings. Excellent. Well done. Now, Pidgeotto, unleash a tornado. Seizing the moment when the hyperactive ape was hit, the energy from the dispersed air cutter converged again, blending with dragon-type energy to create a massive storm. For a time, Even the hyperactive ape could do little but be engulfed by the tornado. After numerous rotations, the hyperactive ape plummeted from the sky, suffering significant damage. To deliver the final blow, a flash of electricity followed by wing attack ensued. This was Pidgeotto's combination move. The speed granted by the electric flash amplified the power of the wing attack, and with the hyperactive ape momentarily dazed, the accuracy reached its zenith. With a resounding cry, Pidgeotto unleashed the combined attack, striking the hyperactive ape squarely on the head. Under this heavy blow, the hyperactive ape could no longer endure and collapsed. Ding! Pidgeotto has defeated the hyperactive ape, gaining 281 experience points. Level up. Current level, 24. With the defeat of the hyperactive ape, Qianli's 3 Pokémon were reduced to just 1. After recalling the hyperactive ape, Qianli could not conceal his praise. In the novice stage, to see 2 Pokémon capable of executing combination moves is indeed a delightful surprise. Zhang Feng, even if you cannot defeat my final Pokémon, the balance badge of the Changhua Gym is still yours. A trainer of your caliber is truly a joy to behold. I eagerly await to see the brilliance you will shine at this year's Hoenn League. As Qianli's words settled, his final Pokémon made its entrance. Lo and behold, it was none other than the Slaking Pokémon. Slaking. Level, 36. Ability, Truant. Type, Normal. Qualification, Purple. Bond Evolution, Unlocked. Mega Evolution, Unlockable. Skills, Scratch, Slash, Dive Bomb, Mountain Crush, Double Return, Giga Punch. Chapter 14. Qianli. Which novice trainer uses Rayquaza to challenge the gym? Thank you for your praise, Qianli, but I believe I can earn the balance badge of the Changhua Gym through my prowess. Despite being grateful for Qianli's acknowledgement, he was unaware that Zhang Feng possessed a true trump card. Once this Pokémon emerged, even facing the champion of the Hoenn League, Michael, Zhang Feng felt confident in overwhelming him. How confident? Let me see the brilliance of your subsequent performance. As Qianli spoke, Slaking began to rise from the ground, a faint white light emanating from its right arm. However, upon examining Slaking's attribute panel, Zhang Feng was surprised to find that even after reaching its final evolution, the Bond Evolution remained locked. Yet, the Mega Evolution displayed the option to unlock. In response to Zhang Feng's confusion, the system naturally provided an explanation. Any Pokémon, upon achieving its final evolutionary form, could enter Mega Evolution as long as it secured a Mega Stone. Thus, the system's scan would indicate the unlockable status, while if Mega Evolution had already been secured, it would display their Mega form. With this clarification, Zhang Feng understood. As the battle continued, Qianli and Zhang Feng resumed their duel. Pidgeotto, one more time, unleash a tornado. Slaking, show him your strength. Giga Punch, shatter that tornado. With the commands issued by both trainers, Pidgeotto once again summoned a powerful tornado, centered on Slaking, unleashing its wrath. However, the vast disparity in levels rendered Slaking unfazed. Upon receiving Qianli's command, Slaking let out a roar, slamming its fists against its chest to gather white energy, the force of its intent crashing against the tornado. The colossal explosion obliterated the tornado conjured by Pidgeotto, the residual energy enveloping Slaking. After completing this, Slaking resumed its lethargic state, collapsing onto the battlefield, allowing Pidgeotto and Zhang Feng to launch their assaults. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel a twinge of helplessness. Slaking, with its tough hide and elevated level, would likely overpower both Pidgeotto and Forest Lizard. If the opponent seized an opportunity, it would result in a swift defeat. Pidgeotto, unleash your air cutter with full force. As Slaking succumbed to its lazy state and was immobilized, Pidgeotto's attack descended once more. Yet, the damage inflicted on Slaking was minimal at best. Following Pidgeotto's strike, Slaking let out a furious roar, and at Qianli's command, a devastating beam of energy began to coalesce. In a sweeping motion, it swept across the entire battlefield, bringing Pidgeotto crashing down. Under such a heavy blow, Pidgeotto was immediately defeated, plummeting from the sky, losing its fighting capability. After recalling Pidgeotto, Zhang Feng addressed his fallen companion. Thank you for your efforts, Pidgeotto. He then retrieved the Pokeball containing the Forest Lizard once more. In the heart of the forest, the Lizard Pokémon, despite facing a formidable opponent, seized the opportunity for growth even in defeat. As a crimson light flickered, the Lizard Pokémon radiated a vibrant green glow, signaling the activation of its ability, Overgrow. Now unleash Leaf Blade. With renewed vigor, the Lizard Pokémon launched its attack, bolstered by the effects of Overgrow, significantly enhancing its Grass-type move. Despite the considerable level disparity between the two Pokémon, when Leaf Blade struck the Sloth Pokémon, it inflicted notable damage. causing even the languid sloth Pokémon to furrow its brow in discomfort. As the lizard Pokémon breached the defenses of the sloth Pokémon, delivering an X-shaped wound upon its abdomen with Leaf Blade, Qianli couldn't help but display a hint of astonishment. Sloth Pokémon, finish it off. Use Earthquake. In that moment, as Qianli commanded the indiscriminate Earthquake attack, even with Overgrow activated, the lizard Pokémon, gravely weakened, succumbed to its fate. However, even in the throes of unconsciousness, the lizard Pokémon surged towards the sloth Pokémon, enduring the relentless onslaught of Earthquake. Ultimately, it came to rest before the sloth Pokémon, Leaf Blade nearly grazing its nose. Alas, as the brilliance of Leaf Blade faded, the lizard Pokémon remained upright, yet its eyes had transformed into swirling patterns, rendering it incapable of further combat. Such tenacity is truly remarkable. Among the multitude of trainers I have encountered, the resolve displayed by this lizard Pokémon would undoubtedly rank within the top 3. Zhang Feng, shall we continue the third battle? Even if we do not fight, I can still award you the balance badge. Upon hearing Qianli's words, Zhang Feng recalled the lizard Pokémon, offering it words of comfort before producing a Master Ball. Mr. Qianli, as a trainer, one must never yield until the final moment. That is the essence of a true trainer. With Qianli visibly impressed, Zhang Feng's final Pokémon made its grand entrance. In truth, the moment Qianli observed Zhang Feng retrieve the Master Ball, he sensed something unusual. Much to his disbelief, this self-proclaimed novice trainer had summoned the mightiest legendary Pokémon of the Hoenn region, Rayquaza. Upon witnessing the 5 to 6 meters long Rayquaza on the battlefield, Qianli stood momentarily stunned. Wait, are you treating me like a fool? Oh, but hold on. Isn't Qianli actually Japanese? Where's the promised novice trainer? Who among novice trainers possesses a legendary Pokémon? With incredulity thickening his voice, Qianli exclaimed, Zhang Feng, is this Pokémon of yours? In response, Zhang Feng chuckled. Indeed, it is Rayquaza, the deity of the skies from Hoenn. Hence, I assert, a true trainer never surrenders until the very end. Qianli's disciples were left speechless, while Qianli himself was not far behind. Given that it is a legendary Pokémon, this battle seemed to lack suspense. I concede. However, as a gym leader, I wish to unleash my strongest ace. Zhang Feng, since you possess a legendary Pokémon, let us engage in a contest of strength. After contemplating Qianli's suggestion, Zhang Feng deemed it rather pointless to pit Rayquaza against a sloth Pokémon of merely level 30. If a battle were to ensue, it would be against Qianli's most formidable ace, providing an opportunity to gauge the prowess of this man, heralded as the strongest trainer beneath the Elite Four. Thus, it became evident that this would be a friendly match. With Zhang Feng's consent, Qianli withdrew his sloth Pokémon and summoned his strongest ally, his starter Pokémon. As anticipated, Qianli's ace was indeed a sloth Pokémon. Sloth Pokémon level, 59 ability, Gluttony type, normal potential, Gold Bond evolution, unlocked Mega evolution, unlockable moves, Heavy Slam, Return, Body Slam, Hammer Arm, Hyper Beam. The sloth Pokémon, nearing level 60, exuded an aura of ferocity, and surprisingly, as Qianli's ace, it did not exhibit the usual lethargy. Instead, it emanated an aura reminiscent of a monster. Nevertheless, regardless of its menacing presence against Rayquaza, it was but a trivial challenge. Yet, with Qianli's sloth Pokémon at level 59, it suggested that the primary Pokémon of the regional Elite Four were merely in their 60s. As for the champions, Zhang Feng surmised their prowess likely exceeded level 70. Sloth Pokémon, facing a legendary Pokémon, perhaps this opportunity to encounter each other may be a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Give it your all and unleash Hammer Arm. Following Qianli's command, the sloth Pokémon charged forward with full force, roaring towards Rayquaza. The immense power it wielded seemed capable of tearing through the very air itself. However, upon hearing Zhang Feng's command, the sloth Pokémon was sent flying back, utterly defeated in a single blow. Rayquaza unleashed Dragon Tail. Thus, despite its modest size of only 5 or 6 meters, Rayquaza unleashed a terrifying force, sending the sloth Pokémon hurtling through the air. The tremendous impact shattered the roof of the Orange Flower Gym, and the sloth Pokémon plummeted back down. Once victory was determined, Zhang Feng recalled Rayquaza. Witnessing his ace's utter inability to resist, Qianli slumped to the ground, a wry smile gracing his lips. You truly are a monster. Level standards, 110, Novice Trainer. White Potential 1125, Ordinary Trainer. Green Potential 2640, Elite Trainer. Blue Potential 4160, Pre-Elite Trainer. Purple Potential 6170, Elite Trainer. Purple Potential 7180, Champion level trainer. Gold potential 8190, Master level trainer. Gold to red potential 91100. Gym leader level trainer. Red to colorful potential. Potential denotes the maximum ceiling for 1S level. For instance, with purple potential, one may only reach elite levels, while gold potential allows for master level attainment. Chapter 15. The Balance Badge and the Encounter with Ash and Friends. Observing Qianli, who appeared as though he had been overwhelmed by Rayquaza, Zhang Feng felt a twinge of awkwardness. Indeed, utilizing a legendary Pokémon in a gym battle seemed somewhat unfair. Even a champion would struggle against the likes of Rayquaza. Yet, the sensation of such overwhelming dominance was undeniably exhilarating. Mr. Qianli, just as Zhang Feng began to speak. Qianli chuckled heartily. No worries. Challenging Rayquaza was merely a spur-of-the-moment decision. After all, I have borne the title of the strongest trainer beneath the Hoenn Elite Four for many years. Even I harbor ambitions of challenging the Elite Four. Zhang Feng, since you possess Rayquaza, it would be prudent to keep it under wraps, lest it draw the attention of ill-intentioned individuals. Though I faced defeat in our battle, my old partner and I stand a chance of surmounting the barrier that separates us from the elite level. Regardless, I am grateful to you. Here is the Balance Badge, a testament to your victory over the Orange Flower Gym. Best of luck in your future gym battles. When the colorful festival commences, I shall cheer for you. With that, Qianli presented the Balance Badge to Zhang Feng. Sighing, Qianli mused, had I known you would emerge, I should have sent my daughter to travel with you back then. At that moment, Zhang Feng couldn't help but display a hint of confusion. Though the master of the 1,000-mile pavilion and his disciple encountered Zhang Feng alongside the fiery sky seat, Zhang Feng still held faith in their character. Thus, he felt no concern that they might covet his extraordinary Pokémon. After receiving the Balance Badge and bidding farewell to the pavilion master, Zhang Feng returned to the Pokémon Center, where he entrusted his forest lizard and Pidgey to Nurse Joy. Upon seeing Zhang Feng again, and noticing that both of his Pokémon were gravely injured and incapacitated, Nurse Joy naturally assumed that Zhang Feng had failed his gym challenge. Little Feng, did you succeed in the gym battle? Though she suspected otherwise, Nurse Joy, with her high emotional intelligence, refrained from offending him outright. She sought confirmation from Zhang Feng, hoping to counsel the proud young trainer, only to be met with astonishing news. As for the gym battle, I won. This is the Balance Badge I just acquired. When Zhang Feng revealed the badge, Nurse Joy was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, the other trainers in the Pokémon Center, upon hearing Zhang Feng's proclamation, were on the verge of rebuking him. The Orange Flower Gym was renowned as one of the most formidable gyms in the Hoenn League. Obtaining its badge nearly signified that one possessed multiple gym badges. Such a trainer would be more than capable of participating in the Hoenn League. For the past half-month, no one had successfully challenged the Orange Flower Gym, who dared to speak so boldly. The murmurs of disbelief came from trainers who had previously failed their challenges, unable to bear the thought of someone outperforming them, or simply incredulous that anyone could indeed triumph over the Orange Flower Gym. Yet, as they glanced at Zhang Feng, they were met with the undeniable sight of the Balance Badge in his hand. The atmosphere shifted from one of noise and dissatisfaction to one of awe. Wow, he truly defeated the Orange Flower Gym. How infuriating. This guy is remarkably strong. No way, I have to challenge him. I refuse to believe that someone could effortlessly conquer a gym I couldn't. Listening to the chatter around him, Nurse Joy regained her composure. In the next moment, she produced a badge case and, with a gentler tone and a warm smile, addressed Zhang Feng. What an impressive trainer you are. This is a gym badge collection case. Since you aspire to participate in the Hoenn League's colorful conference, you will need at least 8 gym badges. Consider this a gift to assist you in collecting the remaining badges. Best of luck in your future gym battles, Little Feng. After expressing his gratitude to Nurse Joy, Zhang Feng promptly retrieved his 2 rejuvenated Pokémon, who were now brimming with vitality. With his restored companions, Zhang Feng planned to rest for the night at the Orange Flower City Pokémon Center before setting off for Canaz City to challenge the second gym badge. Time was of the essence. Zhang Feng had already fallen behind Ash and the others, and with only half a year remaining, he needed to secure the remaining 7 badges promptly. Just as Zhang Feng was preparing to leave, a boy wearing a hat with a Pikachu perched on his shoulder, accompanied by several companions, arrived at the Pokémon Center. This boy was none other than Ash, the protagonist of the Pokémon anime. Observing the commotion, Ash curiously inquired, "What is happening here? Why are there so many people at the Pokémon Center today?" Hearing Ash's murmurs, Brock immediately dashed to Nurse Joy's side, intending to shake her hand, only to be interrupted by Zhang Feng. To be honest, Zhang Feng envied Brock, Ash's devoted caretaker. Having a nurturer by his side would make logistics flawless. Unlike himself, who had to settle for grilled fish, berries, or pre-prepared meals. However, Brock had one flaw: his tendency to flirt with beautiful older women. Since Nurse Joy had treated Zhang Feng fairly well and lent him considerable assistance, he decided to step in to save her from Brock's advances. "My friend, your actions have violated the laws of the Hoenn League. If Nurse Joy were to report you, you could face a 7-day detention. Would you like me to call Ms. Junsha?" Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, Brock was instantly brought to his senses, glancing at the taller Zhang Feng with a hint of dissatisfaction in his narrowed eyes. However, there indeed existed such a clause in the Hoenn League's laws, so Brock quickly regained his composure. Seeing Zhang Feng come to her defense, Nurse Joy couldn't help but smile slightly. Meanwhile, noticing the apparent conflict between Brock and Zhang Feng, Ash, May, and Max hurriedly approached. At this moment, as Ash listened to the discussions, he learned that the uproar at the Pokémon Center was due to the man before him, a novice trainer who had defeated the Orange Flower Gym leader, Thousand Mile, and acquired the Balance Badge. Max, being Thousand Mile's son and having always idolized his father, immediately declared it impossible for someone to have defeated him. Conversely, Ash, upon hearing that Zhang Feng was a formidable trainer, expressed his eagerness to battle him. Meanwhile, May, captivated by Zhang Feng's striking appearance and the news of his victory over her father, felt her cheeks flush for reasons unknown. "Wait, are you serious? You defeated the Orange Flower Gym? I don't believe it. If you truly did, then you must be a remarkably strong trainer. Pikachu and I are ready to challenge you. Let us battle." At this moment, hearing Max and Ash's remarks, a faint smile appeared on Zhang Feng's lips. While he was already familiar with their personalities, witnessing them firsthand felt somewhat disconcerting. Cough, cough. I'm not inclined to battle right now. I've just finished a gym challenge, and my Pokémon need rest. If a battle must occur, let us save it for the colorful conference. Just as Zhang Feng was about to depart, Max suddenly intercepted him. "If you claim to have defeated the Orange Flower Gym and possess strength, why do you hesitate to accept Ash's challenge? Could it be that your acquisition of the Orange Flower Gym badge involved unsavory methods?" Though Zhang Feng understood Max's desire to defend his father, he couldn't help but feel irked by the remark. Were it not for Mr. Thousand Mile's reputation, those words would have warranted a proper reprimanding. Seeing Zhang Feng's expression darken, Max felt a surge of panic, as though his true identity had been uncovered. How did this person discern he was Thousand Mile's son? In light of this, he suggested, "Then let us engage in a one-on-one battle, but I must wait until my Pokémon have fully recovered." With Zhang Feng's agreement to the battle, Ash's face lit up with excitement. "That sounds great." Chapter 16. Defeating Ash, Nurse Joy's Gift. In the world of Pokémon, if creatures lose their ability to battle and sustain injuries, they may not fully recover even by the next day, rendering them unable to participate in the Pokémon League competitions. Much like in the Chengdu League's Silver Conference, where Yiu's Blaziken defeated Ash's Charizard, the injuries sustained led to his inability to continue fighting, resulting in defeat. Thus, to achieve favorable outcomes in league competitions, one must meticulously select their Pokémon lineup. However, despite the earlier defeats of Forest Lizard and Pidgey, their recovery was swift. By afternoon, both Pokémon had fully regained their vitality. Soon, an eagerly anticipated battle commenced on the battlefield of the Pokémon Center, drawing the attention of numerous spectators. This battle, being one of the rare contests lately where a trainer has managed to secure the Orange League badge, has even drawn the esteemed Miss Joy to witness. Serving as the referee is, of course, Brock. The forthcoming duel is between Ash and Zhang Feng, with the rules set for a one-on-one match. The contest concludes when either side's two Pokémon are rendered incapable of battle. Now, let the battle commence. Both trainers, please send forth your Pokémon. As Brock's voice faded, Ash's first Pokémon made its entrance, a Swellow. Level, 26. Ability, Guts. Type, Normal, Flying. Aptitude, Blue. Bond Evolution, unlocked. Mega Evolution, unlocked. Skills, Quick Attack, Wing Attack, Double Team. Thunderbolt, Peck. At this moment, Ash had already completed 4 gym battles, and under normal circumstances, Swellow should have evolved by now, yet it remained in its current form. Nevertheless, Swellow had reached an elite level of strength. Coincidentally, the first Pokémon Zhang Feng dispatched was also a flying type, a Pidgeotto. While Pidgeotto's level was slightly lower than Swellow's, it was undeniably a second-stage evolution. Evolved Pokémon are generally much stronger than their unevolved counterparts. Swellow, facing another flying-type Pokémon, must triumph. Upon hearing Ash's words, Swellow's gaze sharpened. As the leader of its kind, it would not fear any foe. Conversely, Zhang Feng's Pidgeotto had previously clashed with Swellow's kin while it was still a Pidgey, harboring a grudge against such Pokémon. Pidgeotto, tear it apart. Thus, The two flying-type Pokémon clashed head-on. Swellow unleashed a Thunderbolt. Pidgeotto retaliated with its own Thunderbolt. In terms of size, Zhang Feng's Pidgeotto far surpassed Swellow, as Swellow was merely a swallow while Pidgeotto resembled a formidable raptor like the Golden Eagle. Of course, had Ash's Swellow evolved into a Swanna, perhaps the outcome would differ. But without evolution, Zhang Feng was confident that Pidgeotto would emerge victorious. As both Pokémon executed their Thunderbolt attacks simultaneously, two beams of white light collided with a resounding crash. Both Pidgeotto and Swellow were sent reeling back. However, overall, Pidgeotto maintained the upper hand. Excellent, just as I expected. Use Wing Attack. Seeing his Swellow falter, Ash's expression shifted to one of urgency. Swellow, don't give up. Use Wing Attack. With Ash's rallying cry, Swellow surged forward, its speed dramatically increasing as it charged at Pidgeotto. Through sheer determination, Swellow began to level the playing field in its exchange with Pidgeotto. That's it, Swellow. Yet, for Zhang Feng, Ash still appeared somewhat inexperienced. Had this been during the Sinnoh League or the latter half of the Hoenn region's challenges, Zhang Feng would undoubtedly have been no match for Ash. To secure a true victory, he would need to summon Latios. Even if Ash were to send out Pikachu, given the level disparity, Zhang Feng would still not be a contender. But who would have thought he would deploy Swellow instead? Thus, sometimes luck itself can be a form of strength. Before evolving, Swellow's level could never exceed 30, as it was not like Ash's original starter Pokémon, which stubbornly refused to evolve, though they remained in their initial forms. Their levels were impressively high. Zhang Feng possessed sufficient strength to overcome Swellow. Coupled with the disparity in Pokémon aptitude, Pidgeotto ultimately overpowered Swellow, bringing it crashing to the ground. Now Air Slash. Upon Zhang Feng's command, a multitude of flying-type energy coalesced into spiral blades, reminiscent of Ultraman Ace's Ultra Cut, and surged toward Swellow. Already incapacitated and unable to evade, Swellow was further battered by Pidgeotto's onslaught, plummeting faster and sustaining even more injuries. Witnessing Zhang Feng's Pidgeotto dominate his Swellow, Ash felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Meanwhile, onlookers such as Misty, May, and Brock, companions of Ash during his journey, also hoped for his triumph. Only Brock, casting a knowing glance at Zhang Feng, realized that the outcome of this battle had already been determined. Similarly, Miss Joy, observing from the sidelines, frequently glanced at Zhang Feng, as she had reached a decision of her own. Once this battle concluded, she would present her cherished Pokémon to Zhang Feng. For only by accompanying such a promising trainer could her Pokémon truly thrive. Swellow, give it your all. Use Quick Attack. Pidgeotto, unleash Thunderbolt combined with Wing Attack. Go all out. As both flying-type Pokémon received their trainer's commands, Swellow and Pidgeotto charged towards each other with fervor. In the high skies, they collided with tremendous force. Upon contact, Swellow plummeted from the air, rendered incapable of battle. Pidgeotto, while sustaining some injuries, still retained ample stamina, remaining unscathed. With Swellow incapacitated, Pidgeotto claimed victory, marking Zhang Feng as the winner of this encounter. As the match concluded, surrounding trainers began to murmur. This guy is indeed formidable. Those of us without the Orange League badge are certainly no match for him. Meanwhile, Ash rushed onto the battlefield to scoop up Swellow, making a beeline for Miss Joy. Though Ash had lost, perhaps having another rival would hasten his growth. Retrieving Pidgeotto, Zhang Feng cast a glance at Misty, May, Ash, and Brock before departing. Miss Joy, I entrust Pidgeotto to you. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, Miss Joy responded with a smile. Very well, leave everything to me. By the way, Zhang Feng, please wait a moment. I have a gift for you. Taken aback by Miss Joy's statement, Zhang Feng was left wondering what kind of gift she had in store for him. Just then, the selection system chimed in once more. Ding. Detecting that Miss Joy has a gift for the host, triggering the following options. Chapter 17, A Purple Aptitude Magikarp, The Gorgeous Scale. Ding. Noticing an increase in Miss Joy's affection, and she has a gift for the host, the selection system triggers the following options. Option 1. Refuse Miss Joy's gift, resulting in a decrease in her affection, gaining nothing. Option 2. Accept Miss Joy's gift, increasing her affection, receiving a Everstone. Option 3. Accept Miss Joy's gift while promising to treat her well, increasing her affection and obtaining the Gorgeous Scale. After surveying these options, Zhang Feng found himself momentarily at a loss. He truly was unaware of what gift Miss Joy intended to present him with. However, the first option was immediately dismissed. As for the second and third options, Zhang Feng naturally yearned for the Gorgeous Scale, as it was essential for evolving Magikarp into Gyarados, a necessity for his Pokémon's ultimate evolution. Thus, he resolutely chose the third option. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the gorgeous scale, now stored in the system's inventory. Having acquired what he desired, Zhang Feng turned to Miss Joy with gratitude. Miss Joy, do you have a gift for me? Just as Miss Joy instructed Togepi to begin healing Zhang Feng's Pidgey, she revealed a Pokeball. Xiao Feng, this is a Pokemon I once captured. Though she may appear to be merely a Magikarp, she is far more spirited and intelligent than the typical Magikarp that simply dawdles about. Through my observations over the past few days, I have discerned that you are a trainer of considerable potential. Perhaps under your guidance, this little one will receive the nurturing she requires. If you are willing, I would like to entrust her to you. Upon hearing Miss Joy's words, Zhang Feng finally comprehended why the system had bestowed the shiny scale as a reward. It was evident that Miss Joy intended to gift him a Magikarp. This particular Pokemon bears a resemblance to the Magikarp of the Kanto region, commonly found in various waterways, and is known for its feeble strength. However, its evolved forms, Gyarados and Milotic, are exceptionally formidable. Gyarados is renowned as a ferocious Pokemon, while Milotic is celebrated as the most beautiful, possessing strength that rivals even Gyarados. Yet, evolving such a Pokemon presents a tremendous challenge. Magikarp can evolve through enhanced beauty or with the aid of the shiny scale. But Gyarados' evolution relies solely on the determination of the Magikarp itself. Now that Zhang Feng possesses the shiny scale, should this Magikarp, upon whom Miss Joy has placed her hopes, prove to possess exceptional qualities, he would be more than willing to accept her into his care. The moment the Pokeball was opened, a substantial creature, nearly a meter in length, emerged in the Pokemon Center's pool. Typically, a Magikarp measures only slightly over half a meter, yet this specimen was nearly twice the size of an ordinary Magikarp, indicating that its physical attributes genuinely surpassed those of the average Magikarp. The larger the size, the higher the potential quality. When Zhang Feng utilized the system to examine this Magikarp, its attribute panel materialized before him. Pokemon, Magikarp level, 20 ability, adaptability type, water potential, purple bond evolution, unlocked mega evolution, unlocked skills, splash, tackle friendship, 0 background, a unique and solitary Magikarp, with an unwavering desire to evolve into the most beautiful Pokemon. Hobby, to become beautiful. Upon discovering that this Magikarp also possessed purple potential, Zhang Feng's heart soared with joy. With such extraordinary potential and size, once it successfully evolves into Milotic, it would undoubtedly become a force to be reckoned with. Thus, gazing at the Magikarp before him, Miss Joy spoke. Magikarp, as a Pokemon doctor, I am confined to the Pokemon Center and unable to travel. So my aspirations for your evolution and growth may be nothing more than a dream. I know you have longed to become a Milotic, and I have found an excellent trainer for you. I believe that with his assistance, you will undoubtedly achieve your evolution. At this moment, upon hearing Miss Joy's words, the Magikarp turned to look at Zhang Feng. Typically, a regular Magikarp would merely blow bubbles at such remarks, but this particular Magikarp exhibited a flicker of human-like sadness. Magikarp, if you are willing to journey with me, I promise to help you evolve successfully, Zhang Feng declared, fixing his gaze upon the Magikarp. After a prolonged moment, the Magikarp finally nodded in agreement. Seeing the Magikarp's acquiescence, Miss Joy released it from her Pokeball, allowing it to swim free. And then Zhang Feng took out a luxury ball to capture the Magikarp. Rest assured, Miss Joy, I will take excellent care of Magikarp. Once it evolves into Milotic, I will inform you at the earliest opportunity. With such a promise from Zhang Feng, Miss Joy's face lit up with delight. After retrieving her Pidgey, Zhang Feng prepared to depart from Orange City. Before leaving, he called Professor Oda. Is that you, Xiao Feng? Have you arrived in Orange City? How has it been lately? Professor, I have obtained the balance badge from the Orange Gym and captured 2 new companions. I am now preparing to head towards Canas City. Upon hearing that Zhang Feng had triumphed over Qianli, Professor Oda's expression shifted to one of surprise. Good. Xiao Feng, it seems I did not misjudge you. You must continue to excel in your gym battles. When the colorful conference commences, I will go to cheer you on with Xiao Xiao. All right, Professor. I will contact you again when I reach Canas City. Just as Zhang Feng was about to end the call, a reinvigorated Ash happened to see Zhang Feng conversing with Professor Oda, and this eager, hot-blooded fool naturally jumped into the frame. Zhang Feng, you know Professor Oda? Upon hearing Ash's question, both Zhang Feng and Professor Oda turned to him. Oh, Ash, Xiaoyao, you have also arrived at the Orange Gym. How is it that you know Xiao Feng? Professor Oda inquired, prompting Ash to recount the events that had transpired. When Professor Oda learned that the fledgling trainer Zhang Feng had not only conquered the Orange Gym, but also bested Ash, who boasted years of travel experience, his regard for Zhang Feng only grew. Fortunately, The Treecko that had once accompanied Zhang Feng had now evolved into a Grovyle. After ending the call, Ash declared, "Zhang Feng, let's have another battle next time." "I absolutely want to lose again." Zhang Feng replied, "Sure, let us meet at the colorful conference. I hope you can surprise me then." Concurrently, Xiaoyao addressed Zhang Feng, "I apologize for my brother's earlier remarks. I extend my apologies on his behalf. We have already returned to ask our father, and he mentioned that his encounter with you was quite a defeat. However, he is also grateful to you, after battling with you. It seems he gained much insight, and has recently gone into seclusion." Hearing Xiaoyao's words, and noticing Xiaosheng still acting shy, Zhang Feng waved his hand dismissively, indicating no hard feelings. Out of respect for Mr. Qianli, he did not wish to hold any grudges against Xiaosheng. After purchasing supplies, he set off towards Canas City. What a proud little brat. After Zhang Feng departed, Xiaosheng continued to grumble. Observing this, Xiaoyao assumed her role as the elder sister and gave Xiaosheng a thorough reprimand. Even Brock couldn't help but interject, "Xiaosheng, Zhang Feng is exceptionally strong. Clearly, he only used the Pokémon he just captured against Ash. If he could defeat Mr. Qianli's ace, it certainly indicated his prowess." Motivated by this, Ash and Pikachu found their fighting spirit renewed. "Alright, Pikachu, since we can't battle Mr. Qianli right now, let us engage in some special training. We must, without fail, defeat Zhang Feng at the colorful conference." In response to Ash's fervor, Pikachu's cheerful cries echoed with excitement. Chapter 18. The Emergence of Milotic, the first Pokémon with golden potential. After departing from Orange City, Zhang Feng once again entered the Orange Forest. However, unlike his previous foray along the outskirts, he was now delving deeper into the heart of the Orange Forest on his way to Canas City. Consequently, the Pokémon he encountered henceforth boasted significantly higher levels. Even wild Pokémon exceeding level 30, at their final evolutionary stage, pose a formidable challenge. Encountering such creatures often necessitates the combined efforts of the forest lizard and the Pidgey to repel them. Consequently, the Pidgey and forest lizard, which traditionally experience slow level progression and can only engage in simulated battles within the system space, have now attained rapid enhancement. Even the ugly fish, under Zhang Feng's guidance, has triumphed over numerous Magikarp in simulated combat within the system space, thereby bolstering her confidence. Although Zhang Feng has already acquired the beautiful scale, the evolution of the ugly fish still requires her to maintain optimal condition to ensure success. Thus, Zhang Feng intends to refine the ugly fish's mindset over the next few days, preparing her to reach peak performance before initiating her evolution. In the game, the evolution of Milotic necessitates an increase in beauty, followed by carrying the beautiful scale to evolve through communication. However, in reality, the mere contact of the beautiful scale with the ugly fish will suffice to complete her evolution. Soon, after several days, the ugly fish's level has gradually increased to level 23 through her victories over Magikarp. At this juncture, within the system space, the ugly fish, having been deliberately selected by Zhang Feng, defeated a level 15 Milotic, thereby establishing her confidence entirely. Thus, evolution commenced. Observing the ugly fish's burgeoning confidence, Zhang Feng released her. "Ugly fish, I possess a beautiful scale, rumored to be a shedding from a Milotic, imbued with incredible evolutionary power. I now bestow it upon you. Perhaps this will enable your successful evolution into the most beautiful Pokémon in the world, Milotic." Upon hearing these words from Zhang Feng, the ugly fish's expression brimmed with a yearning for the beautiful scale and the prospect of evolution. In the next moment, as Zhang Feng placed the beautiful scale upon the ugly fish, a resplendent light of evolution began to radiate. Regardless of how many times he has witnessed evolution, each occasion when a Pokémon transforms evokes deep emotion within Zhang Feng, for it signifies a leap of life. Post-evolution, a Pokémon undergoes a profound transformation in both strength and form. Perhaps this is precisely why they are referred to as Pokémon. As the white light elongated, a melodious sound resonated, revealing an elegant creature resembling a serpentine form, adorned with long pink eyebrows, an ivory-hued body, and a graceful blue-pink tail, now fully manifested before Zhang Feng. Ding. Current attributes of Milotic are as follows. Species: Milotic level, 25 ability, Marvel scale type, water potential, gold bond evolution, unlocked mega evolution, unlockable skills, water pulse, charm, hypnosis, waterfall, attract, dragon tail friendship, 100 experience, encountered in Orange City, successfully evolved through the strength of her trainer. Hobbies: beautifying her trainer. At this moment, gazing at Milotic's new attribute panel, it became evident that the hidden ability was retained from her time as the ugly fish, hence even after evolving into Milotic. she still possessed her hidden trait. Marvel Scale has a chance to inflict a charm status upon Pokémon that make contact during battles. Furthermore, Milotic's Mega Evolution form is now also unlockable, marking Zhang Feng's first fully evolved Pokémon. Regrettably, Zhang Feng currently lacks a Mega Stone for Milotic. Otherwise, he would be eager to witness the appearance of the Mega Milotic, which never graced the original narrative. Moreover, Bond evolution remains unattainable due to insufficient friendship levels. However, upon evolution, Milotic astonishingly achieved a gold potential. Gold potential is typically reserved for the chosen of the version, akin to Ash's Charizard, Lizardon, Infernape, and Pikachu. This implies that Zhang Feng's Milotic is destined to become a formidable presence. It is noteworthy that some second-tier deities, lacking divine roles, likely possess merely gold potential, underscoring the powerful nature of Milotic's gold potential. Yet, whether this is a testament to the ugly fish's inherent talent or a result of the beautiful scale's extraordinary effects enhancing Milotic's potential remains an enigma. Nevertheless, Zhang Feng is inclined to believe that both factors contribute, with the beautiful scale wielding greater influence. With a sense of delight, Zhang Feng placed his hand upon Milotic's form. The Milotic now bore no resemblance to the prior ugly fish, having truly transformed from an ugly duckling into a splendid swan. Moreover, Milotic's length now reached an impressive 8.5 meters. As he felt the cool, smooth surface beneath his palm, Milotic emitted a sound of satisfaction. Congratulations, Milotic. In truth, even Milotic herself was unaware that after a prolonged period with Nurse Joy, she had yet to evolve, only to find herself in Zhang Feng's hands, where the new trainer fortuitously possessed a beautiful scale, enabling her evolution. Thus, Milotic affectionately nuzzled against Zhang Feng. Ding! Milotic's friendship increased. Current friendship level, 200 points. The evolution alone elevated Milotic's friendship by 100 points, illustrating the significant increase in camaraderie following the fulfillment of a Pokémon's aspirations. With Milotic's evolution, Zhang Feng began seeking a worthy opponent to validate her current strength. In a river within the Orange Forest, a dominant Gyarados of level 28 appeared, prompting Zhang Feng to challenge it alongside Milotic. Upon facing Zhang Feng and Milotic's provocation, Gyarados let out a furious roar. Thus, the two water-type Pokémon engaged in an intense battle. Gyarados initiated with a bite attack, to which Zhang Feng swiftly commanded, Milotic, unleash Whirlpool. In the next moment, a water vortex materialized, ensnaring Gyarados within its turbulent embrace, inflicting substantial damage. Dragon Tail. Seizing the opportunity while Gyarados was wounded, Milotic harnessed Dragon-type energy, the ethereal blue energy enveloping her tail. With a powerful swing of her magnificent tail, she struck Gyarados, decisively vanquishing her foe. Ding! Milotic defeated Gyarados, earning 251 experience points, leveling up to current level 26. The blue potential Gyarados, at level 28, stood no chance against Milotic, highlighting the formidable nature of gold potential. With Milotic by his side, Zhang Feng's strength was further augmented. As he continued his journey, he arrived at a brand new locale. This area remained within the Orange Forest, yet was filled with towering trees, creating a secluded atmosphere where sunlight barely penetrated. As it happened to be midday, Zhang Feng released all his Pokémon. The forest lizard, Pidgey, Milotic, and even the now shrunken Latios gathered before him. To dissuade any overly powerful Pokémon from approaching, Latios emitted a slight aura, warding off intruders. By combining various berries with some seasonings, Zhang Feng completed a fresh salad. Meanwhile, Pidgey caught a few fish from the nearby river, and Zhang Feng swiftly prepared the fish for grilling over the fire. Thus, a simple lunch was swiftly resolved. It was at this moment that the forest lizard seemed to sense something, directing its gaze into the distance. In that moment, 3 Treecko, with vigilant expressions, cast their gazes toward Zhang Feng and his accompanying Pokémon. Upon spotting these Treecko, Zhang Feng's eyes brightened with excitement. Could it be that he had inadvertently wandered into the forest of Treecko? Chapter 19. The Treecko Clan, Capturing the Starters. In the original storyline, Ash departed from Orange City and encountered a proud flock of Taillow, eventually capturing the leader of this flock, which led to the emergence of the formidable Swellow. Prior to arriving at Canas City, Ash also met his version of a special Treecko within the very forest of Treecko. Thus, upon realizing that he had seemingly entered the Treecko forest, Zhang Feng couldn't help but direct his attention toward the forest lizard. Receiving a signal from his trainer, the forest lizard understood instantly and promptly ascended the towering tree, heading in the direction of the Treecko. Go! As the forest lizard called out, the 3 Treecko displayed expressions of confusion, yet their previous wariness had considerably diminished. In truth, the starter Pokémon from various regions exhibit such behavior. Fire-type starters are typically rare in the wild, let alone in flocks. Even Ash had acquired his fire-type companions mostly from other trainers who had abandoned them. This holds true for the Kanto Charmander, the Sinnoh Chimchar, and even the later Tepig. Therefore, these fire-type Pokémon can only be encountered in protected areas like the Charizard Valley, where, without the requisite status, one cannot hope to capture them. Conversely, grass-type starters, such as Bulbasaur and Treecko, generally possess established groups within forests. As for water types, they surely congregate in resource-rich rivers, exemplified by Squirtle, Totodile, and Mudkip. Given Zhang Feng's desire to imbue his system space with vitality, encountering a wild flock of Treecko was an opportunity too precious to overlook. Hence, Zhang Feng dispatched the forest lizard as an envoy to gain the trust of the Treecko clan. If he could, with his silver tongue, persuade them to join his system space, it would be utterly delightful. Though Zhang Feng did not intend to train another lizard king, observing the growth and flourishing of the Treecko clan would certainly be a splendid affair. After all, the forest lizard is the evolved form of Treecko, naturally evoking a sense of fondness among them. Sure enough, after conversing with the Treecko, several of them invited the forest lizard and Zhang Feng to rest within their clan. Elated by this invitation, Zhang Feng felt an overwhelming joy. It can be said that while wild Pokémon may exhibit fiery tempers, grass-type Pokémon are generally devoid of malicious intent. Upon witnessing Zhang Feng's forest lizard, the Treecko welcomed him, for how could a trainer with a forest lizard be anything but good-natured? Upon arriving at the Treecko clan, Zhang Feng was introduced to the elder Treecko, a venerable figure in its twilight years. The total number of Treecko in this gathering exceeded 150, with none having successfully evolved into forest lizard, let alone lizard king, and the majority were at levels below 10. In terms of aptitude, most exhibited shades of blue and green, with not a single purple among them. Perhaps there were once some, but they had been captured by Ash, becoming his version of a special Treecko in the Hoenn League, with the later Lizard King proving powerful enough to defeat legendary Pokémon. Zhang Feng was well aware of this plotline. The Treecko clan faced the demise of their sacred life tree, prompting them to seek a new habitat. However, through the efforts of Ash and the Treecko, new shoots emerged from the life tree, leading the Treecko to acknowledge Ash and follow him away. The remaining Treecko were those left behind. Yet, despite the roots of the mother tree being intact, reviving it into a towering tree would require an eternity. Therefore, during this period, the Treecko were also in search of a new dwelling. Upon learning of the Treecko's concerns, Zhang Feng and the forest lizard addressed the clan's elder. Treecko, I know of a tranquil paradise, untouched and abundant with towering trees and sustenance, allowing you to flourish and thrive. Furthermore, there are no natural enemies there. Otherwise, remaining in Orange Forest, you will inevitably encounter formidable Pokémon, and without evolution, how can you stand against such powerful creatures? Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, the elder Treecko's face lit up with hope. His greatest wish was to relocate his clan to a safe haven, thereby averting the extinction of the Treecko clan. Given the multitude of Pokémon inhabiting Orange Forest, and with the Treecko's relatively weak abilities, they faced an existential threat from stronger foes. Thus, if Zhang Feng truly spoke of a paradise, they would not hesitate to relocate. However, the journey might incur substantial losses to their clan. Noticing the elder Treecko's hesitation, Zhang Feng exchanged a knowing glance with the forest lizard, both sharing a smile. There is nothing more persuasive than the experience of first-hand practice. Under the guidance of the forest lizard, the elder Treecko entered Zhang Feng's system space. Upon witnessing such an expansive paradise, with merely a few hundred Pidgey and Taillow thriving, the elder Treecko could hardly contain his exuberance. Upon returning, he rallied his fellow Treecko to follow him into Zhang Feng's system space for a new life. This place was devoid of danger and abundant in nourishment, and with this proclamation, the entire Treecko clan erupted in excitement. Ultimately, after the elder and the forest lizard's persuasion, over 100 Treecko, nearly 90% of the clan, expressed their willingness to reside in Zhang Feng's system space. Yet, a small number of Treecko chose to remain in their homeland. After amicable negotiations, a total of 130 Treecko entered Zhang Feng's system space, while the remaining 20 stayed behind. With the successful relocation of this Treecko clan, their extinction was averted. Some followed their trainer, others thrived in the paradise, and those who remained would ensure the continuity of their lineage, safeguarding the future of the Treecko. After bidding farewell to the Treecko who remained behind, Zhang Feng generously left them a substantial supply of blue-orange berries before exiting the Orange Forest. During this period, he had not encountered any Pokémon that piqued his interest. Thus, he had primarily focused on his journey, leveling up, and now, his trio of Pokémon had all made notable progress. The Forest Lizard had reached level 29. Taillow was at level 28, and Milotic, having evolved into its final form and possessing Golden Aptitude, had surprisingly surpassed both the Forest Lizard and Taillow, reaching level 30. All three had achieved the elite tier, marking a significant breakthrough. This success was largely attributable to the simulated battle system within the system space, allowing Zhang Feng's Pokémon to engage in endless battles, rapidly enhancing their strength. After a week, Zhang Feng finally emerged from the Orange Forest and entered Canaz City. Chapter 20. Canaz City, the Rock Gym. Canaz City, a grand metropolis in the western region of the Hoenn League, is home to the headquarters of Devon Corporation, the company founded by the former champion Norman, who once held the title in Hoenn. In the city of Canaz, Zhang Feng is set to challenge his second gym. The Canaz Gym. The gym leader, Cuckoo, is a young girl and an esteemed teacher at the Canaz Pokemon Trainer School. Cuckoo excels in utilizing Rock-type Pokemon. Thus, the Canaz Gym is indeed a Rock-type gym. Currently, Zhang Feng possesses 3 Pokemon, Treecko, Pidgey, and Milotic, with both Treecko and Milotic holding a distinct type advantage. Consequently, there is no need to deploy his legendary Pokemon, Rayquaza, for a 3-on-3 gym battle against Cuckoo, as it would be an extravagant overuse of such a powerful ally. Upon arriving at the Pokemon Center, Zhang Feng encounters Nurse Joy, and after entrusting his 3 Pokemon to her for recovery, he overhears her exclaim, "So you are the Zhang Feng that Nurse Joy from Orange City mentioned. That ugly fish has evolved into a Milotic. How impressive." Initially, Zhang Feng mistakenly assumes that Nurse Joy from Orange City has come to find him. After all, with his untrained eye, he cannot discern any differences between the 2 Nurse Joys, thereby proving that Brock possesses some notable skills in this regard. After Nurse Joy successfully restores his Pokemon, Zhang Feng retrieves Milotic's Pokeball and contacts Nurse Joy from Orange City. Soon, when her image appears on the communication screen, Zhang Feng cheerfully remarks, "Nurse Joy, I have fulfilled your request. That ugly fish has now evolved into a Milotic. Would you like to greet her?" Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, Nurse Joy is overjoyed. "Really? Xiaofeng? In such a short time, not even a week has passed, and you've managed to evolve that ugly fish?" Faced with Nurse Joy's incredulous response, Zhang Feng opens the luxury ball, and in an instant, the elegant form of Milotic, radiating enchanting allure, materializes in the Pokemon Center. Witnessing this undeniable reality, Nurse Joy is finally convinced that Zhang Feng has truly transformed her ugly fish into a Milotic. Ding! Nurse Joy's affection level has increased. Current affection level, 80. Zhang Feng. Wait, I was aiming to enhance Milotic's intimacy, not increase Nurse Joy's affection. What good does that do? Moreover, it seems she is the first person whose affection for him has surpassed 80 points. After exchanging pleasantries with Nurse Joy, Zhang Feng ends the call and engages in a brief conversation with Professor Oda before preparing to challenge the Canaz Gym. The Canaz Gym, in contrast to the Orange Gym, is genuinely the first stop for novice trainers. After all, Cuckoo is merely a 16-year-old girl. Despite her considerable talent, her actual strength cannot possibly rival that of Master Qianli. Furthermore, the Rock-type gym inherently possesses numerous counters to Rock types, making it a popular destination for challengers, with many trainers successfully obtaining badges. As Zhang Feng prepares to commence his challenge, a staff member leads him to the queue. After nearly an hour's wait, it is finally Zhang Feng's turn to challenge. Upon placing his Pokédex in the battle room of the Canaz Gym for scanning, Gym Leader Cuckoo quickly assesses Zhang Feng's status, a novice trainer with less than a month's experience, possessing 1 badge and having defeated Master Qianli of the Orange Gym. While the initial introduction is quite standard, Cuckoo's eyes widen in surprise upon noticing that Zhang Feng possesses the Libra badge from the Orange Gym. New trainers these days are truly remarkable. To have defeated Mr. Qianli right after debuting, it seems I must exert some real effort in this battle. Standing at the challenger's position, Zhang Feng chuckles upon hearing Cuckoo's words. "Cuckoo, then let the games begin." As the gym challenge commences, a referee steps forward, announcing, "The upcoming battle is between challenger Zhang Feng and Canaz Gym Leader Cuckoo. Each participant may use 2 Pokemon in this battle. Only the challenger holds the right to switch Pokemon until either side's Pokemon are rendered unable to battle. The match begins." As the referee concludes, Cuckoo releases her first Pokemon, Geodude. Level, 28. Ability, Rock Head. Type, Ground Rock. Qualification, Blue. Bond Evolution, unlocked. Mega Evolution, unlocked. Skills, Earthquake, Rollout, Rock Slide, Stealth Rock. Heavy Slam, Rock Polish, Rollout. Seeing Cuckoo deploy Geodude's evolved form, Graveler, Zhang Feng is not at all surprised. After all, gym leaders are chosen for their considerable prowess. And despite Cuckoo being just 16, she undoubtedly possesses peak elite trainer strength. Moreover, in order to cultivate trainers for the Pokémon League, gym leaders typically deploy Pokémon commensurate with the challenger's abilities. Of course, some gym leaders may have higher expectations for challenger's skills. For example, Master Qianli adjusts his first 2 Pokémon according to the challenger's strength, yet his third Pokémon, the formidable Gyarados, requires a level of at least 30. Therefore, a trainer capable of earning the Libra badge must possess a certain level of skill. If Zhang Feng had not had Rayquaza, he would not have triumphed over the Orange Gym, nor could he have defeated Qianli's ace Pokémon in a single strike, paving the way for his breakthrough into the Elite Four. Thus, upon learning that Zhang Feng had bested the Orange Gym, Cuckoo naturally sends forth an even stronger Pokémon. Graveler, I entrust this battle to you. Treecko, let us go. As the luxury ball bursts forth with radiant light, Treecko appears on the battlefield. A grass-type Pokémon. Indeed a commendable choice. Graveler, use Rollout after you've fortified yourself with Defense Curl. Following Cuckoo's command, Graveler immediately employs Defense Curl, enhancing its defensive capabilities before rolling toward Treecko. Treecko, interrupt that rollout with Grass Knot. Grass Knot, a move that inflicts greater damage on heavier opponents. Graveler, being a rock-type Pokémon with considerable weight, is sent crashing into the surrounding rock walls when Treecko interrupts its rolling phase. With a thunderous crash, Graveler slams against the rocky surface. Excellent, well done. Now, use Leaf Blade. Graveler dodge. Alas, Treecko's speed is remarkable, and in a flash of green light, Treecko's dual blades of verdant energy slice through Graveler. The immense power, combined with the quadruple effectiveness of the type advantage, renders Graveler unable to continue battling, collapsing to the ground in defeat. Ding! Treecko has defeated Graveler, earning 285 experience points, and has leveled up to level 30. With Treecko's victory over Graveler, it ascends to the same level as Milotic, reaching the threshold of level 30. As Graveler loses its ability to battle, Cuckoo is prompted to send out her next Pokémon. Seeing her Graveler fall so effortlessly, Cuckoo expresses a hint of disbelief. Yet she swiftly responds by sending forth her next Pokémon, Nosepass. Level 32. Ability, Sturdy. Type, Rock. Qualification, Purple. Bond Evolution, Unlocked. Mega Evolution, Unlocked. Skills, Harden, Sleep, Rock Slide, Power Gem, Rock Crit, Discharge, Sandstorm. Chapter 21. The Rock Badge, Assault of the Ocean Team. Upon witnessing Cuckoo dispatch her second Pokémon, it indeed turned out to be Nosepass. Zhang Feng chose not to substitute his Pokémon, but instead commanded his Forest Lizard to continue the battle. However, compared to the Ground Rock-type Geodude, Nosepass is solely a Rock type, thus exhibiting significantly better resistance against Water and Grass-type moves, ensuring that Forest Lizard wouldn't be at a fourfold disadvantage. Similarly, Nosepass possesses Magnet Pull, enabling it to utilize Electric-type moves. Therefore, underestimating this opponent and sending out a Water-type Pokémon against Nosepass could lead to a disastrous outcome. As a Grass-type Pokémon, Forest Lizard holds some resistance against Electric-type attacks, standing firmly on the ground. It might even avoid damage as the electric moves could potentially conduct underground. Thus, Zhang Feng remained resolute in his decision to have Forest Lizard battle Nosepass. Utilizing a single Pokémon to conquer the Canaz Gym would indeed be a remarkable achievement. Let Nosepass witness our prowess. Unleash Discharge. With Cuckoo's command, Nosepass began to gather magnetic energy, transforming it into electricity and swiftly releasing it. In an instant, the entire battlefield was engulfed in a torrent of yellow electric currents. Amidst the crackling, the Canaz Gym was entirely shrouded in electricity. Observing this scene, Zhang Feng promptly instructed Forest Lizard, use Quick Attack to close in on Nosepass. Although Forest Lizard possessed remarkable speed and accelerated further with Quick Attack, Discharge, as an indiscriminate attack move, still grazed Forest Lizard, causing it to exhibit signs of distress. Hold on, Forest Lizard. Now, unleash Leaf Blade at Nosepass. Upon receiving Zhang Feng's command, Forest Lizard let out a fierce roar, unleashing a surge of intense energy. The indomitable spirit shattered the effects of Discharge, as Forest Lizard's arms glimmered with sharp green blades, striking decisively at Nosepass's head. The resounding clash echoed, causing Nosepass to emit a cry of pain. Well done. That is splendid. Now, Forest Lizard, use Energy Ball. In that moment, standing at close range, Forest Lizard opened its mouth wide, coalescing a deep green energy sphere before it. Witnessing this, Cuckoo displayed a hint of anxiety. Nosepass, utilized Magnet Pull to evade Forest Lizard's attack. Just as the energy ball was about to hit Nosepass, Cuckoo's command arrived. Upon hearing her trainer's directive, Nosepass radiated blue magnetic energy, using its magnetic properties to abruptly shift its position, narrowly dodging Forest Lizard's ultimate strike. Surprised, even Zhang Feng could hardly believe the versatility of Magnet Pull. Excellent, Nosepass. Show Forest Lizard your might. Unleash Power Gem. At the moment Forest Lizard's attack faltered, Nosepass began to concentrate its power, gathering a colorful orb before it. In the next instant, the orb was unleashed, propelling Forest Lizard away with a tremendous force. Struck by this powerful blow, Forest Lizard could not suppress a cry of agony. Forest Lizard, after being sent reeling from Nosepass's attack, it found itself unable to rise. Now, deliver the final blow, Nosepass. Rock Slide. As Forest Lizard lay incapacitated, Nosepass began to summon a new move, and in an instant, numerous rocks materialized from thin air, cascading down to envelop Forest Lizard completely, a victorious expression emerging on Cuckoo's face. Explode. Protect. Just as the rock slide detonated, Zhang Feng's voice resonated firmly in Forest Lizard's ears. At the crucial moment, a green shield abruptly appeared around Forest Lizard, a manifestation of the Protect move. As long as Protect was employed, the participants in the battle, provided that their strength did not undergo a qualitative change, could virtually negate all incoming attacks. Thus, Rock Slide inflicted no harm upon Forest Lizard. Conversely, as the rocks erupted, the battlefield was engulfed in dust and debris, obscuring the vision of both Cuckoo and Nosepass. Forest Lizard Seed Bomb. Sweep and locate Nosepass's position. Following Zhang Feng's command, a torrent of green projectiles was immediately unleashed, fueled by Forest Lizard's burning fury. The enhanced seed bomb struck Nosepass directly. Reeling from the hit, Nosepass seethed with rage, poised to retaliate, yet was caught off guard. The successful hit from Seed Bomb allowed Forest Lizard to pinpoint Nosepass's location precisely. Thus, the combination of Quick Attack and Leaf Blade was unleashed once more. As the dust began to settle, Cuckoo beheld a flash of green light before Nosepass succumbed, collapsing onto the rocky battlefield, rendered incapable of battle. Ding! Forest Lizard has defeated Nosepass, gaining 350 experience points, leveling up to level 31. Nosepass has lost its battle capacity. Forest Lizard emerges victorious. As both of Cuckoo's Pokémon are unable to battle, contestant Zhang Feng triumphs in this gym challenge. Upon hearing the referee's announcement, Cuckoo smiled with relief. Recalling Nosepass and addressing Zhang Feng with a grin, "You truly are a talented trainer worthy of the Balance Badge. Here is the Rock Badge, a testament to your victory over the Canaz Gym. Keep up the good work in the forthcoming gym battles." After graciously accepting the Rock Badge from Cuckoo, Zhang Feng bid farewell to the gym leader and returned to the Pokémon Center, entrusting his Pokémon once more to Nurse Joy. Upon learning that Zhang Feng had swiftly triumphed over the Canaz Gym, Nurse Joy beamed with delight. Truly impressive, just as I expected from the man favored by Orange Joy. With Forest Lizard restored, Zhang Feng rested at the Canaz City Pokémon Center, having now captured 3 Pokémon, with only 2 luxury balls remaining. He contemplated replenishing his stock of Pokeballs at the Pokémon Mart, should he encounter a desired Pokémon. After spending 100,000 Poke Dollars to procure 5 additional luxury balls, Zhang Feng readied his supplies and prepared to set forth toward the fighting town. However, as Zhang Feng traversed Canaz City, an unexpected explosion erupted from the nearby museum. In an instant, the crowd around him fell into disarray, and Miss Junsha immediately led her police force towards the site of the explosion. Faced with this unforeseen event, Zhang Feng pondered briefly, gripping his luxury balls tightly as he rushed towards the museum. Upon his arrival, he found the museum engulfed in flames, with numerous staff members fleeing from the building. Milotic, use Rain Dance to extinguish the fire. Seizing the opportunity as a trainer with a water-type Pokémon at hand, he could not remain idle. Following Zhang Feng's command, Milotic let out a gentle hum, and under the effects of Rain Dance, the previously clear sky swiftly darkened with gathering clouds. Soon, a torrential downpour fell, primarily concentrated around the museum, gradually extinguishing the raging inferno. Just as the flames were on the verge of being quelled, a fierce voice echoed from above the museum. Daring to meddle in the affairs of Team Ocean? Such audacity. Accompanying this proclamation, a formidable Houndoom unleashed a Shadow Ball, charging directly at Zhang Feng. In this critical moment, Milotic stepped forward, countering with a powerful Water Tail, sending the Shadow Ball hurtling back. Chapter 22. Confrontation with Team Ocean's executive, Aqua. Who is it? Suddenly besieged by the Houndoom's assault, Zhang Feng felt a surge of anger. Although the adversary had revealed themselves as a member of Team Ocean, the Aqua team, he had yet to lay eyes on their physical form. Shortly thereafter, when the Houndoom's attack faltered, a woman clad in a blue uniform, adorned with a blue scarf, emerged from the smoke, standing at approximately 5 feet tall. With an unremarkable appearance, she brandished a Pokémon in her hand, and the Houndoom that had just attacked stood faithfully beside her. Upon seeing her, Zhang Feng, well versed in the lore of the Hoenn region, immediately recognized her. She was Aqua's most capable assistant, an elite executive known as Aqua. Her expertise lay in commanding formidable Pokémon such as Houndoom, Sea Lion, and Sharpedo. Upon inspecting the attributes of the Houndoom before him, Zhang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. While its level was not insignificant, he was confident in his ability to engage in battle. Ding dong. The current attributes of Houndoom are as follows. Pokémon. Houndoom level, 36 ability, Flash Fire type, Dark quality, Blue Bond evolution, Unlocked Mega evolution. Available skills: Howl, Bite, Fire Fong, Thunder Fong, Ice Fong Roar. Milotic, the opponent is formidable. Exercise caution. Although the Houndoom boasted a higher level, the disparity in quality was sufficient for Zhang Feng's Milotic to bridge the gap in levels. After receiving Zhang Feng's command, Milotic displayed a serious demeanor in her eyes. Anyone who dared to attack her trainer was absolutely unforgivable. To ensure his safety, Zhang Feng promptly released his Pidgey and Treecko. To repel my Houndoom's attack shows some skill, but daring to interfere with Team Ocean's affairs will teach you a lesson. Houndoom, unleash Thunder Fong. Following Aqua's command, the Houndoom charged at Milotic. Milotic, respond with Water Gun. Treecko, Seed Bomb. In the next moment, Milotic's elongated form moved gracefully, launching a robust water gun that struck Houndoom head-on, the immense force sending it tumbling backward. Seizing the opportunity, Treecko's Seed Bomb also rained down upon the Houndoom. The synchronized efforts of Zhang Feng's 2 Pokémon rendered Houndoom's assault ineffective, inflicting considerable damage upon it. Witnessing this scene, Aqua's anger flared. You insolent fool. Sea Lion, unleash Ice Beam. Perceiving Aqua's desperation, she tossed another Pokeball, releasing a Sea Lion whose power took Zhang Feng by surprise. Ding dong. The current attributes of Sea Lion are as follows. Pokémon. Sea Lion level, 40 ability, Thick Fat type, Water. Ice quality, Purple Bond evolution, Unlocked Mega evolution. Available skills: Ice Fong, Ice Beam, Hail, Ice Ball, Aurora Beam, Heavy Slam. If the blue quality Houndoom at level 36 could be withstood, the purple quality Sea Lion at level 40 posed a substantial threat. Thus, when the terrifying Ice Beam surged forth, Zhang Feng's Pidgey, as a backup, swiftly unleashed Air Slash to intercept it. However, a flying-type move proved insufficient against an Ice-type Pokémon, especially considering Pidgey was 10 levels below the Sea Lion. Recognizing that Pidgey alone could not withstand the attack, Treecko and Milotic immediately launched their own counteroffensive. Milotic, follow up with Water Gun, and then use Water Ring. Treecko, Energy Ball. As Zhang Feng issued his commands, the coordinated assault from the 3 Pokémon successfully deflected the Sea Lion's Ice Beam. Realizing the battle would be arduous, Zhang Feng prepared for a prolonged engagement. Thus, Milotic began enveloping herself in Water Ring. With this skill, she could restore her health each turn, laying the foundation for a war of attrition. Noticing that Zhang Feng was proving to be a formidable opponent, Aqua felt a tinge of humiliation. After all, she was a senior executive of Team Ocean, and failing to subdue a mere child was a disgrace. Damn it. Sea Lion, Water Gun, Houndoom, Crunch. Milotic, summon a tornado, enveloping both Sea Lion and Houndoom. Pidgey, use Wing Attack to generate a whirlwind, enhancing the power of the tornado. Treecko, launch Energy Ball into the tornado. As the Sea Lion and Houndoom initiated their attacks, just as the Water Gun emerged, Milotic unleashed a tornado that engulfed both adversaries. Consequently, the power of the Water Gun diminished. Being a Water-type Pokémon, Milotic effectively absorbed the brunt of the Sea Lion's Water Gun attack. Coupled with the health restoration from Water Ring, the Sea Lion's assault did not inflict significant damage upon Milotic. On the contrary, as Milotic's tornado formed, Pidgey's Wing Attack intensified the whirlwind strength, and Treecko's Energy Ball joined the fray. At that moment, within the tornado, both the Sea Lion and Houndoom suffered considerable injuries. The Houndoom, with its inferior level and quality, was swiftly rendered unable to continue fighting. Ding dong. Treecko, Pidgey, and Milotic collectively defeated Houndoom, earning 380 experience points, which were evenly distributed. Milotic's level rose to 32. Treecko's level increased to 32. Pidgey's level rose to 31. When the tornado subsided, The Houndoom lay vanquished, while the sea lion appeared somewhat winded. Seeing this, Aqua's fury intensified. Yet, upon hearing the distant sound of police sirens signaling a V5v5, Aqua seethed. I'll let you off today, but next time, you won't be so fortunate. With that, Aqua tossed a smoke bomb, vanishing without a trace. Zhang Feng, witnessing Aqua's retreat, chose not to pursue further. Although, in a 3-against-1 scenario, the sea lion would certainly not be a match for him. It was evident that Team Ocean's operations could not hinge on a single individual. Clearly, Aqua had merely served as a diversion while others made off with their intended prize. Zhang Feng was well aware of Team Ocean and Team Magma's plan to acquire the blue and red orbs and awaken the ancient Pokémon, the land deity Groudon and the sea deity Kyogre, thereby creating their ideal world. These two legendary beasts had also been available for selection in Zhang Feng's initial starter pack. However, he had opted for Rayquaza, thus missing the opportunity to claim them, since Shui Wutong and Qi Yin Song aimed to resurrect these two legendary beings. It was perhaps best to let their organization strive for that goal. In the future, when the mythical beasts are resurrected, Zhang Feng, possessing the legendary Latios, may quell the ensuing turmoil and perhaps seize the opportunity to capture both Groudon and Kyogre. Given such circumstances, it would be wise for him to disregard these matters entirely. Instead, Zhang Feng secretly hopes for the success of the Oceanic and Magma team's plans, which would afford him the chance to capture the two divine Pokémon. Just imagine the efforts of Water Wudong and Flame Pine culminating in Zhang Feng's triumph. How delightful that would be. Had it not been for Aquan's unsolicited attack on Zhang Feng, he would not have felt compelled to confront the Oceanic team. Upon the arrival of Miss Junsha, she promptly surrounded the museum with law enforcement personnel. Unsure of Zhang Feng's identity, she approached him and saluted, saying, "Good day, sir. An assault has occurred here. May I inquire if you have sustained any injuries?" Upon hearing her words, Zhang Feng shook his head, replying, "No injuries, but I did engage in a skirmish with someone claiming to be a member of the Oceanic team." Surprised by his revelation, Miss Junsha responded, "In that case, I must ask you to accompany us to the police station for further investigation." Hearing this, Zhang Feng produced his Pokédex to substantiate his identity. Coupled with the accounts from the museum staff, it was established that he had arrived to extinguish the fire caused by an explosion and was subsequently targeted by the Oceanic team, thus clearing him of suspicion. "I sincerely apologize, Mr. Zhang Feng. It is my duty to investigate. I regret the inconvenience caused by the earlier incident." Chapter 23, The Cocodora Clan. The shiny Cocodora with golden qualities. After clearing his name, Zhang Feng departed from Kanaz City, continuing his journey toward Budu Town. Exiting Kanaz City necessitated traversing the island of Liaoyu, where he boarded the boat of Old Happy to reach Budu Town, thus enabling him to challenge the fighting-type gym. Upon arriving at Old Happy's, several days had passed, but his warm welcome led Zhang Feng to Budu Town without delay. Were it not for the seas teeming with Liaoyu and Jia, Zhang Feng would have preferred to travel to Budu Town aboard a Milotic. Upon reaching Budu Town, Zhang Feng did not immediately challenge the fighting gym. Instead, he intended to ascend the nearby mountains to train. If fortune favored him, he might capture a new Pokémon. Currently, his 3 Pokémon had surpassed level 30, entering the mid-tier of elite ranks. With the forest lizard and the Pidgey poised to evolve with a bit more effort, Zhang Feng was eager to capture several new Pokémon in the mountains. Therefore, after restoring his Pokémon stamina at Nurse Joy's in Budu Town, he embarked on the path up the mountains. Rumor had it that the former champion of the Hoenn region, Zvok Daigo, frequently visited these mountains for mineral exploration and even mined personally. Zhang Feng found it difficult to comprehend such a hobby. Were he the heir to Devon Corporation, he would likely be indulging in a life of leisure and romance. Upon ascending the mountain, Zhang Feng discovered that the Pokémon inhabiting this area were predominantly Rock Dash, Ground Dash, Steel Dash, and fighting types. These Pokémon were organized into groups and exhibited volatile temperaments, readily attacking both humans and Pokémon alike. Thus, merely at the foot of the mountain, Zhang Feng encountered no fewer than 5 assaults. For instance, he faced groups of Geodudes and even came across several Onyxes. After defeating a Dunsparce, he managed to pass through this perilous encounter and continued toward the mid-slope. However, as he climbed higher, Pokémon became increasingly scarce. Coincidentally, after vanquishing an unexpectedly appearing Onyx, Zhang Feng stumbled upon a hidden tunnel. Initially, he assumed it to be a mere cave, but curiosity compelled him to explore further, only to realize it was an abandoned artificial tunnel stretching into the unknown. Driven by curiosity, Zhang Feng retrieved a powerful flashlight and beckoned the forest lizard to follow him into the tunnel. Upon entering, a cacophony startled a swarm of Zubat, which erupted from the depths of the tunnel, clearly frightened. Observing this scene, Zhang Feng surmised that this tunnel was rarely visited, as evidenced by the multitude of Zubat dwelling at the entrance. It is well known that the more desolate a location, the rarer the Pokémon it harbors. Or perhaps Daigo's passion for mining stemmed from a desire to uncover rare Pokémon species. As they proceeded deeper into the tunnel, the forest lizard illuminated their path with its dazzling skills. After traversing a short distance, a group of Diglett and Dugtrio peeked their heads out, seemingly unaccustomed to the bright light, and promptly burrowed underground, vanishing from sight. This tunnel appeared to house a plethora of Pokémon, prompting Zhang Feng to caution the forest lizard to remain vigilant, as they might encounter formidable Pokémon here. Following his trainer's advice, the forest lizard nodded, its expression growing more serious. After walking nearly 200 meters into the tunnel without a sight of any Pokémon, both trainer and Pokémon heightened their alertness. At last, as light appeared ahead, Zhang Feng emerged from the tunnel into a brand new mining site, where he was greeted by a gathering of Cocodora. Their leader, a powerful Cocodora, approached Zhang Feng, signaling him to depart, or else face the wrath of the Cocodora clan. Ding dong. The current attributes of Cocodora are as follows. Pokémon, Cocodora, level, 38. Ability, sturdy, type, steel. Rock, qualification, purple, bond evolution, unlocked, mega evolution, unlocked, skills, harden, metal claw, rock tomb, rock slide, iron head, tackle. Though the 38-level Cocodora was no weakling, Zhang Feng had previously battled a 40-level Dugong and felt confident in facing this challenge. Nevertheless, the opposing Cocodora numbered approximately 300, while only 3 were of the evolved form. It appeared that the leader of this Cocodora clan was indeed the strongest among them, suggesting that this clan might not be as formidable as it seemed. However, just as Zhang Feng pondered this, his gaze was unexpectedly drawn to a striking sight. Amidst the Cocodora, there was one entirely adorned in shimmering gold. Could it be a shiny Pokémon? Upon scanning the group with his system, he was elated to discover that indeed, among the Cocodora, there existed a shiny Cocodora with golden qualities, while over 10 others had purple qualifications. The rest of the Cocodora were of blue quality, while the regular Cocodora were predominantly purple. Although Cocodora itself is a relatively rare Pokémon, it does not imply the absence of green quality specimens among them. An entire clan exhibiting blue as the base color, alongside a significant number of purple qualifications, and even the presence of one with golden qualities, amounted to merely 300 individuals. What does this signify? Typically, a golden quality Pokémon emerges only from a vast population of at least 10,000. The existence of Pokémon with purple aptitude can only arise from a staggering number of over 1,000. The Coco-Colo clan, with its high-quality specimens, is astonishingly dense. It is evident that within this clan, there must be some factor unknown to Zhang Feng that has altered their aptitude. This implies that this place is indeed a treasure trove, doesn't it? With this thought in mind, whether to investigate what has influenced the aptitude of this group of Coco-Colo or to pursue that golden aptitude Coco-Colo, Zhang Feng resolutely decided not to leave easily. Hence, the warning from the Coco-Colo leader was merely futile. The ultimate evolution of Coco-Colo is Boscolo, a Pokémon Zhang Feng has always cherished. Therefore, having encountered this clan of Coco-Colo, there is no reason not to take them all with him. With this in mind, Zhang Feng produced a Pokeball. In the next moment, the figure of Milotic appeared before the Coco-Colo. Having battled with Aqua, a cadre from the Ocean team, and undergone several days of training, Milotic now possessed a formidable level 33 strength, not far off from Coco-Colo. In a one-on-one confrontation, there was no need for concern. Coco-Colo leader, I wish to capture you. Shall we engage in battle? To dominate the clan and claim its leadership, one must first defeat the clan leader. A challenge that these proud leaders would undoubtedly accept. As Zhang Feng issued his challenge, Coco-Colo roared in defiance, standing firm. Its gaze fixed intently on Zhang Feng and Milotic. It even gestured to its kin, forbidding them from intervening. Witnessing this, a smile inevitably graced Zhang Feng's lips. Indeed, while Pokémon are marvelous, their thoughts are rather simplistic, making them quite easy to manipulate. In the next instant, as the battle commenced, Coco-Colo launched a tackle, charging directly at Milotic. Milotic unleashed a powerful water cannon to halt Coco-Colo's advance. Following Zhang Feng's command, Milotic let out a sharp cry, its slender form shimmering like white jade, and unleashed a torrent of formidable water energy. Despite the impact of the water cannon impeding Coco-Colo's momentum, The resilient creature broke through the watery barrier, swiftly closing the distance to Milotic. Now, Watertail. At the sound of Zhang Feng's voice, Milotic promptly ceased the water cannon, channeling an overwhelming surge of water energy into its tail. Just as Coco-Colo surged forward, the water tail was unleashed. The tremendous force knocked Coco-Colo back several meters, and the cascading water inflicted considerable damage. After all, the type advantage cannot be overlooked. As Milotic's powerful tail struck Coco-Colo with unparalleled force, the latter felt a sharp pain in its head before being sent flying. Despite being a steel and rock-type Pokémon, Coco-Colo was utterly unable to withstand Milotic's mighty tail, especially with the added power of the water-type move. After Milotic distanced itself from Coco-Colo once more, Zhang Feng decisively commanded, "Excellent. Milotic, unleash another water cannon." In the next moment, Milotic once again concentrated a fierce surge of water energy, forming a robust column that crashed into Coco-Colo. The tremendous force once more toppled Coco-Colo. The relentless barrage of water-type moves rapidly drained Coco-Colo's stamina. Were it not for its slightly higher level, it would likely have already succumbed. "Coco-Colo, you are no match for me. Why not concede?" At this moment, in response to Zhang Feng's words, Coco-Colo appeared thoroughly incensed, shaking its head fiercely, its pride as the leader of the Coco-Colo clan radiating fiercely. With a roar, Coco-Colo emitted a metallic sound, a tremendous noise that caused Milotic to wince in pain. Even Zhang Feng had to cover his ears in desperation. The metallic sound served to lower the opponent's defense. Seizing the opportunity while Milotic was momentarily stunned, Coco-Colo charged once more with tackle. However, Zhang Feng would not allow Coco-Colo to turn the tide. "Milotic, use Water Pulse." Gritting through the discomfort, Milotic unleashed the move once more. This time, the water column was slimmer than the water cannon, yet its penetrating power was even more fearsome. Upon impact, Coco-Colo could no longer endure and collapsed to the ground, incapacitated. Ding! Milotic defeated Coco-Colo, gaining 387 experience points. Level up. Current level, 34. Upon witnessing their leader's defeat, the remaining Coco-Colo lowered their heads in unison. Swiftly, Zhang Feng tossed a standard Pokeball, capturing Coco-Colo effortlessly. After the ball shook 3 times, it emitted a crisp sound, signifying that Zhang Feng had successfully captured the leader of this exceptional Coco-Colo clan, paving the way for the potential to claim the entire clan. When Coco-Colo awakened in Zhang Feng's system space and beheld the unfamiliar surroundings, it was filled with astonishment. The vast expanse of mountains and mines brought joy to Coco-Colo. Discovering the more suitable mountain range for its kind, Coco-Colo began to feel exhilarated. After providing Coco-Colo with a general understanding of the system space's function and living environment, Zhang Feng released Coco-Colo from its confines. Given that Coco-Colo had been the leader of its clan, Zhang Feng addressed it. "Coco-Colo, you have seen my system space. It contains the most suitable habitat for your clan. If you are willing, you may reside in my system space. This way, you and your kin need not be separated, and your reproductive rate will accelerate, allowing your clan to flourish." With the initial capture of Coco-Colo, the bond between them began to strengthen, as Zhang Feng had defeated it honorably rather than resorting to underhanded tactics. Thus, Coco-Colo recognized its new trainer. After contemplating Zhang Feng's words, Coco-Colo's ambition to expand its clan ultimately prevailed. Subsequently, now a Pokémon under Zhang Feng's command, Coco-Colo acted as an emissary, passionately persuading its kin. Faced with Coco-Colo's entreaties, the remaining Coco-Colo were swayed. After all, he was their leader, the king of the Coco-Colo clan. However, 2 other Coco-Colo began to harbor thoughts of rebellion against their leader, perhaps due to witnessing his defeat and capture at Zhang Feng's hands. Observing this scene, Zhang Feng did not linger, but promptly challenged the 2 remaining Coco-Colo. In a double battle featuring Milotic and Forest Lizard, the duo effortlessly triumphed over Coco-Colo. Upon Zhang Feng tossing 2 more standard Pokeballs to capture them, there were no dissenters left within the Coco-Colo clan. Consequently, the entire clan, totaling 300 Coco-Colo, was successfully transferred into Zhang Feng's system space. As for that one shimmering, golden Coco-Colo, Zhang Feng deliberately singled it out for capture. As the luxurious orb emitted a crimson light, the attributes of the captured Kakadora materialized before Zhang Feng. Pokémon, Kakadora, Shiny. Level, 22. Ability, Heavy Metal. Type, Steel Rock. Potential, Gold. Bond Evolution, unlocked. Mega Evolution, unlocked. Skills, Harden, Metal Claw, Rock Wrecker, Dragon Dive, Iron Head, Double-Edged Hammer. Affection, 100. Experience, having lived a tranquil life within its clan, Kakadora was captured by a mysterious powerful being, becoming his Pokémon, eventually encountering Zhang Feng in the martial arts town. Hobby: consuming metal. Gazing upon the golden, metallic form of Kakadora, endowed with golden potential, Zhang Feng felt an immense joy swell within him. The heavy metal ability, albeit a hidden trait, would render Kakadora's weight double that of an ordinary Kakadora. However, this would naturally enhance its stamina, attack, and defense. Considering that during its final evolution, Boss Kakadora tends to be rather sluggish, this was hardly a concern. On the contrary, possessing greater offensive and defensive capabilities would enable it to vanquish adversaries with greater swiftness. It is worth noting that even among semi-divine beings, it is rare to encounter Pokémon of golden potential from the outset. Thus, one can only wonder what heights the already golden Kakadora might ascend to after undergoing 2 phases of evolution. Could it possibly transcend the boundaries of ordinary Pokémon and attain the illustrious red potential reserved for divine beasts? Zhang Feng was indeed filled with anticipation. However, it was rather amusing that this Kakadora was quite the little gourmand. Although Zhang Feng had captured 3 Kakadora, he did not intend to train them extensively. However, should they express a desire to grow stronger within the confines of the system space, he could consider them as backup Pokémon. The same logic applied to Bobo, Mushy, and the Kakadora clan. For those who truly enjoyed battle, Zhang Feng was not averse to utilizing them in regular contests. Nevertheless, the primary focus would undoubtedly remain on the illustrious, golden Kakadora before him. After securing the entire Kakadora clan of 300 into the system space, Zhang Feng released the recently captured Kakadora leader. Kakadora, I have noticed that the potential of your clan is remarkably high, which seems rather unusual. Is there something extraordinary in this locale? Upon hearing Zhang Feng's query, Kakadora appeared somewhat perplexed. Potential? What could that possibly mean? Yet, upon deeper reflection, there did seem to be something unique within the entire mining area. Thus, Kakadora guided Zhang Feng towards the depths of the mine, for that was where the Kakadora clan frequently feasted. Upon discovering an additional treasure, Zhang Feng was elated and promptly followed Kakadora into the heart of the mine. It seemed that this treasure was solely occupied by the Kakadora clan, as no other Pokémon resided in the vicinity. Traversing several kilometers, Zhang Feng finally encountered the divine artifact responsible for bestowing potential blessings upon the Kakadora clan. Ding. Special item discovered. Potential Evolution Stone. Ding. The Potential Evolution Stone possesses the following effects. Carrying the Potential Evolution Stone during evolution significantly increases the likelihood of enhancing one's potential. An offspring born thereafter have a higher probability of emerging with elevated potential. Upon reading the system's explanation of the Potential Evolution Stone, Zhang Feng immediately understood why this particular Kakadora clan all began with blue potential. The Potential Evolution Stone inherently influences Pokémon's potential, and carrying it during evolution greatly enhances the likelihood of potential enhancement. It was clear that the Kakadora frequently consumed the ores from this location, thus unknowingly receiving a boost in their potential. Chapter 25. A champion emerges, mining Dowu. Consequently, upon witnessing the abundance of potential evolution stones scattered throughout the cavern, Zhang Feng was filled with desire. In the next moment, he released all his Pokémon from the system space, including Rayquaza, Bobo, Mushy, and the Kakadora clan. He instructed them to collect all the potential evolution stones from the mine and bring them into the system space. These potential evolution stones were currently strewn across the innermost depths of the cavern, and to the untrained eye, they might appear to be mere ordinary stones. Only Zhang Feng, with the aid of the system, could discern the extraordinary nature of this Kakadora clan, thus successfully capturing them and obtaining these potential evolution stones. Otherwise, it remained uncertain who would benefit from them later. However, having discovered these, Zhang Feng mused that perhaps in the future, leveraging these potential evolution stones could enable all his Pokémon to attain golden potential. No, perhaps golden potential was not the limit. At the very least, the Kakadora he had most recently captured certainly possessed the potential to challenge for red potential. Not to mention, within the entire Kakadora clan, there were still 10 with purple potential. Once they all evolved into Boss Kakadora, it was likely several of them would attain golden potential. For a moment, it felt as though golden potential had become rather commonplace. Zhang Feng was fully aware that this perception arose from the allure of the potential evolution stones before him. After an hour of diligent labor, Zhang Feng successfully transported approximately 2,000 ordinary-sized potential evolution stones into the system space. Additionally, there were over 300 larger stones, roughly the size of basketballs, containing even richer energy. The final Mother Stone was an impressive 3 meters in length. Had it not been for the combined effort of 3 Kakadora, moving this substantial potential evolution stone would have proven quite challenging. These remarkable potential evolution stones, if auctioned externally, would undoubtedly incite a frenzy among countless trainers eager to acquire them. Zhang Feng could transform into a billionaire overnight. However, given the limited quantity of potential evolution stones, while selling a few for pocket money might be feasible, Zhang Feng was not foolish enough to sell them all. Such treasures were undoubtedly meant for his Pokémon. Moreover, to consider the 3 major clans within his system space, Zhang Feng temporarily divided the most ordinary potential evolution stones into 5 portions. The largest portion was naturally allocated to the Kakadora clan, for without them, he would not have discovered these extraordinary evolution stones. He placed the largest Mother Stone back among the Kakadora clan and equipped each Kakadora with a potential evolution stone. Subsequently, he distributed the remaining potential evolution stones among each Mushy, Bobo, and Pidgey, providing each clan with 10 basketball-sized stones as a foundation for their growth. In rough calculations, Zhang Feng currently possessed 303 Kakadora and Kakadora, 130 Mushy, and with the Forest Lizard, that made 131. Bobo and Pidgey combined totaled 515. Thus, the total count reached 949, plus the Milotic, culminating in 950 Pokémon. Utilizing nearly half of the ordinary potential evolution stones, the 3 major clans had only divided 30 basketball-sized potential evolution stones, leaving Zhang Feng with over 270 stones. Ample for him to continue capturing dozens more clans. Seeing the abundance of potential evolution stones, Zhang Feng remained unhurried. He subsequently instructed his primary Pokémon to train with fist-sized potential evolution stones while in the system space. Upon entering the real world, they would carry an ordinary evolution stone to gradually absorb energy. In this way, they can gradually enhance their own qualifications over an extended period. After taking all the treasures from this area, including the shiny Kakadora and the qualification evolution stones, Zhang Feng, once again guided by Kakadora and the Forest Lizard, emerged from the depths of the mining area, returning to the mines of Oldale Town. Upon exiting the inner depths of the mining site, Zhang Feng realized that, although it appeared small from the outside, it was indeed a treasure trove within. Not long after stepping out of this region, he heard the sound of a shovel striking rock nearby. Upon recognizing that there were others around, Zhang Feng promptly made his way toward the source of the noise. As he approached, he was taken aback upon seeing the young miner. With blue short hair and clad in a tailcoat suit, he wielded a shovel made of an unknown metal, diligently excavating the earth. Zhang Feng couldn't help but feel that this sight was quite unscientific. This individual could only be Stephen Stone, the former champion of the Hoenn region and the heir to the Devon Corporation. What a sight to behold, a wealthy young master engaged in the labor of a miner. With a sense of incongruity regarding Stephen's presence, Zhang Feng stepped forward. Sensing Zhang Feng's approach, Stephen paused his work, turning to face him. It appeared he had encountered another adventurous trainer who had ventured into the mines. Upon hearing Stephen's words, Zhang Feng couldn't help but smile. If I'm not mistaken, you must be Mr. Stephen Stone, the former champion of the Hoenn League. Recognizing his identity, Stephen chuckled heartily. You've recognized me, young man. Have you come to the mines in search of new Pokémon? Nodding, Zhang Feng replied. Indeed, I have captured a reliable partner. As he spoke, the golden shimmering Kakadora, which had been following him, appeared before Stephen. Zhang Feng felt no apprehension regarding the former champion and the heir of the Devon Corporation. He doubted that Stephen harbored any greedy intentions toward his Pokémon. Clearly, Stephen lacked ambition, otherwise, he would not have retired from his position as champion, handing over the title to his good friend, Wallace. In other words, Zhang Feng needed to personally capture the shiny, golden qualified starter Pokémon, hoping to encounter one by chance. Meanwhile, Stephen could simply utter a word, and countless individuals would present him with such Pokémon. This exemplifies the disparity between people. Thus, how could such a wealthy individual possibly harbor ill intentions towards Zhang Feng? When Stephen observed the shiny Kakadora in Zhang Feng's hands, a glimmer of surprise crossed his face. Ah, it's a Kakadora, a shiny Pokémon. What great fortune you have, young man. By the way, allow me to introduce myself. It seems a trainer of your caliber will not remain obscure for long. It wouldn't hurt to get acquainted. Receiving Stephen's compliment, Zhang Feng smiled in return. I am Zhang Feng, hailing from Oldale Town. I recently received my starter Pokémon, Treecko, from Professor Okito, and I have been traveling for just a month. Upon learning that Zhang Feng was merely a month into his journey, Stephen's expression flickered with surprise. It was rare to see a novice trainer just a month into their travels accompanied by a forest lizard nearing its final evolution stage. Not bad. I shall call you Little Foam. I rarely encounter trainers in the mines. How about a friendly battle? I've been here for quite some time, and I'm feeling a bit restless. Chapter 26. A Duel with Steven, the Return of Rayquaza. At that moment, Zhang Feng found himself momentarily bewildered by Steven's proposal. Wait, you want to battle me? He thought to himself. Here was Steven, a champion renowned as the strongest trainer in the Hoenn region, who later represented Hoenn in the battle frontier, ranking 3rd in the world. Was he truly suggesting a battle with a novice trainer who had only just embarked on his journey? This felt like an international joke. Although Zhang Feng had Rayquaza as a trump card, deploying it to dominate a friendly match seemed a tad excessive. After all, upon reflecting on his earlier encounter with Mr. Chuanli, where he had unleashed Rayquaza, he realized that his mindset had not entirely faltered, an indication of a true champion's mentality. After all, Chuanli had regarded Zhang Feng favorably, stating that even without defeating his Pokémon, he would still be awarded a badge, acknowledging Zhang Feng's strength. Otherwise, how could a seasoned trainer, celebrated as the strongest gym leader in the region, be bested by a fledgling trainer? If Zhang Feng were in Chuanli's shoes, he might have struggled to maintain his composure. However, on the flip side, a battle with a top-tier trainer could provide Zhang Feng with insight into their prowess and instill a greater desire for strength within his own Pokémon. Reflecting upon his team, the forest lizard certainly possessed the heart of a champion, driven by an unyielding desire to grow stronger, which set it apart from ordinary trainers until it encountered Zhang Feng. Bibarel and Milotic, although initially indifferent to battle, developed a fierce loyalty to Zhang Feng after he safeguarded Bibarel's flock and fulfilled Milotic's dream of evolving into the most beautiful Pokémon. Thus, both Pokémon were willing to fight valiantly for Zhang Feng. Therefore, they had begun to embody the spirit of champions. However, Kakadora, being newly acquired, did not need to engage in a battle that was likely to be a foregone conclusion. It could merely observe from the sidelines. As Zhang Feng pondered this, the system issued another prompt. Ding. The system has detected that the host is facing a challenge from Steven. The divine selection system presents the following choices. 1. Accept Steven's challenge. Gain his favor, refrain from using Rayquaza, and receive a gift from him, a Pokémon egg. 2. Decline Steven's challenge and receive nothing. 3. Accept Steven's challenge and deploy Rayquaza to defeat him, earning his recognition and a Pokémon egg as a reward. Without hesitation, Zhang Feng chose the third option. Ding. The host has selected option 3, receiving 1 Pokémon egg, which has been placed in the system space for review. After receiving the system's reward, Zhang Feng did not rush to inspect the Pokémon egg but instead addressed Steven. Then, shall we battle? Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, Steven replied with a smile. Don't be so tense. It's merely a friendly duel. I will send out my Pokémon first. If you can defeat one of mine, I shall present you with a gift. The gift from a champion stirred Zhang Feng's anticipation, even though he was uncertain of what it might be. Then let the battle commence. In an instant, Steven produced a luxury ball, and a majestic, shimmering Metagross appeared before Zhang Feng. Wow. He is coming out with his strongest ace right from the start. Is this what you call a friendly duel? Zhang Feng inwardly cursed Steven for his lack of modesty, deciding on the spot that he would not hold back. Once he unleashed Rayquaza, he would teach this cheeky champion a lesson about not toying with novice trainers. It was truly unexpected that a former champion would possess such a mischievous sense of humor. One cannot help but wonder what expression Daigo will display when he lays eyes upon Zhang Feng's Rayquaza. Pokémon, Metagross, Shiny. Level, 85. Ability, Clear Body. Types, Steel, Psychic. Aptitude, Red. Bond Evolution, Unlockable. Mega Evolution, Unlockable. Moves, Hammer Arm, Psyshock, Bullet Punch, Explosion, Hyper Beam, Psychic, Comet Punch. Undoubtedly, Daigo's Metagross represents the most formidable and terrifying opponent Zhang Feng has encountered since his debut. A red aptitude, capable of contending with an ordinary second-tier deity. Appearing on a shiny pseudo-legendary is hardly surprising, is it? Feeling the overwhelming aura emanating from Metagross, the forest lizard and Cacnea beside Zhang Feng were immediately filled with trepidation. Forest lizard, you shall go first. Experience the chasm that separates you from a top-tier opponent. Upon receiving Zhang Feng's command, the forest lizard promptly advanced, despite Metagross's intimidating presence. The forest lizard, accustomed to the might of Rayquaza in the system space, harbored no fear of this mere Metagross. Witnessing Zhang Feng's forest lizard disregard Metagross's aura, Daigo could not help but express his admiration. A novice trainer, facing my Metagross, showing no signs of fear. This forest lizard exhibits remarkable courage. You've trained it exceptionally well. Little Foam. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Daigo. With that, both trainers simultaneously issued commands to their Pokémon. Metagross, use Iron Defense. Forest Lizard. Execute a combination of Thunder Leaf and Leaf Blade, aiming for Metagross's head. As Zhang Feng's combination attack unfolded, the Forest Lizard transformed into a streak of green light. Its arms extending with razor-sharp blades, striking directly at Metagross's cranium. Observing Metagross neither dodging nor evading, but instead activating Iron Defense, Zhang Feng sensed Daigo was likely indulging in some amusement. After the Forest Lizard's attack connected with Metagross, the latter appeared unfazed, its body glinting with a radiant metallic sheen. Seemingly taunting, your attempts are futile against my defenses. Impressive power, yet it holds no significance against my Metagross. As Daigo's words faded, Metagross's eyes abruptly transformed to a brilliant blue, and a surge of psychic energy instantly immobilized the Forest Lizard. In the next moment, the Forest Lizard found itself unable to move, helplessly watching as it was hurled away, crashing violently into the mountainside. With that single blow, the Forest Lizard was defeated. Zhang Feng, though having anticipated this outcome, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. These individuals who now surpassed him had merely embarked on their journeys long before he had. Given more time, he would surely teach them a lesson. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Feng recalled the Forest Lizard. Next up, it shall be Milotic. Upon uttering these words, a luxury ball flashed, revealing a long, slender, and pristine Milotic before Daigo and Metagross. Milotic. I never expected you to possess such a Pokémon, Little Foam. Quite the surprise. Milotic, use Rain Dance, and after the water flow is initiated, unleash a full-powered hydro pump. Since it was merely a friendly spar, Daigo clearly wished to assess the strength of Zhang Feng's Pokémon. Thus he initially refrained from going all out. Therefore, Zhang Feng had ample time to optimize Milotic's condition before launching an attack. Of course, one might say Daigo's challenge was tinged with a sense of mischief. Perhaps he was simply eager to encounter a talented and promising trainer, seeking to gauge Zhang Feng's abilities through this battle, thereby helping him grow stronger. As Milotic received Zhang Feng's command, it immediately executed Rain Dance. As rain began to pour over the mountainside, many Pokémon felt discomfort and hastily vacated the area. Subsequently, Milotic summoned a ring of water, creating a circular formation of bubbles around itself, continuously restoring its vitality. Then, Milotic gathered all its strength and unleashed Hydro Pump. Regrettably, the usually unfailing Hydro Pump was intercepted by Metagross. In the next instant, bolstered by psychic energy, the Hydro Pump rebounded, delivering a decisive blow that sent Milotic crashing down. Seeing yet another Pokémon fall, Zhang Feng recalled Milotic and sent forth his Pidgey. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged. Against the champion-tier shiny Metagross, Pidgey stood no chance. After 3 consecutive defeats, witnessing Zhang Feng's unwavering fighting spirit, Daigo felt a tinge of admiration. This individual possessed remarkable resilience. Such potential was indeed impressive. It seemed that this little one could be entrusted to him. Muttering to himself, Daigo anticipated Zhang Feng would deploy Cacnea next, but to his surprise, Zhang Feng produced a Master Ball. Suddenly, Daigo felt an ominous premonition. Just as Zhang Feng hurled the Master Ball, a resounding roar echoed throughout the mountains, heralding the arrival of the awe-inspiring Rayquaza. Upon recognizing the legendary Pokémon Zhang Feng had summoned, Daigo was left utterly dumbfounded. What the hell? Chapter 27. Daigo, damn it. Zhang Feng isn't human, summoning Rayquaza against me. At this moment, as Rayquaza materialized before Daigo, the overwhelming dragon aura caused even him to change countenance. He could never have fathomed that a self-proclaimed novice trainer, having debuted less than a month ago, would possess such a legendary Pokémon. How could he, a former champion of the Hoenn region, renowned as the strongest trainer in the Hoenn League, maintain his dignity in the face of such a revelation? He possessed no legendary Pokémon of his own. He had thought a shiny Metagross was already a rare find, yet here was Zhang Feng, presenting a first-tier deity, while claiming to be a novice trainer. Not to mention, this was the most famous legendary of the Hoenn region, a truly incredible sight. In an instant, Daigo felt deceived. However, this battle was initiated by his own challenge to Zhang Feng, and since Zhang Feng had no intention of conceding against Daigo's ace, the shiny Metagross, the former champion could hardly back down upon encountering Rayquaza. Thus, it was time for Daigo to take a deep breath. Having regained his composure, he addressed his initial partner. Shiny Metagross, Metagross, give it your all and unleash Psychic. In the next moment, as Metagross's eyes turned blue once more, a powerful psychic force surged forth. Yet, Compared to the previously invincible psychic attack, Metagross now seemed like a small child attempting to challenge an adult. Unsurprisingly, Metagross's assault upon Rayquaza felt akin to a mere tickle. At this juncture, Zhang Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Daigo, you seem to be lacking. Even Metagross's full-powered attack appears incapable of breaching Rayquaza's defenses. Hearing Zhang Feng's taunt, Daigo was nearly driven to the brink of fury. Yet, hadn't he himself uttered similar words to Zhang Feng not long ago? Soon enough, Daigo heard Zhang Feng issue a command to Rayquaza. Rayquaza, unleash Dragon Breath, but refrain from using full power. We wouldn't want to completely obliterate this former champion. Emphasizing the term former champion only intensified Daigo's irritation. However, in the face of the majestic Rayquaza, Daigo's gaze sharpened with intensity. Although he acknowledged that a legendary Pokémon like Rayquaza was decidedly beyond his capabilities, Daigo, who had already ascended to such a formidable level, residing within the realm of champions, with several of his Pokémon having reached the Master Tier, felt a curious absence of pressure. The prospect of battling Rayquaza could ignite their understanding of a higher echelon of power, perhaps even allowing them to transcend their current limits and embark upon a new journey. Metagross, use Protect, Daigo commanded, and in that instant, the shiny Metagross was enveloped in a radiant green glow, forming a protective sphere around itself. Yet, when Rayquaza unleashed its compressed dragon pulse, Metagross's Protect faltered, shattering within mere seconds. The unrelenting force of the dragon pulse continued its trajectory, crashing into Metagross. While the iron defense ability provided a modicum of physical protection, it proved ineffective against special attacks. Thus, Daigo could only watch helplessly as his ace, Metagross, was utterly defeated, rendered incapable of further combat. Despite Metagross's valiant struggle, it was all in vain. Even with Rayquaza tempering its power, it effortlessly pierced through the Protect and vanquished the Master Tier, shiny Metagross. This demonstrated that Protect, while formidable, was not invincible. Any significant transformation could lead to its downfall. As Metagross fell, Daigo rushed to its side, gently caressing its form. Fortunately, Zhang Feng had instructed Rayquaza to temper its strength, sparing Metagross from severe injury, though it had lost its fighting capacity. Indeed, legendary Pokémon are exceptional, particularly Rayquaza, an entity of unparalleled might among the legendary tier, is not something an ordinary Pokémon can withstand. Daigo, a trainer at the pinnacle of human capabilities, found his ace Pokémon unable to endure even a single strike from Rayquaza. The chasm between their powers nearly plunged Daigo into despair. However, considering the nature of his opponent, a legendary beast, defeat seemed an understandable outcome. If Mr. Qianli could regain his composure, how could a powerhouse like Daigo remain in a state of despondency? After recalling Metagross into its Pokeball, Daigo produced another Pokeball. Zhang Feng. Encountering a legendary Pokémon is no small feat since fate has decreed we battle today. Let my other Pokémon witness the might of a legendary. With that declaration, a robust Bisharp materialized before him. Pokémon, Bisharp. Level, 82. Ability, Defiant. Type, Steel Dark. Potential, Gold. Bond Evolution, Unlockable. Mega Evolution, Unlockable. Moves, Knock Off, Metal Sound, Iron Tail. Iron Defense, Heavy Slam, Metal Burst. As Daigo's second ace, Bisharp was undeniably formidable, having also reached the Master Tier. Yet, Daigo was aware that he had not yet attained the peak prowess of the 8 Masters, indicating that further growth awaited him in the coming years. Bisharp, unleash Metal Burst. Without hesitation, Daigo commanded Bisharp to execute its most powerful move. Bisharp roared and charged at Rayquaza. In response, Zhang Feng simply stated, Rayquaza, use Dragon Tail. Instantly, a terrifying surge of dragon energy coalesced at Rayquaza's tail, crashing down upon Bisharp. Though Metal Burst detonated upon Rayquaza, the recoil sent Bisharp hurtling back, and upon hitting the ground, it fell into a near-death state. Return, Bisharp. After recalling Bisharp, Daigo produced yet another Pokeball. This is my last Pokémon. The remaining few are still at the champion level and need not bear excessive pressure. Go, Ancient Armor. Pokémon, Ancient Armor. Level, 81. Ability, Unburdened. Type, Rock, Bug. Potential, Gold. Bond Evolution, Unlockable. Mega Evolution, Unlockable. Moves, Origin Pulse, Metal Claw, Salt Cure, Cross Chop, Rock Slide, Protect. Indeed, Daigo was a privileged heir. His ace bore a red potential, while the others possessed golden potential, all at the Master Tier. A truly enviable situation. Ancient Armor, unleash Origin Pulse. It was fortunate that Master Tier Pokémon possessed the courage to challenge a legendary beast, yet the outcome remained unchanged. Ancient Armor was unable to even unleash its move before being instantaneously defeated by Rayquaza's Dragon Pulse. This mirrored Zhang Feng's earlier experience. Albeit with a distinction, Daigo was a champion, having reached a plateau in strength, while Zhang Feng's Pokémon were rapidly evolving in power. According to Daigo, the 3 Pokémon he deployed, Shiny Metagross, Bisharp, and Ancient Armor, had successfully ascended to the Master Tier, while the remaining 3 were still in the champion rank. Thus, it was evident that Daigo still had a considerable path ahead to reach his fullest potential. After recalling Ancient Armor, Daigo sank onto the ground, murmuring, "Indeed. There are realms beyond realms, individuals beyond individuals. I never anticipated that a fledgling trainer could so effortlessly best me. You have triumphed, Zhang Feng. I shall adhere to my prior promise to you. I have a small creature that I can entrust to such a formidable trainer. I hope you will treat it well." Daigo's words took Zhang Feng by surprise. This individual, having bested him, was willing to gift him a Pokémon? Nevertheless, before parting with his Pokémon, Daigo indignantly remarked, "You, using Rayquaza against me, are truly outrageous." In response to Daigo's accusation, Zhang Feng retorted, "But you were the one who challenged me first with your ace. I am merely a novice trainer, yet you deployed Master-tier Pokémon. Wasn't that rather excessive on your part?" Daigo, incensed by Zhang Feng's pretense of being a novice trainer, shot back, "You dare call yourself a novice? Show me another novice trainer who possesses a legendary Pokémon. You are merely playing the role of a wolf in sheep's clothing." Faced with Daigo's accusations, Zhang Feng produced his Pokédex, which documented his debut as a trainer. Upon confirming this information multiple times, Daigo fell silent, stunned. Listening to Dr. Odin's remarks, particularly regarding the timeline, left Daigo utterly dumbfounded. Perhaps, at this moment, he genuinely felt his defenses crumble. Because, astonishingly, Zhang Feng had only recently embarked on his journey as a trainer, just over a month ago. Heaven above. Reflecting on his own early days, Daigo wondered what he had been doing at that time. Thus, the two exchanged silent glances until, unexpectedly, they burst into laughter. Perhaps the bond between men is indeed peculiar. After one battle, Daigo's shiny Metagross had thoroughly bested Zhang Feng's 3 main Pokémon. Subsequently, Zhang Feng, unable to swallow his pride, retaliated with his ace, Rayquaza, defeating Daigo's 3 main Pokémon in turn, thus leveling the playing field. "Ah, you rascal. I initially stumbled upon your forest lizard and thought you to be a commendable trainer, wishing to test your prowess by gifting you a sturdy Beldum. Yet, here I am, utterly flustered by your unexpected antics." With that exclamation, Daigo produced a Pokeball. And in the next moment, a robust Beldum materialized before Zhang Feng, illuminated by a flash of red light. Although Zhang Feng was aware that Daigo intended to present him with a new Pokémon, the sight of a Beldum still caught him off guard, given its esteemed rarity. "You wish to bestow upon me such a precious Pokémon?" At that moment, witnessing Zhang Feng's sudden bashfulness, Daigo felt a surge of satisfaction, thinking to himself that he had finally gained the upper hand. With a grin, Daigo replied, "Oh, it's merely a Beldum. I have a whole mining colony at home. I simply believe this little fellow possesses great potential, yet I am reluctant to raise another Metagross. I wish to entrust him to an exceptional trainer, so his talents are not squandered." Ding dong. The attributes of Beldum are as follows. Pokémon, Beldum, level, 18, ability, clear body, types, steel, psychic, aptitude, gold bond evolution, unlocked, mega evolution, unlocked, skills, tackle, affection, 20, experience. Born within the Metagross lineage, this Beldum carries remarkable talent. Hobbies, battling, consuming, ore. Golden aptitude, yet again. Indeed, Daigo was somewhat flaunting his wealth, but since he was willing to gift such an exceptional Pokémon to me, Zhang Feng felt no inclination to decline. After all, it was undeniable that Daigo was far wealthier. Thus, Zhang Feng gazed at the Beldum and declared with a smile, "Beldum, do you wish to accompany me on adventures across the world, to become the mightiest Metagross, and ultimately defeat Daigo's shiny Metagross?" Upon hearing this, Daigo's face darkened with dismay. "Must you always jest at my expense?" However, Beldum glanced at Daigo and then at Zhang Feng before nodding affirmatively. Subsequently, Zhang Feng retrieved a luxury ball and exchanged it for Beldum's Pokeball, successfully capturing a formidable and highly promising Pokémon. This marked Zhang Feng's first pseudo-legendary Pokémon. Unlike other pseudo-legendaries that evolve at level 30 and 56, Beldum, in its initial stage, possesses only the move Tackle. At level 20, it can evolve into Metong. And by level 45, it achieves its final form as Metagross. Compared to other pseudo-legendaries, the power of Metagross can be realized much more swiftly. However, there is another notion regarding Beldum's evolution. It requires 2 Beldums to merge into a Metong, and likewise, 2 Metangs to evolve into a Metagross, totaling 4 Beldums to achieve the final evolution. Naturally, Zhang Feng found the prospect of needing 4 Beldums rather daunting and opted instead to allow Beldum to level up and evolve. Regardless, thank you, Daigo. Zhang Feng expressed his gratitude, to which Daigo cheerfully replied, in truth, I should be thanking you. It is indeed fortunate for Beldum to encounter a trainer of your caliber. Additionally, after battling your Rayquaza, both I and my Metagross have gained much insight and feel we can still improve. Let us have another battle in the future, Zhang Feng. As Daigo pondered, he earnestly advised, I must say, I wouldn't recommend parading your Rayquaza so ostentatiously. There are bound to be ambitious individuals even within the Pokémon League. Be cautious. After bidding farewell to Daigo, Zhang Feng remembered his words of caution and made his way towards the Pokémon Center at the foot of the mountain, accompanied by his newly captured Pokémon. Fortunately, both Kecleon and Beldum remained battle-ready. Otherwise, Zhang Feng would have had to rely solely on Rayquaza to fend off the wild Pokémon he encountered along the way. Upon returning to the Pokémon Center, Zhang Feng entrusted all 5 of his Pokémon to Nurse Joy. He also had Nurse Joy care for the 3 Kecleon he had previously captured before returning them to the system storage. Once all his Pokémon had regained their vitality, Zhang Feng released all 5 of his main Pokémon. Currently, the strengths of Zhang Feng's 5 Pokémon are as follows. The most formidable is Milotic, at level 34. The only fully evolved Pokémon in Zhang Feng's possession. Next is Lurantis, at level 33, followed by Pidgeotto, also at level 33. Kecleon stands at level 25, and Beldum at level 19. After battling a top-tier powerhouse like Daigo, I trust that each of you has gleaned some insights. This defeat is entirely natural, as the gap between us is quite significant. Yet, do not underestimate yourselves. He has been active for over a decade to achieve his current strength. While we still have ample time ahead, let us strive together to grow stronger and surpass any formidable foes in the future. With that, Zhang Feng extended his hand. Observing this, Lurantis was the first to place its right hand atop Zhang Feng's. Milotic then gently placed its tail on Lurantis's hand, followed closely by Pidgeotto, which rested its wings upon Milotic's tail. Kecleon and Beldum, too, stretched forth their heads to join in contact. Together, we shall prevail, resonated the unwavering voices of the Pokémon. For their trainer, Zhang Feng's Pokémon were willing to face all hardships, embark on adventures, and become the mightiest Pokémon. This exemplifies the bond between a trainer and their Pokémon, as well as the joy of exploration. Chapter 29, The Hatching of the Fire Monkey and the Challenge at the Battle Dome. Once Zhang Feng had rekindled the fighting spirit of his Pokémon, he retrieved the egg he had obtained from the system, cradling the orange and red patterned egg. He sensed a warmth emanating from it. Given these signs, it was evident that the Pokémon about to hatch would likely be of the fire type. How fortuitous, as Zhang Feng had yet to acquire a fire-type Pokémon. Originally, Zhang Feng had intended to seek out a Torchic in the Hoenn region, hoping to evolve it into Blaziken as his primary fire-type companion. Yet, such opportunities rely heavily on fortune. As Zhang Feng daydreamed about the potential fire-type Pokémon that could emerge from the egg, be it Torchic, Moltres, or even Cyndaquil, the egg seemed to resonate with his thoughts, emanating a brilliant white light. With each burst of radiant light, Zhang Feng realized that the egg was on the verge of hatching. Lacking knowledge about the hatching process, he hastily made his way to Nurse Joy with the egg in hand. Upon learning that a Pokémon egg was about to hatch, Nurse Joy and her Chansey hurried over to assist, preparing clean towels and a bottle of milk. Nurse Joy then explained to Zhang Feng, hatching a Pokémon egg requires time. It could happen in the next moment or take several days. I have shared all the necessary information with you. Should any issues arise, feel free to contact me. I will be here at the Pokémon Center with Chansey. After expressing his gratitude to Miss Joy, Zhang Feng returned to his room, towel and a large container of milk in hand. Gazing at the glowing Pokémon egg, he was once again filled with anticipation. As night fell and the clock approached 9, the egg's radiant white light began to stabilize, no longer flickering as before. Understanding the significance of this change, Zhang Feng realized that the Pokémon egg was on the verge of hatching. Soon, he released all 5 of his Pokémon, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the little creature. A full 15 minutes passed before the egg emitted a cracking sound. Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng felt a surge of excitement as the egg continued to shatter. In the next moment, an orange-yellow Pokémon gracefully appeared before him. This little one stood merely 30 centimeters tall, its tail ablaze with flames. Adorned in a coat of orange-yellow fur, and it gazed at Zhang Feng with wide eyes, as if imprinting Zhang Feng's likeness into its memory. The little creature extended its hand towards him, signaling a desire for an embrace. Zhang Feng, filled with affection, scooped the little one into his arms. His earlier speculation proved correct. This little creature was indeed a fire-type Pokémon, but it was neither a legendary beast nor a Torchic, but rather a little Chimchar. Chimchar was one of the starter Pokémon, specifically from the Sinnoh region. Upon its final evolution, akin to Blaziken, it would become a fire and fighting-type Pokémon. During Ash's journey, the Sinnoh version's Chimchar was abandoned by Paul and later chose to follow Ash, ultimately evolving into Infernape. When Zhang Feng consulted the system for Chimchar's attributes, the system promptly displayed its attribute panel. Pokémon, Chimchar level, 1 ability, Iron Fist type, fire potential, purple bond evolution, unlocked mega evolution, unlocked skills, scratch, ember, fire punch, thunder punch, double kick, heat wave affection, 200 experience. Having seen its trainer upon hatching, Chimchar already regarded Zhang Feng as family. Hobby, adores its trainer immensely. Though this Pokémon was a gift from the system, its potential was not golden but rather purple upon hatching. However, Zhang Feng was not overly concerned, for he believed that a purple potential Chimchar could still evolve into a golden potential Infernape. Moreover, he possessed potential evolution stones that could gradually enhance its potential. Though there was a limit to potential enhancement, achieving gold potential was relatively straightforward. In Zhang Feng's view, as long as Chimchar reached golden potential upon final evolution, it could hope to ascend to the master level, remaining a formidable ally. Thus, he felt reassured. Moreover, having entered the world with a bond value of 200 points with Zhang Feng was quite surprising. This little Chimchar could potentially be his first Pokémon to reach maximum bond. Consequently, the first member of his bond evolution might very well be this Chimchar. Not to mention, Zhang Feng's Chimchar possessed the hidden ability Iron Fist, which would significantly enhance the power of its punching moves. Furthermore, Chimchar inherited a wealth of skills, including Fire Punch, Thunder Punch, Double Kick, and Heat Wave, demonstrating its considerable potential for both fire and fighting-type moves. Little one, I look forward to our journey together, Zhang Feng declared, prompting Chimchar to smile and snuggle closer into his embrace. Witnessing this heartwarming scene, his other Pokémon, Treecko, Milotic, Pidgey, Cottonee, and Beldum, couldn't help but smile in response. The arrival of Chimchar delayed Zhang Feng's challenge to the fighting gym by a full week. During this time, he played the roles of both father and mother, ensuring that Chimchar successfully transitioned through its infancy. This meant that Chimchar could now enter the training phase. Notably, it seemed that due to being a newborn Pokémon and seeing Zhang Feng as its first sight, the increase in their bond was remarkably swift. Now, the bond between Chimchar and Zhang Feng had reached 250 points, second only to Rayquaza, and significantly higher than that of Treecko and the others. Excellent. Having spent considerable time in the fighting town, today we shall seize the fighting badge and then set forth towards the next gym. With his voice brimming with determination, Zhang Feng was met with a chorus of enthusiastic chirps from his Pokémon. The fighting gym leader, named Byron, specialized in fighting-type Pokémon. Moreover, the battles in this gym were conducted in a 2-on-2 format, causing Zhang Feng to ponder which Pokémon to select for battle. Ultimately, Pidgey volunteered, and Zhang Feng decided to utilize Pidgey to conquer the fighting gym. The flying type had a natural advantage over fighting types, an established strategy. Perhaps after this battle, Pidgey would also be on the cusp of its final evolution. Having equipped Pidgey with a potential evolution stone, Zhang Feng stepped into the fighting gym. Upon seeing a trainer arrive for a challenge, the staff promptly escorted Zhang Feng to the battleground, awaiting the appearance of gym leader Byron. Soon Byron, the surfing enthusiast and gym leader, arrived at the battleground. Now we have the challenger from New White Town, Zhang Feng, battling against gym leader Byron. The rules state that each side may only deploy 2 Pokémon, and only the challenger may substitute Pokémon. Please, gym leader Byron, send forth your Pokémon first. Upon hearing the referee's words, Byron chuckled heartily and immediately released his first Pokémon. Zhang Feng, you appear to possess a commendable fighting spirit, so let us engage in battle. Pokémon, Maghop level, 25 ability, Guts type, fighting potential, blue bond evolution, unlocked mega evolution, unlocked skills, low kick, focus energy, karate chop, leg sweep, detect, seismic toss, reversal. Chapter 30, Pidgey's debut and the fighting badge. Seeing Maghop take the field, Zhang Feng produced Pidgey's luxury ball. With a dazzling flash of red light, a robust Pidgey emerged to face Maghop. Upon noticing Zhang Feng's choice of a flying-type Pokémon, Byron could not help but wear a knowing expression. Challengers typically favored flying types against fighting gyms, and Zhang Feng was no exception. Ah, Pidgey, A worthy opponent. Mach-Hop, use focus energy. After a week of battles in the system's training space, Pidgey's strength had risen to level 35, easily surpassing Mach-Hop. Pidgey, unleash a wing attack. Wing attack, also known as Aerial Ace, was an infallible flying-type move. Thus, as Mach-Hop began to gather its strength, Pidgey soared like a comet, crashing into Mach-Hop. The sheer force of the impact sent Mach-Hop flying. The devastating blow was truly fearsome. As Mach-Hop was sent hurtling from the battlefield, it immediately succumbed to defeat. Ding! Pidgey has defeated Mach-Hop, earning 215 experience points. Level up. Current level, LV 36. With the system's notification echoing, Pidgey let out a triumphant cry, the exultation of a victor. In an instant, the triumph of battle invigorated Pidgeotto, enveloping it in a dazzling white light. The radiant glow of evolution began to manifest. Witnessing Pidgeotto's evolutionary transformation, Zhang Feng was overwhelmed with joy. Fortuitously, he had previously equipped it with a qualification evolution stone, ensuring that Pidgeotto would attain the utmost enhancement during its evolution. Otherwise, coaxing a blue-quality Pidgey into evolving into a golden-quality Pidgeot would have been a formidable challenge, with minuscule odds. However, with the augmentation of the evolution stone, the circumstances could very well take a different turn. The dojo master, Fujimatsu, along with the judges and staff, were initially taken aback upon seeing Zhang Feng's Pidgeotto commence its evolution. Yet, they quickly began to extend their congratulations. The mere fact that a Pokémon could evolve in the midst of a gym battle was indicative of Zhang Feng and his Pidgeotto's extraordinary prowess, setting them apart from ordinary trainers. Their potential was evident. It seemed Zhang Feng was indeed a formidable trainer. And perhaps I had underestimated you due to your relatively recent emergence in this realm, Fujimatsu mused. But fret not, for there awaits another battle. With that, Fujimatsu recalled his Mach-Hop. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Pidgeotto's form rapidly expanded until it reached a towering height of over 2 meters, at which point the silvery glow dissipated, revealing a formidable Pidgeot. Pokémon, Pidgeot. Role, None. Level, 36. Ability, Keen Eye. Type, Flying Normal. Qualification, Gold. Bond Evolution, Unlocked. Mega Evolution, Available. Skills, Air Slash, Quick Attack. Steel Wing, Whirlwind, Hurricane, Brave Bird. Affection, 240. Experience, encountered in the Orange Forest, now exists solely to protect its trainer, evolving into Pidgeot for its trainer's sake. Hobby, enjoys soaring through the skies, safeguarding its trainer. At this moment, gazing at Pidgeot's newly unveiled attribute panel, Golden Qualification, level 36, and the newly learned skills of Hurricane and Brave Bird. Each detail underscored Pidgeot's formidable strength. Thus, facing the majestic Pidgeot, Zhang Feng exclaimed with a smile, Pidgeot, congratulations on your ultimate evolution. Upon receiving Zhang Feng's commendation, Pidgeot flapped its wings. With its wings spread wide, Pidgeot's form reached an impressive 4 meters, embodying a colossal presence. Such a magnificent creature would comfortably accommodate Zhang Feng as he soared upon its back. Pidgeot, you are indeed an admirable opponent. I entrust this battle to you against the Machamp. As Fujimatsu released a Pokeball, a robust Machamp made its grand entrance. Pokémon, Machamp. Level, 36. Ability, Thick Fat. Type, Fighting. Qualification, Purple. Bond Evolution, Unlocked. Mega Evolution, Unlocked. Skills, Heavy Slam, Salt Cure, Dynamic Punch, Cross Chop, Bulk Up, Belly Drum, Detect, Aura Sphere. Were Zhang Feng to challenge the Orange Gym's Qianli now, he would not even need to deploy his Rayquaza, for at this moment, Pidgeot's level was already on par with Qianli's previously summoned king. Gym trainers typically deploy Pokémon of varying tiers in response to the challenger's prowess. Naturally, Fujimatsu could not afford to send out a mere Mach-Hop against Zhang Feng's Pidgeot. Machamp, however, would prove to be a worthy adversary. Pidgeot, unleash Quick Attack followed by Wing Attack. With Pidgeot's final evolution, its prior basic combination of moves became effortlessly executed. Soaring at a velocity of 2 Mach, Pidgeot executed Quick Attack, resembling a swift streak of white light as it traversed the battlefield. Even Machamp was caught unawares as Pidgeot's Wing Attack struck its head with resounding force. In pain, and with the Flying-type move inflicting double damage against the Fighting-type Pokémon, Machamp collapsed to the ground. Machamp, hold on, use Bullet Punch. Since your opponent desires a head-on clash, then let us proceed with Brave Bird. As Fujimatsu and Zhang Feng simultaneously issued their commands, the beleaguered Machamp struggled to rise, its head gleaming with metallic luster as it charged forward. Meanwhile, Pidgeot ignited with dual-hued flames of blue and red, its cries resonating throughout the entire dojo. With a thunderous explosion, the immense force separated Machamp and Pidgeot. After Pidgeot retreated, it swiftly flapped its wings to regain balance. Despite sustaining recoil damage from Brave Bird, it remained unfazed. In stark contrast, Machamp lay prostrate once more. For a fighting-type Pokémon to contend against a flying type, especially one as swift as Pidgeot, proved to be a daunting endeavor. While Machamp's offensive capabilities were certainly formidable, if one cannot land a hit, even the most powerful attack is rendered futile. Deliver the final blow, Pidgeot, unleash Hurricane. In the next moment, at Zhang Feng's command, a terrifying tempest engulfed the entire battlefield. Even Machamp, with its considerable weight, was swept off its feet by the gale. Faced with the ferocious winds, Machamp could muster no resistance, and as the storm gradually subsided, it was evident that Machamp had completely lost its fighting capability. Ding! Pidgeot defeated Machamp, gaining 387 experience points and leveling up to LV37. With Machamp incapacitated, Pidgeot emerged victorious. As Fujimatsu's 2 Pokémon had succumbed, Zhang Feng was declared the winner of this gym battle. With the referee announcing the final verdict, Fujimatsu gazed at his defeated Machamp and couldn't help but chuckle. "Oh dear, you are remarkably powerful, defeating me with just one Pokémon." With that, he retrieved a punching badge from his pocket and presented it to Zhang Feng, saying, "This is proof of your victory over the fighting dojo, the punching badge. Your strength is commendable. Best of luck in your future gym battles." Receiving the punching badge from Fujimatsu with a smile, Zhang Feng replied, "Indeed. My goal is to become the champion of the Hoenn League's Shimmering Contest." Chapter 31. The Capture Contest in Golden Town, Metagross, and Corphish. After obtaining the punching badge from the fighting dojo, Zhang Feng bid farewell to Master Fujimatsu and continued his journey toward the next gym located in the city of Lilac. Now, Zhang Feng possessed 3 gym badges: the Balance Badge, the Rock Badge, and the Punching Badge. His next objective was the Electric Badge from the Lilac Gym. The Lilac Gym leader, named Taixian, specializes in Electric-type Pokémon and is an elder, making him the most seasoned of all the gym leaders in the Hoenn League. To face him, Zhang Feng prepared to utilize several newly captured Pokémon. Thus, his immediate goal was to elevate the levels of Corphish and Bronzor, ideally leading to their swift evolution. Of course, Corphish and Bronzor were already quite close to their evolution levels, and there would be ample time to evolve them before challenging the gym. This way, they would have the opportunity to participate in the Lilac Gym battle. As for the Forest Lizard, it had long been at a level suitable for evolution, yet it had not evolved, likely needing to amass more strength. As for the Chimchar, it was merely in its initial form, having just hatched from a Pokémon egg, so Zhang Feng did not impose any undue pressure on it. Little one, it is best to balance both play and training. Strive harder once you have matured a bit more. It has already been nearly 2 months since Zhang Feng departed from Baizhen with his wood gecko, and only 5 months remain until the grand opening of the Fangyuan Alliance's colorful Ghost Conference. Therefore, Zhang Feng must seize the time to obtain all remaining gym badges in order to qualify for participation in the conference. During his travels, as he neared Kai City, Zhang Feng took a moment to rest in a place called Golden Town. Upon entering the Pokémon Center, he entrusted all his Pokémon to Nurse Joy. Once his Pokémon had fully regained their vitality, Nurse Joy returned 6 luxury balls to Zhang Feng. At that moment, Zhang Feng overheard Nurse Joy mention, "Xiao Feng, Golden Town will host a Pokémon capture contest in 3 days. If you wish to participate, you can pay 2,000 Pokémon coins to enter. Trainers participating in the contest can receive 30 Nature Balls to catch Pokémon within the protected area over a period of 3 days. The top 3 trainers will receive exceptionally generous rewards, and even if one does not place, they will still retain the Pokémon they capture." Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng felt a surge of interest. A Pokémon capture contest sounded quite intriguing. He then inquired with Nurse Joy about the types of Pokémon that could be caught in such a competition. For a Pokémon trainer, the opportunity to encounter wild Pokémon is simply irresistible. Moreover, the chance to capture up to 30 Pokémon presents a marvelous opportunity for Zhang Feng, who is eager to expand his ecological system. Even if he were to capture only 2 Pokémon, he could nurture a breeding population in his system space, as long as they were 1 male and 1 female. Should their offspring possess exceptional qualities, Zhang Feng could train them as his main forces. The more he contemplated this prospect, the more anticipation bubbled within him. After receiving a detailed explanation from Nurse Joy, Zhang Feng grasped the full scope of the situation. Golden Town was once a relatively underdeveloped settlement, but several centuries ago, its residents stumbled upon gold, leading to extensive mining and resulting in newfound wealth. However, the excessive extraction gradually deteriorated the surrounding environment, causing wild Pokémon to abandon the town. It was only 60 years ago that the gold reserves were completely depleted, prompting the once wealthy villagers to endeavor to restore Golden Town's ecology in hopes of regaining the wild Pokémon's forgiveness. They invested significant resources to establish a vast wildlife Pokémon sanctuary nearby. Through the efforts of several generations, the environment of Golden Town gradually began to recover. Consequently, the town began to attract numerous trainers, leading to the emergence of the Pokémon capture contest. With wealth, it became relatively simple to introduce various Pokémon, resulting in an astronomical number of wild Pokémon inhabiting the sanctuary, which in turn drew many trainers to the area. The purpose of this event is to promote the harmonious coexistence of nature, humanity, and Pokémon while urging trainers not to overcapture Pokémon. By paying 2,000 Pokémon coins, participants receive 30 nature balls to use in the sanctuary. The more rare and numerous the Pokémon captured, the greater the rewards offered by the organizers, namely, the villagers of Golden Town. It is said that past rewards included various mysterious evolution stones, items, and even substantial cash prizes. However, for Zhang Feng, the allure of evolution stones, items, and cash pales in comparison to the prospect of capturing 30 Pokémon. Although the odds of catching them may be low, with a stroke of luck, he might indeed capture 30 Pokémon. Such a lucrative opportunity is not to be missed. Nurse Joy, I would like to register. After paying the 2,000 Pokémon coins, Zhang Feng settled temporarily in Golden Town. Before the capture contest commenced, he continued training his Pokémon. Eventually, after his iron dumbbell defeated a rock-type Pokémon, Onyx, it leveled up and began its evolution. When the light of evolution faded, a robust Metagross appeared before Zhang Feng. Pokémon, Metagross. Level, 22. Ability, Clear Body. Type, Steel Psychic. Aptitude, Gold. Bond Evolution, Unlocked. Mega Evolution, Unlocked. Skills, Zen Headbutt, Psychic, Metal Claw, Hyper Beam, Bullet Punch, Hammer Arm. Affection, 140. Experience, met in Oldale Town, entrusted to the trainer by Daigo, eager to surpass Daigo's Metagross. Hobbies, Battle, Consuming Minerals. Gazing at the newly revealed attributes of Metagross, Zhang Feng nodded in satisfaction. Despite utilizing an Aptitude Evolution Stone, Iron Dumbbell evolved into Metagross with Gold Aptitude, not Red. It seems that achieving Red Aptitude remains a formidable challenge. Thus, Zhang Feng placed his hopes on his Kecleon. As a shiny Pokémon, Kecleon's aptitude should be comparable to Daigo's shiny Metagross. Even if it is not a demigod, it is certainly not weak. Ding! Kecleon defeated Geodude, gaining 281 experience points, and leveled up to LV32. As the system's prompt resonated, white light began to envelop Kecleon, signaling the start of its evolution once more. Chapter 32, The Pokémon Capture Contest, the freedom to capture 30 Pokémon. As Kecleon's body gradually elongated, a golden, steel-covered Kecleon, reaching a height of 1 meter 2, materialized before Zhang Feng. Pokémon, Kecleon, Shiny. Level, 31. Ability, Heavy Metal. Type, Steel Rock. Aptitude, Gold. Bond Evolution, Unlocked. Mega Evolution, Unlocked. Skills, Harden, Metal Claw, Rock Slide. Dragon Dive, Iron Head, Dual Chop, Protect. Affection, 185. Experience, met in the Oldale Town mining area, a unique Kecleon, eager to earn more honors for its trainer. Hobbies, Consuming Metals. As expected, even though Kecleon is a shiny Pokémon with an initial gold aptitude, it retained its gold status upon evolving into Kecleon. It appears that the hope of attaining red aptitude lies solely in the final evolutionary forms of Metagross and Kecleon, which may still hold some potential. As for Zhang Feng's other Pokémon, such as his Forest Lizard and Fire Monkey, they likely have no chance, given their purple aptitudes. Achieving a leap across 2 aptitude tiers in their final evolutions is nearly impossible. Of course, even without attaining red aptitude, both Metagross and Kecleon are still immensely powerful and can serve as Zhang Feng's main Pokémon without issue. However, seeing Daigo's shiny Metagross with its red aptitude does evoke a twinge of envy, making Zhang Feng yearn for a shiny Pokémon with red aptitude of his own. Yet, upon reflection, Daigo's red aptitude was cultivated through financial means. After all, Zhang Feng possesses a colorful aptitude Rayquaza. This is an existence that cannot be acquired regardless of the expenditure, and thus he felt a sense of relief. Soon, 3 days later, the wild Pokémon capture contest in Golden Town commenced. A small town, hosting such a grand event, astonishingly attracted hundreds of trainers. Given the flow of people from the Hoenn region, this was indeed a significant turnout. After all, even in regional competitions, It seemed that only a few hundred trainers managed to pass the preliminary rounds. In a large-scale event encompassing the entire region, the number of participants rarely exceeded 200. Perhaps due to the low entry barrier, requiring merely 2,000 Poke Dollars, many bug-catching enthusiasts joined this contest. For them, capturing a few bug-type Pokémon was tantamount to victory. When the mayor of Oldale Town, adorned in splendid attire, made his appearance and delivered a speech. With Miss Joy of Oldale Town and the head of the security team serving as judges, the 3-day wild Pokémon capture contest officially began. To Zhang Feng's surprise, he spotted a somewhat familiar trainer among the crowd. Yiyu. He was one of the trio who debuted alongside Ji Yi and Zheng Zong, each having chosen Torchic, Treecko, and Mudkip as their starter Pokémon. Yiyu had previously defeated Ash's Charizard with his Blaziken at the Chengdu Alliance Silver Conference, but unfortunately, due to Blaziken's severe injuries, he did not claim the championship. Ji Yi, the champion of this year's Hoenn League Colorful Conference, boasted a formidable Lizardin and a Meowth. As for Zheng Zong, although not particularly strong, he was on par with Ash. Had he not placed undue emphasis on friendship, leading to a crushing defeat, Ash might not have been his match. After receiving 30 green nature balls from Miss Joy and depositing his 6 luxury balls at the Pokémon Center, Zhang Feng was finally able to enter the wild Pokémon preservation area. Capturing Pokémon depended solely on the trainer's abilities rather than the power of the Pokémon, which was the very essence of the capture contest. Otherwise, if trainers could utilize their Pokémon, everyone would be able to capture the maximum of 30 Pokémon. Over time, the Pokémon in this area would inevitably be depleted, transforming it into a deserted town abandoned by Pokémon. This was certainly not the intention of the villagers of Oldale Town. And likewise, determining the victor of this competition would become rather convoluted. After all, the criteria for victory hinged primarily on the quantity of captured Pokémon, with rarity being considered only when numbers were equal. One might argue, if a trainer captured 30 Caterpies, would that not signify reaching the pinnacle of quantity? Indeed, it must be acknowledged that bug-type Pokémon in their initial forms are relatively easy to capture. However, there was another stipulation in the contest rules. The number of identical Pokémon captured could not exceed 10. Otherwise, the trainer would be disqualified. Nevertheless, if the Pokémon captured in the preservation area were willing to heed the trainer's commands, they could engage in battles within the area to capture other Pokémon. In summary, as long as the Pokémon were not captured outside the preservation area, trainers could do as they pleased with those captured within. Yet for Zhang Feng, winning or losing was a secondary concern. His true aim was to capture the Pokémon he favored within this artificially constructed wild Pokémon preservation area, thereby becoming a pioneer of their lineage. Naturally, if the captured companions possessed commendable qualities, he would nurture them as mainstays. Those with lesser qualities would merely become part of the ecological system within the spatial confines, working diligently to proliferate their kind. Once the numbers grew, the chances of encountering Pokémon with golden or even red qualities would inevitably arise. Although this was a Pokémon preservation area, should participating trainers encounter peril, they could withdraw at any time, with the security team of Oldale Town ready to provide assistance. Thus, Zhang Feng, armed with a basket of nature balls, ventured into the preservation area. The entirety of this area was vast, encompassing lakes, mountains, grasslands, and an array of wild environments, with a total area comparable to that of a county. To explore the entire preservation area on foot within 3 days was evidently an impossibility. Therefore, to genuinely traverse the entire area, he would need to enlist the help of Pokémon. Consequently, Zhang Feng's first objective was to seek out rideable Pokémon. Such Pokémon primarily included those like Arcanine, Rapidash, and Dodrio. However, capturing an Arcanine without engaging it in battle was clearly not feasible. Dodrio, known for its temperamental nature, was also not an ideal choice. Thus, the only viable target was the pre-evolution of Rapidash, the Ponyta. Upon entering the Pokémon preservation area, even the most experienced trainers found themselves as novices, devoid of any Pokémon and having to start anew. Therefore, luring in a greedy little creature became exceedingly crucial. Fortunately for Zhang Feng, after an hour of searching, he stumbled upon a solitary Ponyta. Ding dong. The current attributes of Ponyta were as follows. Pokémon, Ponyta, level, 15, ability, flame body, type, fire, quality, blue, skills, tackle, growl, ember, flame wheel, stomp, preference, spicy food, rather gluttonous, enjoys running. Upon observing Ponyta's attributes, Zhang Feng nodded inwardly. Its gluttonous nature indicated a likelihood of capture, especially considering he had an ample supply of spicy food. Once Zhang Feng captured it, riding Ponyta within the preservation area would grant him ample mobility. With this thought in mind, Zhang Feng retrieved a few wuhua berries from his spatial system. Although using trainer's Pokémon was prohibited within the preservation area, there was no rule against bringing one's own berries to entice wild Pokémon. Fire-type Pokémon were particularly sensitive to and fond of spicy flavors. Even his own Chimchar adored wuhua berries. Moreover, although the Pokémon in the preservation area were free-roaming, they frequently encountered staff members within the area. Hence, Ponyta was not likely to harbor any fear of humans. As Zhang Feng placed the wuhua berries on the ground, Ponyta hesitated momentarily, but its greed ultimately prevailed, and it slowly approached Zhang Feng. The first step of the plan was a success. After enticing Ponyta, Zhang Feng produced more wuhua berries, for he had plenty of them in his spatial system. At that moment, he coaxingly addressed Ponyta. Would you like to become my Pokémon? If you agree, such delightful treats will be available for you every day. Moreover, the place you will live in is far grander than this area, spacious enough for you to gallop freely every day. I can also find you some companions so that you can enjoy a joyful life in a new environment, free from any worries. Having been swayed by Zhang Feng's words, Ponyta, with several wuhua berries in its mouth, gently nodded. Seeing Ponyta willing to be captured, Zhang Feng was overjoyed and then took out a nature ball, touching it against Ponyta. As a flash of red light enveloped the scene, Ponyta was successfully captured within the nature ball. After shaking vigorously 3 times, the ball finally emitted a crisp sound. Ponyta, successfully captured, was his first catch. With the first Pokémon in hand, Zhang Feng felt a newfound sense of autonomy within the preservation area. After the little fire horse had settled comfortably within the confines of the system space, Zhang Feng finally released him. Evidently, having confirmed that Zhang Feng was not deceiving him, the little fire horse's intimacy level with Zhang Feng increased to 80 points. Soon, Zhang Feng mounted the little fire horse, for he had garnered its initial approval. The flames on the horse's back were no longer scalding and searing. Little fire horse, do you have knowledge of the distribution of Pokémon in this reserve? I wonder if there are any EVs around. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's inquiry, the little fire horse pondered for a moment before suddenly neighing and indicating a direction to the northwest. This was the fire horse's way of signaling that it knew the location. With the fire horse's confirmation, Zhang Feng felt a surge of joy. Indeed, his instincts were correct. As a novice trainer in an unfamiliar environment, it was challenging to encounter his desired Pokémon. Instead, it would be more prudent to capture new Pokémon and utilize their familiarity with the reserve to facilitate targeted captures. This way, he could deplete 30 nature balls within 3 days and acquire his favorite Pokémon. Thus, a figure riding the little fire horse swiftly headed northwest. EV, such a rare Pokémon, would be a treasure he could not afford to overlook if it existed in this reserve. After all, he could capture up to 10 Pokémon of the same type, thus allowing Zhang Feng to gather the EVs found here. Chapter 33, The EV Clan, Purple Qualification. With the guidance of the little fire horse, Zhang Feng set off directly towards the northwest. It can be said that, having received insider information from the Pokémon residing within the Oldale Town Reserve, Zhang Feng held a significant advantage. After riding the little fire horse for 2 hours, Zhang Feng arrived at the habitat of the EVs. This particular habitat was predominantly sandy with patches of grass scattered about, perfectly resembling the environment suited for fox-like Pokémon. The EV species possesses remarkably unique genes. According to the current information available, EV can evolve into 8 different forms: fire, water, thunder, sun, moon, leaf, ice, and fairy. However, as the plot only progressed to the Hoenn region at this moment, the subsequent evolutions like leaf and ice from the Sinnoh region, and even the later fairy type, had yet to be documented by the professors of Hoenn and Johto. Therefore, unless an EV possessed an exceptionally rare constitution allowing for multiple evolutions, Zhang Feng would need to capture at least 8 EVs to acquire each evolutionary form. While searching for traces of EV, Zhang Feng suddenly heard a familiar sound emanating from the jungle behind him. In the next moment, a small brown creature darted out from the underbrush. It seemed startled at the sight of an unfamiliar human, causing it to emerge from the thicket. Upon focusing his gaze, Zhang Feng realized that this was indeed the EV he had long desired, prompting him to swiftly check its attributes via the system. Ding. The current attributes of EV are as follows: Pokémon, EV, level, 16, ability, adaptability, type, normal, qualification, purple, bond evolution, unlocked, mega evolution, unlocked, skills, tackle, tail whip, quick attack, thunder wave, yawn, curse, intimacy. 0, background, a resident of the reserve. It is the most exceptional member of the EV clan. Hobby, mischievous, enjoys teasing others. Upon seeing that this EV possessed a purple qualification, Zhang Feng's desire to capture it was ignited. Immediately, upon EV's appearance, Zhang Feng issued a command to the little fire horse. Little fire horse, use flame wheel to attack EV. Although EV was small and quite swift, it found it challenging to evade the more agile little fire horse. Just as EV attempted to flee, the little fire horse neighed and ignited in flames, spinning rapidly as it charged towards EV. With a resounding crash, flames erupted, and EV was propelled away by the impact. Utilizing a fire-type move on the sandy ground would not result in a wildfire within the reserve, thus it was of no concern. Seizing this opportunity, Zhang Feng immediately threw a nature ball. As the ball arced through the air and successfully struck EV on the head, it transformed into a beam of red light and was captured within the nature ball. Quickly, the nature ball began to shake violently, nearly bursting open. But after a brief struggle, it emitted a crisp sound, signaling success. Observing this, Zhang Feng let out a sigh of relief. EV successfully captured. It appeared that EV had jumped out earlier, perhaps intending to frighten Zhang Feng for a bit of fun, only to find itself captured. Truly a case of losing both the lady and the soldier. Approaching, Zhang Feng opened the nature ball, and EV reappeared. Upon seeing Zhang Feng, EV looked puzzled, having been captured and transported to an inexplicable space. Within that realm, there were a plethora of formidable beings, including legendary Pokémon, which intimidated EV into complete submission. Thus, with no means to resist, it was wholly captured by the Pokeball. Therefore, once a Pokémon is ensnared within Zhang Feng's Pokeball and enters the system space, with companions present, any Pokémon would become utterly compliant. After all, the legendary Pokémon Rayquaza is not something an ordinary Pokémon can withstand. This meant that, at this moment, Zhang Feng's capture rate stood at an astounding 100%. This was nearly impossible within the reserve, given that the Nature Ball's production cost was quite low and the probability of capturing Pokémon was equally slim. With even the slightest misstep, a captured Pokémon could cause the Nature Ball to explode unless it willingly submitted to being a trainer's Pokémon without resistance. Upon reflection, it seemed that the earlier steps involving the use of the moth fruit to persuade the little fire horse could have been bypassed. After all, throwing the Nature Ball to capture the little fire horse and drawing it into the system space would have been sufficient, as Rayquaza and Milotic would assist Zhang Feng in ensuring the little fire horse's loyalty. Of course, it would be ideal for Zhang Feng to earn the little fire horse's genuine trust. Otherwise, this little creature would not have divulged the location of EV's habitat to him. It even willingly agreed to become Zhang Feng's steed. After successfully capturing EV, Zhang Feng gazed at the little creature before him and smiled. EV-chan, I've heard that you are the most exceptional member of the EV clan. You wouldn't want your family to worry about you after being captured, would you? How about you tell me the location of your clan's habitat, and I shall invite everyone to join you in that mysterious space. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words and noticing the gentle expression on his face, EV inexplicably felt a chill run down its spine. It was as if the peculiar creatures within the system space, resembling monstrous forest lizards, were watching. Hence, frightened, EV quickly betrayed its clan, transforming into a guide and leading Zhang Feng directly to its clan's habitat. Witnessing EV's cooperative actions, Zhang Feng couldn't help but smile slightly. Subsequently, as they entered the sandy area, Zhang Feng discovered the presence of more EVs scattered throughout the reserve. As a trainer determined to become a Pokémon master, Zhang Feng's skill in throwing Pokeballs was undoubtedly maxed out. Thus, whenever an EV came into his line of sight, a Nature Ball would swiftly fly from his hand, as though equipped with a tracking system, capturing them with ease. Subsequently, having received the extraordinary care of Zhang Feng's Pokémon within the system space, the natural ball emitted a crisp sound, signifying a successful capture. Ultimately, Zhang Feng managed to capture a total of 10 EVs, among which 2 possessed purple aptitude, 5 exhibited blue aptitude, and 3 displayed green aptitude, effectively gathering nearly all the EVs from this sandy area. As a result, the EV population within the system space finally reached a sufficient number, enabling Zhang Feng to cultivate superior offspring as potential candidates for his team. Chapter 34, A Bountiful Harvest. The Capture of Cerulean. This time, Zhang Feng captured 10 EVs, with the 2 purple aperture EVs serving as the main focus for training, while the other 8 were designated as alternatives. Each of these 2 EVs was at level 16, allowing Zhang Feng to grant them the autonomy to decide their evolutionary forms. Provided they harbored aspirations for evolution, and with an ample supply of evolution stones at his disposal, Zhang Feng could assist them in their transformations, including the lower quality EVs. Post-evolution. Their aptitude could be enhanced through the use of aptitude evolution stones, thereby increasing the likelihood of future offspring possessing higher aptitude and becoming Zhang Feng's primary Pokémon. Moreover, after reallocating some aptitude evolution stones to the EV population, Zhang Feng also preliminarily resolved the issue of the EV group's ownership. It can be asserted that every Pokémon captured within this sanctuary is treated by Zhang Feng as either a primary or alternative member of his team. Even the Ponyta could serve as Zhang Feng's steed, effectively becoming his mode of transportation. Should Ponyta produce high-aptitude offspring in the future, Zhang Feng would not hesitate to nurture them as main team members. After all, those elite trainers, champions, and even gym leaders likely possess several Pokémon of similar caliber. Take, for instance, the gym leader of Qianli. His most formidable ace, the Duskull, was at the pinnacle of the semi-elite level during their battle, yet in the gym match, he could not deploy his ace and was compelled to select another Pokémon. Otherwise, how many trainers throughout the Hoenn region could secure the balance badge? Zhang Feng also intended to train the high-aptitude members of the Dojuo and EV populations as alternative companions for battles. Naturally, should they express a disinterest in combat, Zhang Feng would never coerce them. Instead, he would encourage them to thrive within the system space for the sake of expanding their population. Later, Zhang Feng encountered 3 Ponyta, with 1 blue and 2 green aptitudes, capturing them as well, allowing the first Ponyta to establish a small harem, thus enjoying a delightful time reproducing within the system space. He also captured 4 Nidoking and Nidoqueen, 2 males and 2 females, all exhibiting blue aptitude. There were 4 Rhydon, 1 male and 3 females, also showcasing 2 blue and 2 green aptitudes. Consequently, the total number of Pokémon Zhang Feng had captured within the sanctuary reached 22, leaving him with just 8 natural balls remaining. As twilight descended, Zhang Feng released all the newly captured Pokémon and retrieved an abundance of berries from the system space to share with them, thus spending his first night in this manner. The following day, armed with the information from his precious Dragonite, Steelix, and other semi-legendary Pokémon, Zhang Feng inquired about these extraordinary beings, only to receive the disheartening news that they were entirely unaware of such rare entities. It made sense, for while the villagers of Oldale Town were affluent, it was unrealistic to expect them to introduce semi-legendaries into the sanctuary for trainers to capture. Consequently, Zhang Feng was compelled to shift his focus towards Pokémon like Shinado and the Desert Dragonfly. Shinado, being an exclusive Psychic-type Pokémon from the Hoenn region, enjoys immense popularity among trainers. Many even consider Shinado as their beloved companion, with reports of some eccentric individuals marrying their Shinado. Such instances undoubtedly reflect Shinado's high esteem among trainers. The Desert Dragonfly, a substitute for the Bloodwing Dragon, is a dragon and ground-type Pokémon capable of flight, making it an excellent mount for trainers. If Zhang Feng were to encounter one, he would surely seize the opportunity. After confirming with his Pokémon, Zhang Feng learned from an EV about the whereabouts of Cerulean. With the information in hand, guided by the EV, Zhang Feng rode his Ponyta and began searching for Cerulean. However, the challenge lay in the fact that Cerulean possesses teleportation abilities, making it exceedingly difficult for Zhang Feng to locate them should they choose to evade him. After an entire day spent searching, he had yet to catch even a glimpse of Cerulean, leading him to temporarily abandon his pursuit. Along the way, he fortuitously encountered a few supersonic larvae, releasing 4 natural balls to capture them, hoping to raise a high-aptitude Mega Ant. Notably, all 4 supersonic larvae possessed blue aptitude. However, this left Zhang Feng with only 4 natural balls remaining. Resolving not to capture any more Pokémon and solely focusing on Cerulean, another night passed. On the final day, after a whole morning without encountering Cerulean, and with mere hours left until the capture event concluded, Zhang Feng found himself on the verge of giving up. Yet, perhaps fate enjoys toying with one's heart. Just as Zhang Feng was resolutely searching for Cerulean, he heard the delightful sounds of their playful antics not far away. Realizing it was indeed Cerulean, Zhang Feng immediately crouched in the grass, careful not to make a sound. Peering ahead, he spotted 2 Ceruleans snuggled together, appearing utterly adorable. Ding dong. The current attributes of Cerulean are as follows. Pokémon. Cerulean. Level. 21. Ability. Telepathy type. Fairy. Psychic. Aptitude. Purple. Bond evolution. Unlocked. Mega evolution. Unlocked. Skills. Psychic. Teleport. Hypnosis. Drain Kiss. Illusion Ray. Shared Fate. Strange Light. Affection. 15. Experience. Sisters who roam freely within the sanctuary, having serendipitously arrived there. Preferences. Fond of gentle individuals. The 2 Cerulean exhibited identical attribute panels, even sharing the same level and hidden abilities. It was evident that they were indeed sisters, and being twins made them quite rare. With numerous skills at their disposal, it was clear that these two Cerulean possessed commendable talent, both boasting purple aptitude. Upon spotting Cerulean, Zhang Feng resolved that even if it meant deploying his main Pokémon from the system space, he was determined to capture these two Cerulean. For while others may find joy in a single Shinado, Zhang Feng had encountered a pair of twin Cerulean, sisters no less. If both were to evolve into Shinado, it would yield double the joy. Such happiness, he wished to savor solely for himself. However, just as Zhang Feng was about to take action, stealthily summoning 10 EVs to execute Dig and approach Cerulean, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Chapter 35, Capturing Cerulean, a double battle. It seemed the two Cerulean had either sensed Zhang Feng's movements or had been observing him closely since yesterday, aware of his intentions to capture them. Thus, from the previous day, the two had stealthily followed Zhang Feng, ensuring they remained undetected, and at the moment Zhang Feng contemplated giving up, they deliberately made sounds to lure him in. Possessing telepathic abilities, Cerulean naturally had a keen sense of impending danger and could perceive Zhang Feng's thoughts, which was hardly surprising. Initially, Chikorita held a sense of dissatisfaction towards the trainer who aimed to capture her sisters. However, after careful observation, she noted Zhang Feng's commendable treatment of his Pokémon. Recognizing him as a gentle and capable trainer, this newfound appreciation sparked a desire to draw closer to him. Especially since Zhang Feng had unwittingly catered to the preferences of the two little ones, being a kind-hearted trainer. Consequently, the bond between the two sisters and Zhang Feng had escalated to a remarkable 15 points. Yet, before Zhang Feng could make any move, he suddenly perceived a fleeting shimmer before his eyes, as the two Chikoritas vanished from sight in an instant. Alarmed by their sudden disappearance, Zhang Feng felt a surge of urgency. With only 2 hours remaining until the capture competition concluded, he feared he would not have enough time to locate them again if they went astray. Was it destined that he would ultimately fail to capture them? Surprisingly, the Chikorita's teleportation was not a reaction to fear, but rather a deliberate approach towards Zhang Feng. Simultaneously, a melodious voice resonated within his mind. "Are you the trainer who has been pursuing us for 2 days, intent on capturing us sisters?" Zhang Feng. Upon witnessing the Chikorita sisters actively presenting themselves rather than vanishing, Zhang Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him. It was evident that the Chikoritas were intrigued by him, alleviating his concerns about losing their trail and missing the opportunity for capture. With a smile, Zhang Feng replied, "Indeed. I wish to capture you. Given your current demeanor, you must have been aware of my presence for some time, correct?" Upon hearing Zhang Feng's deduction, the younger Chikorita displayed a hint of surprise. "You, trainer, appear to be quite astute. However, with just this insight alone, capturing us sisters will still pose a challenge." Noticing the Chikoritas seemed to have further tests in mind, Zhang Feng's interest was piqued. "Pray tell, what conditions must I meet to capture you sisters?" Following Zhang Feng's inquiry, the Chikorita sisters exchanged glances, revealing a spark of determination, and in unison declared, "Very simple. Engage us in a double battle. Defeat us to prove you are a powerful trainer." While they appreciated gentleness, the Chikoritas understood that a trainer devoid of formidable strength would never earn their complete loyalty. As Pokémon, they naturally sought to accompany a reliable and strong trainer. Thus, to capture the Chikorita sisters, Zhang Feng felt compelled to demonstrate his prowess. With the unique bond of telepathy between the twin sisters, this double battle would indeed present a certain degree of difficulty. The Chikorita's high level of synergy allowed them to communicate their intentions without uttering a single sound, relaying their thoughts directly within each other's minds. Consequently, Zhang Feng found himself at a disadvantage, uncertain of their next moves. Moreover, since he could not utilize his own Pokémon, he was limited to those captured within the protective zone for the battle. Fortunately, the two Chikoritas were only at level 21, suggesting he might still have a chance. With this in mind, Zhang Feng sent forth the two purple-graded EVs he had captured. One was at level 16, while the other was at level 19. Although their levels were lower than that of the Chikoritas, they possessed ghost-type abilities, which could prove advantageous. Thus, he felt ready to commence the battle. As both sides assumed their combat stances, the battle for capturing the twin Chikoritas began. EV used Dig. Upon receiving Zhang Feng's command, the two EVs swiftly burrowed underground, executing the Dig move. However, this tactic proved rather ineffective against the psychic Chikoritas, for once a psychic attack locked onto its target, it could easily discern the EV's locations. Achieving success with Dig would be incredibly challenging. The Chikoritas could effortlessly evade the attack using teleportation. Yet, Zhang Feng did not intend for the EVs to hit the Chikoritas with Dig at all. Continue digging. as Zhang Feng issued another command. The Chikoritas found themselves in a state of confusion, observing the EVs repeatedly digging and creating an increasing number of holes in the ground, their expressions reflecting bewilderment. Nevertheless, this was of no consequence. The two Chikoritas exchanged knowing glances and simultaneously employed their psychic powers. In the next moment, the two EVs were enveloped by a ghostly blue psychic force, lifting them from the ground and crashing them back down with force. This strike inflicted considerable damage upon both EVs. Witnessing this, the Chikoritas displayed expressions of delight. However, Zhang Feng's strategy was now fully set in motion. With the ground now riddled with holes, he promptly commanded, EV1, dig underground and use Curse. EV2, move from below and unleash Shadow Ball from different tunnels. Curse, a ghost-type move, would yield varying effects depending on the user's attributes, ultimately dealing substantial damage. Shadow Ball, a ghost-type move, was particularly effective against psychic Pokémon. Given the multitude of holes in the ground, even the Chikoritas would struggle to track which tunnel the ghost-type attack would emerge from. Not to mention, at this moment, the field was already saturated with Shadow Balls, making it impossible to discern which would deliver the fatal blow. As the Chikoritas realized Zhang Feng's counterattack was imminent, they attempted to teleport to evade it. However, with Shadow Balls emerging from every single hole, escape was utterly impossible. Furthermore, having just tasted victory, the two Chikoritas were momentarily lost in their elation, lowering their guard. This lapse in vigilance allowed Zhang Feng to turn the tide completely. With the successive explosions of Shadow Balls engulfing the battlefield, the two Chikoritas were sent flying, and simultaneously, the effects of the curse move activated. The assault from the Ghost-type move was more than sufficient to severely injure the Psychic-type Pokémon, rendering them unable to battle. Witnessing the Chikoritas' injuries, Zhang Feng swiftly tossed two capture balls, and as the dust settled, it became clear. Excellent, I have captured the Chikoritas. Chapter 36, The Arrival of Team Rocket and the Evolution of the Forest Lizard. After witnessing the two capture balls come to a halt and emit a crisp sound, Zhang Feng exhaled in relief. Splendid, the plan has succeeded flawlessly. The rare Chikoritas have been successfully captured, filling me with immense satisfaction. What could possibly bring more joy than capturing the Pokémon one cherishes? Although the Chikoritas were sisters and could not reproduce like other Pokémon within the system space, evolving into a Galade meant there was no need for offspring. Two Galades were more than sufficient. Releasing the two Chikoritas and informing them about the system space, Zhang Feng retrieved some orange berries and healing items from the system space to restore the health and vitality of the EVs and the Chikoritas after their recent battle. Observing Zhang Feng's considerate demeanor, the two Chikoritas felt entirely reassured. This trainer of ours is quite commendable. Ding dong. The Chikorita's affection for you has increased, now standing at 125 points. The taller sister Chikorita, exhibiting a relatively bold personality, contrasted with her livelier younger sibling. After distinguishing between them, Zhang Feng prepared to expend the last two capture balls. Fortune smiled upon Zhang Feng as, in the final hour, he encountered two blue-quality Swablu, successfully capturing them. Pokémon, Swablu. Level, 18. Ability, Natural Recovery. Types, Normal, Flying. Quality, Blue. Bond Evolution, Unlocked. Mega Evolution, Unlocked. Skills, Sing, Mist, Round, Dragon Breath, Peck, Feather Dance. Affection, 60. Thus, Zhang Feng's expedition in the protection zone concluded with the complete consumption of 30 natural balls. In terms of quantity, he had achieved the maximum number of captures. Whether victory lay ahead depended on the rarity of these Pokémon. With the likes of Eevee, Kirlia, Swablu, and Swablu larvae, it seemed improbable for Zhang Feng to face defeat. The Pokémon he captured included 4 Ponyta, 10 Eevee, for Rhydon, for Swablu larvae, 2 Swablu, 2 Nidorino, 2 Nidoqueen, and 2 Kirlia. Most were of blue and green quality, which Zhang Feng intended to reserve as backup Pokémon to expand his system space's population. Naturally, Pokémon like Ponyta could serve as mounts, and Swablu larvae, upon evolving into Flygon, could also become aerial steeds. Those with aspirations to grow stronger could engage in simulated battles within the system space to enhance their abilities. Only 4 Pokémon required training as primary forces, 2 Kirlia and 2 purple quality Eevee. Ding dong. The host's current attribute panel is as follows. Host, Zhang Feng. Age, 18. Funds, 780,000 Pokémon coins. Items, 10 luxury balls, 1 Lizard King Mega Stone, 1 Keystone. Attached, system space. Main Pokémon, Rayquaza, Forest Lizard, Pidgeot, Milotic, Corsola, Metagross, Chimchar. Eevee, 2. Kirlia, 2. Population Pokémon, Pidgey, 515, Treecko, 130, Corsola, 303, Ponyta, 4, Eevee, 8, Rhydon, 4, Swablu, 2, Swablu Larvae, 4, Nidorino, Nidoqueen, 4. After concluding his captures, Zhang Feng rode Ponyta back into Gold Town, where he verified his Pokémon before submitting them and retrieving them from the Pokémon Center. Of course, he merely collected the Pokeballs, as his Pokémon had remained in the system space all along. Just as Zhang Feng patiently awaited the conclusion of the capture tournament, a sudden, violent explosion reverberated throughout Gold Town. Upon hearing the unusual detonation, Zhang Feng tightened his grip on a luxury ball, and in the next moment, Forest Lizard appeared at his side. "Who goes there?" As Zhang Feng spoke, a familiar voice echoed from afar. "Since you have inquired so sincerely, ordinary folk would never respond." Upon hearing this familiar line, Zhang Feng's expression darkened. It was evident that the notorious villain from the Pokémon world, Team Rocket's Kyogre, Yamato, and his accomplice, Kojiro, had arrived. Moreover, these two were fierce rivals of Team Rocket's Musashi and Kojiro, sharing similar entrance lines. Could it be that Team Rocket had set their sights on the Pokémon resources here? Hey, you little brat. Interrupting someone while they speak is quite impolite. At this moment, two figures clad in black uniforms, adorned with a red R on their chests, materialized before Zhang Feng, Yamato, and Kojiro, who had appeared numerous times in the original storyline. "You know our Team Rocket's name? It seems that the Hoenn region will soon become our territory." Facing Yamato and Kojiro's self-indulgent musings, Zhang Feng displayed evident displeasure. The rewards for Gold Town had yet to be finalized, and his ranking was still undetermined. How could he allow Team Rocket to intrude? "Forest Lizard, Seed Machine Gun." With Zhang Feng's direct command, Forest Lizard's expression turned grim, and it opened its mouth wide. In the next moment, a barrage of seed bullets swiftly surged towards Yamato and Kojiro. Seeing this, the duo could hardly afford to deliver their lines. They immediately hurled two Pokeballs. In an instant, a Houndoom and a Mitina emerged. Houndoom, use Flamethrower to block Forest Lizard's attack. With Yamato's command, the agile Houndoom unleashed a searing flame, incinerating the approaching Seed Machine Gun entirely. Ding dong. The current attributes of Houndoom and Mitina are as follows. Pokémon. Houndoom. Level, 41. Ability, Flash Fire. Types, Fire, Dark. Quality, Purple. Bond Evolution, Unlocked. Mega Evolution, Unlocked. Skills, Flamethrower, Clean Sweep, Fire Fong, Thunder Fong, Revenge, Harassment. Pokémon, Mitina. Level, 40. Ability, Intimidate. Type, Dark. Quality, Purple. Bond Evolution, Unlocked. Mega Evolution, Unlocked. Skills, Howl, Thunder Fong, Ice Fong, Fire Fong, Pursuit, Taunt. Upon seeing the two canine Pokémon, both above level 40, Zhang Feng's expression shifted. However, if it were just these two, he held a distinct advantage. As Forest Lizard witnessed its attack thwarted, it let out a furious roar. In the next moment, a brilliant white light enveloped Forest Lizard. Evolution, commence. Chapter 37, Mega Lizard King, Mega Evolve. For Forest Lizard, the initial companions had now all achieved their final evolutions. Milotic, having just followed Zhang Feng, had acquired exquisite scales and evolved into Milotic, boasting immense power and breathtaking beauty. As a result, Milotic swiftly surpassed its former peers, becoming Zhang Feng's strongest trump card aside from Rayquaza. Meanwhile, the once Pidgey had now evolved into Pidgeot, becoming a formidable ally under Zhang Feng's command. Yet he, the nominally initial Pokémon of Zhang Feng, now stood at level 38, still without evolution. Just moments ago, witnessing the ease with which Houndoom had dismantled its attack, the frustration within Forest Lizard transformed entirely into a fervent desire for strength. While its companions grew formidable, Forest Lizard yearned not to be left behind. Thus, the light of evolution began to shine throughout the arena. This kid has some gumption. He dares to provoke our Team Rocket. And now even his Pokémon is evolving without warning? Kojiro, don't just stand there. Prevent its evolution. Houndoom, unleash Flamethrower. Having received Yamato's command, Kojiro finally snapped to attention. Indeed, they were Team Rocket, an evil organization, and they would not foolishly stand by as their opponent's Pokémon evolved, turning the tide. In the next moment, Kojiro commanded Mitina to attack. Mitina, stop Forest Lizard's evolution with Fire Fong. Upon receiving their trainer's orders, Houndoom and Mitina prepared to act. The two Pokémon unleashed their Fire-type attacks simultaneously, aiming to ensure that Forest Lizard would fall. Should the evolution be interrupted, the difficulty of achieving it again would be formidable. At this juncture, Zhang Feng produced two luxury balls once more. Milotic, Use Surf, Pidgeot, Quick Attack to protect him. With 2 beams of red light flashing, Milotic and Pidgeot, responding to Zhang Feng's command, positioned themselves to guard Forest Lizard. Subsequently, a magnificent tidal wave erupted from the majestic Milotic, extinguishing the fiery onslaught of Houndoom, while simultaneously sweeping the fierce Hound back in retreat. It was utterly unforgivable to harm their companions and to interrupt the evolution of the Forest Lizard. Seizing the opportunity, Fiero flapped its wings vigorously, darting through the air at remarkable speed, colliding directly with the large Hound and sending it flying once more. With that single strike, both Houndoom and the Great Hound sustained considerable injuries. Witnessing this scene, Yamato and Saburo were filled with indignation and promptly released 2 more Pokeballs. In an instant, Blaziken and Corphish materialized. Blaziken was at level 40, while Corphish boasted a level of 42. Thus, the odds had shifted to 3 against 4, placing Zhang Feng in a precarious position. However, at that very moment, the form of the Forest Lizard elevated dramatically as the radiant light of evolution dissipated. A formidable Lizard King appeared before the crowd. Ding! The current attributes of Lizard King are as follows. Pokemon: Lizard King Roll, None Level, 40 Ability, Overgrow Type, Grass Potential, Gold Bond Evolution, Unlocked Mega Evolution, Mega Lizard King Skills, Seed Bomb, Solar Beam, Photosynthesis, Energy Ball, Leech Seed, Leaf Blade, Leaf Storm Friendship, 240 Experience. Having met a beloved trainer in the town of Mabuki, it finally evolved into its complete form, aspiring to become the strongest in the world alongside its trainer. Hobbies: enjoys spicy food and traveling with its trainer. At this moment, gazing at the newly evolved Lizard King, which stood approximately 2 meters tall and exuded golden potential, a slight smile graced Zhang Feng's lips. Finally evolved, Lizard King. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, Lizard King turned its head, casting a fervent glance at Zhang Feng, and then, clutching a branch in its mouth, fixed its gaze intently on Yamato and Saburo. Just moments ago, it was these 2 rascals' Pokemon that interrupted its skills, and they dared to disrupt its evolution? As Zhang Feng engaged in battle with Yamato and Saburo, a multitude of Team Rocket's lower-ranking members began to assault all the trainers present. Yet, among them stood powerful trainers, such as Yi Yu, who, accompanied by his Blaziken, charged towards Zhang Feng's side. Witnessing him being encircled by 2 foes, he inquired, "Do you need assistance? Their number of Pokemon seems rather overwhelming." Hearing Yi Yu's suggestion, Zhang Feng, confident in the prowess of his Pokemon, graciously declined the assistance, instead addressing Lizard King. "Very well. Lizard King, let our opponents witness our latest strength. Lizard King, it is time for Mega Evolution." Mega Evolution, also known as Mega Transformation, was a rare state possessed only by a select few powerful Pokemon within the current narrative. However, within Zhang Feng's system, as long as one possessed a Mega Stone and a Keystone, any Pokemon could undergo Mega Evolution. Thus, at this moment, the fully evolved Lizard King naturally possessed the capability for Mega Evolution. In the next instant, as Zhang Feng retrieved a luminescent green Mega Stone, imbued with Lizard King's power, from the confines of his system space and tossed it to Lizard King, he held a glowing keystone upon his wrist. "Lizard King, now is the time for Mega Evolution." Upon hearing Zhang Feng's declaration, Yamato, Saburo, and even many trainers present were rendered speechless. "Wait, Lizard King can evolve further? Are you certain you're not jesting? Ha. We thought you were a formidable trainer, but it seems you are merely an ignorant child. How could Lizard King possibly evolve?" Yet before Yamato could finish his sentence, a kaleidoscope of colors erupted from Lizard King's form, and then, the Mega Evolution commenced to shine. "This is impossible. No way, Lizard King can evolve. This is a monumental discovery. Is this for real? Surely this isn't a joke?" Even Yi Yu, upon witnessing Zhang Feng's Lizard King genuinely beginning to evolve, turned his gaze toward the peculiar stone. If Lizard King could evolve, might the Fire Chicken of the Hoenn region also be capable of Mega Evolution? Once the Mega Evolution was complete, a dashing and even more majestic Mega Lizard King, now exuding an aura reminiscent of Dragon-type Pokemon, came into view for all to behold. Ding! The current attributes of Mega Lizard King are as follows. Pokemon: Mega Lizard King, in Mega Evolution, Roll, None Level, 45 Ability, Lightning Rod Type, Grass. Dragon Potential, Red Skills, Seed Bomb, Blaze Kick, Photosynthesis, Volt Switch, Energy Ball, Double Kick, Leech Seed Friendship, 245. Chapter 38, The Champion and Yi Yu's Pact. Following the Mega Evolution, Lizard King's strength surged by 5 levels, ascending from level 40 to 45, and it acquired the Dragon-type attribute, becoming a dual-type entity. The ability also transformed from Overgrow to Lightning Rod, rendering Electric-type moves ineffective against the current Mega Lizard King. Instead, electric attacks would bolster its special attack. Although the level had only increased by 5, the comprehensive enhancement, coupled with the transformation in base stats due to dual evolution, resulted in a power conversion far beyond mere numerical representation. This indicated that Lizard King was significantly stronger than its current level suggested. However, Zhang Feng was somewhat taken aback to discover that, post-Mega Evolution, Lizard King's potential had reached a red status. Was this an inherent trait of all Mega Evolved Pokémon, or merely a rare occurrence? With this question lingering in his mind, Zhang Feng resolved to observe the Mega Evolutions of Milotic and Fearow, for perhaps they would unveil the answer. At this moment, witnessing the increasingly formidable presence of Mega Lizard King, Zhang Feng wore a delighted expression. Now then, let us showcase your strength, Mega Lizard King. Unleash Leaf Storm. As Zhang Feng's command resonated, Yamato and Saburo became suddenly invigorated. They had not anticipated such an evolution. Once they presented this Lizard King to their boss, Sakaki, they would undoubtedly become significant contributors to Team Rocket. Indeed. We could ascend to senior ranks and enjoy the thrill of promotion. While the two of them reveled in their bright future, they simultaneously commanded their Pokémon to launch an attack. Houndoom, Blaziken, attack. Bring that Lizard King down. Corphish, Great Hound, execute low kick, shatter it. Yet, Team Rocket's aspirations were grand, envisioning presenting Zhang Feng's Lizard King to their leader, Sakaki. However, in the face of Mega Lizard King's undeniable might, Yamato and Saburo's 4 Pokémon appeared utterly feeble. As a powerful leaf storm materialized, countless razor-sharp leaves formed a vortex of foliage. The vast coverage area ensnared Blaziken, Houndoom, Corphish, and the Great Hound within its grasp. At that moment, even the Fire-type Pokémon Houndoom could not escape the onslaught of Leaf Storm, emitting a helpless wail. Meanwhile, Yamato and Saburo could only watch helplessly as their Pokémon endured relentless slicing damage within the tempest of leaves. After a relentless half-minute, as the Leaf Storm dissipated, Blaziken, Houndoom, Corphish, and the Great Hound plummeted from the sky, bloodied and covered in a multitude of lacerations, all rendered incapable of continuing the battle. Ding dong. The Lizard King has triumphed over Black Lugia, Blue Emperor, Coborong, and the Great Hound, earning an impressive 536 experience points, resulting in a level up to LV42. Ding dong. Both Milotic and Pidgeot have gained 321 experience points, elevating Milotic to LV42 and Pidgeot to LV42 as well. The evolution and the multi-opponent battle have remarkably brought Zhang Feng's initial trio of Pokémon to an equal standing in strength. As Yamadou and Kobayashi's 4 Pokémon succumbed to defeat, disbelief flickered in their eyes. How could it be possible for 4 Pokémon to be vanquished in an instant? With a hint of suspicion, the two attempted to resist further, only to witness their subordinates, under the onslaught of hundreds of trainers, including the Oldale Town security team, retreating in disarray. Realizing that Team Rocket's fate was sealed, Yamadou and Kobayashi glared at Zhang Feng, seemingly determined to etch his visage in their memory. You wait, boy, next time. Fortune will not favor you. I shall claim your Lizard King. Upon uttering these words, a wheezing appeared and unleashed a smokescreen. However, Zhang Feng had anticipated their escape. Pidgeot unleashed a hurricane, while the Super Lizard King charged into the fog, directly incapacitating Yamadou and Kobayashi. Milotic unleashed a water cannon, targeting all Team Rocket members in the vicinity. Previously, Zhang Feng had been of moderate strength, reluctant to stir trouble upon encountering Aqua Team's officer, Aquan. Now, with Yamadou and Kobayashi fixated on their Mega Evolution tactics and issuing threats, Zhang Feng was not about to grant them an opportunity to flee. Upon issuing his commands, the 3 Pokémon showcased their prowess. The Super Lizard King plunged into the smoke, its arms moving rapidly, rendering the fleeing Yamadou and Kobayashi unconscious in an instant. Pidgeot cleared the smoke with a powerful gust, restoring visibility, while Milotic commenced its assault on the remaining foes. With Zhang Feng at the helm, other trainers sprang into action. Meanwhile, Yiyu began to regard Zhang Feng as an adversary, perhaps spurred by Zhang Feng's emergence or the concurrent challenges posed by fellow trainers Ji Yi and Masamune in this year's Hoenn League, prompting Yiyu to prepare for participation in the upcoming Hoenn League's colorful tournament. Thus, he found himself en route to Oldale Town. Once the battle concluded, 87 members of Team Rocket, including officers Yamadou and Kobayashi, were apprehended. When Miss Junsha arrived with police officers to arrest the remaining Team Rocket members, The villagers of Golden Town expressed their gratitude to Zhang Feng and the trainers for their efforts. After the final evaluations, Zhang Feng emerged as the champion, having garnered the highest rarity and full quota, while Yi Yu claimed the runner-up position. The ultimate reward for the champion was a set of evolution stones, including the Fire Stone and Water Stone, among the most basic of evolution stones. Zhang Feng exchanged these evolution stones, which he had no use for those suitable for the Pokémon he had recently captured in his system space. He also received a reward of 1 million Poké Dollars. With such a bountiful harvest, Zhang Feng was elated. Observing his defeat at the capture tournament, Yi Yu addressed Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng, will you participate in the colorful tournament this year? Until then, I shall see you at the colorful tournament. Noticing Yi Yu's Blaziken, now at level 52 and nearing the champion tier, Zhang Feng couldn't help but marvel at Yi Yu's current strength. Very well, then. Until we meet at the colorful tournament. Chapter 39. Ice EV and Monferno. The Purple-Violet Gym. With the winnings from the Golden Town capture tournament, Zhang Feng purchased a considerable number of luxury balls and successfully replaced 2 EV and 2 Trubee Pokeballs. After acquiring various supplies to replenish his travel necessities, Zhang Feng set off towards Purple-Violet City. Along the way, he engaged his Pokémon in battles, and with the evolution stones he had obtained, he evolved 2 Nidorinos and 2 Nidorinas into Nidoqueen and Nidoking, consuming 4 Moonstones in total. Upon their successful evolution, both Nidoking and Nidoqueen's potential was enhanced, transforming into purple quality. In such circumstances, their offspring would naturally benefit from superior conditions, genes, and talents. In the future, when a golden quality Nidoking with forced characteristics emerges, Zhang Feng would undoubtedly nurture them as his main force. Furthermore, within the Treecko population, several Treeckos successfully evolved into Grovyle, while numerous purple quality Katones also achieved evolution. The various species in the system space were gradually flourishing. Interestingly, among the 2 newly captured EV, the first one wished to evolve into the Dark-type Umbreon, while the second EV aimed for the Ice-type Glacian. Coincidentally, Zhang Feng possessed an Ice Stone obtained from Golden Town, which he utilized alongside a quality evolution stone, facilitating EV's evolution. Typically, Glacian would only evolve in the Sinnoh region's non-melting ice areas, but with the storyline's revision, the Ice Stone became a viable evolution catalyst for EV. Given that EV was already destined to evolve into Glacian, Zhang Feng readily fulfilled her desire, simultaneously bolstering his own strength. Why not? As the light of evolution faded, a lithe Glacian materialized before Zhang Feng. Pokémon, Glacian. Level, 22. Ability, Snow Cloak. Type, Ice. Quality, Gold. Bond Evolution, unlocked. Mega Evolution, unlocked. Skills, Yawn, Curse, Baby Doll Eyes. Ice Shard, Ice Beam, Frost Breath. Affection, 168. Experience, met in the Golden Town Nature Reserve, successfully evolved with the trainer's assistance. Hobbies, gluttonous, cherishes a life of paradise. Having successfully evolved with the aid of a quality evolution stone, Eevee transformed into a Glacian of golden quality. Although her affection level was still modest, it was commendable, considering Zhang Feng had only captured her a few days prior. As for the other Eevee aspiring to evolve into Umbreon, she would first need to increase her affection and wait until nightfall for training, at which point she could evolve into Umbreon. However, Zhang Feng was pleasantly surprised by the little Monferno obtained from the system. After engaging in simulated battles within the system space and defeating opponents, it too began to evolve. Moreover, its evolution, during the second stage as Monferno, resulted in a golden quality. Could it be that this Monferno holds the potential for its final form to achieve red quality? The level of quality signifies the upper limit of a Pokémon's level and the disparity in strength. For Zhang Feng as a trainer, naturally, the higher the quality of his Pokémon, the better. Indeed, this little fellow is a true testament to the system's excellence. Ding dong, Monferno's current attributes are as follows. Pokémon, Monferno. Level, 19. Ability, Iron Fist. Types, Fire, Fighting. Quality, Gold. Bond Evolution, unlocked. Mega Evolution, unlocked. Skills, Fury Swipes, Fire Punch, Thunder Punch, Flame Wheel, Heat Wave, Fire Spin. Affection, 254. Experience, having witnessed his trainer since birth, this Monferno considers his trainer family, successfully evolving into Monferno. Hobbies, adores his trainer, striving to become the strongest Pokémon for him. Just a fraction away, Monferno and Zhang Feng's bond is on the verge of reaching its maximum. No wonder many trainers prefer to start their journey by nurturing Pokémon from eggs. There is indeed a compelling reason behind it. Setting aside other considerations, The mere enhancement of intimacy is sufficient to overshadow everything else. Observing the evolution of his two Pokémon, Zhang Feng felt a surge of joy within his heart. After several days of training outdoors, he finally arrived at the location of the fourth gym, Zine City. Ding dong. The current attributes of the host are as follows. Host, Zhang Feng. Age, 18. Funds, 1, 500, 000 Pokémon coins items, 15 luxury balls, 1 Lizard King Mega Evolution Stone, 1 Keystone, Leaf Stone, Fire Stone, Water Stone, Thunder Stone, Dark Stone Additional. System Space Main Pokémon, Rayquaza, Lizard King, Pidgeot, Milotic, Cleator, Metagross, Infernape, Glacian, Eevee. Sharim, 2. Species Pokémon, Pidgey, 515, Treecko, 130, Cleator, 303, Ponyta, 4, Eevee, 8, Rhydon, 4, Swablu, 2, Silcoon, 4, Nidoqueen, Nidoking, 4. At present, Zhang Feng boasts a formidable roster of 11 primary battle Pokémon, each possessing gold-tier qualities. Of course, among them, only Rayquaza, Lizard King, Pidgeot, and Milotic stand out in terms of strength, all reaching levels above 40, having already stepped into the realm of quasi-champions. The remaining companions boast levels in the low 30s at best. Upon reaching Zine City, Zhang Feng entrusted his Pokémon to Nurse Joy at the Pokémon Center and took a day to rest before preparing to challenge the Zine Gym. The Zine Gym, specializing in electric-type Pokémon, prompted him to select Cleator as his primary combatant, while the choice of additional members would depend on the Pokémon chosen by gym leader Taixian. After gathering all his Pokémon, Zhang Feng entered the Zine Gym. As with previous challenges, he was escorted inside by the gym staff, eagerly awaiting the appearance of the gym leader. Shortly thereafter, an elderly man with white hair and beard, yet brimming with vitality, emerged before Zhang Feng. Gym leader Taixian greeted him. "You must be today's challenger, Zhang Feng. You appear quite spirited. I hope for a delightful battle today." In response to Tieshuan's words, Zhang Feng smiled and replied, "Then I humbly ask for your guidance, Gym leader Taixian." The battle between challenger Zhang Feng and gym leader Taixian commenced. Adhering to the rules of a 3-on-3 battle, with only the challenger permitted to switch Pokémon. Thus, the combat began. As the referee waved the flag, Taixian sent forth his first Pokémon, a level 20 Magnemite. Recognizing the ordinary level opponent, Zhang Feng promptly called upon his own Pokémon. "Then I entrust you with this task, Infernape." Upon Infernape's arrival, Taixian momentarily failed to recognize this Sinnoh region Pokémon, but acknowledged it as a fire type. An unfamiliar fire-type Pokémon. How intriguing. Magnemite, use Thunder Shock. Chapter 40. Battle against Taixian, the Electric Badge. Infernape swiftly dodged the attack with a quick move and retaliated with a fire punch. As Taixian commanded Magnemite to execute Thunder Shock, Zhang Feng reacted instantly. For a fighting-type Pokémon, speed is an undeniable advantage. Thus, after Infernape executed a quick dodge, it landed a decisive fire punch on Magnemite. With the boost from the Iron Fist ability, Infernape's punch was significantly amplified, an Undertype advantage. It effortlessly knocked out Magnemite in a single blow. Ding dong, Infernape defeated Magnemite, gaining 207 experience points and leveling up to current level 20. Observing his Magnemite fall so easily, Taixian was momentarily taken aback before bursting into hearty laughter. "What an exceptional trainer you are. Your Pokémon are indeed impressive. The next one, however, will not be of the same caliber." As Taixian spoke, he recalled the defeated Magnemite and sent forth another Pokémon, Jolteon. Ding dong. The current attributes of Jolteon are as follows. Pokémon, Jolteon level, 33 ability, Volt Absorb type, Electric quality, Purple Bond evolution, Unlocked Mega evolution, Unlocked skills, Fire Fong, Thunder Wave. Quick attack, Bite, Thunder Fong, Thunder Shock, Electro Ball. The level 33 Jolteon was far beyond what Infernape could contend with at that moment, prompting Zhang Feng to recall his fiery companion. "Well done, Infernape. I entrust you with this battle. Go forth, Cleator." As the Rock Steel type Cleator entered the fray, both Jolteon and Cleator sensed each other's formidable power, an inexplicable aura forming between the two Pokémon as they prepared for combat. Jolteon, use Thunder Shock. Cleator, unleash Rock Slide. In an instant, the battlefield was filled with a cacophony of electricity and rock as they collided against one another. However, the Electric-type attack proved less effective against Cleator's Rock-type. While the reverse was true, the Rock-type skill struck Jolteon with remarkable efficacy. Jolteon, use Fire Fong. Cleator, await its approach and then strike with Metal Claw. As the trainers issued their commands, Jolteon, despite having just endured a heavy blow, struggled to rise and dashed toward Cleator with remarkable speed, gathering fire-type energy in its mouth for a fierce attack. Yet, Cleator's eyes narrowed, fixating intently on the approaching Jolteon. Just as the two were about to collide, Cleator suddenly unleashed a tremendous roar. Startled by the thunderous sound, Jolteon hesitated, granting Cleator ample opportunity. In the next moment, Cleator, fueled by sheer determination, struck out with its powerful right claw. With a dazzling metallic sheen, Cleator's massive claw sent Jolteon soaring through the air. For the final blow, Cleator summoned Earth Power. Amid Cleator's furious roar, an overwhelming surge of ground-type energy began to gather just as Jolteon was sent hurtling through the air. Cleator's heavy body then stomped down upon the battlefield, creating a fissure beneath it. With a resounding crash, the moment Jolteon landed, the Earth Power erupted, engulfing it entirely. Jolteon. At that moment, even Taishien began to worry for his Jolteon. However, as the battlefield regained its calm, it became evident that Jolteon had already succumbed to defeat. Jolteon lost its fighting capability, and Cleator emerged victorious. Ding dong, Cleator defeated Jolteon, gaining 385 experience points and leveling up to current level 35. To have so easily bested my Jolteon, Zhang Feng, I acknowledge your prowess. For the final battle, I entrust you with this, Electabuzz. With Tieshuan's words, the true form of the final Pokémon from the Xeon Gym leader was revealed, Electabuzz, which ultimately evolves into Electivire, a Pokémon that Zhang Feng particularly admires. Ding dong. The current attributes of Electabuzz are as follows. Pokémon. Electabuzz level, 41 ability, static type, electric quality, purple. Bond evolution, unlocked. Mega evolution, unlocked. Skills, Swift Star, Thunder Punch, Discharge. Volt Tackle, Charge, Takedown. It appears that Taishien holds substantial regard for Zhang Feng's prowess, as he has dispatched a formidable opponent. Entering the fray is an electrifying beast, having ascended to the semi-king tier. However, Zhang Feng possesses Pokémon of equivalent caliber. Kadora, engage in battle first and unleash Metal Sound. Upon receiving Zhang Feng's command, Kadora let out a furious roar, instantly releasing Metal Sound in a visually striking manner. The tremendous cacophony assailed the ears of the electrifying beast, causing it to clutch its ears in agony, significantly diminishing its special defense. Electrifying beast, hold on. Execute the Brick Break attack. Fighting type moves against Kadora would yield a fourfold advantage. Should this strike land, given their level disparity, Kadora might be vanquished in an instant. Kadora, use Protect. At a critical juncture, Zhang Feng commanded Kadora to employ Protect, and a green membrane appeared, successfully shielding it from the electrifying beast strike. Retrieving Kadora, he unleashed the Pokeball of Lizard King, and the outcome of this battle at the Amethyst Gym seemed almost predetermined. A flash of lightning followed by Leaf Blade. The electrifying beast unleashed Volt Tackle. The overwhelming electrical power surged forth from the electrifying beast, but alas, it encountered the lightning-fast Lizard King, who evaded the attack despite it being an electric-type move. In stark contrast, as Lizard King's arms glimmered with green blades, two crimson gashes appeared on the electrifying beast's body. Lizard King, unleash Solar Flare to eliminate the opponent. Chapter 41. The fourth badge, the unforeseen Mega Evolution Stone. The electrifying beast unleashed Volt Tackle. Lizard King, Solar Flare. In terms of the speed at which Lizard King and the electrifying beast could summon their ultimate moves, the electrifying beast undoubtedly had the upper hand. After all, Solar Flare requires significant time, taking up to 2 turns unless under a blazing sun. However, even after the Volt Tackle struck Lizard King first, thanks to its formidable willpower, Lizard King's move was not interrupted. What? At this moment, Gym leader Taishien stared in disbelief at Zhang Feng's Lizard King, seemingly impervious to his electrifying beast's attack, leaving him momentarily stunned. Having been a gym leader his entire life, he had never witnessed such a formidable Lizard King. How could it disregard the attack from his electrifying beast? Just then, Lizard King's solar flare reached its culmination, and the seeds on Lizard King's back illuminated in unison, culminating in a blinding flash of white light. The entire battlefield was engulfed in this brilliance, and then tranquility returned. When the battle concluded, the electrifying beast was sent hurtling out of the arena, crashing into the wall of the Amethyst Gym, embedding itself deeply within. The power of Solar Flare was terrifyingly potent. Ding dong. Lizard King defeated the electrifying beast, earning 457 experience points, leveling up to LV 44. The electrifying beast lost its combat capability, and Lizard King emerged victorious. With all 3 of Taishien's Pokémon incapacitated, The ultimate victor was challenger Zhang Feng. As the referee's voice echoed, Tai Xin chuckled heartily. You are truly remarkable, Zhang Feng. This is your proof of conquering the Amethyst Gym, the electric badge. I hope you perform excellently at the colorful conference. With that, Tai Xin presented the electric badge to Zhang Feng. Meanwhile, the recently revived electrifying beast couldn't help but give Lizard King a thumbs up. Witnessing this scene, Lizard King returned the gesture with a cool nod, acknowledging the electrifying beast's respect. Upon receiving the electric badge, Zhang Feng had now secured over half of the qualifications needed to participate in the Hoenn League's colorful conference. The balance badge from the Orange Flower Gym, the rock badge from the Canaz Gym, the fighting badge from the martial arts gym, and now this electric badge from the Amethyst Gym. A total of 4 badges. After placing the electric badge into the badge case, gifted by Miss Joy from Orange Flower City, Zhang Feng gazed at the collection of badges, feeling immense joy. Unlike in the game, the tangible badges brought forth an indescribable sense of achievement. Now, nearly 3 months had passed since departing from Baijin. With 4 months remaining until the colorful conference commenced, yet he had already surpassed the halfway mark. The journey ahead could afford a more leisurely pace. After bidding farewell to gym leader Tai Xian, Zhang Feng returned to the Pokémon Center, entrusted his battle-worn Pokémon to Miss Joy for recovery, and then stepped out to leisurely explore the city of Amethyst. Consulting the map, he discovered that Amethyst City housed a museum, specifically a fossil Pokémon museum, featuring resurrected fossil Pokémon, which piqued Zhang Feng's interest, prompting him to visit. After spending 180 Poke Dollars to procure a ticket, Zhang Feng entered the Amethyst Museum. Gazing at the array of fossils, he felt a surge of anticipation. In the Hoenn region, the fossil revival machine had long been developed, though it hadn't been widely utilized. However, the Amethyst Museum possessed such marvels, being one of the investors in the fossil revival machine, which explained the abundance of prehistoric Pokémon in the Pokémon world. That rascal Daigo had an ancient Pokémon, the Ancient Armor, evidently revived by the Devon Corporation. The Amethyst City Fossil Museum boasted a vast collection of fossils, including fossil helmets, scythe helmets, thorny anemone beasts, ancient armor, cradle lilies, and more, everything imaginable. Furthermore, they had another section dedicated to showcasing these revived fossil Pokémon for visitors to admire. This reminded Zhang Feng of his first visit to a zoo in his past life, evoking a sense of novelty. Nearby, a museum staff member was explaining that these fossil Pokémon were revived using the fossil revival machine, which required substantial resources from the museum. Observing the living, breathing prehistoric Pokémon before him, Zhang Feng felt a burgeoning desire to capture such a Pokémon. Of course, the only fossil Pokémon that could truly captivate Zhang Feng's heart was the legendary Aerodactyl. Regrettably, he found no sign of it within the Amethyst Museum. He recalled that in the Kanto region, within the mysterious Great Dumb Valley, there resided an Aerodactyl, which had once captured Ash, forcing his Charmeleon to evolve. It had also allowed Misty to obtain a Togepi egg, but according to the current storyline, Togepi should have already parted ways with Misty, remaining in the Togepi paradise. Excuse me, is there a living Aerodactyl in the museum? After Zhang Feng inquired, the museum staff member paused momentarily, then thoughtfully replied, Aerodactyl is a highly aggressive Pokémon. We possess the fossil, but we have not revived it, so it cannot be seen in the museum. I apologize. Perhaps there will be opportunities in the future. After receiving this response, Zhang Feng felt no disappointment. If he couldn't encounter Aerodactyl here, he could aim to find that mysterious Great Dumb Valley in the Kanto region after finishing the colorful conference to capture that Aerodactyl. After touring the Amethyst Museum, just as Zhang Feng was preparing to depart, he noticed a crowd gathering, with a museum researcher promoting something. These are scattered fossils discovered by our museum. If any visitors wish to purchase for their collections, please come to me for payment. Recognizing this as the museum's merchandising initiative, Zhang Feng initially paid it no mind. But after scanning the items with his system, he was pleasantly surprised. Ding dong. A notification regarding the discovery of a fossilized Pteranodon evolution stone has been issued. Please take heed. Host. Upon receiving this alert from the system, Zhang Feng promptly made his way to the nearby vendor area, eager to examine the array of items before him. Are these all freshly excavated fossils? What are their prices? He inquired, scrutinizing the stone fragments marred with fossil imprints, their original forms obscured. Zhang Feng couldn't shake the feeling that these were not genuine fossils, were it not for the system's assertion of the presence of a fossilized Pteranodon evolution stone. He would hardly believe that these treasures had indeed been unearthed from various locations. In response to Zhang Feng's inquiry, the researcher smiled and replied, "These fossils are incomplete. They cannot be used to resurrect fossil Pokémon with our fossil machines. nor can they be exhibited in museums. Thus, we intend to sell them, providing visitors with a chance to collect them while allowing the museum to quickly recoup its funds. Sir, please take a look. These are genuine fossils. Encouraged by the researcher's words, Zhang Feng's gaze fell upon one particular stone. This is the fossilized Pteranodon evolution stone that the system had just scanned. However, it was currently enveloped in fossilized remnants, concealing its inherent luster. And how much is this one? He asked. You have a keen eye, sir. This stone may contain amber. We are offering it for 100,000 Pokémon coins. Zhang Feng's lips twitched at the mention of this figure. Given that the price of a Pokémon evolution stone had become widespread, it should far exceed this amount, potentially soaring into the millions. But for now, haggling was the order of the day. After a series of negotiations, Zhang Feng successfully acquired the precious stone for 30,000 Pokémon coins. A fortunate find indeed. Chapter 42. The Assault of Team Magma. The Resurrection of the Fossilized Pteranodon. After placing the fossilized Pteranodon evolution stone into his system space, Zhang Feng felt a swell of joy. Once he encountered a fossilized Pteranodon and captured it, with a foundation of intimacy established, he would be able to obtain a powerful Pokémon post-evolution, undoubtedly enhancing his strength. Just as he reveled in this successful acquisition, Zhang Feng prepared to depart from the Zijing Museum. Suddenly, an explosion reverberated through the air, followed by a tumultuous uproar erupting from the previously serene fossil Pokémon Park. The site of the explosion was precisely where the fossil Pokémon resided. As the fencing was blown apart, the startled fossil Pokémon scattered in all directions. Pokémon that could be tamed by the museum, even fossil Pokémon, had lost their edge. Witnessing this chaos, the staff at the Zijing Museum grew anxious. This fossil Pokémon Park had been built with immense dedication, and if all the fossil Pokémon escaped, the museum would incur significant losses, perhaps even face bankruptcy. Realizing this, the researchers and staff immediately dispatched their own Pokémon to apprehend the fleeing creatures. At that moment, a dozen figures clad in fiery red uniforms appeared abruptly. Team Magma is here. Everyone else, clear the area, or you may endanger your lives. Upon hearing these words and observing the leader, Zhang Feng's expression shifted to one of surprise. Wait, why do these dimwits from Team Magma and Team Aqua keep targeting museums? Previously, he had encountered Aqua member Aquan attacking a museum in Canaz City, and now he was witnessing Team Magma's officer, Hoenn, leading an assault on the Zijing Museum. Hadn't Ash already clashed with these two organizations? Why was he encountering them again? Could the revival of Groudon and Kyogre be intrinsically linked to the museum? As Zhang Feng pondered this, Hoenn coldly declared, if you refuse to leave, then you'll remain here. Seemingly noticing Zhang Feng's reluctance to depart, Hoenn immediately threw out a Pokeball, summoning a robust Blaziken. Ding dong. Blaziken. Current attributes are as follows. Species: Blaziken level 38 ability, Blaze armor type, Fire. Ground qualities: Purple Bond evolution, Unlocked Mega evolution, Unlocked skills: Earthquake, Flamethrower, Heavy Stomp, Clean Sweep, Smoke, Earth Power, Charge. It must be said that Blaziken, a Pokemon of this caliber, naturally learns Flamethrower, the most powerful fire-type move. Initially, such skills were exclusive to legendary Pokemon and high-tier fire types, but later, they were also made available to Blaziken and Coalossal from the Hoenn region. Hey, are all of you from Team Magma lacking in common sense? Which of your eyes saw me wanting to fight you? Zhang Feng retorted angrily, reluctantly retrieving his Milotic's Pokeball. There was no other choice, as Hoenn had already summoned Blaziken. In the next moment, a graceful and elongated Milotic appeared before Hoenn and Blaziken. In truth, Zhang Feng had no desire to engage with Team Aqua or Team Magma. After all, capturing Groudon and Kyogre would require these two evil organizations to expend their efforts. Zhang Feng certainly did not wish to search for the red and blue orbs, only to be hunted by the Pokemon League and branded a criminal. The optimal strategy was to leverage the strengths of these two organizations, and when Groudon and Kyogre clashed later on, Zhang Feng would swoop in as a hero, using Latios's power to capture both legendary Pokemon. This way, he could reap the rewards without incurring the wrath of the Pokemon League, while also securing two powerful allies, truly killing two birds with one stone. Yet who could have predicted that despite Zhang Feng's desire to avoid conflict, the officers from Team Aqua and Team Magma would continuously target him? How infuriating. You dare insult Team Magma? You're finished. Blaziken, unleash Flamethrower. Following Hoenn's command, Blaziken stomped the ground, and a searing flame erupted forth. Milotic, use Water Cannon. Teach this arrogant fool a lesson. Fueled by his grievances against Team Aqua and Team Magma, Zhang Feng unleashed one of his main Pokémon, Milotic, immediately. Upon receiving her trainer's command and sensing his displeasure, Milotic let out a fierce cry, and a fearsome jet of water surged forth, colliding with Blaziken's flamethrower. The clash of flame and water resulted in a thick cloud of steam enveloping the entire museum, obscuring visibility. However, Milotic's formidable strength soon extinguished the flamethrower, and the water cannon struck Blaziken with unrelenting force. Being hit by a water-type move that was 4 times effective, Blaziken collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. Ding dong. Milotic defeated Blaziken, gaining 412 experience points, leveling up to current level 44. After vanquishing Huasiyuan's Blaziken, the Team Magma officer's face turned a mottled shade of green and purple. He could scarcely believe that an ordinary trainer he encountered could possess such formidable strength, capable of defeating his main Pokémon in a single blow. He had intended to showcase Team Magma's might, but instead, he had become a cautionary tale. Just as Huasiyuan contemplated dispatching another Pokémon, a Team Magma member suddenly approached him, whispering something. Upon hearing this news, Huasiyuan's face lit up with delight. "We have what we came for. Withdraw." After saying this, Huasiyuan shot a menacing look at Zhang Feng, declaring, "Kid, consider yourself lucky." Meanwhile, a research scientist suddenly rushed downstairs, exclaiming in alarm, "Disaster has struck. The fossil revival machine has been stolen by Team Magma, and the resurrected fossil pterodactyl is wreaking havoc within the museum." Chapter 43. The choice reappears, Mega Pidgeot. Ding dong, the host is faced with a decision, and the following options are now presented. Option 1. Pursue the Team Magma executive, Huetsuan, reclaim the fossil revival machine, receive the gratitude of the entire museum staff, and obtain a random Mega Evolution Stone. Option 2. Prevent the fossil pterodactyl from destroying the city and capture it, earning the goodwill of all residents of Zhejiang City and receiving a Pidgeot Mega Evolution Stone. Option 3. Do nothing and receive a random Evolution Stone. Upon encountering these 3 choices, Zhang Feng quickly came to a resolution. He had no intention of pursuing the retreating members of Team Magma. After all, he aimed to turn both Team Magma and Team Aqua into his free labor. Had it not been for Huetsuan and Aquan provoking him, Zhang Feng would have preferred to avoid conflict with these 2 organizations, even feeling an urge to assist them. Otherwise, when would they ever acquire the red and blue orbs? Resurrecting Rayquaza and Groudon? At this moment, within the Zhejiang Museum, the fossil Pokémon were scattering, posing a threat to the citizens of Zhejiang City. As a recognized trainer by the Alliance and Dr. Tianwan, Zhang Feng felt it was his duty to ensure the safety of the citizens from the threat posed by the fossil Pokémon. I choose option 2. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 Pidgeot Mega Evolution Stone, which has been added to the system space. Hearing the system's prompt and having secured the Mega Evolution Stone for his primary battling Pokémon, Zhang Feng felt a surge of joy. Pidgeot's strength would undoubtedly soar. Thus, Zhang Feng disregarded the fleeing Huetsuan and others, immediately approaching the museum's doctor to inquire, "Where's the fossil pterodactyl? I must stop it." The staff at Zhejiang Museum regarded Zhang Feng as their savior, having just witnessed him defeat a Team Magma executive. Upon hearing his words, someone promptly led Zhang Feng to the area where the pterodactyl was wreaking havoc. Upon arriving at the scene, Zhang Feng beheld the creature unleashing destructive beams, causing explosions throughout. This pterodactyl was no longer confined to the museum, but had burst into the city. With its formidable power, it moved through Zhejiang City as if it were an unchallenged sovereign. Typically, the destructive beams would have side effects. Yet this particular fossil pterodactyl seemed impervious to such repercussions. Could it be a pterodactyl endowed with extraordinary abilities? Zhang Feng promptly checked the attributes of this pterodactyl through the system. Ding dong. The current attributes of the fossil pterodactyl are as follows. Pokémon. Fossil pterodactyl. Role, none. Level, 45. Ability, hard head. Type, rock, flying. Potential, gold. Bond evolution, unlocked. Mega evolution, unlockable. Skills, origin power, sharp stone attack, wing attack, rock slide, destructive beam, megaton impact. Friendship, 0. Background, a resurrected ancient sky sovereign. Its power has yet to reach its former peak, filled with rage towards this unfamiliar world. Hobbies, hunting, battling. Gazing upon the description of this golden potential pterodactyl, Zhang Feng recognized its former might. After all, possessing golden potential was quite remarkable. However, perhaps due to its recent revival, its strength was diminished, hence its level only being 45. With this realization, Zhang Feng felt a surge of excitement. It would be a grave injustice not to capture this creature. In any case, There were no powerful trainers at Zhejiang Museum capable of stopping the pterodactyl, so capturing it would indeed resolve a significant dilemma for the museum. Though Zhejiang Museum had already called for assistance from Miss Junsha and Master Taixian, their arrival would undoubtedly take time. Therefore, Zhang Feng retrieved a luxury ball from his hand, and forthwith, a massive Pidgeot emerged. Pidgeot, go and stop the fossil pterodactyl, unleash air slash. As Zhang Feng issued his command, Pidgeot, with its keen gaze, immediately unleashed a flurry of air slashes directed at the pterodactyl. Meanwhile, the pterodactyl, newly revived and brimming with anger at its incomplete power and the strangeness of this world, unleashed destructive beams across Zhejiang City. As explosions erupted, the pterodactyl felt a sense of exhilaration, but just then, Pidgeot's attack commenced. Enraged at being attacked by a Pidgeot, the pterodactyl retaliated by blocking the air slash with its hard head before lunging at Pidgeot with its wings. In its ancient era, a mere Pidgeot would have been nothing more than prey for this formidable pterodactyl. As the pterodactyl grew increasingly furious, it unleashed another destructive beam at Pidgeot. Pidgeot, with a flash of speed, evaded the attack and countered with Hurricane. Following Zhang Feng's command, Pidgeot cried out, confidence surging within it. No matter how strong the pterodactyl was, it would ultimately fall beneath Pidgeot's might. In the next moment, Pidgeot swiftly maneuvered, easily dodging the pterodactyl's assault and positioning itself behind the creature. With the flapping of its wings, a powerful gust of wind coalesced. Despite the pterodactyl not sustaining serious injuries, the force of the hurricane pushed it away from Pidgeot. After all, while the pterodactyl was also a flying-type Pokémon, it paled in comparison to Pidgeot, who excelled in utilizing wind in battle. With a furious roar, the increasingly agitated pterodactyl gathered a mass of sharp stones. This move was none other than Sharp Stone Attack. Witnessing this, Zhang Feng immediately commanded Pidgeot, Pidgeot, test your newfound strength, Mega Evolution. Having entrusted Pidgeot with the Mega Evolution Stone prior to the battle, Zhang Feng now saw a dazzling spectrum of light envelop Pidgeot. Subsequently, a larger avian creature, approximately 2.5 meters tall, materialized before Zhang Feng. Its wings spread wide, reaching an astounding 6 meters. Ding dong. The current attributes of Mega Pidgeot are as follows. Pokémon, Mega Pidgeot, in Mega Evolution. Role, none. Level, 49. Ability, no guard. Type, flying normal. Potential, red. Bond Evolution, unlocked. Mega Evolution, Mega Pidgeot. Skills, Air Slash, Quick Attack, Steel Wing, Whirlwind, Hurricane, Storm, Gale Wings. Friendship, 250. Background, met in Changhua Forest, exists solely to protect its trainer. Evolving into Pidgeot for its trainer's sake. Hobbies, enjoys soaring through the skies, safeguarding its trainer. Chapter 44. Capturing the fossil pterodactyl, Macaulay arrives. Observing the now red-tier Mega Pidgeot post-Mega Evolution, Zhang Feng felt immense joy. The Mega Evolution indeed enhanced the Pokémon's potential. Of course, it might also be due to the special effects of the Mega Evolution Stone rewarded by the system. Regardless, the newly Mega-evolved Pidgeot was significantly more formidable, providing Zhang Feng with a sufficient advantage against the type-disadvantaged pterodactyl. Capturing this volatile creature was imperative. As the phenomenon of Mega Evolution unfolded, a multitude of vibrant and elongated plumage adorned the crest of Pidgeot, resembling the splendid layers of a phoenix in its evolution. The majestic Mega Pidgeot surged forth, unleashing its brave bird attack upon the fossil pterodactyl. This rock-type move would inflict tremendous damage upon flying-type Pokémon. However, due to Pidgeot's Mega Evolution, its ability transformed into no guard. This meant that both Pokémon would inevitably hit their targets, rendering Pidgeot unable to evade the impending assault, while the fossil pterodactyl was equally incapable of dodging Pidgeot's onslaught. In an instant, as a barrage of sharp stones hurtled toward Pidgeot, it ignited in a blaze of orange-red flames, swiftly shifting to a brilliant blue. With a piercing cry that shattered the air, Pidgeot barreled into the fossil pterodactyl. At that moment, the sharp stone attack collided violently with Mega Pidgeot, yet the searing flames enveloping it gradually melted the incoming projectiles, resulting in minimal damage. In the next heartbeat, Mega Pidgeot, exuding an unmatched aura, crashed into the abdomen of the fossil pterodactyl with tremendous force. Even this prehistoric titan could not withstand the blow, letting out a wail as it plummeted from the sky. Witnessing the fossil pterodactyl's downfall, Zhang Feng clenched his fist and exclaimed, "Now, Mega Pidgeot, unleash Hurricane." In response, an even more ferocious tempest began to coalesce around Mega Pidgeot's wings. The colossal storm engulfed the fossil pterodactyl, stirring up a whirl of dust and debris. and after countless rotations, it finally succumbed to the ground. Seizing the moment, Zhang Feng promptly produced a luxury ball. With a precise arc, the luxury ball opened, transforming the fossil pterodactyl into a beam of red light and drawing it within. In that instant, the once arrogant fossil pterodactyl found itself within Zhang Feng's system space. With its limited intellect, it could scarcely fathom that this entirely new realm belonged to the very trainer it had just battled. As the environment shifted once more, the wounded fossil pterodactyl let out a furious roar. It was filled with rage towards the human who had thwarted it and the peculiar Pidgey. However, upon hearing its roar, the once dormant Rayquaza, who had been peacefully resting in the sky, suddenly appeared before the fossil pterodactyl. The ostentatious creature, confronted by the imposing figure of Rayquaza, which emanated an aura of infinite dragonic majesty, could not help but break into a cold sweat. What is this? How did Rayquaza suddenly appear in this place? This is a being I would never dare provoke, even at my peak. Thus, the fossil pterodactyl, drenched in perspiration, quickly abandoned its former bravado, bowing and nodding before Rayquaza, not daring to extend its wings. Seeing the fossil pterodactyl display such humility, Rayquaza flicked its tail, gently tapping the creature's head 3 times, instructing it to heed Zhang Feng's commands within this system space, before returning to its slumber. Fossil pterodactyl, help! I was just moments away from becoming dragon fodder. Ding! The fossil pterodactyl's friendship level with you has increased, currently standing at 200 points. Zhang Feng. Though perplexed by the sudden rise in the fossil pterodactyl's friendship level, he surmised it was likely due to being schooled by Zhang Feng's other Pokémon within the system space. This was fortuitous, as it would prevent this creature from becoming as disobedient as Ash's Charizard. With the capture of the fossil pterodactyl, Zhang Feng had effectively quelled the crisis in Zheng City. Had this powerful being, akin to a quasi-elite level Pokémon, escaped its restraints and wreaked havoc upon the citizens, it would have resulted in catastrophic destruction. Upon witnessing Zhang Feng's success, the staff at the Zheng City Museum breathed a collective sigh of relief. Soon after, the gym leader Iron Spin, Miss Junsha, and Nurse Joy, along with personnel from the gym, police station, and Pokémon Center, arrived to assist in the aftermath. Relieved to learn that Zhang Feng had resolved the crisis, Iron Spin expressed gratitude, saying, "Thanks to you, Zhang Feng, the casualties in Zheng City would have been severe. This is my oversight." As a gym leader, it was not only his duty to train new trainers for the league, but also to ensure the safety of the locality. The devastation inflicted upon Zheng City was a direct consequence of the nefarious Team Magma's assault, and Iron Spin would undoubtedly face scrutiny from the league. Fortunately, Zhang Feng's intervention had swiftly calmed the situation, and for that, Iron Spin was immensely appreciative. Even Miss Junsha saluted Zhang Feng, representing the gratitude of the citizens of Zheng City. Moreover, the Zheng Museum, recognizing Zhang Feng's accomplishment in capturing the fossil pterodactyl and restoring order, graciously gifted the creature to him. Zhang Feng, I have reported this matter to the league. Coincidentally, the champion of the Hoenn League, the esteemed coordinator Mr. Macaulay, is in the vicinity of Zheng City. He has sent word that he will arrive shortly and wishes to meet you, bringing with him rewards from the league. Upon hearing Miss Junsha's words, Zhang Feng felt a flicker of anticipation. What kind of reward would be bestowed upon him for saving an entire city? Not to mention, a top-tier figure like the Hoenn champion himself desired to meet him. Reflecting on the friendship between Daigo and Macaulay, it seemed only natural that Macaulay would have heard of him. Thus, Zhang Feng decided to temporarily reside in Zheng City, awaiting Macaulay's arrival. The following day, Zhang Feng received news from Miss Junsha, informing him that champion Macaulay had arrived in Zheng City and, after inquiring at the museum and with gym leader Iron Spin, would soon meet him. Furthermore, thanks to the official announcement from the league the previous day, the citizens of Zheng City were now aware that the trainer who had saved their city was named Zhang Feng. In no time, Zhang Feng's reputation soared to unprecedented heights in Zheng City. With the message from Miss Junsha, Zhang Feng awakened from his luxurious suite at the Pokémon Center, preparing to meet the current Hoenn champion, the exceptional coordinator Macaulay. Chapter 45, The League's Reward, Macaulay's Challenge. Macaulay, a direct disciple of gym leader Adam from the Luminous Gym, had once held the title of gym leader himself. Following Daigo's resignation as Hoenn champion to pursue mining endeavors across various regions, Macaulay ascended to the championship, while Adam took over the Luminous Gym. Do not be misled into thinking that Macaulay's ascension to the champion position came without merit. Rather, he is undoubtedly one of the top-tier powerhouses in the Hoenn region, second only to Daigo. At the very least, the Elite Four could not match Macaulay's prowess, as they were on entirely different levels. Moreover, as the champion, Macaulay is also an elite coordinator, renowned as one of the most formidable trainers in the dazzling contests. The ability to excel in both domains attests to Macaulay's exceptional talents. In truth, among all regions, the Hoenn region boasts formidable strength, with 2 champions of considerable might. In contrast, other regions can claim only one champion-level powerhouse, or at least one of master-level caliber, who is no older than 30. Had it not been for the subsequent Battle of the 8 Masters, where each region could only nominate one representative, Macaulay's capabilities would have undoubtedly surpassed that of the likes of Alan. In the Kanto region, there is Lance. In the Sinnoh region, Cynthia. The current champion of the Unova region, Alder, is aging, while Iris has yet to rise. In the Kalos region, there is Diantha, and in the Galar region, there is Leon. Thus, it is said that only the Hoenn region boasts 2 top-tier trainers simultaneously. The Kanto region was once formidable, but following its division into Kanto and Chengdu, the individual strengths of both regions have naturally dwindled in comparison to Hoenn. In Kanto, there exists merely one formidable figure, the Dragon Master, and it is rumored that this individual, Dodo, took on the title of champion in Chengdu solely because he could not defeat Kina. TSK. How lackluster Dodo is. No wonder he transitioned from being the strongest in the first generation to losing in the inaugural battle of the Elite 8 against Dan Emperor, falling to 2nd place, and subsequently plummeting to 4th, ultimately becoming a mere one-round participant in Ash's era, with his strongest Pokémon now being a shiny Gyarados. Meanwhile, far away in the Kanto region, the Dragon Master, engaged in a mission, could not suppress a sneeze. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Feng found himself at the Pokémon Center, where he encountered the legendary coordinator and the current champion of the Hoenn League, Macaulay. Macaulay, approximately 25 years of age, slightly younger than Daigo, possessed an air of elegance that was not effeminate. Upon meeting Zhang Feng, Macaulay approached him with a smile. You are the formidable trainer whom Daigo spoke of. The one who rescued the city of Zircon, are you not? Zhang Feng expected nothing less. It was indeed Daigo who had informed Macaulay of his exploits. However, he pondered whether Macaulay was aware of his Latios. Surely, Daigo wouldn't divulge that information too hastily, would he? After all, Daigo had advised him not to release Latios indiscriminately, lest it attract unwanted attention. With a hint of curiosity, Zhang Feng spoke, Mr. Macaulay. I have been waiting for you in Zircon City. Miss Junsha mentioned that due to the recent attack on Zircon, the League has arranged a reward for me. As for Daigo, we have indeed battled and have since become friends. My Metagross was a gift from him. Hearing Zhang Feng inquire about the reward, Macaulay regarded him with skepticism. What could this mere 18-year-old possess that would compel Daigo to lavish such praise upon him, prompting Macaulay to test his prowess? Yet, learning that this young man had forged a friendship with Daigo stirred an inexplicable pang of envy and curiosity within Macaulay. It is human nature to feel intrigued when a close friend suddenly speaks of someone frequently. Moreover, Daigo had entrusted Zhang Feng with the most promising beldam from his personal collection. This alone piqued Macaulay's interest in Zhang Feng. And considering that Daigo was known for his precision in gifting, Macaulay could not allow his reward to lack in quality. Clearing his throat, Macaulay addressed Zhang Feng. In light of your efforts to thwart the rampant destruction caused by the fossil pterodactyl in Zircon, the Hoenn League will award you a special set of Pokeballs, including a Master Ball, and grant you permission to request a legendary Pokemon from the League. I have a set of Pokeballs with me, but the legendary Pokemon is not currently on hand. I will need to see which one you desire in order to make an application to the League. Upon hearing Macaulay's words, Zhang Feng felt a surge of joy at the mention of a Master Ball, not to mention the opportunity to select a legendary Pokemon. He contemplated the likes of Tyranitar, Dragonite, Rayquaza, Garchomp, and Dragapult, quickly solidifying his decision. If given the choice, he hoped to acquire a legendary from the Dragon family, as these were native to Hoenn and were likely to possess exceptional qualities. Zhang Feng had long harbored thoughts regarding legendary Pokemon, especially given Hoenn's abundance of Bagon and Beldum, suggesting that the League's offerings would undoubtedly be superior. Besides, how magnificent would it be to ride a Rayquaza? The previously caught Swablu in his system suddenly seemed less appealing. After all, he had only captured Swablu due to the absence of any Dragon-type legendaries at the time. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's preference, Macaulay nodded with a smile and promptly handed him a set of Pokeballs. He then immediately contacted the Pokemon League to request a quality Bagon or Shelmet, utilizing the Pokemon communication device for swift delivery. With Macaulay's endorsement, the League staff acted with remarkable efficiency. However, upon reaching Zircon City, it would still take at least an hour. Well then, the reward has been applied for, and the delivery of Bagon will require some time. Why not take this opportunity to spar with me? I would like to assess the prowess of the trainer whom Daigo has so highly praised. Faced with Macauley's challenge, Zhang Feng was momentarily taken aback. However, since Macaulay was willingly stepping into the fray, he could hardly be blamed. Very well. It would be an honor to battle the champion. Thus, both trainers summoned their Pokeballs and soared towards the outskirts of Zircon City. They chose a spacious clearing outside the city, ensuring no interruptions would occur. At the same time, Daigo, deep within the mines, mused to himself. It should be around the time Macaulay encounters Zhang Feng, right? Since I've faced my share of challenges, it's only fair that my good friend, Macaulay, experiences the thrill of battling a legendary Pokémon as well. With this thought, Daigo could not help but break into a broad smile, wielding his pickaxe with renewed vigor. If he were to fall into the hands of unscrupulous capitalists, it would be evident that Daigo was indeed a master at mining. While we set aside Daigo's decision to abandon the life of a wealthy heir for that of a laborer, Zhang Feng and Macaulay were now poised for their battle. As the champion, I believe I am entitled to impart some advice. As an excellent trainer, you must remain composed during battles. Even when faced with insurmountable odds, one must possess the courage to fight. Of course, Daigo has likely shared these sentiments with you as well, so I shall refrain from being overly verbose. Hearing this from Macaulay, Zhang Feng could not help but smirk, suppressing a laugh. Although Macaulay's intentions were well-meaning, it remained to be seen whether he would maintain his composure when Latios made its appearance. Champion, I hope you practice what you preach and have the courage to fight while remaining calm. Then, as Macaulay tossed his Pokeball, a live, pristine, and elongated Milotic emerged, signifying the entrance of his ace Pokémon. Ding. Milotic's current attributes are as follows. Pokémon, Milotic, level, 83, ability, Marvel Scale, type, water, quality, gold, bond evolution, unlocked, mega evolution, unlocked, skills, water pulse, attract, recover, hydro pump, dragon pulse, light of ruin. At level 83, Milotic reached the master level, just 2 levels shy of Daigo's Metagross, yet its quality was merely gold. Given that Milotic's mega evolution had yet to be discovered, Macaulay would likely find himself at a disadvantage in subsequent encounters with Daigo. Furthermore, the disparity in their qualities was significant. Reflecting on this, Zhang Feng retrieved his own luxury ball containing Milotic. Since they were both Milotic, it was time for Zhang Feng's Pokémon to showcase what true strength looked like. This would also inspire Milotic to aspire for greater heights, establishing a formidable benchmark to pursue. Speaking of which, it seemed that Cynthia also possessed a Milotic. The frequency of Milotic appearing among these powerful trainers appeared to be quite high, didn't it? You possess a magnificent Milotic. I must commend your discerning taste. With this alone, I find you worthy, Zhang Feng. You truly have an exquisite sense of style. Upon finishing his words, Macaulay declared, You may commence your attack. Let me witness the bond between you and your Milotic. Seeing Macaulay's humility, Zhang Feng certainly would not let this opportunity slip by. Milotic, our opponent is formidable, equally as strong as the Daowu we encountered previously. Yet it is only fitting that you take the stage because your opponent is another Milotic. Now, unleash the full force of Water Pulse. Upon receiving Zhang Feng's command, Milotic, though taken aback by the prowess of its counterpart, was unfazed due to the constant pressure from the dragon-type Rayquaza in the system space. In the next moment, a robust column of water erupted forth like a high-pressure cannon, surging directly towards Macaulay's Milotic. Impressive power. To dare to strike against a significantly stronger foe demonstrates your prowess as a trainer. You truly deserve Dawu's praise. However, Macaulay's Milotic remained undeterred, effortlessly absorbing the attack with its physical form. Milotic, my darling, let them witness our true strength. Unleash Hydro Pump. As Macaulay's words resonated, his Milotic emitted a melodious cry, instantly releasing an overwhelming surge of water energy. The impact of the torrent left Zhang Feng's Milotic utterly defenseless, leading to its swift defeat. As he recalled his Milotic, Zhang Feng gently remarked, Thank you for your efforts, Milotic. Rest well. The reason for allowing Milotic to train before the arrival of Rayquaza was due to Zhang Feng's understanding of social etiquette. After all, Macaulay had traveled a great distance to present Zhang Feng with the rewards from the league. To simply unleash Rayquaza upon him would be a most disrespectful act, tarnishing the champion's dignity. How could Zhang Feng expect to continue his standing in the Hoenn League if he were to treat the champion with such disdain? In his battle with Dawu, Zhang Feng had already accumulated a significant favor by allowing Dawu to win 3 rounds before he himself triumphed with Rayquaza. Had he initially unleashed Rayquaza to dominate Dawu, the latter would undoubtedly have been infuriated, and instead of bestowing rewards upon Zhang Feng, he would likely have harbored resentment. Thus, the same principle applied to Mikoli. Allowing him a moment of pride was essential, as a champion rightfully had the grounds for such pride. Subsequently, when Zhang Feng brought forth Rayquaza, it would certainly be amusing to observe Mikoli's expression, especially since he had already secured a victory prior and would not be genuinely displeased by the upcoming defeat. At this moment, upon hearing Mikoli's words, Zhang Feng smiled and replied, "No worries. I shall seize this opportunity to learn from you, the champion. However, for our next Pokémon, I hope you will give it your utmost, champion." As Zhang Feng spoke, Mikoli inexplicably sensed a shift in the dynamics of their relationship. How could it be that the status between them had suddenly reversed? Wasn't Zhang Feng merely a rookie trainer who had only debuted for less than 3 months? Possessing a Pokémon of the quasi-legendary tier was already quite remarkable. Could it be that this young man could truly engage Dawu in a back-and-forth battle? Shaking his head to dispel his errant thoughts, Mikoli witnessed Zhang Feng remove a Master Ball from around his neck. "Mikoli, is that not the Master Ball I just gave him?" With an air of disbelief, Zhang Feng hurled the Master Ball forward, and in an instant, a colossal green dragon materialized. As Rayquaza appeared before Mikoli and his Milotic, it let out a thunderous roar that reverberated throughout the land. Even the citizens within the city of Purple Orchid could hear this immense dragon's cry. At that moment, Mikoli's expression shifted dramatically, despite being a top-notch coordinator. He could not contain his astonishment. "This is what you call a rookie trainer? A mere novice of 3 months?" Dawu never mentioned that this kid possessed a divine beast like Rayquaza. "Mikoli, am I supposed to battle Rayquaza now?" Chapter 47. Dawu truly is unfathomable. Acquiring the Dragonite. At this moment, Mikoli felt as though his entire worldview had shattered. Reflecting on his previous communications with Dawu, he finally recognized the discrepancies. "Mikoli, I must tell you, I have encountered an exceptionally skilled trainer. This young man possesses remarkable strength, managing to endure under my tutelage for quite some time. Mikoli, I heard that trouble has arisen in Purple Orchid City. The one resolving the issue is Zhang Feng, the very trainer I mentioned who is so talented. He may very well succeed you one day. You should head to Purple Orchid City immediately. I suggest you engage this young man in a friendly match as the champion, allowing him to grow rapidly, so you can continue your role as a coordinator, much like me, enjoying a leisurely existence." Holding on to Dawu's words, Mikoli genuinely believed that Dawu had discovered an exceptionally gifted trainer. Yet here he was, clearly being outmatched and compelled to invite his dear friend to experience the might of a divine beast. Dawu's insistence for him to spar with Zhang Feng under the guise of guiding a novice trainer was nothing more than a ruse. In reality, it was the champion being trounced by a novice trainer. Can you believe it? Dawu, you truly are unfathomable. With our strengths evenly matched, how can you tell me that Zhang Feng endured against you for such an extended period? As Mikoli's frustration grew, he could no longer maintain his composure. Discarding his elegant demeanor and champion status, he erupted in a torrent of expletives. However, recalling the words he had exchanged with Zhang Feng earlier, Mikoli's expression suddenly turned somewhat awkward. Zhang Feng, you have truly surpassed my expectations. I did not anticipate you to be such a formidable trainer. I must admit, I misjudged you. Nonetheless, since we are here, facing you and Rayquaza, allow me to witness the true might of a divine beast." It must be said, as expected of a champion, Mikoli quickly adjusted his mindset. Realizing he could not evade battle, he had previously stacked his buffs, and thus, he decided to engage Zhang Feng's Rayquaza. Nevertheless, Dawu had already borne the brunt of Mikoli's tirade, with every unflattering remark hurled without restraint, disregarding Zhang Feng's presence entirely. "Milotic, our opponent is exceedingly powerful. Unleash Hyper Beam without holding back." With Mikoli's command given, the previously haughty Milotic now sensed the mentality of Zhang Feng's Milotic. Confronted by such a formidable adversary, it immediately sprang into action. As the orangish energy beam coalesced, just as it was about to be unleashed, Zhang Feng issued his command, Rayquaza, Dragon Breath. With just a simple 5-word command, Rayquaza regarded Milotic with a hint of disdain in its eyes, then released a concentrated green energy beam. Upon impact, Milotic's hyper beam was obliterated, and the relentless Dragon Breath sent Milotic hurtling through the air. The sheer force of the attack left the master-level Milotic teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Furthermore, the once pristine and alluring Milotic was now reduced to a tattered state, evoking a deep sense of sorrow in Mikoli. In the next moment, Mikoli swiftly recalled Milotic into its Pokeball and released Gyarados, hastily returning to Purple Orchid City. "Zhang Feng, I must attend to Milotic's recovery. Let us meet at the Pokemon Center." Once Dragonite arrives, I shall present it to you. After finishing his words, without waiting for Zhang Feng's response, a Gyarados twisted its body and swiftly departed with Micoli. Zhang Feng only caught a glimpse of the Gyarados level 79. The pinnacle of champion rank. Oh dear, Micoli is gifting me a treasure dragon, while Daigo has presented me with an iron dumbbell. With two illustrious champions bestowing upon me a quasi-divine being, am I not being rather impolite in my treatment of them? Retrieving his Rayquaza, Zhang Feng couldn't help but grin. However, seeing their frustrated expressions was genuinely delightful. Haha. On the way back to the Pokemon Center, Micoli, in a fit of exasperation, pulled out his phone and dialed Daigo. Meanwhile, atop the mountain, Daigo had sneezed several times in succession. Upon hearing his phone ring, a mischievous smile crept across his face. It seems Micoli has also been tormented by Zhang Feng. This renders them equals. Yet, for some unknown reason, hearing that his good friend had also been humiliated brought him such a refreshing sense of joy. Upon recognizing Micoli's call, Daigo promptly hung up, inciting Micoli's ire as he repeatedly dialed back. After 3 attempts, Daigo finally answered the call, only to be bombarded by Micoli's irate tirade. Daigo, you bastard. After enduring Micoli's diatribe for 3 whole minutes, Daigo brought the phone back to his ear. Oh dear, Micoli, you are a top-tier coordinator. Where has your elegance gone? Is this truly the champion of the Hoenn region? In response to Daigo's teasing, Micoli retorted, you scoundrel. You have Rayquaza, and didn't inform me. Were you hoping to see me make a fool of myself? And boasting that Zhang Feng held out against you for so long? I suspect it was you who got defeated in an instant. Hearing Micoli's resentful remarks, Daigo replied, what does it matter? After all, I too have been humiliated. We're in the same boat here. Legendary Pokemon. Who can stand against them, right? Let me tell you, I fully empathize with your current feelings. However, if you were to fool someone into challenging Zhang Feng, only to be similarly defeated, you might find joy in it. For that is precisely what I did. Micoli exclaimed. You seem to wear your humiliation with a sense of pride. When Zhang Feng returned to the Pokemon Center, Micoli reverted to his usual composure, his elegance restored. Zhang Feng, this is the Pokeball for your treasure dragon, a reward for your heroics in saving Xene City. I have pressing matters to attend to, so I shall not linger. Best of luck at this year's colorful Phantom Conference. I shall await you from my position as champion. With that, Micoli departed from the Pokemon Center. As he left, Micoli suddenly called up the Dragon Master, Yuenji, but that's a tale for another time. Witnessing the champion's evident relief at the thought of not having to battle him further, Zhang Feng couldn't help but smile. The next moment, he released the treasure dragon from its Pokeball. Ding! The current attributes of the treasure dragon are as follows. Species, treasure dragon divinity. None level, 22 ability, force type, dragon qualities, gold bond evolution, unlocked mega evolution, unlocked skills, spark, dragon dive, twister, dragon breath, bite, headbutt, crunch affection, 70 experience, an exemplary member of the treasure dragon lineage, yearning to evolve into a Dragonite and soar through the skies. Hobbies, delicious food. Chapter 48, the continuation of the lineage, a new life. The treasure dragon's attribute panel looks quite splendid, with the hidden ability of Forced. The final evolution into Dragonite will grant it the overconfidence ability, allowing it to boost its attack power upon defeating an opponent. Moreover, this quasi-divine being possesses initial golden qualities. A rarity indeed. Even Micoli's ace, Milotic, boasts only golden attributes, highlighting just how precious this treasure dragon is. Having received such a favor from them, should I encounter Daigo and Micoli again, I no longer need to unleash Rayquaza upon them. Reflecting on this, Zhang Feng took out some delectable food and offered it to the treasure dragon. Treasure dragon, this is specially prepared for you. Enjoy. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words and seeing the delicious food before it, the treasure dragon immediately began to feast heartily. Ding! The treasure dragon's affection has increased, now standing at 100 points. After establishing an initial bond with the treasure dragon, Zhang Feng placed it into the system space and switched its Pokeball. Speaking of which, it seems that the various species within the system space have been thriving for quite some time. Upon returning to his luxurious suite, Zhang Feng entered the internal realm of the system space. Upon sensing Zhang Feng's presence, all of his Pokemon flocked to his side. Counting them carefully, he realized he had quite a number of main battle Pokemon. They included Rayquaza, Sceptile, Pidgeot, Milotic, Kecleon, Metagross, Infernape, Glaceon, Eevee, 2 Curlia, Aerodactyl, and the treasure dragon. In total, there were 13. Additionally, Kecleon and Metagross were now advancing towards the Quasi-King level, indicating that it wouldn't be long before these 2 Pokemon completed their final evolution. As for Infernape, Glacian, EV, and the Kirlia, they still needed some time to reach the Quasi-King level or evolve into their final forms. What surprised Zhang Feng was the newfound respect Aerodactyl showed towards him, seemingly intimidated by Rayquaza. Moreover, its strength was quite formidable, easily ranking within the top tier of Zhang Feng's team, excluding Rayquaza, and it was capable of Mega Evolution. This was due to Zhang Feng's earlier find of a Mega Evolution Stone for Aerodactyl in the museum. Fear not, as long as you heed my commands. We are all companions, and none shall harm another. With Zhang Feng's assurance, Aerodactyl finally breathed a sigh of relief, perhaps under Rayquaza's imposing presence and Zhang Feng's benevolence. The balance of power had shifted, and Aerodactyl now completely submitted to Zhang Feng. After frolicking with his Pokémon for a while, Zhang Feng began to inspect the various species within his system space. Initially, the Pidgey and Pidgeotto population numbered only 515, but after a mere 2 months of enjoying a stable environment, they naturally began to reproduce. Thus, the habitats of the Pidgey were now bustling with numerous Pokémon eggs being incubated by Pidgey and Pidgeotto. It was estimated that this batch of newly hatched Pidgey would number at least 1,000. However, as for Pidgeot, the final evolution, Zhang Feng still possessed the only one in his main battle roster, while the other Pidgeotto would require a considerable amount of time to evolve. Similarly, the Treecko and Lanoon populations had also produced over 100 Pokémon eggs, with many Treecko already hatching. The Kecleon population, on the other hand, had fewer offspring, totaling no more than 100 eggs, even when accounting for all Pokémon eggs. Interestingly, the Pokémon Zhang Feng had captured during the Pokémon capturing tournament and in the conservation area of Oldale Town seemed to have taken Zhang Feng's words to heart and began to breed prolifically. The Ponyta had managed to mate with 3 females at once, resulting in 6 Pokémon eggs. The Eevees had also produced 8 Pokémon eggs. The Rhydon were even more impressive, yielding 8 eggs from 4 matings. The Swablu had produced 6 eggs. After evolving, Nidoqueen and Nidoking's reproductive capabilities significantly improved, yielding 12 Pokémon eggs. Even those 2 Swablu managed to lay 4 eggs. Seeing the thriving populations within his system space, with his Pokémon flourishing and multiplying, Zhang Feng felt an immense sense of joy. Thus, the system space was adjusted to create the most conducive environment for the hatching of Pokémon eggs. Subsequently, within a mere 3 days, all the Pokémon eggs began to hatch successfully. This indeed presents a method to accelerate the cultivation of Pokémon, despite it being Zhang Feng's inaugural attempt. However, should he wish to rapidly cultivate some high-quality Pokémon, Zhang Feng could simulate the optimal environment for them, thereby expediting their nurturing and reproduction. Over the past few days, Zhang Feng had virtually remained within the system space, witnessing the birth of these new lives. After conducting a thorough scan of all the newly hatched Pokémon, he discovered several promising candidates. After all, their lineage boasted commendable qualifications. And with Zhang Feng's possession of a qualification evolution stone as an ace in the hole, the majority exhibited green and blue qualifications. The occurrence of white qualifications was exceedingly rare, nearly non-existent. Even purple qualifications were not uncommon, including 3 Pidgeys, 2 Treecko, 10 Cacnea, and 1 Eevee. Other Pokémon exhibited a scarcity that resulted in a lack of purple qualifications. Nevertheless, Zhang Feng remained undeterred, as he was content with the Pokémon he had acquired. Embracing a mindset of serendipity, he had no intention of training these Pokémon, save for the purple qualified Eevee, which he deemed a worthy companion in preparation for the future evolutions of other Eevees. Ding. The current attribute panel of the host is as follows. Host, Zhang Feng. Age, 18. Funds, 1, 450, 000 Pokémon coins. Items, 14 luxury balls. 1 Lizard King Mega Evolution Stone, 1 Pidgeot Mega Evolution Stone, 1 Fossil Pterodactyl Mega Evolution Stone, 1 Keystone, Leaf Stone. Fire Stone, accompanying, System Space, Main Pokémon, Rayquaza, Lizard King, Pidgeot, Milotic, Cacnea, Shiny, Metagross, Infernape, Glacian, Eevee, 2, Kirlia, 2, Fossil Pterodactyl. Dragonite, Group Pokémon, Pidgey Group, 1715, Treecko Group, 251, Cacnea Group, 400, Ponyta, 10, Eevee, 15, Rhydon, 12, Swablu, 6, Whismore, 10, Nidoqueen, Nidoking Group, 16. Chapter 49, Moonlight Pokémon, Chimney Mountain. After successfully capturing the newly hatched Eevee, Zhang Feng finally departed from Amethyst City. This time, he had lingered in Amethyst City for nearly half a month, with merely 3 months remaining until the commencement of the Hoenn League's colorful conference. It had already been 3 months since Zhang Feng set out from White Town. Presently, only 4 gym badges remained, necessitating a further boost in his progress. Thus, riding on Pidgey, Zhang Feng journeyed forth from Amethyst City towards the location of the Fiery Gym in Fiery Town. That evening, Zhang Feng sought a suitable place to rest and released all his Pokémon. Coincidentally, the very EV he had initially captured was aspiring to evolve into the Dark-type Moonlight Pokémon, which could be achieved through battle leveling at night with a friendship level exceeding 220 points. Given that Eevee's level was already quite respectable, it was time for evolution. With this thought in mind, Zhang Feng set out with the Moonlight Pokémon to find a fitting opponent. Eevee had to put forth considerable effort this night to ensure a successful evolution. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, Eevee responded with an enthusiastic voice. Eevee unleashed a Shadow Ball against Beaudoo. A resounding boom echoed as the Shadow Ball detonated, sending Beaudoo flying, followed by the notification of experience gained ringing in Zhang Feng's mind. Eevee then used Dig against Donphan. In the next moment, upon Zhang Feng's command, Eevee burrowed underground. And when Donphan could no longer detect Eevee's presence, it sprang forth from beneath the ground. The impact from Dig swiftly toppled Donphan. Now was the moment to deliver the final blow, unleash Shadow Ball. Another Shadow Ball was cast, and the tremendous explosion consumed Donphan's remaining vitality. Ding! Eevee defeated Donphan, earning 231 experience points, and leveled up to current level 29. Just as the system notification chimed, Eevee emitted a melodious cry. Instantly, a dazzling light enveloped Eevee, signaling the onset of evolution. As Eevee's form began to expand, a sleek, jet-black Moonlight Pokémon soon materialized before Zhang Feng. Ding! The current attributes of the Moonlight Pokémon are as follows. Pokémon. Moonlight Pokémon. Level 30. Ability. Synchronize. Type. Dark. Qualification. Gold Bond Evolution. Unlocked. Mega Evolution. Unlocked. Skills. Strange Light. Charm. Malicious Pursuit. Dark Pulse. Bite. Moonlight. Friendship. 225. Encounter. Met in Golden Town Preserve. Successfully evolved with the trainer's assistance. Hobby. Mischievous. Enjoys teasing other Pokémon. Beholding the newly acquired attributes of the Moonlight Pokémon, Zhang Feng couldn't help but smile. Congratulations, Moonlight Pokémon. You have finally evolved. Take a moment to relish your new form. Upon receiving Zhang Feng's praise, the Moonlight Pokémon leaped into his embrace. Indeed, with the aid of the Qualification Evolution Stone, the purple qualified Eevee maintained its golden level qualification post-evolution. This indicates that, with the assistance of the Qualification Evolution Stone, all the main battle Pokémon in Zhang Feng's possession will ultimately evolve to at least a gold qualification. Each one stands as a formidable contender among the elite, showcasing Zhang Feng's potential for the future. After the successful evolution of the Moonlight Pokémon, Zhang Feng allowed it to greet its companions and reacquaint themselves before he settled down for a peaceful slumber. The following morning, Zhang Feng prepared meals for his Pokémon and retrieved some ingredients from the system space. With the help of Infernape, he ignited the fire and began cooking. After breakfast, Zhang Feng recalled all his Pokémon and set off towards Fiery Town. However, to reach Fiery Town, he would need to traverse the Chimney Mountain, an area abundant with Fire-type Pokémon. Although it is called Chimney Mountain, this region is actually an active volcano, thus the Pokémon residing here are predominantly volcanic types. Encountering Fire-type Pokémon from the starter trio here would likely prove to be quite challenging. Zhang Feng harbored an affinity for many Fire-type Pokémon, such as Charizard, Blaziken, Infernape, Houndoom, and Ninetales, all of which he greatly admired. And of course, the one that cannot fly naturally found its place on Zhang Feng's Fire-type list. If he could capture some Fire-type Pokémon on Chimney Mountain, Zhang Feng would be exceedingly pleased. With such expectations for Fire-type Pokémon, Zhang Feng quickened his pace and soon arrived at the foot of Chimney Mountain. Upon reaching the base of Chimney Mountain, Zhang Feng noticed a plethora of lava worms and slugma inhabiting the vicinity. However, he held only a moderate affection for these 2 Fire-type Pokémon, deeming it unnecessary to capture them forcibly. Continuing his ascent, with Kirlia, Infernape, and the Moonlight Pokémon leading the way, Zhang Feng encountered no significant obstacles. As he progressed further up the mountain, the strength of the Pokémon naturally intensified. Consequently, Zhang Feng encountered 2 Charmeleons and 4 Charmanders. Their ultimate evolution, Charizard, is indeed quite formidable. Thus Zhang Feng intended to capture these Pokémon and place them within the system space as part of his group Pokémon. The leading Charmeleon exhibited a blue qualification, while the remaining Charmanders were all of green qualification, lacking the potential to become Zhang Feng's main battle Pokémon. Ding dong. The current attributes of the Psyduck Dragon are as follows. Pokémon, Psyduck Dragon. Level, 31. Ability, Flame Body. Type, Fire. Aptitude, Blue. Bond Evolution, unlocked. Mega Evolution, unlocked. Skills, Smoke Screen, Clear Smog, Flame Wheel, Flame Punch, Smoky Breath. Kyrolean unleashed a powerful psychic attack on the Psyduck Dragon. With Zhang Feng's command, the two Kyroleans simultaneously activated their abilities, and a formidable mental shock exploded within the Psyduck Dragon's mind. Severely injured, Zhang Feng swiftly threw a standard Pokeball, successfully capturing it. If even the evolved form could not withstand his prowess, it was only natural that the remaining 4 Psyduck Dragons fell effortlessly under the onslaught of the Infernape. A total of 6 had been successfully stored within the system space. With the acquisition of a new lineage, Zhang Feng's joy was palpable, until, suddenly, a barking sound caused Zhang Feng to freeze in place. Gazing into the distance, he seemed to spot a shadowy figure, a black and red canine Pokémon, fleeting past. Instantly, Zhang Feng's spirits soared. Could that possibly be a herdier? This type of Pokémon possesses a rarity that is exceedingly uncommon. Most of them are born into the family of Miss Junsha. Encountering such a creature in the wild is an arduous task. If there are herdiers on Chimney Mountain, then Zhang Feng must certainly capture one. Chapter 50. The Great Battle to Rescue the Herdier Clan and the Rapidash. Kyrolean, track the Herdier's whereabouts and guide me to the designated target. After issuing his command, the twin Kyroleans immediately commenced their psychic abilities, embarking on a broad search. In a short time, they halted their psychic energy and employed telepathy to convey the message directly into Zhang Feng's mind. The target lies to the northwest, where 5 Herdiers and a Rapidash have been discovered, seemingly being targeted by a pack of 30 Spitfire camels. Upon hearing the words of the Kyrolean sisters, Zhang Feng could not help but furrow his brow. Yet soon, a solution began to form in his mind. Since the Rapidash and Herdier clan found themselves in peril, it was the perfect opportunity for him, as a trainer, to emerge as a hero, resolving the crisis faced by the Rapidash and Herdier. Capturing these Pokémon would indeed be a simple feat. With that thought, Zhang Feng promptly commanded Kyrolean to teleport him to the scene. As he felt a flickering sensation, he found himself positioned beside the Rapidash and Herdier clans. It appeared that the two species were embroiled in a territorial dispute. Thankfully, the Kyroleans had the wisdom not to materialize Zhang Feng directly between the two factions, instead stealthily hiding behind a rock to observe the conflict. In terms of strength, the Spitfire Camel clan was undoubtedly superior, with 32 of them exceeding level 30, alongside nearly 70 Spitfire camels. The leader among them boasted an impressive level of 42, with purple aptitude. In contrast, the Rapidash only had one formidable member at level 46 with purple aptitude, while the remaining 5 were Herdiers, the highest level being merely 20. It was evident that these young Herdiers were the offspring of the Rapidash. Ding dong. The current attributes of the Rapidash are as follows. Pokémon, Rapidash. Level, 46. Ability, Intimidate. Type, Fire. Aptitude, Purple. Bond Evolution, unlocked. Mega Evolution, unlocked. Skills, Flamethrower, Overheat, Fire Fong, Flare Blitz, Play Rough, Last Resort. Ding dong. The attributes of the Herdier are as follows. Pokémon, Herdier. Level, 20. Ability, Intimidate. Type, Fire. Aptitude, Purple. Bond Evolution, unlocked. Mega Evolution, unlocked. Skills, Ember, Howl, Flame Wheel. Fire Fong, Outrage. Closeness, 0. Experience, wandering with its mother, enduring hardships to reach Chimney Mountain. Hobby, desires to protect its mother, grow stronger, and safeguard its siblings. Upon examining the attribute panels of the Rapidash and Herdier, Zhang Feng quickly deduced the reason for their presence here. Simply put, the Rapidash, accompanied by its 5 young ones, was struggling to find a suitable habitat, leading them to wander aimlessly. Despite the mother's formidable strength, her offspring had not matured, unable to withstand the pressure exerted by the Pokémon of other clans, thus being forced to continue their nomadic existence. Today was no exception. After finally discovering a suitable abode for Fire-type Pokémon, they inadvertently trespassed into the territory of the Spitfire Camels, inciting their wrath. Roar. Faced with the encroaching Spitfire Camels, the Rapidash exhibited a fierce demeanor, flames coiling in its mouth, on the verge of igniting a battle. Meanwhile, the Spitfire Camel leader regarded the Rapidash with disdain. How dare this intruder enter their domain? It was a death wish. In the next moment, with a command from the Spitfire Camel, the horde began to unleash their skills. At that critical juncture, Zhang Feng swiftly released a Pokeball. With a burst of crimson light, a fossil pterodactyl Lizard King, Milotic, Pidgeot, Kecleon, Medong, Glacian, and Lunalabi appeared in unison. Milotic summoned Rain. Fossil Pterodactyl executed Stone Edge. Pidgeot launched a brave bird assault. Lizard King struck with precision. Kecleon and Medong unleashed Hyper Beam. Infernape delivered Sonic Punch. Glacian fired Water Cannon. Lunalabi unleashed Dark Pulse, and the Lunalabi coordinated with Cerulean to take down the Spitfire Camels. Under Zhang Feng's command, as his formidable team emerged, the onslaught commenced, raining countless attacks upon the Spitfire Camel clan. In terms of numbers, Zhang Feng felt no trepidation, if necessary. He could unleash every Pokémon in his system space, including Pidgey, Forest Lizard, Kecleon, and more. Just a modest assembly would yield hundreds of combatants exceeding level 20. But a mere 100 Spitfire Camels posed no challenge. Not to mention, a legendary Pokémon resided in his system space. Confronted with the sudden appearance of numerous Pokémon and a human trainer, the Spitfire Camels erupted in fury and launched their assault. However, as Milotic initiated the Rain Dance, the Fire-type Pokémon in the vicinity began to writhe in agitation. Many of the lower-level Spitfire Camels succumbed to the deluge, rendered incapable of continuing the fight. Furthermore, with Glacian's Water Cannon attack, several Spitfire Camels collapsed. Simultaneously, the launch of Hyper Beam sent a number of Spitfire Camels flying, rendering them incapacitated. Lizard King, leveraging its impressive speed and power, wreaked havoc among the Fire-type Pokémon, dispatching no less than 10 Spitfire Camels. Fossil Pterodactyl's Stone Edge also struck true, incapacitating numerous foes. Coupled with the support from Pidgeot, Milotic, Infernape, Cerulean, and the others, within a mere 5 minutes, the majority of the Spitfire Camel clan had fallen. Witnessing this scene, the swift canines and the canine companions were momentarily taken aback. Fortunately, under the auspices of the Ice Spirit, a pillar of ice had been conjured above the canine companions, shielding them from the deluge. This led the swift canines to perceive Zhang Feng as an ally, preventing any hostile actions. Faced with the formidable Zhang Feng, the fiery camels had no choice but to flee the area without further delay. As soon as the fiery camels departed, Zhang Feng withdrew, redirecting his focus towards the most significant prize of this mission, the canine companions. Chapter 51. Capturing the Canine Clan and arriving at Ember Town. After decisively vanquishing the fiery camel tribe, Zhang Feng refrained from capturing the defeated fiery and dazed camels into his system space. Given the existing enmity between the two tribes, there was no need to capture them together. Otherwise, dissatisfaction would brew on both sides, rendering Zhang Feng's earlier performance inconsequential in the eyes of the swift canines. In Zhang Feng's estimation, the fiery camels paled in comparison to the likes of the swift canines. After all, the allure of appearances holds considerable weight. Zhang Feng's fondness lay with those Pokémon that were both powerful and strikingly handsome or beautiful. The swift canines, revered in the Pokémon Encyclopedia as legendary creatures, exemplify the strength, rarity, and mystery of this class of Pokémon. Moreover, within this group of canine companions, there was one that held the potential to become Zhang Feng's mainstay, which filled him with immense delight. After the battle concluded, Zhang Feng recalled all his Pokémon. Following extensive combat, his primary team, Lizard King, Fossil Pterodactyl, Milotic, and Pidgeot, had all reached the impressive level of 48. The Metal Monster and Doduo were at level 41, just one step away from evolution. Meanwhile, Kirlia, Lunar Spirit, Ice Spirit, and Infernape were at levels 30 to 32, with Kirlia and Infernape nearing their evolutionary threshold. As for the newly hatched Dratini and the recently born EV, they were still far from training, as the latter had yet to exit its juvenile phase. To avoid any misunderstandings from the swift canines, Zhang Feng approached them solely with Kirlia and her companions. Faced with Zhang Feng, the trainer who had just rescued them, the swift canines and canine companions undoubtedly harbored a degree of fondness for him. However, to expect this slight goodwill to suffice for capturing the swift canines and her offspring was unrealistic. When the swift canines emitted a low growl, intentionally blocking Zhang Feng's approach, he exchanged glances with Kirlia, who acted as a conduit for communication. The ability of telepathy proved to be remarkably useful. Swift canines, I understand that your wandering is due to the lack of a suitable habitat. As a mother, your dedication to protecting your offspring is admirable. However, for the little canine companions, the presence of even a few powerful Pokémon could spell doom for them. For their safety, I possess a sanctuary where Pokémon can thrive. The Pokémon you observed earlier reside in my system space. Once you and the canine companions enter my realm, you will lead a truly blissful existence. free from the fear of powerful Pokémon attacks and the hardships of wandering. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, the swift canines remained somewhat skeptical. With her experience and strength, she had encountered numerous trainers attempting to capture her. Yet, she had never met a trainer willing to accept both her and her children entirely, with some wanting to sell them off or capture only her. Noting the swift canine's lingering wariness, the most gifted of the canine companions suddenly dashed forward, reaching Zhang Feng's feet, joyfully barking and licking him. This little one wished to alleviate his mother's burdens. Seeing the young one draw near, Zhang Feng retrieved some berries from his system space, offering them to both the swift canines and the canine companions while gently patting the little one's head. The young canine's face lit up with delight at Zhang Feng's affection. Witnessing this interaction, the swift canine's expression grew more complex. It appeared that her offspring were weary of their nomadic existence. Yet, she remained uncertain whether this human's claims were genuine. If true, it might not be unreasonable to become this human's Pokémon for the sake of her children. Unable to contain her emotions, the swift canines emitted a low growl and approached Zhang Feng, fixing her gaze intently into his eyes. As a swift canine, she inherently possessed the ability to discern human intentions. If she sensed no hostility, she might very well acquiesce. After a lengthy pause, the swift canines unleashed a resounding howl, signaling Zhang Feng to produce a Pokeball. With the swift canine's approval, Zhang Feng was overjoyed, promptly capturing both her and the canine companions into his system space. He then sought out a volcanic crater to house the canine companions together. While he had successfully captured the swift canines, Zhang Feng's primary focus remained on the purple-hued canine companion of exceptional talent. As the mother of the canine companions, he felt it essential to explain his intentions to her. Ultimately, Zhang Feng succeeded in persuading the swift canines that, in due course, they could permit the canine companions to engage in battles and training. Even if they were injured, it would serve as proof of their growth. With a suitable habitat secured, the swift canines felt reassured. In a world where the revered Rayquaza existed, a trainer possessing such a divine beast was indeed worthy of her and her children's trust. No mother wishes for her offspring to be anything less than strong and happy. After capturing the canine clan, Zhang Feng continued his search for new Pokémon in the Chimney Mountain. Alas, it seemed his luck had run dry, as he encountered no suitable Pokémon. Thus, he made his way towards Ember Town. Ember Town, a quaint hot spring resort nestled at the foot of Chimney Mountain. Rumor had it that the hot springs here were quite exceptional, prompting Zhang Feng to indulge in a soak. Regrettably, his Pokémon companions had all found partners, leaving him to enjoy the hot springs alone. In such moments, it would have been delightful to have a girlfriend to share the experience and engage in joyful activities together. Upon arriving at Ember Town, Zhang Feng entrusted all his Pokémon to Nurse Joy and proceeded to the hot springs. It must be said that the volcanic springs were indeed captivating. After his soak, he contemplated whether to establish a volcanic hot spring within his system space, given that it already housed a volcano. Once he retrieved his Pokémon, Zhang Feng made a beeline for the Ember Gym. The gym leader, Aisha, was a newcomer who had recently assumed her role. Aisha, the master of the Ember Gym, specialized in fire-type Pokémon. Although she was new to her position, her prowess was undoubtedly at the level of a quasi-elite trainer. Thus, in preparation for this gym challenge, Zhang Feng planned to deploy the canine companions and Infernape. The final choice would depend on which Pokémon Aisha chose to send forth. After ensuring all his Pokémon were in peak condition, Zhang Feng rushed towards the Ember Gym. You are today's challenger. I am Aisha, the master of the Ember Gym. I hope for a fiery battle today. Chapter 52. Ember Gym, a scorching showdown. Aisha, with her fiery red hair, embodied the passionate nature of the gym leader, exuding an intense fervor. Upon Zhang Feng's arrival at the Ember Gym, the ever-enthusiastic Aisha awaited him at the entrance, eager to initiate this gym battle. As the referee took his position, Zhang Feng and Aisha stood respectively as the challenger and the gym leader, ready to engage in battle. The confrontation between the challenger Zhang Feng and the gym leader of the fiery furnace, Aisha, was about to unfold, adhering to the rules of a 3-on-3 match. With only the challenger permitted to switch Pokémon, let the battle commence. Upon the referee's signal, Aisha sent forth her first Pokémon, a level 25 Numel. Perhaps it is customary for gym leaders to begin with a Pokémon of lesser strength to gauge the challenger's capabilities. In response to the Numel, Zhang Feng released his own Pokémon, a Houndour, from its Pokeball. A burst of crimson light revealed Houndour before the Numel, activating its Intimidate ability and significantly reducing the Numel's attack power. Observing Zhang Feng's choice of a fire-type Pokémon piqued Aisha's interest. Oh, I hadn't anticipated that you are also a trainer fond of fire-type Pokémon. Quite commendable. However, I assure you, I shall not go easy on you. Numel, use smokescreen. At Asha's command, Numel opened its mouth wide, unleashing a cloud of black smoke imbued with a searing heat that enveloped the entire battlefield. Although Houndour was also a fire-type Pokémon, it lacked the flash fire ability, leading it to suffer damage from the smokescreen attack. Aware of the situation, Zhang Feng promptly instructed Houndour. Houndour, after a quick dash, unleash Flame Wheel. With a surge of speed from the quick attack, Houndour cloaked itself in flames just as it neared Numel, enhancing the power of its assault. In the next moment, Houndour collided forcefully with Numel, sending it flying. Excellent. Just like that, Houndour, follow up with Bite. Zhang Feng's Houndour, harboring a deep-seated aversion towards Numel, charged forward with fervor. After all, during a prior encounter with a horde of Numel at Chimney Hill alongside its mother, Houndour had faced a harrowing ordeal. Thus, fueled by a desire for retribution, Houndour pounced upon the Numel, its teeth imbued with malice, delivering a vicious bite. The Numel, in pain and attempting to retaliate, found itself pinned down by Houndour and rendered immobile. After a brief struggle, the Numel succumbed to exhaustion, losing its ability to battle. Ding! Houndour has defeated Numel, earning 211 experience points, and has leveled up to level 23. Upon receiving the referee's declaration, Asha retrieved her Numel into its Pokeball. Your battling spirit is impressive. Zhang Feng, you have trained your Houndour remarkably well. Now, I entrust you with my next Pokemon, Magcargo. As Asha sent forth her next Pokemon, the formidable Magcargo appeared before Zhang Feng. This Magcargo was exceptionally large, over a meter in height, significantly surpassing the average size of its kind, indicating its strength. Pokemon, Magcargo. Level, 33. Ability, Magma Armor. Type, Fire. Quality, Purple. Bond Evolution, Locked. Mega Evolution, Locked. Skills, Mist, Yawn, Rock Slide, Origin Pulse, Incinerate, Rock Wrecker. Faced with the level 33 Magcargo, Zhang Feng recalled Houndour and summoned his Monferno to the fray. Another fire-type Pokemon. Splendid. Zhang Feng, I am increasingly fond of you. Trainers who appreciate fire-type Pokemon are truly the most delightful. Asha remarked, though she was unfamiliar with this particular Pokemon. What Pokemon is this? Asha inquired, her curiosity piqued. Zhang Feng smiled in response. This is Monferno, the evolved form of the fire-type starter from the Sinnoh region. I obtained it by chance. Asha, our fiery passion for battle must continue. With that, Zhang Feng commanded Monferno to launch an attack. Monferno, go forth and use Mach Punch. With its Iron Fist ability enhancing its punching power by over 20%, Zhang Feng initiated the assault with a punching move. Oh, it seems you are indeed the man who has earned 4 gym badges and defeated the Orange League's gym leader, Qianli. Magcargo, use Rock Wrecker. Although Magcargo's attack was of the rock type, by the time it gathered its strength and began its descent, Monferno had already dashed to Magcargo's front. With its right fist glowing white, Monferno struck Magcargo directly, sending it flying. Only then did the multitude of rocks fall. Excellent. Just like that, unleash Flame Wheel. Upon receiving Zhang Feng's command, Monferno let out a fierce cry, igniting its body in flames as it began to spin rapidly. Magcargo, use Origin Pulse. Even as Magcargo began to channel its skill, Monferno's speed was unparalleled, allowing it to strike Magcargo first and interrupt the attack. For the final blow, Thunder Punch. With crackling electricity coursing through its fist, Monferno unleashed a dazzling burst of energy, sending Magcargo hurtling through the air. As it crashed to the ground, its eyes spiraled into circles. Ding! Monferno has defeated Magcargo, earning 325 experience points, and has leveled up to level 34. With Magcargo unable to continue the battle, Monferno emerged victorious, prompting Asha to send forth her next Pokemon. Feeling a tinge of dissatisfaction at yet another defeat, Asha prepared her final ace. This Magcargo is quite formidable. Now, allow me to introduce my ultimate trump card. With a flash of red light, a Coalossal took the stage. Ding! Current attributes of Coalossal are as follows. Pokemon, Coalossal. Level, 37. Ability, White Smoke. Type, Fire. Quality, Purple. Bond Evolution, Locked. Mega Evolution, Locked. Skills, Withdraw, Rapid Spin, Flame Wheel, Protect, Smokescreen, Iron Defense, Heavy Slam, Flamethrower. Chapter 53, The Flame Badge, the Red Quality Monferno. So it is indeed Coalossal for the last Pokemon. As one of the powerful fire types hailing from the Hoenn region, Coalossal's strength is not to be underestimated. Since Asha is the fire-type gym leader of the Fiery Furnace, it is only fitting that she possesses a Pokemon of Coalossal's caliber. It is rumored that her strongest trump card is a Coalossal on the verge of reaching the level of a champion. At level 37, the purple quality Coalossal presents a formidable challenge for Monferno. However, should Monferno manage to triumph over this opponent, perhaps the light of evolution will shine upon the battlefield. With this thought in mind, Zhang Feng resolved not to switch Pokémon, but to allow Monferno to continue battling. Monferno, the opponent's strength is considerable, so be cautious. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, Monferno became animated, bouncing around and emitting sharp cries of excitement, clearly invigorated by the challenge ahead. Let us go, Coalossal. It seems we have been underestimated, Asha declared, and Coalossal responded by stomping its feet, releasing plumes of smoke from its nostrils, clearly incensed by the comment. Prepare yourself, Coalossal. Use Flamethrower. At Asha's command, Coalossal unleashed a torrent of flames from its mouth, hurtling toward Monferno. Observing this, Zhang Feng remained composed and commanded, Monferno, counter the Flamethrower with Flame Wheel, charge forward. Upon receiving Zhang Feng's command, the blazing monkey emitted an exuberant cacophony, then curled into a ball, igniting in flames. The Flame Wheel surged forward, meeting the torrent of the Coal Tortoise's fiery assault head-on. As this formidable attack was unleashed, the Coal Tortoise's flames proved utterly ineffective against the Flame Wheel. Instead, the fiery aura enveloping the blazing monkey intensified, allowing it to shatter through the fiery onslaught and collide fiercely with the Coal Tortoise. After a pained cry escaped the Coal Tortoise, Aisha realized that the blazing monkey had cleverly utilized the Coal Tortoise's own flames to amplify the power of its Flame Wheel attack, inflicting considerable damage upon the inherently defensive creature. Seizing the opportunity while the Coal Tortoise was reeling from the blow, Zhang Feng issued another command. Now, Sonic Punch. At this moment, the distance between the blazing monkey and the Coal Tortoise was minimal. With Zhang Feng's order, a brilliant white light radiated from the blazing monkey's right fist. In an instant, a resounding sonic boom echoed as the powerful punch struck the Coal Tortoise squarely on the head, delivering a devastating blow. Witnessing the success of this maneuver, Zhang Feng urged the blazing monkey to continue its assault. Coal Tortoise, brace yourself and use Withdraw. In a desperate bid, just before the blazing monkey's fist could connect, the Coal Tortoise retracted its head and limbs into its shell, fortifying its defenses and evading the onslaught of the blazing monkey. Faced with the exposed shell of the Coal Tortoise, Zhang Feng contemplated his next move. Blazing monkey use Dig. Turtle Pokémon are notoriously heavy, and once overturned, their formidable shells become a liability. Consequently, the Coal Tortoise rendered itself an easy target for the blazing monkey. In the blink of an eye, following Zhang Feng's command, the blazing monkey's hands glowed with white light as it began to dig furiously, vanishing from sight and leaving only a deep pit in its wake. Realizing that the blazing monkey had employed the dig technique, Aisha swiftly reacted. The Coal Tortoise, sensing vibrations from below, prepared to unleash its own counterattack with Body Slam the moment the blazing monkey reappeared. With Aisha's command, the Coal Tortoise extended its limbs, attuning itself to the movements of the ground. Soon after, a noise emanated from behind, and seizing the moment, the Coal Tortoise executed Body Slam with tremendous force. However, when the Coal Tortoise crashed down, the ground merely cracked open without the blazing monkey surfacing. It was merely a ruse to lure the opponent. As the Body Slam descended, the Coal Tortoise found itself ensnared within the pit, immobile. Then, the blazing monkey emerged from behind the Coal Tortoise, successfully landing the dig attack. No, how could this be? Aisha's astonished expression prompted Zhang Feng to chuckle. When you issued your command, the blazing monkey and I had already established a tacit understanding. Aisha, it appears that victory in this gym battle belongs to me. With that, Zhang Feng commanded the blazing monkey to strike again, accompanied by the Sonic Punch. The Thunder Punch crashed into the Coal Tortoise's abdomen with unrelenting force. After sustaining consecutive heavy blows, the Coal Tortoise was utterly incapacitated. Ding dong. The blazing monkey has defeated the Coal Tortoise, earning 557 experience points and leveling up twice to level 36. As the system notification echoed, the blazing monkey proudly thumped its chest, turning to share a jubilant glance with Zhang Feng, when a radiant white light enveloped it completely. Observing this spectacle, the referee, previously poised to declare the result, found himself momentarily stunned, while Aisha, witnessing the impending evolution of Zhang Feng's blazing monkey, displayed a look of astonishment. Is this evolution? As the blazing monkey's form elongated within the luminous glow, a formidable figure, approximately 1.6 meters tall, crowned with fierce flames and adorned in a fiery palette of white, yellow, and orange, emerged before Zhang Feng, the Infernape. Ding dong. The Infernape's current attributes are as follows. Pokemon. Infernape. Level 37. Ability: Iron Fist. Types: Fire. Fighting. Aptitude: Red. Bond Evolution. Unlocked. Mega Evolution. Unlocked. Skills: Flame Punch, Thunder Punch, Sonic Punch, Heat Wave, Brick Break, Flame Vortex. Flamethrower. Affection: 254. Having witnessed the birth of his first Pokemon with red aptitude, Zhang Feng was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the inaugural red aptitude creature would be the Infernape awarded by the system. Perhaps it was due to being a system-bestowed Pokemon that its evolution could transcend the vast aptitude disparities and ascend to the red tier. Upon evolving, the Infernape greeted Zhang Feng with a smile and approached him. Both trainer and Pokemon exchanged a knowing smile, extending their hands to give a celebratory fist bump. Congratulations, Infernape, on your evolution. Regrettably, the affection level still fell short of maximum. It appeared that achieving full affection between a Pokemon and its trainer was no simple endeavor. After receiving the Flame Badge from Aisha, Zhang Feng departed from Hoenn Town. Chapter 54. Return to Orange City. Has Miss Joy gone missing? Following the conclusion of the gym battle in Hoenn Town, Zhang Feng now possessed 5 gym badges, with only 3 badges remaining. He would attain the qualification to challenge the Hoenn League's Celestial Conference and participate in the event. The next destination was naturally the Inu Gym in Inu City, with the goal of acquiring the Feather Badge. However, to reach Inu City, a return to Orange City was essential. Thus, Zhang Feng promptly summoned his Pidgey its Pokeball, soaring back to Orange City at remarkable speed. Speaking of which, his relationship with Miss Joy in Orange City seemed rather special, as the system had previously indicated that he had gained over 80 points of her affection, and she had gifted him a purple aptitude Magikarp, adding a formidable ally to his team. Therefore, upon returning to Orange City, he felt compelled to express his gratitude to Miss Joy. On the journey, Zhang Feng couldn't help but reflect on the current state of his Infernape, although it was merely level 37. Its red aptitude allowed it to effortlessly tackle any Pokemon below the realm of Elite. This was the current prowess of Infernape. Similarly, Kirlia, Cleater, and Medong were all nearing their evolution thresholds. With Infernape now ahead of them, it was apparent that the remaining Pokemon were starting to feel a sense of urgency. Currently, Cleater was at level 42, requiring just 1 more level to evolve into Boskage. Medong was at level 43, needing 2 more levels to evolve into Metagross. Kirlia, too, was at level 34, with a 2-level gap before evolving into Gardevoir. Now, it remained to be seen who would achieve their final evolution first. Pidgey at speed was remarkable. Within a day, Zhang Feng had returned to Orange City, intending to check into the Pokemon Center and catch up with Miss Joy. However, he was taken aback to find the Pokemon Center in Orange City closed. With a hint of confusion, Zhang Feng glanced at the notice affixed to the door of the Pokemon Center. 1 day ago, Miss Joy of Orange City has gone missing, and the Pokemon Center is temporarily closed. Those with information are urged to inform Officer Jenny. Upon reading this announcement, Zhang Feng's expression shifted dramatically. Miss Joy is missing. After releasing the Milotic, Zhang Feng promptly informed it of the situation, for Miss Joy had once been its trainer. Upon receiving the news of Miss Joy's disappearance, Milotic exhibited a palpable sense of urgency. After all, Miss Joy had shown it kindness, and with her now missing, Zhang Feng could not remain passive. Consequently, he hurried to the police station to inquire with Officer Junsha about the details surrounding Miss Joy's disappearance. Upon receiving the report regarding the missing persons case, Zhang Feng's brow furrowed in concern. Due to Miss Joy's absence, the Orange City Gym had temporarily suspended its battle challenges, leaving many trainers unable to rejuvenate their Pokemon. Currently, they could only wait for Officer Junsha to locate Miss Joy, or for the Pokemon League to dispatch a new Miss Joy to oversee the Pokemon Center in Orange City to resolve the situation. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Zhang Feng couldn't shake the feeling that there was a conspiracy at play. After musing to himself, he dispatched his Pokemon, Herdier and Kirlia, to assist in the search. Although it was uncertain whether Miss Joy had been abducted or had left of her own volition, one thing was clear. They must find her. Conveniently, Zhang Feng's gym badge collection box, a gift from Miss Joy, bore her distinct scent. Milotic, having spent many years with Miss Joy during its FIBA days, also carried her fragrance. Herdier, with its keen sense of smell, could potentially uncover vital clues, while Kirlia, being a psychic-type Pokemon, could teleport Zhang Feng and Herdier to evade dangers and expedite their search. Upon seeing Herdier and Kirlia, Zhang Feng instructed, Herdier, remember this scent and see if there are any suspicious locations aside from the Pokemon Center. Kirlia, utilize your psychic abilities to scan the surroundings for any trace of Miss Joy. If you find nothing, follow my and Hertier's scent to regroup. After receiving Zhang Feng's commands, the three Pokémon sprang into action. In the next moment, Hertier sniffed the gym badge box in Zhang Feng's hand, then Milotic beside him, and began its search. Meanwhile, Kirlia vanished in an instant to conduct a thorough scan of the area. After nearly 10 minutes, Hertier barked, indicating it had made a discovery. Overjoyed, Zhang Feng followed Hertier westward toward Orange City. After traversing for over an hour and reaching the outskirts of Orange Forest, Zhang Feng stumbled upon a suspicious wooden cabin. The exterior suggested it had long been abandoned. Even if Miss Joy were inside, it was unlikely anyone would find her. Not long after, two Kirlia arrived in the area, and after scanning the premises, they confirmed the presence of a bound woman inside. Zhang Feng immediately understood the gravity of the situation. Kirlia, use your psychic powers to open the cabin. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's command, both Kirlia's eyes turned a brilliant blue, and the cabin door swung open. A bound figure then appeared before Zhang Feng, suspended by the force of their abilities. Before him lay a beautiful woman with pink hair, clad in a pink and white uniform, none other than Miss Joy of Orange City, albeit unconscious. However, a day without food, compounded by her bindings, had rendered her lovely visage somewhat haggard, yet this weariness lent her an unusual beauty. Miss Joy, wake up, Zhang Feng called, shaking her gently. When she did not respond, he retrieved a blue-orange berry from his system space and, with the aid of psychic energy, transformed it into juice, pouring it into her mouth. The blue-orange berry was known to restore the stamina of Pokémon, but it was equally beneficial for humans. After a short while, Miss Joy stirred awake. Where am I? She murmured, but upon seeing Zhang Feng, tears welled up in her eyes. Am I dreaming? To think I would dream of you. Chapter 55. There are villains in the league. Enter Shinado. After providing comfort to the weeping Miss Joy nestled in his arms, Zhang Feng learned the circumstances of her abduction. It turned out that her disappearance was orchestrated by Team Rocket, with the masterminds being Yamato and Kinta, whom Zhang Feng had previously captured and handed over to Officer Junsha. But weren't those two ruffians imprisoned by Officer Junsha? How could they be free again? Zhang Feng pondered, realizing that there were indeed villains within the Pokémon League. Reflecting on it, he recalled how Team Rocket's Jesse and James had also been apprehended numerous times, only to escape. It seemed the official Pokémon League had significant flaws. Otherwise, Team Rocket could not have infiltrated various regions with such ease, nor could their leader, Giovanni, serve as the gym leader of the Tokiwa Gym. The reason behind the abduction was Yamato and Kinta's scheme to amass trainers' Pokémon by fabricating Miss Joy's disappearance. Yamato intended to impersonate the newly appointed Miss Joy sent by the League and take charge of the Orange City Pokémon Center. This ploy would compel trainers, desperate to restore their Pokémon, to flock to the center, allowing Yamato and Kinta to deceitfully seize their Pokémon and make a hasty escape, thereby augmenting Team Rocket's strength and research subjects. Upon hearing this plan, even Zhang Feng couldn't help but applaud Yamato and Kinta. However, he recalled that in the original storyline, their scheme had ultimately been thwarted by Jesse, James, and Meowth. With that in mind, he vowed to return and settle the score with those bullies. As he spoke, Zhang Feng gently patted Miss Joy's back, causing her cheeks to flush slightly. Their bond seemed to deepen. Using some berries from his system space, Zhang Feng prepared a simple but delicious meal, allowing Miss Joy to rest in the cabin afterward. After a night's rest, Zhang Feng carried Miss Joy back to Orange City. Fortunately, Zhang Feng's physical fitness was exceptional. As a trainer accustomed to adventuring and trekking, he found it quite easy to bear Miss Joy on his back, with her smooth thighs supporting him and the swaying LED lights behind them. Zhang Feng walked step by step toward Orange City, admiring Miss Joy's rosy complexion. Upon returning to Orange City, the sun had risen on a new day. Once they entered the city, Miss Joy felt embarrassed to remain on Zhang Feng's back any longer. However, after his encouragement, along with a good night's sleep and sustenance, she had regained her vigor. As they arrived at the Pokémon Center, Zhang Feng noticed a long queue outside. These were trainers waiting to restore their Pokémon stamina. Orange City, being a prominent city in the Hoenn region, was bustling with activity. Although it had only been a day since Miss Joy had attended to them, the trainers' Pokémon were already struggling. This was the reason for the current crowd. Exchanging glances with Miss Joy, Zhang Feng understood that Yamato and Kinta's plan had been remarkably successful. Come forth, Kirlia. Use your psychic powers to remove Miss Joy's clothing from the Pokémon Center. Upon receiving the command from Zhang Feng, two Kairu Lilians promptly obeyed. In the next moment, a formidable psychic force manifested within the Pokémon Center. The impersonator of Nurse Joy, Yamadou, suddenly sensed an absence of something crucial. When Yamadou looked down, she realized her nurse's uniform had vanished, replaced instead by the tight-fitting attire of Team Rocket. Gazing at the enormous red R emblazoned on her chest, Yamadou stood frozen in shock. The trainers who had previously believed her to be the genuine Nurse Joy also began to grasp the truth. This was a grave error. She was not Nurse Joy. The black uniform and the red R signified the nefarious organization, Team Rocket. How despicable! Was this all part of Team Rocket's sinister plot? No wonder Nurse Joy had disappeared. Cursed Team Rocket, return Nurse Joy to us. At that moment, as Yamadou listened to the trainers around her, she naturally realized that their scheme had been exposed. However, she was baffled as to how her nurse's uniform had so suddenly vanished. Just then, Shiro Saburo appeared from behind, shouting at Yamadou. Yamadou, the plan is compromised. We must retreat. We have already amassed a considerable number of Pokémon, a significant profit. At this, Yamadou swiftly produced a remote control. With the activation sound echoing, a flying apparatus emerged above the Pokémon Center, laden with countless Pokeballs. These were the Pokémon that Yamadou and Shiro Saburo had gathered in a short span. Subsequently, the two utilized Solop's psychic abilities to teleport onto the craft. Observing the trainers below, who had lost their Pokémon, they burst into laughter. You've all been deceived, foolish mortals. These Pokémon now belong to Team Rocket. At that moment, a powerful psychic wave surged forth, and in an instant, Yamadou and Shiro Saburo's flying vehicle exploded. With a thunderous roar, they, along with a multitude of Pokeballs, plummeted to the ground, scattering the Pokeballs everywhere. Damn it, who is the scoundrel responsible? As the two, now covered in dirt and ash, revealed themselves, Zhang Feng, accompanied by the Lillians, approached Yamadou and Shiro Saburo. Upon recognizing Zhang Feng and the sight of Nurse Joy behind him, both Yamadou and Shiro Saburo erupted in fury. So it's you, that despicable brat. You were the one who got us into this mess. I shall repay this grievance. Just as the two exchanged venomous remarks, Zhang Feng had already issued his command. Lillians, unleash your psychic force, and send these two ruffians and their Pokémon flying. With the command given, an even more potent psychic explosion erupted, launching the duo away. What an infuriating sensation, Zhang Feng exclaimed, watching Team Rocket soar away like shooting stars. The nefarious schemes of Team Rocket have been unveiled, and Nurse Joy has been rescued. Everyone, go forth and reclaim your Pokémon. At that moment, the two Lillians also displayed smiles. Ding! Lillians defeated Solop, earning 37 experience points. Level up. Following this, two brilliant beams of evolution illuminated the space. Ding! Shenato's current attributes are as follows. Pokémon, Shenato, level 36. Ability, telepathy. Type, fairy psychic. Aptitude, gold. Bond evolution, unlocked. Mega evolution, unlocked. Skills, future sight, teleport, hypnosis, draining kiss. Illusion ray, link, strange light. Affection, 225. Experience, encountered in the Golden Town Nature Reserve, voluntarily since the trainer and wish to follow. Hobby, fond of the gentle Zhang Feng. As the two Shenatos materialized, both towering at 1.70 m, they linked arms with Zhang Feng on either side. Chapter 56, Night Raid, Bashikatala. Observing the two fully evolved Shenatos, one could only marvel at their twin sisterly bond, identical in level and attributes, and even evolving simultaneously. However, what did it signify that they were now linked to his arms? Feeling their touch, Zhang Feng found himself somewhat perplexed. Could it be that they were jealous of Nurse Joy? As chaos erupted within the Pokémon Center, Miss Junsha and the gym leader Qianli swiftly arrived. Upon realizing that Zhang Feng had thwarted Team Rocket's plot and rescued Nurse Joy, a collective sigh of relief escaped them. Moreover, Miss Junsha and gym leader Qianli assured that they would investigate and hold accountable those responsible for releasing Team Rocket's Yamadou and Shiro Saburo. Once Miss Junsha departed, Qianli could not help but express his gratitude to Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng, thanks to our previous battle, I and my Slaking have successfully ascended to the elite level. And my Snorlax has also reached the elite tier. I truly owe you one. Indeed, I have swiftly attained the elite level. In response to Qianli's thanks, Zhang Feng smiled. Congratulations, Mr. Qianli. I hope to hear news of a change in the Hoenn Elite Force soon. It's quite rare to see an ordinary type elite. Hearing Zhang Feng's encouragement, Qianli beamed with joy. At that moment, it felt as though Zhang Feng was the seasoned veteran while Qianli was merely a novice trainer. After resolving the troubles in Orange City, Zhang Feng spent the night in the luxurious suite on the top floor of the Pokémon Center. This seemed to be a privilege of Nurse Joy's, as she had rewarded Zhang Feng with a special card for saving her. With this card, he could receive the utmost treatment at any Pokémon Center. Zhang Feng, this is a token of gratitude from the Joy family. Please do not refuse. And thank you for saving me." In response to Nurse Joy's gratitude, Zhang Feng contemplated mentioning that she had also assisted him greatly, particularly with the rare purple quality Magikarp. However, upon reflection, perhaps it was reasonable to accept such a life-saving favor? Later that evening, just as Zhang Feng was preparing to sleep, the door swung open, and Nurse Joy, clad in white stockings and her Pokémon nurse uniform, entered his room without hesitation. Without a moment's pause, she dove into Zhang Feng's bed and embraced him. "Are you leaving Orange City tomorrow?" Suddenly enveloped in her embrace, Zhang Feng's body stiffened. When had this fine young man ever experienced such a thing? He could only emit a soft in response. In the next moment, Zhang Feng felt something blocking his mouth. "Tonight, please stay with me." Ding. The system detected that the host was faced with a choice, presenting the following options. Option 1. Enter a romantic relationship with Nurse Joy, increasing her affection level and receiving a Boschicatala Mega Evolution Stone. Option 2. Reject Nurse Joy, resulting in her affection level dropping to 0 and receiving a Moon Stone. Upon seeing these two options, Zhang Feng was momentarily taken aback. However, feeling the warmth in his embrace, he quickly succumbed to temptation and chose the first option. After all, who could remain indifferent with such softness in their arms? The next morning, when Zhang Feng awoke, Nurse Joy had already vanished. Yet the events of the previous night replayed in his mind incessantly. "I was unexpectedly ambushed by Nurse Joy last night." Nevertheless, Zhang Feng seemed to have come out of it unscathed. The young man, newly awakened to love, soon regained his composure and descended the stairs, encountering Nurse Joy, and both of their faces flushed with color. Consequently, Zhang Feng decided to remain in Orange City for a while longer. After all, there was still time before the Hoenn League's caustic conference commenced, allowing him to spend a few more days in Orange City. In the following days, Zhang Feng and Nurse Joy confirmed their romantic relationship. It is worth noting that even the novice Xiao Mao, during his travels in the Kanto region, was accompanied by luxury vehicles and surrounded by 5 or 6 beautiful girlfriends. This illustrates that in this world, one's family background and strength can indeed procure numerous advantages. Thus, engaging in multiple relationships seems to pose no issue at all. Although reluctant, Zhang Feng ultimately departed from Changhua City after a 5-day stay. However, his hometown is in Weibai Town, merely a short distance from Changhua City, so there will be ample time for reunions in the future. There is no need to rush. After leaving Changhua City, Zhang Feng headed directly toward Inyu City. Along the way, in order to facilitate the evolution of his Kadora, Zhang Feng had his Pokémon engage in battles against various rivals. As a shiny Pokémon, the resplendent golden Kadora drew envy and admiration from many upon its arrival. Yet, due to Zhang Feng's formidable prowess, none dared to confront him. Now, in the face of challengers encountered along the road, Zhang Feng finally came across a worthy opponent. This was a mountain climber carrying a powerful Onix, boasting a level of 39, at the pinnacle of the elite tier. Defeating him could potentially lead to Kadora's evolution into Boss Kadora. With this thought in mind, Zhang Feng eagerly accepted the mountain climber's challenge. As the battle commenced, the mountain climber's Onix immediately unleashed the rock slide attack. Kadora countered with Metal Claw, shattering the incoming rocks effortlessly. Steel-type moves inherently counter rock-type attacks. Consequently, as Kadora executed Metal Claw, Onix's assault was swiftly dismantled. Seizing this opportunity, Kadora, undeterred, struck directly at Onix's massive form with Metal Claw. In pain, Onix fell to the ground instantly. Kadora, another attack, use Hyper Beam, commanded Zhang Feng. In response, Onix attempted to burrow underground, perhaps due to its injuries. The speed of its digging faltered. Thus, Kadora's attack reached its target first, and under the onslaught of Kadora's beam, Onix could no longer sustain itself, collapsing within the half-open burrowing tunnel. Ding! Kadora has defeated Onix, earning 400 experience points and leveling up to level 43. With the system's notification ringing in his ears, the victorious Kadora began to evolve. Witnessing the dazzling light of evolution, the mountain climber couldn't help but reveal a look of astonishment. "You are truly formidable." As Kadora's form expanded, a magnificent boss Kadora, gleaming in gold and radiating immense strength, emerged. Upon reviewing boss Kadora's attribute panel, Zhang Feng's joy knew no bounds, for it bore the coveted red aptitude. Chapter 57. A reunion with Ash and the gathering of researchers. Ding. Boss Kadora's current attributes are as follows. Pokémon. Boss Kadora, Shiny. Level, 45. Ability, Heavy Metal. Types, Steel, Rock. Aptitude, Red. Bond Evolution, unlocked. Mega Evolution, unlocked. Skills, Harden, Metal Claw, Rock Tomb, Dragon Dive, Iron Tail, Dual Chop, Protect. Affection, 240. Encounter. Met in the mining area of Oldale Town. A special boss Kadora eager to earn glory for its trainer. Hobby, consuming metal. Beholding the red aptitude of boss Kadora, Zhang Feng's heart brimmed with delight. This remarkable creature had indeed bestowed upon him a delightful surprise, proving itself worthy of its lineage of evolution stones. With its initial golden aptitude, 2 stages of evolution, and ultimately evolving into a red aptitude specimen. It was evident how rare such Pokémon were. At this moment, standing before the towering boss Kadora, approximately 2.5 meters tall, adorned in golden armor that shimmered brilliantly under the sun, Zhang Feng affectionately patted boss Kadora's shoulder. Boss Kadora, you have grown even stronger. I can rely on you more than ever. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, boss Kadora flexed its arms vigorously, as if to convey, rest assured. I will handle everything from here on. Following boss Kadora's final evolution, its strength had surpassed that of Metong, widening the gap between the two once evenly matched companions. One can only imagine how eager Metong would be for its ultimate evolution upon learning of this development. After recalling boss Kadora, Zhang Feng received 5,000 poke dollars from the mountain climber and departed. Continuing his journey toward Inyu City, he received an unexpected call from Dr. Oda. As Zhang Feng answered the call, Dr. Oda's visage appeared on the Pokédex screen. Xiao Feng, where are you currently located? Upon hearing Dr. Oda's inquiry, Zhang Feng responded with a smile. Doctor, I just left Changhua City and am en route to the Inyu gym. Is there something you need? In response to Zhang Feng's question, Dr. Oda chuckled. Xiao Feng. The researchers from various regions are gathering at the scientist town for a conference, held only once every 5 years, situated between Inyu City and Changhua City. The renowned professors Oak, Elm, Cypress, and you will be present. Would you like to join? I can send you the coordinates. Intrigued by Dr. Oda's words, Zhang Feng readily agreed. In addition to inviting you, I have also invited outstanding trainers from the Hoenn region, such as Xiaoyao, Masamyun, Yiyue, and Tetsuya. Trainers from other regions have also been invited. You might encounter numerous rivals here. After ending the call, Zhang Feng noted the flashing coordinates of Scientist Town on his Pokédex and swiftly made his way toward the destination. With researchers from all regions attending, did this not imply that the starters from each region would also be present? And would Ash's formidable rivals from various versions make an appearance as well? With these thoughts in mind, Zhang Feng felt invigorated. A trainer who relished adventure and travel undoubtedly cherished encounters with rivals and rare Pokémon. Thus, attending the gathering at Scientist Town became imperative for Zhang Feng. Since the location of Scientist Town was not far from him, Zhang Feng released his Pidgeot and soared toward the town. As he neared Scientist Town, he dismounted from Pidgeot, as flying Pokémon were prohibited from soaring over towns and cities. Consequently, Zhang Feng decided to walk the remaining distance to Scientist Town. Knowing that outstanding trainers like Yeyue, Xiaoyao, Tetsuya, and Masamyun would all be arriving only heightened Zhang Feng's anticipation. However, the first person he encountered was none other than Ash, accompanied by his electric mouse. From a distance, Ash spotted Zhang Feng and exclaimed to his companions, Hey, isn't that Zhang Feng? He has come to Scientist Town too. I want to battle him again. Without waiting for Xiaoyao, Brock, or others to dissuade him, Ash dashed toward Zhang Feng. Hey, Zhang Feng. Upon hearing Ash's call, Zhang Feng turned around and, seeing the familiar quartet, couldn't help but smile. Ah, it's Ash. Zhang Feng held no ill will toward Ash. He merely felt a twinge of frustration while watching the anime, wishing for greater achievements on his part. The peculiar choice of capturing only the most commonplace Pokémon while ignoring the rarest of creatures is indeed the hallmark of an exceptionally rare breed of trainers. Zhang Feng, have you also arrived in Scientist Town? I am here as well, invited by Professor Oak, while Xiaoyao was summoned by Professor Oda. Upon encountering Zhang Feng, Xiaoyao, Xiaojing, and Xiaosheng greeted him in unison. Only Xiaosheng, after a moment of hesitation, mustered the courage to apologize to Zhang Feng. Initially, his acquisition of the Balanced Gym badge had shattered the image of his father in Xiaosheng's eyes. Yet, he later came to comprehend the significance of a gym leader's existence. Further fueled by his father's daily praises of Zhang Feng in front of him and his sister, leading Xiaosheng to recognize his prior misjudgment. Thus, upon meeting Zhang Feng again, he took the initiative to apologize. Acknowledging Xiaosheng's gesture, Zhang Feng nodded in acceptance of the boy's sincerity. Zhang Feng, I now possess 6 gym badges. Would you care to battle me in a full 6-on-6 match? Upon hearing Xiaoxi's challenge, Zhang Feng responded with a smile. Did Professor Oak not inform you? All the professors from various regions are gathering here, alongside the finest trainers from each area. Since you were invited by Professor Oak, You naturally represent the exemplary trainers of the Kanto region. Is there truly any fear of not encountering worthy opponents here? If a battle is what you seek, let us save it for the Hoenn League's colorful conference. Realizing this, Xiaoji suddenly enlightened. So, I am indeed an esteemed trainer from Kanto. Ha ha ha, how fitting. Pikachu. How embarrassingly delightful. Observing Xiaoji's sudden change in demeanor, Pikachu let out an excited cheer. Thus, Zhang Feng, along with Xiaoji and the others, ventured deeper into the town, pondering which trainers would arrive this time. Chapter 58. Shinji, Shigeru, and rivals appear. Upon arriving at Scientist Town with Xiaoji and the others, Zhang Feng was greeted by the sight of renowned professors he had only seen on television. Professor Oak from Kanto, Professor Naimu from the Orange Islands, Professor Serrano from Chengdu, Professor Oda from Hoenn, Professor Yamanashi from Sinnoh, and Professor Haboku from Unova. However, Professors Bratano from Kalos and others did not seem to be present, possibly due to the disjointed communication across continents in the current timeline, or perhaps they had yet to join the Pokémon Alliance. Nevertheless, the gathering of professors from the 6 major regions was a rare occurrence. At the sight of Professor Oak, Xiaoji exclaimed in delight, "Shigeru, you are here too." Indeed, the stylish youth with spiky hair following Professor Oak was none other than Shigeru, Oak's grandson and Xiaoji's lifelong rival. Upon seeing Xiaoji, Shigeru couldn't help but smirk. Truly, the bond of the Zhiju pairing is undeniable. After a moment of reflection, Zhang Feng approached Professor Oda to greet him, and under his guidance, he exchanged pleasantries with the various professors. "Ah, so you are Zhang Feng. Oda speaks highly of you, mentioning your victory over Xiaoji. Truly, you are an exceptional trainer." Receiving praise from Professor Oak, the other professors turned their attention to Zhang Feng, nodding in silent approval. Even Shigeru, upon hearing that Zhang Feng defeated Xiaoji, exhibited a spark of competitive spirit. "Professor, I merely lost previously. Should I battle Zhang Feng again, I assure you I shall not be defeated." Seeing Xiaoji's defiance, the others shared knowing smiles. At that moment, a brooding youth approached, observing Zhang Feng and the exuberant Xiaoji with disdain. What is there to boast about defeating such a dim-witted fellow? Upon hearing this voice, Zhang Feng turned, only to find it was Shinji, and his lips twitched in annoyance. Shinji's demeanor was truly irksome. With a hint of discontent, Zhang Feng retorted, "If that is the case, then let us determine who is superior in a battle." Xiaoji, filled with fury, interjected, "Hey, what are you saying? If you look down on me, then let us battle first." Similarly, Shigeru, witnessing his friend Xiaoji being insulted, brandished his pokeball and remarked with a grin, "Such arrogance. Allow me to join in, shall I?" Faced with the challenges from Zhang Feng, Xiaoji, and Shigeru, Shinji was ready to unleash his pokeballs. "With so many of you, why not all come at me together?" Observing this, the professors exchanged glances, before Professor Oak stepped forward, addressing everyone present. "All of you who have been invited are exemplary trainers from various regions, each with your own pride that refuses to bow before another. Therefore, let us wait a few days until everyone arrives, and we shall host a small league competition. Adhering to the battle formats of the Pokémon Alliance, the ultimate victor shall receive gifts from us old fellows. What do you say?" Hearing Professor Oak's proposal, Zhang Feng retracted his pokeball, crossed his arms, and stated to Shinji, "I hope that in a few days, you won't fall into my hands." Just a coward crushed by Shindai. Shinji, taken aback by Zhang Feng's words, erupted in anger. "Bastard, what did you say?" Truth be told, Zhang Feng was well aware of the weaknesses of these characters within the narrative. Shinji's demeanor stemmed from witnessing his brother, Reiji, collapse under Shindai, leaving him with a psychological scar. After being defeated by Xiaoji, he ultimately acknowledged Xiaoji, evolving into a somewhat different person. However, his current attitude left much to be desired. "Honestly, I believe Xiaoji is far superior to you. Even if his strength is currently average and he may appear foolish, his resolve far surpasses yours. He refuses to concede in any situation. Hence, you may not stand a chance against him." Casting a deep glance at Shinji, ignoring his fury, Zhang Feng turned to leave. Meanwhile, Xiaoji and the others, witnessing Zhang Feng defend Xiaoji, felt a strange sense of discomfort and exchanged awkward smiles before following suit. Leaving Shinji behind, fists clenched, he gazed at Zhang Feng with a profound sense of rivalry. That bastard. 3 days later, all the exceptional trainers invited by the professors arrived in Scientist Town. From the Kanto region, Professor Oak brought only Shigeru, inviting Xiaoji and Xiaojing. Professors Naimu and Serrano, both hailing from Kanto, did not invite anyone else due to the ongoing merger of the Chengdu Alliance and the Orange Islands with Kanto, under the leadership of Ryudo as the Kanto champion. The selection for the Elite Four was also in full swing. Therefore, Professor Oak extended his invitation only to 3 individuals, while Professors Naimu and Sorano did not invite any others. In Hoenn, due to the event's location being in the Hoenn League, Professor Oda, as the host, invited Zhang Feng, Tetsuya, Yeyue, Masamune, and Xiaoyao. Naturally, Xiaoyao was merely an afterthought. She had just debuted as a trainer this year. Had it not been for her connection as the daughter of Qinli and the presence of Xiaoji and Xiaojiang, she likely would not have had the opportunity to attend. In Sinnoh, Professor Yamanashi invited Shinji, Reiji, and his grandson, Oxen. In Unova, Professor Haboku invited Iris, Toru, and Kenny. Upon closer inspection, it seems that these exceptional trainers are all rivals of Xiaoji, having either defeated him or been defeated by him. As all individuals gathered, Zhang Feng exchanged greetings with Yiyu, leaving Xiaoji pleasantly surprised that the two were acquainted. However, upon learning that Zhang Feng was also a freshly debuted trainer this year, subtle changes flickered across everyone's expressions. Ultimately, the roster for this friendly competition comprised 14 participants. The first round of matches would unfold in a 3-on-3 format, with random pairings, and the victors advancing to the subsequent round. In the second round, the remaining 7 would draw lots, with one participant receiving a bye, while the others would compete to determine 3 contenders. The third round, the semifinals, would witness all participants battling in a 6-on-6 format to identify the 2 strongest competitors. The final round would be the championship match. The ultimate victor would have the privilege to select any starter Pokémon from the professors of these several regions. This meant that if he claimed first place, Zhang Feng could potentially acquire multiple starter Pokémon, evoking a thrill of excitement. Chapter 59, The Battle of Rivals, A Clash of Wills. As the professors conducted the draws, the matchups for the first round were revealed to all. The first match featured Kanto's Xiao Ji against Unova's Kenny Yang. The second match pitted Kanto's Xiao Mao against Hoenn's Masamune. Next, Hoenn's Zhang Feng faced Hoenn's Xiaoyao. The fourth match showcased Hoenn's Ziyi against Sinnoh's Lei Ci. In the fifth match, Hoenn's Yiyu took on Sinnoh's A Sun. The sixth match had Sinnoh's Junzi face Unova's AI Li Si. Finally, the seventh match saw Unova's Huche confront Kanto's Xiao Gang. Observing this lineup, Zhang Feng couldn't help but nod inwardly. In terms of future potential, both Xiao Ji and AI Li Si were undoubtedly among the frontrunners. Yet, at this moment, AI Li Si and Xiao Ji seemed somewhat lacking in comparison to the other distinguished trainers from various regions. Of course, if Xiao Ji were to assemble his previous ace lineup, he would certainly contend for the top spot. However, given his temperament, one must wonder whether he would deploy his strongest Pokémon in such a competition. In this battle event, Professor Okido served as the referee, lending an air of solemnity to what was otherwise a small-scale tournament. As the battles commenced, the opponents Xiao Ji and Kenny Yang took their positions on opposite sides of the arena. Zhang Feng, meanwhile, sat alongside Xiaoyao, Xiao Mao, and Xiao Gang, watching the match unfold. Given the 3-on-3 format, Xiao Ji naturally sent out his first Pokémon, Pikachu. As Xiao Ji's initial Pokémon, this Pikachu was humorously dubbed the Actor. Capable of battling legendary Pokémon while occasionally losing to novice trainers, its performance was unpredictable. Yet, in critical moments, Pikachu remained Xiao Ji's most reliable companion. Confronting Xiao Ji's Pikachu, Kenny Yang unleashed Hitmonchan, a unique fighting-type Pokémon from the Unova region. Although Xiao Ji was unfamiliar with Hitmonchan's data, Pikachu succeeded in defeating it during the battle. Following that, the encounters with Treecko and Swellow further overwhelmed Kenny Yang, making Xiao Ji the first to advance. Upon witnessing Xiao Ji's victory, everyone erupted in cheers for him. After defeating Kenny Yang, Xiao Ji's gaze shifted to Junzi, who had previously taunted him. Xiao Ji had not forgotten that slight. Subsequently, the match between Xiao Mao and Masamune commenced. Masamune's strength was not to be underestimated. In the original storyline, he had forfeited 2 to 3 Pokémon against Xiao Ji, unable to bring himself to battle his friend. Nevertheless, even in that scenario, Masamune managed to hold his ground against Xiao Ji with his remaining 3 Pokémon, indicating their comparable strength. However, when faced with Xiao Mao, Masamune found himself at a disadvantage. When Blastoise and Swampert faced off, Blastoise's superior strength allowed it to triumph over Swampert. Masamune's Arcanine was no match for Xiao Mao's Houndoom, and Eevee successfully defeated Masamune's Kirlia. With 3 consecutive defeats, Masamune appeared noticeably disheartened. The third match was then Zhang Feng against Xiaoyao. Zhang Feng considered himself fortunate, as he faced the weakest opponent right from the start. Go, Combusken. Though the opponent is formidable, we must not concede easily. Ding dong, Combusken's current attributes were as follows. Pokémon, Combusken, level 25, ability, Blaze, Types: Fire, Fighting, Potential, Purple. Bond Evolution, Unlocked. Mega Evolution, Unlocked. Skills: Sky Uppercut, Low Kick, Fire Spin, Brick Break, Scratch. Combustion, it's your time to shine. Upon throwing his Pokeball, a robust Dragonair appeared. Seeing Zhang Feng summon a quasi-legendary, Xiao Mao, Jinzi, Yiyu, Ji, and others exchanged glances. However, as distinguished trainers from various regions, they all seemed to possess their own quasi-legendaries, except for a certain master who was currently cheering for Xiao Yao and Zhang Feng. Combustion, Unleash Fire Spin. Dragonair, use Dive. As Xiao Yao's Combustion launched a scorching fire attack, Dragonair, undeterred, emitted a brilliant blue draconic energy and charged directly at Combustion. When they collided, Dive pierced through Fire Spin with tremendous force, sending Combustion flying. Now, use Dragon Breath. In just 2 swift turns, Xiao Yao's ace, Combustion, was rendered unable to battle. Ding dong, Dragonair defeated Combustion, earning 200 experience points, and leveled up to level 30. After vanquishing Combustion, Dragonair began to exhibit signs of restlessness, soon dazzling with radiant white light. Amid the gazes of competitors and professors, Dragonair commenced its evolution. Was this an evolution? Could Dragonair evolve into Kingdra? Was it a planned event or merely a coincidence? As the evolution light faded, a Kingdra emerged before Zhang Feng. Ding dong, Kingdra's current attributes were as follows. Pokémon, Kingdra. Designation, None. Level, 32. Ability, Swift Swim. Type, Dragon. Potential, Gold. Bond Evolution, Unlocked. Mega Evolution, Unlocked. Skills, Spark, Dive, Hurricane, Dragon Breath, Dragon Claw, Horn Attack, Bite. Affection, 220. Having witnessed the evolved Kingdra, Zhang Feng's face lit up with joy, while Xiao Yao's subsequent Pokémon, Butterfree and Espurr, were easily dispatched by Kingdra. Although Zhang Feng did not showcase his true prowess in this battle, the mere presence of Kingdra was enough to captivate the onlookers. After defeating Xiao Yao, she felt a pang of disappointment. Losing to an opponent her father could not defeat, how could she expect to prevail? Gritting her teeth, Xiao Yao returned to Xiao Sheng's side, where he began to console her upon witnessing her disheartened demeanor. Now Xiao Ji, Xiao Mao, and Zhang Feng had all successfully advanced to the next round. Naturally, the upcoming matches were bound to continue. After Zhiye's battle with Lei Ci, it seemed that Lei Ci had long lost the drive of a trainer, becoming merely a Pokémon breeding facility owner. Thus, facing the ambitious Zhiyi, Lei Ci suffered a narrow defeat at his hands. This scene left Jinzi somewhat displeased with Zhiyi, contemplating how he would defeat him next. In the 5th match, Yiyu's Blaziken triumphed over Asun's Empoleon, successfully advancing. In the 6th match, it was finally Shinji's turn. Nevertheless, when faced with a trainer like Alice, he showed no mercy and effortlessly triumphed over her in a 1-against-3 battle. It was inevitable, considering that Alice currently lacked both a Dragonite and a Bagon. In the 7th match, although Toru had the advantage with his Leafeon, Dragonair, and Dual Blade, he still met defeat against the fully unleashed gym leader, Brock. Consequently, the lineup for the 2nd round was officially revealed. Chapter 60, Ash Awakens, Zhang Feng vs. Shinji. The competitors advancing to the 2nd round are Ash, Green, and Brock, all hailing from the Kanto region, indicating that once Kanto, the Orange Archipelago, and Chengdu merge, the Kanto region's strength will once again surpass others, establishing it as the most formidable force. Of course, it may also be that the Orange Archipelago and Chengdu regions lack noteworthy new generation trainers. From the Hoenn region, 3 competitors also advanced, Zhang Feng, Yiyu, and Tetsuya. In the Sinnoh region, only Shinji made it through. As for the Unova region, Alice, Toru, and Kenny all faced defeat, leaving Professor Yu somewhat embarrassed. During the draw for the 2nd round, Green received a bye, while the remaining 6 would engage in another series of 3-on-3 battles. The first match would feature Kanto's Ash against Hoenn's Yiyu. The second match would pit Hoenn's Zhang Feng against Sinnoh's Shinji. The third match would see Hoenn's Tetsuya face Kanto's Brock. This lineup invigorated Ash, for Yiyu was the very opponent who had thwarted Ash's advance to the top 4 in the Silver Conference. Yiyu's Blaziken still lingered in Ash's memory as a formidable adversary. However, should Yiyu unleash his main Pokémon, Ash's current roster of 6 would likely be no match. Yet, Ash was resolute. He was unwilling to switch Pokémon, even with the match scheduled for the following day. When the next day dawned, their battle commenced. In the first confrontation, Yiyu sent forth his Masquerain, which was successfully defeated by Ash's Treecko. However, upon the emergence of Steelix, which bested Treecko, Ash deployed his Groudon. Despite the type advantage, Groudon was also swiftly vanquished by Steelix. Thus, Ash was left with but one Pokémon, Pikachu, who then took to the field. After a challenging battle, Pikachu managed to overcome Steelix, yet against Yiyu's Blaziken, Pikachu fought valiantly, but ultimately succumbed. Witnessing Ash's repeated defeat at his hands, Yiyu couldn't help but remark, "Ash, I truly cannot fathom why you insist on utilizing Pokémon captured in the Hoenn region. Are not your previous Pokémon your companions as well?" Had Charizard been present, this battle might not have ended in defeat. In response to Yiyu's inquiry, Ash initially wished to retort, but the truth of his loss weighed heavily on him. Even Green chimed in at that moment. "Ash, Yiyu is right. If you continue to rely solely on Pikachu's strength without selecting the most suitable partners for each battle, your victory over me in the Silver Conference was merely a stroke of luck. It seems you only take things seriously when battling against me." Upon hearing Green's words, Ash's expression shifted dramatically. Though the words were sharp, both Yiyu and Green merely wished for Ash to grow stronger. At this juncture, Zhang Feng interjected, "Ash, that is the nature of Pokémon battles. Only the victors possess the authority to speak. You have your battle logic, and we have our perspectives. Pikachu has accompanied you on your journeys as your initial Pokémon, but have you truly devoted yourself to training those Pokémon at Professor Oak's lab? Have you ever sought out that Pidgeot?" At the mention of Pidgeot, Ash's demeanor abruptly changed. After a moment of contemplation, he donned his hat once more and approached Professor Oak, stating, "Professor, is there a place to transfer Pokémon? I wish to see everyone." Seeing Ash's resolve, Zhang Feng couldn't help but smile. This Ash was reminiscent of the battle-hungry warrior he would later become in the battle frontier. It was hoped that this experience would lead Ash to greater strength, and one could only wonder what brilliance he would unveil in this new colorful conference. Zhang Feng began to feel a sense of anticipation. As the first match concluded, the duel between Zhang Feng and Shinji commenced. Prior to the battle, Shinji coldly addressed Zhang Feng. "I told you that guy is a fool. Why waste so much breath on him?" Hearing Shinji speak, Zhang Feng retrieved a Pokeball from his hand. "As I said, only the victors have the right to speak. You can preach when you win." With that, Zhang Feng tossed a luxury ball, summoning a robust Metagross onto the battlefield. Simultaneously, Shinji unleashed a Pokeball, and they both threw out their Pokémon. Nidoking, prepare for battle. Shinji had faced off against Sinnoh's Godai in the frontier, having been defeated multiple times. This Nidoking was one of his mainstays in the Hoenn region, currently at level 45. One level higher than Zhang Feng's Metagross. Ding dong, the current attributes of Nidoking are as follows. Pokémon, Nidoking, level 45, ability, Poison Point, type, Poison, Ground, Aptitude, Purple, Bond Evolution, unlocked, Mega Evolution, unlocked, moves, Super Horn Attack, Toxic, Earth Power, Poison Jab, Meteor Mash, Hyper Beam. Though Nidoking held a type disadvantage against Metagross, one was a final evolution while the other was merely a stage 2 evolution. The outcome remained uncertain. Nidoking, unleash Earth Power. Metagross, use Psychic. As both issued their commands, Nidoking let out a mighty roar, its powerful legs smashing into the ground, unleashing a surge of sandstorm energy that surged toward Metagross. At that moment, Metagross's eyes turned blue, and its formidable psychic energy coalesced, locking onto Nidoking. Being a poison-type Pokémon, Nidoking was at a disadvantage against psychic types. Thus, as both attacks struck simultaneously, Nidoking was forced to stagger back, emitting a furious cry. Metagross, once more psychic. Nidoking, hold your ground, and use Super Horn Attack. It must be noted that Shinji's Nidoking was indeed quite formidable, despite being struck by psychic again. It did not falter, but instead summoned all its strength to execute a Super Horn Attack, charging directly at Metagross. However, when it reached Metagross, the latter unleashed its Meteor Mash. Ding dong, Metagross defeated Nidoking, earning 558 experience points and leveling up to level 45. Then, a dazzling light of evolution illuminated the battlefield once more. What? You've evolved again? Chapter 61, Metagross Evolves, Shinji's Crushing Defeat. As the evolution light shone across the arena, all eyes turned to Zhang Feng with incredulity. As a newcomer trainer this year, Zhang Feng did not possess the advantage of having a gym leader father like Xiao Yao. Nor was he invited by Professor Okido, the gym leader renowned as the best beneath the Elite Four. This clearly indicated that Zhang Feng indeed possessed extraordinary strength. From the Pokémon he deployed, first a Scizor and now a Metagross, this novice trainer seemed almost excessively powerful. Among the spectators, aside from Zhang Feng and Xiao Yao, who among them had not been trainers for many years, thus, it became evident that Zhang Feng was indeed a formidable rival. Upon witnessing this remarkable turn of events, Dr. Odenkin could not help but grin widely, for he had truly unearthed an exceptional trainer. As Zhang Feng's prowess grew stronger and his renown expanded, so too would the admiration directed towards him as a scholar, thereby validating his discerning eye. Soon, as the radiance of evolution dissipated, a formidable Metagross materialized before all present. Upon inspecting Metagross's attributes, Zhang Feng was not disappointed. This creature exceeded his expectations. Initially, he had envied Daigo for possessing a shiny Metagross with red aptitude. However, with the final evolutions of Infernape and Shiny Bronzong now complete, Metagross had also attained the coveted red aptitude. Daigo was merely in possession of a single red aptitude Pokémon, while Zhang Feng now boasted 3. This clearly illustrated that for Pokémon of inherently high aptitude, evolution at the second stage, combined with aptitude evolution stones, could elevate them to the realm of red aptitude. Ding dong. The current attributes of Metagross are as follows. Pokémon. Metagross level. 47 ability. Clear body type. Steel. Psychic aptitude. Red Bond evolution. Unlocked Mega evolution. Unlocked moves. Zen Headbutt. Psychic. Metal Claw. Hyper Beam. Bullet Punch. Hammer Arm. Explosion Friendship. 242 Encounter. Met at Battle Town. An exceptional member of the Metagross lineage, eager to surpass Daigo's Ace Metagross. Hobbies. Combat. Consuming minerals. After evolving, Metagross's strength surged once more, reaching level 47, making it one of Zhang Feng's 6 strongest allies, second only to Rayquaza. Moreover, in terms of potential, Metagross was undeniably ahead. Observing this spectacle, Shinzi clenched his teeth, seemingly unable to comprehend why this opponent was so formidable. Was Zhang Feng not merely an inexperienced trainer who had recently embarked on his journey? Had Shinzi fallen to the point where he could not even best a rookie trainer? Consequently, he withdrew Nidoking, his expression darkening as he muttered, "Useless creature." Witnessing Shinzi's actions, the other trainers present could not suppress their displeasure, especially Masamune, whose demeanor bore a resemblance to Ash's, feeling compelled to confront Shinzi in a fit of anger. Afterward, Shinzi unleashed another Pokeball, and with a flash of red light, his ace, the initial Pokémon Torterra, made its grand entrance. Ding dong. The current attributes of Torterra are as follows. Pokémon. Torterra level. 50 ability. Overgrow type. Grass. Ground aptitude. Gold Bond evolution. Unlocked Mega evolution. Unlocked moves. Wood Hammer. Withdraw. Leaf Blade. Giga Drain. Leaf Storm. Earthquake. With a golden aptitude and level 50. These two factors undoubtedly confirmed that Shinzi's strength had reached the level of a quasi-champion. Achieving such a status at a young age clearly demonstrated that Shinzi was no mere pretender. However, against Zhang Feng, it appeared insufficient. Metagross, continue the fight. Unleash Ice Punch. Torterra, being both grass and ground type, was quadruple weak to ice type attacks. Thus, when Metagross executed this move, Shinzi immediately responded, Torterra, use Earthquake. Yet, as Metagross floated above the ground, it was quite unreasonable to expect a ground-type move to strike it effectively. Evading the earthquake, Metagross's limbs radiated with intense ice-type energy, launching a rapid succession of ice punches that struck Torterra squarely on the head. The tremendous force sent Torterra crashing into the earth. Witnessing such brutal prowess from Metagross, the onlookers gasped in astonishment. Even Professor Oak could not help but exclaim, to see a Metagross capable of executing moves with all 4 limbs simultaneously is indeed a rarity. Ding dong, Metagross defeated Torterra, earning 675 experience points and leveling up to LV 48. With ease, Zhang Feng dispatched Shinzi's ace, and the boy, already demoralized by his previous defeat, completely lost his motivation. Retrieving Torterra, Shinzi remained silent as he produced his final Pokeball. Conkeldurr. Faced with this opponent, Metagross unleashed 2 powerful Psyshocks, swiftly overcoming it. Thus, Zhang Feng effortlessly triumphed over Shinzi. Observing this, Ash felt a surge of joy within, though he gained a clearer understanding of Zhang Feng's formidable strength. His own competitive spirit intensified. Most importantly, Shinzi had lost. Pikachu, Zhang Feng is incredibly strong. During the Pokémon League, we must absolutely defeat him. In response, Pikachu echoed with fervent determination. The battle concluded. The second match of the second round ended with Zhang Feng's effortless advancement. As for Shinzi, he cast a lingering glance at Zhang Feng before turning away in silence, pondering what new insights this battle might impart upon him. When the third match commenced, Brock, possessing an arsenal predominantly of ground and rock-type Pokémon, was no match for Tetsuya's formidable Lizardon. Under the relentless assault of Tetsuya's powerful Lizardon, Brock faced near total defeat. Thus, The third advancing contestant was revealed to be Tetsuya from the Hoenn region. Consequently, counting the bye awarded to Shigeru, the Hoenn region secured 3 slots among the top 4. All achieved through sheer strength. Upon seeing such a roster, the assembled professors could not help but chuckle. It seems the Hoenn region's prowess has indeed seen considerable growth in recent years. Among the younger generation of trainers, formidable talents abound. I dare say, all 3 of them possess the potential of champions. Indeed, not to mention that the Hoenn region boasts 2 champions, Daigo and Mikuri. TSK. The Hoenn region is undoubtedly far superior to us. Hearing the professor's remarks, the representatives from Hoenn felt a swell of pride, with Dr. Odenkin's smile unwavering throughout. These trainers had all received their initial Pokémon from him, particularly Zhang Feng, who had caught up to those who had journeyed for years in less than half a year. A testament to his extraordinary skill. As the top 4 were established, the semifinals commenced. Chapter 62, Zhang Feng vs. Tetsuya, All-Out Battle. The matchups for the third round were arranged as such. Hoenn's Tetsuya vs. Hoenn's Zhang Feng. Kanto's Shigeru vs. Hoenn's Yayue. Following this round, the 2 finalists would be determined, each earning gifts from the professors. Even in defeat, they could select a starter Pokémon from the professors of various regions. This was the special privilege of the top 4. Upon learning that his opponent was Tetsuya, Zhang Feng could not help but direct his gaze towards him. This trainer, like himself, started with a Treecko, which had now successfully evolved into a Lizardin. Not to mention, Tetsuya possessed a Meowth with the ability to take down Ash's Pikachu, demonstrating considerable strength and making him a formidable opponent. As for Yayue and Shigeru, while Shigeru's ranking in the Pokémon League was not as high as Yayue's, determining the victor between them was no simple task. Zhang Feng leaned more towards Shigeru, as he was Professor Oak's grandson, implying a potentially greater strength, especially as Ash's lifelong rival. After a day of rest, Zhang Feng began to ponder the starter Pokémon he might acquire. According to the professor's rewards, the top 4 could each receive 1 starter Pokémon, while those advancing to the semifinals could claim 2. The ultimate victor would receive 3. Would he choose from the original starters, Charmander, Bulbasaur, and Squirtle, or perhaps Torchic, Mudkip, and Treecko, or even the Unova region Snivy? Such a perplexing situation. I desire them all. The following day, as the competition resumed, Zhang Feng and Ji arrived early at the battleground. Given that this was an intra-regional contest within the Hoenn region, the esteemed referee for today was none other than Dr. Odamaki. The duel between Zhang Feng and Ji would be a full 6-on-6 battle, with the victor advancing to the finals, thereby gaining the privilege to select 2 starters from various regional professors. Naturally, should one falter, there remains a guaranteed starter Pokémon. Now, let the battle commence. As Dr. Odamaki's words echoed, Zhang Feng and Ji exchanged a glance, each summoning a Pokeball into their hands. In the next instant, the cunning Sableye and Zhang Feng's Glacian emerged onto the field. Upon witnessing Zhang Feng's Glacian, Dr. Yamanashi couldn't help but express his astonishment. To possess the exclusive evolution of Glacian from the Sinnoh region is indeed remarkable. This young man is truly extraordinary. It seems my type has the advantage, Glacian. Unleash Ice Beam. Type advantages mean little, Sableye. Use Foul Play. As both combatants issued their commands, Zhang Feng's Glacian swiftly unleashed a formidable ice pillar, while Sableye, with its incredible speed, adeptly evaded the attack. Observing this, Glacian promptly adjusted its aim, directing the ice beam towards Sableye's path. With the ground now frozen, friction was significantly reduced, rendering Sableye's speed the very bane of this contest. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Sableye slipped on the icy surface, tumbling away, causing its gathered energy to dissipate. Seizing this opportunity, Glacian unleashed Ice Beam once more, encasing Sableye in ice. Finish him off with Iron Tail. Following Zhang Feng's command, Glacian charged towards Sableye. With the sound of shattering ice, Sableye was sent flying by Glacian's Iron Tail, and a gust of icy wind followed, leading to Sableye's complete defeat. Ding! Glacian defeated Sableye, gaining 437 experience points, and leveled up to LV40. Despite the loss in the first match, Ji was undeterred. He returned Sableye and addressed Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng, you are truly formidable. It seems this year's Colorful Illusion Conference is bound to be captivating. Please, I ask for your assistance. Meowth. With the flash of a Pokeball, a Meowth clad in boots and a hat made its entrance. Observing its peculiar attire, Zhang Feng began to examine Meowth's attribute panel. Ding! Meowth's current attributes are as follows. Pokemon. Meowth, Special. Level, 52. Ability, Technician. Type, Normal. Aptitude, Gold. Bond Evolution, unlocked. Mega Evolution, unlocked. Skills, Payday, Bite, Pursuit, Fury Swipes, Screech, Cut, Thunderbolt. A level 52 Meowth with Golden Aptitude and a special title is undoubtedly one of Zhiye's trump cards. As the champion of this year's Hoenn League Colorful Illusion Conference, it is hardly surprising to possess such a Pokémon. Since it is Meowth, it is your turn to shine. I entrust you to the fossil Aerodactyl. Given that Glacian would certainly not stand a chance against Meowth, Zhang Feng naturally opted to switch Pokémon. Retrieving Glacian, he summoned Fossil Aerodactyl. This creature, resurrected from ancient fossils, had yet to participate in a formal battle under Zhang Feng's command. Today would be its grand debut. Upon seeing Zhang Feng deploy the rare and formidable Fossil Aerodactyl, the assembled professors were increasingly perplexed, yet increasingly impressed by Zhang Feng. This young man is indeed frighteningly strong, and each Pokémon he possesses is more exceptional and rare than the last. Fossil Aerodactyl, Meowth, use Payday? Following Zhiye's command, Meowth unleashed a fierce cry, summoning a gold coin that it wielded with great power, launching it toward Fossil Aerodactyl. However, this assault was of no concern to Fossil Aerodactyl, which possessed the Rockhead ability. Fossil Aerodactyl, unleash Meteor Beam. Zhang Feng's Fossil Aerodactyl had a unique trait. It could utilize both Hyper Beam and Meteor Beam without suffering any recoil. This meant it could disregard the typical cooldown associated with such powerful moves. Therefore, at the moment Meowth executed its attack, Fossil Aerodactyl dove from the sky, a primal predator from ancient times, charging toward its quarry. Facing the oncoming coin, Fossil Aerodactyl let out a mighty roar, and its overwhelming force effortlessly blocked the attack, continuing its trajectory toward Meowth. Witnessing this, Zhiye's expression shifted. Meowth, use Iron Tail. In the next moment, the Meteor Beam collided with Iron Tail, and Meowth felt the immense power emanating from Fossil Aerodactyl, compelling it to evade using its speed. Consequently, a massive crater was created upon the battleground by Fossil Aerodactyl's impact. Remarkably, Meowth narrowly avoided injury. Chapter 63, The Ongoing Battle, Lizard King's Internal Struggle. Fossil Aerodactyl. Do not allow it to evade. Use Stone Edge. Observing Meowth's agile movements as it evaded Fossil Aerodactyl's attack, Zhang Feng prepared to command Fossil Aerodactyl to execute a sweeping Stone Edge attack. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's directive, Fossil Aerodactyl let out a fierce roar, immediately channeling Rock-type energy. In the next instant, sharp stones began to envelop Fossil Aerodactyl. With a roar, countless stones were unleashed like bullets, hurtling toward Meowth. Recognizing the ferocity of this assault, Zhiye swiftly instructed Meowth. Meowth, use Fury Swipes to shatter the incoming stones, and combine it with Iron Tail and Cut to block the Stone Edge attack. Following Zhiye's command, Meowth nodded and, with its nimble form, began to dart around, avoiding the Stone Edge attack. Even when faced with unavoidable assaults, it employed various skills to counter. Upon witnessing Meowth's tenacity, Zhang Feng could not help but express admiration. No wonder this Pokémon is the champion of this year's Hoenn League Colorful Illusion Conference. Its true strength is on par with Zhang Feng's ace Pokémon. Fossil Aerodactyl. Use Aerial Ace. In an instant, Fossil Aerodactyl's strike successfully connected with Meowth, sending it hurtling away. Meanwhile, the hovering stones from the Stone Edge attack surged toward Meowth. Continuously bombarded by these assaults, Meowth displayed signs of distress, panting heavily, clearly fatigued from the previous onslaught. Meowth, use Water Gun. Fossil Aerodactyl, employ Protect, then use Stealth Rock. As Zhiye commanded Meowth, it let out a powerful shout, gathering a strong stream of water before unleashing it. Fortunately, Zhang Feng was prepared. Should the water gun hit, it would not only diminish Fossil Aerodactyl's attack, but also place it at a disadvantage due to type effectiveness. When the green protective shield appeared, Fossil Aerodactyl remained unscathed. Seeing that Zhang Feng had evaded his decisive move, Zhiye and Meowth's expressions turned grim. In the next moment, a multitude of stones blanketed the battleground, subsequently vanishing from sight. This move, of course, was Stealth Rock, aimed at the next Pokémon to enter the fray, inflicting damage while simultaneously thwarting Zhiye's intentions of switching out Meowth, as its current stamina would likely lead to its swift demise. In a moment of desperation, Zhiye had no choice but to fight with all his might. Meow Meow, unleash the move draft. Fossil Pterodactyl, unleash Destructive Death Ray and eliminate him. Accompanied by a radiant green beam, the Fossil Pterodactyl displayed a visage of agony as the draft move struck true, igniting its ferocious spirit. As a primeval predator, being overwhelmed by Rayquaza was one thing, but allowing a mere meow meow to bully it was utterly unacceptable. Roaring with fury, the fossil pterodactyl released an orange-yellow energy beam that struck directly upon Meow Meow. The explosion of immense power sent Meow Meow flying. At that moment, regardless of its strength, facing the fossil pterodactyl's lethal attack head-on, Meow Meow's defeat was inevitable. As the dust and debris stirred by the destructive death ray filled the arena, the spectators found it difficult to discern the outcome of the battle. Who emerged victorious? After a prolonged silence, as the dust settled, a defeated Meow Meow was revealed in a large crater, while the fossil pterodactyl stood triumphantly, roaring in victory. Ding ding. The fossil pterodactyl has defeated Meow Meow and gained 785 experience points, leveling up to LV54. With Meow Meow's fall, Gia's 3 ace Pokémon had now lost one. After a moment of contemplation, Gia summoned his third Pokémon, a Donphan. Ding ding. Current attributes of Donphan are as follows. Pokémon, Donphan. Level, 47. Ability, Sturdy. Type, Ground. Potential, Purple. Bond Evolution, Unlocked. Mega Evolution, Unlocked. Skills, Thunder Fong, Fire Fong, Rollout, Round, Earthquake, Tackle. However, the moment Donphan entered the battlefield, Stealth Rock immediately activated, inflicting significant damage. Witnessing Donphan's predicament, Zhang Feng promptly commanded, Fossil Pterodactyl, continue the battle and unleash the Megaton Shockwave. As he finished speaking, the fossil pterodactyl soared into the sky, its body enveloped in spiraling purple-white energy. With the inertia generated from above, it barreled down towards Donphan. Donphan lost its fighting capability, and the fossil pterodactyl emerged victorious. As Gia's Pokémon had all succumbed, a 10-minute intermission was announced. Upon hearing Dr. Oda's words, both Zhang Feng and Gia recalled their Pokémon. Although merely the conclusion of the first half of the battle, both had garnered a preliminary understanding of each other's strength. Gia was originally the champion of this year's Hoenn League's colorful tournament. However, his strongest Pokémon were likely Metagross, Meow Meow, and Sceptile, which meant that, given Zhang Feng's current state, their strengths were nearly on par. Thus, if nothing unforeseen occurred, the champion of this year's Hoenn League's colorful tournament would likely be in Zhang Feng's grasp. Of course, compared to the original storyline, this year also saw the participation of Yiyu and a newly awakened Ash, making this year's league tournament quite the spectacle. Zhang Feng, you are truly formidable. It appears you are a strong contender for this year's championship. Upon hearing Gia's remark, Zhang Feng couldn't help but smile and replied, until the final moment. No one knows the outcome, and trainers like you may not have all the strongest Pokémon in your possession. Seeing Zhang Feng's response, Gia merely smiled in acknowledgement. Without a reply, soon, the second half commenced, and this time, both Gia and Zhang Feng simultaneously tossed out their Pokeballs, revealing 2 agile Sceptiles. How intriguing that both summoned Sceptiles. As the second half of the battle began, both Sceptiles gazed at each other, brimming with combat spirit. Sceptile, use Sunny Day. Chapter 64, Victory, the final opponent? Zhang Feng's Sceptile was currently at level 54, while Gia's Sceptile was at level 55. Both were of golden potential. In this battle, the strength disparity was minimal, and only through combat could one determine the victor. Sceptile, charge forward and unleash Leaf Blade. As Zhang Feng and Gia simultaneously issued commands, the weather ability unique to the Sunny Day team activated, and Zhang Feng's Sceptile darted towards Gia's Sceptile. Its leaf blades extended, forming 2 massive green slashes, which, enhanced by a flash of lightning, sliced towards its opponent. Meanwhile, Gia's Sceptile had just executed Sunny Day when it saw Zhang Feng's Sceptile rushing forward. In that fleeting moment, Gia exclaimed, "Now's the time. Unleash Solar Flare." As a powerful grass-type move, Solar Flare required a lengthy charge time, but under sunny conditions, it could be unleashed instantaneously, amplifying its power. Furthermore, classified as a high-temperature skill, it could achieve the might of fire-type moves when temperatures soared, inflicting significant damage on a fellow grass-type opponent. However, Zhang Feng's Sceptile was not to be underestimated. With the added swiftness from the lightning, the massive green slash struck Gia's Sceptile squarely on the head. Though merely a grass-type move, the pain inflicted by the sharp blade was palpable, especially with the power boost from Sunny Day. Power up! With a cry of anguish, Gia's Sceptile unleashed Solar Flare, but Zhang Feng's Sceptile deftly evaded, resulting in a massive explosion that left only smoke in its wake. Excellent. Now it's our turn. Sceptile, unleash Solar Flare. Sceptile, use Protect. The Protect move, akin to the Guard move, allowed the user to evade the damage from the next attack. As Zhang Feng commanded his Sceptile to use Solar Flare, a thick white-green beam erupted forth, poised to strike the opponent. In that critical moment, Jia's Sceptile's eyes glowed blue, successfully dodging the attack. Charge in, approach the opponent, and unleash Leaf Blade. Sceptile, once more Leaf Blade. In an instant, the two Sceptiles resembled legendary swordsmen, charging at each other, their green blades filling the spectator's view. The sounds of clashing echoed continuously. In the heat of battle, both sides sustained considerable damage. Sceptile, Decisive Strike. Solar Flare. Sceptile, we shall also unleash Solar Flare. As Zhang Feng and Jia issued commands simultaneously once more, both Sceptiles locked their gazes on each other and unleashed Solar Flare. When the colossal moves collided, a tremendous explosion erupted throughout the arena. The immense shockwave nearly lifted both Jia and Zhang Feng off their feet, forcing them to crouch down to evade the blast, while Dr. Oda stumbled backward. Once the explosion subsided, the battlefield resembled a sight of devastation, with the ground lowered by over half a meter. Both Sceptiles, caught in the blast, lay on the ground, battered and unable to rise. After a prolonged wait, Dr. Oda's voice finally broke the silence. Both Sceptiles have simultaneously lost their fighting capabilities, resulting in a draw. However, as Dr. Oda concluded, Zhang Feng's Sceptile stirred, struggling to rise, its gaze filled with unwavering determination. If this were a game, one might hear the phrase, "Your Sceptile held on." Jia's Sceptile lost its fighting capability, while Zhang Feng's Sceptile emerged victorious. Ding ding. Sceptile has defeated Sceptile, gaining 875 experience points, leveling up to LV 55. Power up. Accompanied by the fierce roar of the Lizard King, Zhang Feng retrieved his luxury ball, calling back the mighty creature with a heartfelt acknowledgement. Thank you, Lizard King. Your perseverance and strength have not gone unnoticed. Meanwhile, Ji, witnessing the defeat of his initial Pokémon, remained in a state of shock for an extended moment. After a brief silence, Ji threw out another Pokeball, summoning his Iron Fist Warrior. Faced with this formidable opponent, Zhang Feng opted for his Pidgeot, a flying-type Pokémon that holds an advantage over fighting types. With just a few deft moves, the Iron Fist Warrior was rendered unable to battle. Ding! Pidgeot triumphed over the Iron Fist Warrior, earning 640 experience points, leading to a level increase to level 54. Thus, with Pidgeot overcoming the Iron Fist Warrior, Ji found himself with only one Pokémon remaining. Just when Zhang Feng anticipated the appearance of Jia's ace, Metagross, he was taken aback to discover that this powerhouse was not among his current roster. Indeed, it was clear that seasoned trainers, after years of travel, would not have their strongest 6 Pokémon at hand unless preparing for a Pokémon League tournament. Ding! The current attributes of the Armor Bird are as follows. Pokémon. Armor Bird level. 50 ability. Keen Eye type. Steel. Flying potential. Purple Bond evolution. Unlocked Mega evolution. Unlocked skills. Metal Claw. Wing Attack. Air Slash. Steel Wing. Beak Drill. Brave Bird. It appeared that this match would unfold as an aerial clash between flying-type Pokémon. Pidgeot, after a dazzling burst of speed, executed a wing attack. The Armor Bird retaliated with its own wing attack. Upon issuing their commands, Pidgeot vanished in an instant, leaving behind a trail of white light as it charged towards the Armor Bird. Although the Armor Bird was also a flying type, its steel typing weighed it down significantly, leaving it susceptible to Pidgeot's onslaught. At the moment the wing attack struck true, the Armor Bird let out a furious cry, attempting to counter with a wing attack of its own, but Pidgeot swiftly evaded the blow after landing its hit. Thus, the Armor Bird could not inflict any damage on Pidgeot. As the battle progressed, the outcome became increasingly evident. The Armor Bird unleashed a Metal Claw. Pidgeot responded with a wing attack. After an aerial tussle, Pidgeot proved to be the more powerful of the two, ultimately overpowering the Armor Bird despite its steel typing, sending it crashing to the ground. With a final strike, Brave Bird concluded the battle. Armor Bird, unleash Brave Bird as well. With a clash of azure and fiery orange flames enveloping them, both majestic birds surged towards each other. A violent collision ensued, and the Armor Bird plummeted from the sky, losing its ability to battle. Ding! Pidgeot defeated the Armor Bird, gaining 730 experience points, resulting in a level increase to level 55. With the Armor Bird incapacitated, Pidgeot emerged victorious, declaring Zhang Feng as the champion of the Hoenn region. Chapter 65. Zhang Feng vs. Xiao Mao, the final. Following the conclusion of Zhang Feng and Jia's match, the ultimate victor was revealed. Zhang Feng had triumphed. However, it was evident that Ji had only deployed 3 or 4 of his strongest Pokémon, not his full roster of 6. Likewise, Zhang Feng had only sent forth 3 of his most formidable Pokémon during their battle, suggesting that the disparity in their strengths was not vast at present. Yet, when the colorful Aura Conference arrived, the tides could swiftly turn. After all, Zhang Feng had only been traveling as a Pokemon trainer for less than 4 months, while Ji had been active for several years. In 2 months, as the colorful Aura Conference commenced, with a stroke of luck, Zhang Feng might very well possess elite-level Pokemon. After recalling Pidgey, Zhang Feng praised his battling partners. Simultaneously, Ji withdrew his armor bird and approached Zhang Feng, stating, "Zhang Feng, I may have lost today, but I assure you, I will not be defeated in the colorful Aura Conference. Let us have a rematch then." As Ji extended his hand, Zhang Feng smiled in response. "All right, but I am determined to claim the championship at the colorful Aura Conference." Witnessing the handshake between the two, Xiao Mao and Yi, who were poised for their own battle, laughed and chimed in, "Hey, did you forget about us?" With that, everyone shared a hearty laugh, yielding the battlefield to Xiao Mao and Yi. When it comes to the strength of their initial Pokemon, the battle between Blaziken and Blastoise could only be determined by chance. After all, Xiao Mao's Blastoise was formidable, yet Yi's Blaziken was equally impressive. Were it not for a plot twist, how could Blastoise have been bested by Charizard? As the two trainers stepped forward, they unleashed their most powerful initial Pokemon. Yet in terms of type advantage, Blaziken was entirely countered. Ultimately, after a grueling battle, Blaziken succumbed to Blastoise's Hydro Pump, though Blastoise's stamina was perilously low. Following the defeat of Blaziken, Yi's expression soured, and his Steelix was subsequently vanquished by Xiao Mao's Arcanine, while the remaining Pokemon were evenly matched against Xiao Mao. The final result was a narrow victory of 5-6 in favor of Xiao Mao. Thus, the final confrontation would be between Xiao Mao of the Kanto region and Zhang Feng of the Hoenn region. Observing the outcome of the match, Professor Okito couldn't help but feel astonished. Despite holding Zhang Feng in high regard, he contemplated that had he not invited Zhang Feng, Ji and Yi might have faced defeat against Xiao Mao. If that were the case, his status as a professor in the Hoenn region and as the organizer would have been severely compromised. Grateful for the outcome, he restored the Pokemon's health, and the decisive battle commenced the following day. This time, the referee was Brock. As Zhang Feng and Xiao Mao took their positions on either side of the battlefield, the ultimate showdown began. "Go, my sweetheart." With a flourish, Xiao Mao released his striking Scyther, while Zhang Feng's Infernape made its grand entrance. Ding! Current attributes of Scyther are as follows. Pokemon, Scyther level, 51 ability, Technician type, Steel, Bug potential, Purple Bond evolution, Unlocked Mega evolution, Unlocked skills, Metal Claw, Wing attack, Quick attack, Hyper Beam, Swords Dance, X Scissor. Infernape, is that not one of the initial trio from the Sinnoh region? How could you encounter such a Pokemon? At that moment, both Xiao Mao and Professor Yamashita, as well as the Sinnoh trainers, were taken aback by Zhang Feng's unexpected possession of such rare Pokemon. Indeed, no one could have anticipated that a trainer who had only recently begun his journey would possess so many extraordinary Pokemon. Moreover, who had encountered a wild fire-type starter in the wilderness. Even Ash had his Charizard, Infernape, and Monferno, all of which were abandoned by others. In the Hoenn region, Ash had never encountered a wild Torchic, only managing to capture a Torkoal. As trainers, the true essence of adventure lies in encountering a diverse array of Pokemon, and thus, Zhang Feng commanded, Infernape, unleash Flamethrower. Reacting swiftly, Xiao Mao refocused and commanded his Scyther, use Swords Dance. In the next instant, Scyther began to twirl its massive pincers with fervor, seemingly poised to counter the impending onslaught of Infernape's flames. However, upon witnessing the ineffectiveness of its initial attack, the Infernape became resolute, amplifying the ferocity of its flames once more. In such a scenario, even the Sword Dance could not withstand the onslaught of fire-type moves. With a thunderous boom, the Scyther was engulfed by the flames. Charging forward, it unleashed a fire punch. Nodding in acknowledgement, Infernape swiftly closed the distance to Scyther. Bolstered by its Iron Fist ability, combined with the fourfold advantage of its fire-type attack against Scyther. With a single punch, Scyther was sent hurtling out of the battlefield, rendered incapable of further combat. Ding! Infernape has defeated Scyther, gaining 800 experience points, and leveling up to LV 48. As the onlookers beheld Zhang Feng effortlessly vanquishing one of Xiao Mao's Pokemon, they were filled with awe. Thus, it was time to call upon you, Electivire. After recalling Scyther, Xiao Mao summoned his new primary Pokemon. Ding! The current attributes of Electivire are as follows. Pokemon, Electivire. Level, 55. Ability, Motor Drive. Type, Electric. Potential, Gold. Bond Evolution, unlocked. Mega Evolution, unlocked. Skills, Thunder Punch, Low Kick, Volt Tackle, Light Screen, Thunder, Fire Punch. Observing the formidable power of Xiao Mao's Electivire, Zhang Feng could not help but take the battle more seriously. Infernape, continue the fight. Despite a 7-level disparity, Infernape's red potential indicated that this battle would not be a mere one-sided affair. Electivire, use Discharge. Upon Xiao Mao's command, Electivire fiercely struck its chest, and in an instant, a powerful electric current enveloped its entire body. By attacking itself, it gained the enhancement of its ability, increasing its speed. Truly commendable, Xiao Mao. Yet, it was futile. Infernape, charge in with Sonic Punch. Following Zhang Feng's command, Infernape roared mightily, a trail of white light blazing behind it. As it activated its speed boost, with its glowing fist, it struck forcefully at Electivire. Chapter 66, The Intensifying Battle. The moment Infernape launched its attack, Electivire was also surrounded by crackling electricity, promptly executing its Brick Break move. Thus, the two Pokémon, both adept in fighting-type moves, clashed fiercely. Although Electivire lacked a fighting-type classification, its combat prowess was impressive. Moreover, the level gap between the two Pokémon balanced their strength, leading to a fierce close-quarters battle. Infernape unleashed Fire Punch. Electivire retaliated with Thunder Punch. As the two Pokémon exchanged blows, they resembled two warriors engaged in a life-or-death struggle. Observing the mutual depletion of their stamina, Zhang Feng recognized that they could not continue this head-on confrontation. Infernape, use Flare Blitz. Electivire, unleash Thunder. At the moment when a violent electric current descended, Infernape erupted in ferocious flames, charging towards Electivire with an unstoppable force. With a resounding crash, the powerful electric attack struck Infernape head-on. However, it faced Electivire's Thunder with unwavering resolve. Braving the onslaught, it barreled into Electivire with a mighty roar. Thus, amidst the swirling currents of electricity and flames, Infernape surged forward, its body radiating blue, red, and yellow hues as it collided with Electivire. When the dust settled, both Pokémon lay prone on the ground, simultaneously losing their combat capabilities. Electivire and Infernape have both lost their ability to battle. Both trainers may now send forth their next Pokémon. Infernape, through sheer determination, had defeated 2 of Xiao Mao's Pokémon, demonstrating admirable prowess, especially considering the level disadvantage. After dispatching another of Xiao Mao's ace Pokémon, Zhang Feng retrieved his Milotic's Pokeball. In the next moment, as both trainers sent forth their subsequent Pokémon, Xiao Mao chose his Nidoking. This Nidoking was also quite powerful, yet it struggled against the might of Milotic's formidable attacks, compounded by the double-type advantage, and could not endure for long. Ding! Milotic has defeated Nidoking, gaining 735 experience points, leveling up to LV 55. With this, as the first half of the battle concluded, Zhang Feng had only lost 1 Pokémon while defeating 3 of Xiao Mao's, most of which were his main battle Pokémon. It appeared that at this stage, the elite lineups of Jie, Xiao Mao, Yiyu, and Shinji were closely matched in strength, with the outcome of their battles resting upon luck and strategy. Truly, Zhang Feng, your prowess is commendable, befitting a rival who has bested Ash. Even after losing the first half, Xiao Mao felt no sense of defeat. Rather, he was filled with renewed fighting spirit, reminiscent of his early journey. After all, Xiao Mao was now merely a researcher, not a trainer aspiring to be a Pokémon master. You too are impressive. One could say you are indeed worthy of being Ash's lifelong rival. With that, both turned their gazes toward Ash. Although Ash's current strength may not be formidable, both held a steadfast belief in his potential to achieve greatness as a Pokémon master. Soon, with the commencement of the second half of the battle, Xiao Mao immediately threw out his Lunala's Pokeball. This Lunala, at level 55 with golden potential, was evidently one of Xiao Mao's strongest assets. Originally, Zhang Feng had intended to send out either his Lunala or Glacian to face it, but since their levels were not sufficiently high, he could only continue with his Aerodactyl. Presently, the only Pokémon in Zhang Feng's possession exceeding level 50 were his initial few: Sceptile, Pidgeot, Milotic, and Aerodactyl. Even his Metagross, Bisharp, and Infernape were stuck around level 48, making the prospect of overcoming the challenge a daunting one. Lunala, use Dark Pulse. Aerodactyl, use Stone Edge. The moment both trainers issued their commands, Aerodactyl and Lunala reacted simultaneously. Xiao Mao's Lunala, swift as the wind, unleashed a wave of dark energy that struck Aerodactyl directly. In pain, Aerodactyl retaliated with an even fiercer counterattack. Faced with the relentless barrage of stones from the sky, Lunala, despite its speed, could not evade them all. Once struck, taking advantage of Lunala's injury, Aerodactyl roared as it executed Steel Wing, sending Lunala flying. Lunala, do not give up. Bite down on Aerodactyl and use Crunch. Thus, a peculiar scene unfolded on the battlefield. Xiao Mao's Lunala managed to latch onto Aerodactyl's wings midair, scrambling onto its back. This display ignited a fire within Ash, for it was a technique he himself had taught. Clearly, Xiao Mao had learned much from him. With that, Lunala unleashed a Gigaton hammer. Aerodactyl, shake it off and use Hyper Beam. Following Zhang Feng's command, Aerodactyl accelerated, flipping its body, yet Lunala clung tightly to Aerodactyl's back, gathering formidable energy. With a resounding crash, Aerodactyl was successfully struck by Lunala. As Aerodactyl fell, it unleashed its Hyper Beam, sending Lunala hurtling away. As the two resounding impacts echoed, the Moon Spirit had completely lost its combat capability. In contrast, the fossil pterosaur, due to its rock type, managed to mitigate most of the damage and still remained standing. Return, Moon Spirit. I entrust the next phase to you, Blastoise. Upon the emergence of Shigeru's ace Pokémon, the formidable Blastoise, its attributes were vividly laid out before Zhang Feng. Ding dong. The current attributes of Blastoise are as follows. Pokémon, Blastoise, level, 58, ability, Torrent, type, water, aptitude, Gold Bond evolution, unlocked, Mega evolution, unlocked, skills, withdraw, Hydro Pump, Water Pulse, Water Tail, Wave Crash, Water Ring, Bite, with a level of 58. It was merely one tier beneath the ace Pokémon of the 1,000-mile Pavilion Master that Zhang Feng had previously encountered, nearly reaching the pinnacle of Elite Four strength. No wonder Yiyu had succumbed. Blastoise, unleash Hydro Pump. Fossil Pterosaur, use Hyper Beam. As Zhang Feng and Shigeru issued their commands in unison, the Fossil Pterosaur's skill was activated, but it was too late. After being struck by Blastoise's powerful Hydro Pump, it lost its fighting ability. Chapter 67, Mega Sceptile. The choice of the Triad. Indeed, this Blastoise is quite formidable. Now, I count on you, Sceptile. As Zhang Feng threw out a luxury ball, the agile Sceptile appeared, locking eyes with the opposing Blastoise, igniting an indomitable fighting spirit. Although Blastoise's strength was nearly at the peak of the quasi-elite level, Zhang Feng's Sceptile was no ordinary foe. The more formidable the opponent, the greater Sceptile's potential to unleash its true power. Sceptile, a worthy adversary indeed. Blastoise, be wary and fire Hydro Pump. Sceptile, unleash Leaf Blade. As Blastoise cried out Kamehameha, its two massive cannons erupted with torrents of water, charging towards Sceptile. However, Sceptile deftly evaded the onslaught, utilizing its incredible speed to dart past and revealing the green glimmer of its blade-like arms, striking directly at Blastoise. Upon witnessing this, Shigeru quickly reacted. Realizing his attack had missed, Blastoise used Withdraw. Just as Sceptile was about to land a blow on Blastoise's head, the massive turtle adeptly retracted its head into its shell. With its formidable defense, it successfully evaded Sceptile's fierce assault. When Leaf Blade struck the shell, it merely left a white mark, failing to breach Blastoise's defenses. Seeing this, Sceptile displayed a hint of frustration, while Zhang Feng, glancing at the doctors around him, couldn't help but smile. At that moment, the Divine Selection System issued a new reward opportunity. Ding dong. Detecting that the host is engaged in battle with Shigeru, the following options are presented. Option 1. Showcase Sceptile's Mega Evolution, decisively defeat Blastoise, and gain favor from the doctors, rewarding the host with a Master Ball. Option 2. Do not showcase Sceptile's Mega Evolution, defeat Shigeru in a standard battle, and receive a random Mega Evolution Stone. Option 3. Hold back, be defeated by Shigeru, and receive a random Evolution Stone. Upon seeing these three choices, Zhang Feng naturally followed his heart and selected option 1. However, with the acquisition of this Master Ball, it seemed he now possessed two legendary Pokémon had been seldom encountered, aside from Rayquaza. If the opportunity arises, perhaps he could capture a new legendary. The Hoenn region, if memory serves, is home to 3 legendary titans, right? But now, amidst the battle, Zhang Feng quickly refocused and addressed Sceptile. Sceptile, since Blastoise has withdrawn into its shell and cannot be breached, let us harness a greater power to vanquish it completely. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, Yiyu, who had previously witnessed Zhang Feng's Mega Evolution against the Magma team, suddenly changed expression. Is it coming? Ever since that battle, Yiyu had yearned for his Blaziken to attain such a transformation. Today might provide the answers to his questions. Meanwhile, Ash, Tetsuya, and Masamune displayed expressions of confusion. What is coming? In the next moment, the keystone ring on Zhang Feng's right hand radiated a kaleidoscope of colors, harmonizing with the Mega Stone adorning Sceptile's neck. At this sight, the doctors gasped. As regional professors, they were well acquainted with rumors from the Kalos region. However, was Mega Evolution not merely a legend? Could it truly exist? As the crowd expressed their bewilderment, Zhang Feng proclaimed, "Sceptile, triumph in this battle. Mega Evolution." With his words, a dazzling rainbow light enveloped Sceptile entirely. When the brilliance of Mega Evolution faded, the Super Sceptile emerged. Observing the transformed Sceptile, Shigeru, Ash, Yiyu, Tetsuya, and others gasped in astonishment. While even Professors Okido and Otamaki displayed shock. What is this? Sceptile can evolve further? Is this truly the legendary Mega Evolution? Dr. Buratano missed this gathering and has lost out on his research opportunity. Listening to the doctor's discussions, Zhang Feng directed his attention to Sceptile. Super Sceptile, once more, unleash Leaf Blade. With the arrival of Mega Evolution, Sceptile's strength had surpassed the elite level, and its aptitude had ascended to red. Now, as it prepared to confront Blastoise, there was no way that mere turtle shell could hinder it. What a stunning Mega Evolution. Yet, we shall not concede easily. Blastoise, unleash Wave Crash. Even though Shigeru was still grappling with the situation, he understood that Sceptile had grown significantly stronger and immediately commanded Blastoise to employ its strongest technique, Wave Crash. As Blastoise roared, a fierce torrent surged forth, but at the moment Sceptile launched its counterattack, the powerful Wave Crash, which had previously overwhelmed Yiyu's Blaziken, was effortlessly sliced in two by Sceptile's Leaf Blade. Following this, the relentless Sceptile's green blades descended upon Blastoise's shell with tremendous force. Witnessing this, Blastoise was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained its composure. With a thunderous crash, despite Blastoise retracting into its shell to bolster its defenses, the sound of cracking echoed. The once resilient shell, which previously only bore white marks, was shattered by a single strike from Super Sceptile. As the shell crumbled, Blastoise let out a deafening cry of pain, instantly losing its ability to battle. Super Sceptile had decisively defeated Shigeru's formidable Blastoise in one swift move. Ding dong. Super Sceptile has defeated Blastoise, earning 1,036 experience points, leveling up to level 57, and at Mega Evolution, its level is 62. Silence. At that moment, in the battleground, both Shigeru and the observing doctors, along with exceptional trainers from various regions, gasped in astonishment. After a prolonged silence, Shigeru gradually regained his composure. Recalling his ace Blastoise and contemplating his final Pokémon against the formidable Super Sceptile. With a wry smile, Shigeru conceded, "I admit defeat." Upon hearing Shigeru's words, Zhang Feng's lips curled into a slight smile, while Brock suddenly came to his senses and announced the final result of the match. Shigeru has conceded defeat. Thus, the ultimate victor of this league is Zhang Feng, hailing from Littleroot Town in the Hoenn region. Victory has been achieved, which signifies that Zhang Feng can now select from the most numerous trio of starter Pokémon. In Chapter 68, we encounter the likes of Charmander, Totodile, Torchic, Turtwig, and Snivy. What a splendid battle it was. Alas, my research focus does not lie in Mega Evolution. Otherwise, I would certainly delve into studying your Lizard King, Xiaofeng. Upon hearing Dr. Oda's words, Zhang Feng could not help but smile. In truth, he was reluctant to have his Pokémon subjected to the scrutiny of the doctor, yet Dr. Oda had indeed been kind to him. To refuse would have been rather inappropriate, and since Dr. Oda himself was disinclined to explore Mega Evolution in depth, it was all the more fortuitous. Observing this exchange, Professor Oak could not help but inquire, "Xiaofeng, how did you manage to facilitate the Mega Evolution of your Lizard King? We have only heard whispers of such phenomena," the esteemed Dr. Buratano from the Kalos region has conducted extensive research on it. As Professor Oak posed his question, Dr. Oda, Dr. Yamazaki, Dr. Nike, Dr. Suramuki, and even Dr. You displayed expressions of intrigue, eagerly anticipating Zhang Feng's elucidation. Similarly, Ash, Gary, Leafy, Tetsuya, Brock, May, Alice, and Masamune also revealed glimmers of hope. For if they could glean the secrets of Mega Evolution from Zhang Feng, might their Pokémon also attain such a transformation? Indeed, Zhang Feng, please share your insights. I am quite eager to know. Faced with the expectant gazes of the crowd, Zhang Feng gently patted his Mega Lizard King and smiled. It was, in fact, a stroke of luck. One day, during our travels, Lizard King and I stumbled upon a set of stones. In that moment of mutual understanding, the Mega Evolution was successfully triggered. Since it was Lizard King's evolution, I refer to it as Mega Evolution. As Zhang Feng articulated this theory, Dr. Buratano collapsed in tears in the restroom, pondering whether his future papers would be deemed plagiarized. in the presence of so many regional professors. How could he hold his head high again? After all, Zhang Feng was currently explaining the principles of mega evolution before a gathering of esteemed scholars. Wasn't it akin to accusing him of stealing Zhang Feng's theories? Did they truly believe these regional professors were oblivious to such matters? Thus, I conjecture that should each Pokémon find its corresponding Mega Evolution Stone and the requisite Keystone, they may indeed achieve Mega Evolution. Yet this remains merely a theory. The truth can only be unveiled through the countless trials of trainers. At this juncture, Leafy interjected eagerly, "So, does this mean my Torchic can also undergo Mega Evolution, provided I find its exclusive Mega Evolution Stone?" In response to Leafy's inquiry, Zhang Feng nodded with a smile. "Then my Swampert can also." Tetsuya's eyes sparkled with determination. If Zhang Feng's Lizard King could undergo Mega Evolution, then surely his Lizard King could as well. This was an undeniable fact. Consequently, he took out his phone to capture a picture of the Mega Lizard King's Mega Evolution Stone, wearing a satisfied smile. Xiaofeng, having secured first place. You are entitled to a reward. Now, as previously discussed, please tell the professors which starter Pokémon you wish to receive. Dr. Oda added. I can also provide you with a starter from the Hoenn region. Would you like one? Upon hearing Dr. Oda's offer, Zhang Feng couldn't help but smile. Truly, Dr. Oda was remarkable. He had just been contemplating how to broach the subject, and here was Dr. Oda providing him with an opportunity, a perfect assist. Yes, of course. I must express my gratitude for the professor's kindness. In fact, Zhang Feng had already formulated a plan regarding the selection of his starters. Naturally, the first choice should be the Fire-type starter. In the wild, Fire-type starters are the rarest to encounter. Pokémon like Treecko and Bulbasaur can still be seen in the wild, often in groups. Water-type Pokémon such as Mudkip and Squirtle can be sought in water, appearing with a certain probability, but Charmander and Torchic are indeed elusive. Moreover, since Dr. Oda was willing to offer Zhang Feng a starter, it was only logical to choose Torchic. While Swampert is formidable, it remains far more probable to obtain in the wild, making the selection of the strong and handsome Blaziken the ideal choice. As for the initial trio from the Kanto region, although Zhang Feng holds a fondness for Blastoise and Venusaur, the rarity of Charmander sways his decision. After all, one cannot capture Pokémon in the Charizard Valley yet. Furthermore, if he were to catch Blastoise and Venusaur, Ash had encountered those species in the original storyline, so there would be ample opportunities. Regarding the Chengdu region starters, if he had to choose, Zhang Feng's favorite would be Croconaw. Blaziken and Lurantis are somewhat lacking in aesthetics, and Zhang Feng has a penchant for visual appeal. Just look at the Pokémon he possesses. They are all both striking and powerful. In the Sinnoh region, having already acquired Infernape, the subsequent choice is undoubtedly Turtwig, as that penguin Pokémon is rather unremarkable, yet the final evolution, Torterra, is quite impressive. As for the Unova starters, if Zhang Feng were to choose, he would favor Superior. Its ability to disrupt opponents is akin to having an unfair advantage. Professor, does this mean I can select a starter from each region? Perhaps it was due to Zhang Feng's demonstrated prowess that the regional professors were inclined to befriend him, or perhaps it stemmed from a senior's appreciation for a junior. Coupled with Dr. Oda's proactive offer, Dr. Soromuki from the Chengdu region was also willing to provide a starter. Ultimately, all the professors agreed to grant Zhang Feng a regional starter Pokémon. Meanwhile, Gary only selected 2, while Leafy and Tetsuya each received 1. Professor, I would like Kanto's Charmander, Chengdu's Totodile, Hoenn's Torchic, Sinnoh's Turtwig, and Unova's Snivy. Upon Zhang Feng's proclamation, akin to reciting a menu, the professors nodded in agreement. Professor Oak could not help but chuckle. Zhang Feng, it appears you possess quite a depth of knowledge regarding Pokémon. Were it not for your remarkable prowess on the path of a trainer, I would consider guiding you along the path of academia solely based on your research into Mega Evolution. Upon witnessing Professor Oak's interest in Zhang Feng, Dr. Oda immediately interjected. Hey, Professor Oak, your grandson has already embarked on the path of a researcher. Do not lure away the person I have my eye on. In that moment, laughter erupted throughout the scientific community. Just then, a hearty voice echoed from afar. It seems you all possess an abundance of vitality, young ones. Ha! Upon hearing this voice, the crowd turned to see an elderly gentleman dressed in a captain's attire, soaring through the skies atop a Dragonite, rapidly approaching the scientific town. Who else could this be but the esteemed dragon champion of the Hoenn region, Yuenji? Chapter 69, Macaulay remarked, here lies an exceptional trainer. The application for the starters, of course, required time, so Zhang Feng and the professors exchanged contact information, awaiting the subsequent transfer of the starters. Only Dr. Oda, being the regional professor of Hoenn, directly assisted Zhang Feng with his application, and Gary also selected a Treecko, resolving the matter swiftly. Given that the current conference was held in Hoenn, the Hoenn Pokemon League expedited the transfer of the starter Pokemon. Professor Oak, wielding significant authority, made a quick call to Xiao Jian and procured several starter Pokemon from the Research Institute, handing Charmander to Zhang Feng, Squirtle to Leafy, and Bulbasaur to Tetsuya, thereby concluding this round of starter applications. Thus, it wasn't long before Zhang Feng was the first to acquire the Pokeball containing the Fire Chick. Ding dong. The current attributes of the Fire Chick are as follows. Pokemon. Fire Chick Roll. None level. 12 ability. Speed boost type. Fire potential. Purple Bond evolution. Unlocked Mega evolution. Unlocked skills. Ember. Peck. Quick attack. Claw slash. Insight friendship. 70 experience. Encountered in Scientist Town. The Fire Chick was meticulously selected by Dr. Xiaodian Wan, representing an exceptional specimen within its lineage. Hobbies. Enjoys spicy food, battles, and the pursuit of strength. Upon viewing the Fire Chick's attribute panel and discovering its hidden ability, Speed Boost, Zhang Feng couldn't help but smile. Dr. Xiaodian Wan had indeed shown him great favor. Yet it was also a testament to his own remarkable talent that he had been bestowed with such a unique Fire Chick. After glancing at the other side where a Charmander resided, Zhang Feng felt equally elated. Having two Fire-type starters at once presented him with splendid adversaries and companions to grow alongside. Ding dong. The current attributes of the Charmander are as follows. Pokemon. Charmander Roll. None level. 10 ability. Blaze type. Fire potential. Purple Bond evolution. Unlocked Mega evolution. Unlocked skills. Ember, Scratch. Smoke Screen, Dragon Breath, Dragon Tail friendship. 70 experience. Encountered in Scientist Town. The Charmander was carefully selected by Dr. Oki, inheriting a remarkable dragon-type aptitude. Hobbies. Enjoys battling. This is excellent. Both being Fire-type Pokemon, their shared characteristics resonate deeply with Zhang Feng. After all, it is only through a passion for battle that one can become stronger and grow swiftly. Replacing both the Fire Chick and Charmander with luxury balls, Zhang Feng then withdrew his two Pokemon. Unlike other trainers who preferred to send their Pokemon back to the research lab, Zhang Feng carried his Pokemon with him. This was tacitly accepted by Dr. Xiaodian Wan, as his research facility differed from that of Dr. Oki, with a notable disparity in funding between the two. After receiving his two new Pokemon, the voice of the Dragon Master, Genji, echoed in the air, prompting Dr. Xiaodian Wan to greet him first. Ah, if it isn't Genji. What brings you here so suddenly? Upon hearing Dr. Xiaodian Wan's words, Genji chuckled heartily. I heard from Macaulay and Daigo about an exceptional trainer, so I came to take a look. The crowd couldn't help but display expressions of surprise at the arrival of Dragon Master Genji. However, Ash, having previously met Genji, stepped forward to greet him. Ah, young man, you are here as well? It seems you are quite the formidable trainer. After exchanging pleasantries, Dr. Xiaodian Wan expressed his astonishment. Daigo and Macaulay, the two champions of the Hoenn region, have sent you specifically to find him? Surely, you aren't here just to spar. At that moment, Genji paused in surprise. How do you know? Macaulay has been reaching out to me quite frequently, calling me 3 times a day, urging me to seek out a trainer named Zhang Feng. He claims that battling this trainer will allow me to experience what it truly means to face a powerful dragon-type master. Hence, here I am. Upon hearing Genji's words, everyone turned their gaze toward Zhang Feng. While they had already regarded Zhang Feng highly, they were utterly astonished to learn that a member of the Elite Four would come specifically to challenge him. Furthermore, the fact that both Macaulay and Daigo held Zhang Feng in such high esteem was unexpected. Had Zhang Feng already battled with them? For a member of the Elite Four to travel specifically for a match, especially the strongest Dragon Master of the Hoenn region, surely Zhang Feng's true strength could not simply be that of an ordinary trainer? Meanwhile, Xiaoyao, Xiaosheng, and the others recalled their father's words, and their confidence in Zhang Feng grew even stronger. Indeed, Zhang Feng possesses the strength of an Elite Four trainer, perhaps even beyond. With a plethora of questions swirling in his mind, Genji directed his gaze toward Zhang Feng. Are you Zhang Feng? Hearing Genji's inquiry, Zhang Feng took a few steps forward, inwardly cursing Daigo and Macaulay. Those two, having colluded, not only made him suffer, but now insisted that other members of the league come one after another to offer themselves as fodder? Did they mean to let a cadre of powerful trainers experience the thrill of being pummeled by a Rayquaza? Suddenly, Zhang Feng felt a sense of foreboding regarding the intentions behind the gifts of the Rayquaza and met on from Daigo and Macaulay. Perhaps they didn't want him to disclose the details of their defeat, and thus the two Pokemon merely served as a form of hush money? With this thought in mind, Zhang Feng found it increasingly plausible No wonder both of the quasi-legendaries had golden potential in their initial forms. It seemed they harbored ulterior motives. Dragon Master Genji. I am indeed Zhang Feng. However, you need not take Daigo and Macauley's words too seriously. Before Zhang Feng could finish, Genji chuckled heartily. No worries. Since I have come specifically to seek you out, young man, as a trainer, you must not shy away from battle. Seeing Genji's insistence, Zhang Feng conceded, very well. Let it be as you wish. Now, since my Mega Sceptile has yet to revert from its Mega Evolution, let it take the lead. As a trainer of high emotional intelligence, Zhang Feng did not wish to inflict significant psychological trauma upon the Dragon Master so soon after their meeting. This Sceptile is rather unlike ordinary Sceptiles, intriguing indeed. Very well then, I shall call upon my Rayquaza. Without further hesitation, Dragon Master Genji sent forth his previously summoned Rayquaza as his first Pokémon. Ding dong, the current attributes of Rayquaza are as follows. Pokémon. Rayquaza level, 73 ability, overconfidence type, Dragon. Flying potential, Gold Bond evolution, unlocked Mega evolution, unlocked skills, Roost, Dragon Claw, Psychic, Flamethrower, Dragon Pulse. Chapter 70, Dragon Master Genji. I have come to offer my head. Genji's Rayquaza, also known as the Sky High Pokémon, possesses a formidable level of 73, placing it at champion level. It appears that these masters and champions possess strength that surpasses their titles. After all, both Macaulay and Daigo are regional champions with Pokémon of master-level prowess, and similarly, while Genji is the strongest of the Elite Four in Hoenn, his ace, Rayquaza, also possesses champion-level strength. Now, it's your turn, Mega Sceptile. Upon witnessing Zhang Feng's Pokémon take the stage, Mega Sceptile, experienced and unperturbed, reflected on its previous encounters with master-level Pokémon like Metagross and Milotic. Surely, it had nothing to fear from this Rayquaza. This Rayquaza is indeed unique. No wonder Macaulay frequently called to speak of you. As they witnessed Genji arrive solely to challenge Zhang Feng, the assembled doctors and trainers became intrigued. Zhang Feng is truly formidable. Even the Elite Four seek him out for challenges. I am increasingly eager for a match with him at the colorful Ghost Conference. Pikachu. No wonder even my father couldn't match Zhang Feng. It all makes sense now. What kind of charm does this youth possess that draws so many champions and Elite Four members to him? As everyone's thoughts wandered, Brock once again took on the role of referee for the match between Zhang Feng and Genji. Young man, you may send forth as many Pokémon as you wish. I shall only use this one. Seeing Yuan Ji's unwavering confidence, Zhang Feng responded with a smile. Very well, I hope that later, you, the King Yuan Ji, will not go back on your word. The Mega Lizard King, after the sun broke through, on a clear day, unleashed the Dragon Pulse. For after its Mega Evolution, the Mega Lizard King's attributes had gained the Dragon type, and its ability had transformed into Lightning Rod, enhancing its strength in battles against Dragon-type Pokémon. An impressive power indeed. But young man, a true man would never strike himself in the face by going back on his own words. Bloodwing Dragon, unleashed Dragon Pulse. As King Yuan Ji issued the command, a fierce column of dragon energy erupted from the gaping maw of the Bloodwing Dragon. The Mega Lizard King also retaliated with a ferocious attack. Upon the collision of the two Dragon Pulses, a momentary stalemate ensued. Although the Lizard King could not match the Bloodwing Dragon, in its Mega-evolved state, it was still a Pokémon of the champion level. Even if it could not defeat the champion, it was unlikely to be instantly vanquished, for the gap in their levels was merely 11. At this sight, a glimmer of appreciation appeared on Yuan Ji's face. Very impressive. A trainer who has just debuted for less than half a year possesses such a formidable Pokémon. You have trained this Lizard King exceptionally well. However, it is still far from enough. Bloodwing Dragon, unleash your full might. With Yuan Ji's words, the Bloodwing Dragon let out a furious roar, and the previously stalemated Dragon Pulse skill surged with even greater power. As a result, the Mega Lizard King could no longer withstand the direct confrontation with the Bloodwing Dragon. Mega Lizard King, use Quick Attack to evade. The next moment, upon hearing Zhang Feng's command, the Mega Lizard King swiftly dodged, narrowly escaping the Bloodwing Dragon's assault. Don't give him a chance, unleash Steel Wing. The Mega Lizard King, unable to evade, use Protect. With the Protect ability, the Mega Lizard King managed to endure another round against the Bloodwing Dragon's onslaught. Ha, truly impressive, young man. It is rare to find someone capable of battling my Bloodwing Dragon. No wonder Daigo and Macaulay have been singing your praises. Zhang Feng, you have earned my approval. Bloodwing Dragon, unleash Dragon Breath. Mega Lizard King, Solar Flare. In the next moment, a powerful energy column erupted alongside the Mega Lizard King's movements. as the orange-yellow orbs behind it radiated with brilliance. Then, channeling all its strength, the Mega Lizard King's solar flare was unleashed. With a thunderous roar, the searing light column nearly tore through the air, hurtling towards the Bloodwing Dragon. Simultaneously, the Bloodwing Dragon unleashed its dragon breath. And after a fierce clash with the solar flare lasting several seconds, it ultimately broke through the solar flare and struck the Mega Lizard King with tremendous force. With that blow, the Mega Lizard King's stamina was pushed to its limits, and its overgrow ability unexpectedly activated. Your Lizard King has truly captivated my admiration. Bloodwing Dragon, unleash Hyper Beam. Mega Lizard King, once more, with all your might, solar flare. Increase the power. With the Mega Lizard King's roar. Under the dual enhancements of a clear day and the overgrow ability, it summoned all its strength. In its Mega Evolved state, the power of the solar flare rivaled that of Hyper Beam. As the two attacks collided, a tremendous explosion ensued, nearly overturning the entire battlefield. Facing the overwhelming shockwave, Zhang Feng braced himself, lowering his body to counter the aftermath of the explosion. As the dust settled, the Mega Lizard King had reverted from its Mega Evolution state and lost its combat capability, yet the Bloodwing Dragon also bore the brunt of the battle. Though it ultimately emerged victorious, it seemed that in the face of the Elite Four, I still had a significant gap to close. Sighing in reflection, Yuan Ji, Professor Okido, and Xiao Dianwan were about to console him when they saw Zhang Feng recall the Lizard King, offer words of encouragement, and remove a Master Ball from around his neck. With a flash of red light, a massive green dragon, enveloped in golden rays, roared onto the scene. Rayquaza. Is this Rayquaza? A legendary Pokémon? The most powerful among the 3 legendary Pokémon of Hoenn? My heavens, how could Zhang Feng possess such a miraculous Pokémon? Dragon King Yuan Ji thought. Macaulay, you bastard. You let me face Rayquaza? At this moment, the expressions of everyone present were varied and indescribable. Observing Yuan Ji's suddenly darkened countenance, Zhang Feng chuckled. King Yuan Ji, it seems that your Bloodwing Dragon is reluctant to battle against my Rayquaza? Chapter 71. Before the League Tournament. Yet he has defeated both the champion and the Elite Four. As expected, for Dragon-type Pokémon, facing a Dragon-type legendary is akin to confronting an entity that transcends the rules. Few Dragon-type Pokémon dared to engage Rayquaza. Even the formidable individual before them, hailed as the strongest of the Elite Four in the Hoenn region, was no exception. At this moment, this once dominant Dragon King, after a long silence, finally spoke in a subdued tone. Bloodwing Dragon, even against a Dragon-type legendary, you must possess the courage to strike. Unleash Dragon Breath, summon your bravery. Upon hearing Yuan Ji's encouragement, and driven by the bond with its trainer, the Bloodwing Dragon summoned a meager desire to battle, unleashing a fearsome green energy beam. Alas, against Rayquaza, it proved utterly ineffective. Rayquaza Dragon Tail. In the next instant, with the roar of the sky splitter echoing, a terrifying force erupted across the battlefield. As the colossal dragon tail swung forth, it swiftly shattered the Bloodwing Dragon's dragon breath. Subsequently, the unstoppable dragon tail came crashing down upon the Bloodwing Dragon's head, toppling the once mighty creature in a single strike. The Bloodwing Dragon lost its combat capability, and Rayquaza emerged victorious. Witnessing the outcome of the battle, everyone involuntarily gasped in astonishment. At that moment, they finally comprehended why Daigo and Macaulay held Zhang Feng in such high regard. Which rookie trainer possesses a legendary Pokémon? Even Professor Okido was filled with disbelief. Was this the same Zhang Feng who just months ago had no initial starter Pokémon and could not embark on a journey? Meanwhile, Dragon King Yuan Ji's heart brimmed with resentment towards Macaulay, thinking, this bastard has such a twisted sense of humor. No wonder he insisted I confront Zhang Feng. It was to make me face defeat. With this thought, Yuan Ji's expression darkened further. After recalling the Bloodwing Dragon, Yuan Ji glanced at the surrounding professors and exceptional trainers. Feeling his pride wounded, here he was, the foremost among the Elite Four, seeking to engage a promising trainer in battle, only to have his ace Pokémon knocked out in front of so many. He had no means to conceal his defeat. After much contemplation, Yuan Ji finally broke into a hearty laugh. Young man, you are truly remarkable, possessing such a powerful legendary Pokémon. No wonder Daigo, Macaulay, and I have praised you. It turns out they have both fallen to your might. Upon hearing Yuan Ji's words, the regional professors, including Ash, Gary, Daisuke, and others, were equally astonished. The regional champion could not match Zhang Feng, highlighting his current strength. Could it be that legendary Pokémon are indeed invincible beings? At that moment, Yuan Ji felt a sense of amusement within. It was fine to lose. After all, he was merely an Elite Four member. While those two champions held higher status, losing to them was even more embarrassing, so he remained unperturbed. As Xiaoyao and Xiaosheng exchanged glances, it seemed they grasped the sentiments harbored by their father, Qianli, in the past. Vivid images of the battle between the esteemed King of Leave and the legendary Rayquaza flashed through their minds, evoking a sense of relief within them. Utilizing a divine beast to conquer the Orange League gym was one consideration, but perhaps it would be more fitting to offer a moment of silent tribute to their father. Nonetheless, one could not deny the undeniable allure of a spirited youth wielding such a formidable divine beast, emanating the majestic aura of Rayquaza. Upon hearing Yuan Ji's words, Zhang Feng felt a wave of sympathy for Dao Wu and Mikuli. It appeared that the news of their defeat at his hands could no longer be concealed. At that moment, Dr. Hong Doshan, standing nearby, suddenly smiled with a glimmer in her eyes and remarked, "Zhang Feng, you've only just become a trainer this year. Yet you've already vanquished the two champions of the Hoenn region, including the esteemed Yuan Ji, the champion of the Elite Four. Does this imply that should you defeat the remaining 3 Elite Four members, you would ascend as the new champion of the Hoenn region?" Her words fell into a heavy silence among the crowd. Interestingly, Dr. Tianwan displayed a gleeful expression and declared, "Ah, young Zhang Feng is still in his youth. And to challenge the Elite Four and champions, one must first secure the title at this year's Hoenn League's Caillou Conference. The proper procedures must be followed." Though she spoke thus, it was evident she acknowledged Zhang Feng's prowess, as if he were already on the brink of claiming the championship. Meanwhile, Professor Ohm had rushed to Rayquaza's side, his face alight with fervor, pleading with Zhang Feng, "Young Zhang Feng, might you allow me the privilege of studying Rayquaza? I beseech you." Observing Professor Ohm's fervent demeanor, Zhang Feng's lips twitched, and he responded, "Professor, if you merely wish to measure its height and weight, I can provide that information directly. However, for anything beyond that, given Rayquaza's pride, I doubt it would permit anyone other than myself to make contact." Hearing this, Professor Ohm sighed in resignation. "No matter, having data on its height and habits will suffice. After all, this is a divine beast. One might not encounter such a being in a lifetime, yet you've managed to capture it, young Zhang Feng. Your future is indeed promising." At that moment, Yuan Ji addressed Zhang Feng, saying, "Young man, I await you on the grand stage of the Hoenn League's Caillou Conference. Seeing a successor emerge from the Hoenn region grants me peace to pursue my own endeavors as a captain. Ha ha ha." Yuan Ji departed as swiftly as he arrived, riding his desert dragonfly, evidently wishing to avoid lingering in the area. Having emerged victorious, Zhang Feng was naturally prepared to receive the coveted starter Pokémon from the professors. His display of formidable strength had sparked the interest of the regional professors, who now sought to cultivate a favorable rapport with him. Consequently, the starter Pokémon they had prepared would undoubtedly possess commendable qualifications. With the competition concluded, Zhang Feng had no intention of lingering in the scientific town. He was still 3 gym badges short, and less than 2 months remained until the commencement of the Caillou Conference. Thus, he resolved to hasten his progress. Conversely, Yi Yu and Xiao Ji possessed more gym badges than Zhang Feng, allowing them the luxury of time. Bidding farewell to the gathered crowd, Zhang Feng continued his journey toward Inyu City, while the professors, upon departing, disseminated news of a formidable new talent emerging from the Hoenn region. Chapter 72. The Stirring of Powerful Trainers Across Regions, Inyu City. The news of Zhang Feng's possession of Rayquaza was not something the professors would disseminate lightly. After all, should Hoenn gain another divine beast trainer, it would only serve to amplify the region's reputation, a scenario that was not particularly favorable for the professors, given that Hoenn already boasted 2 champions. While the Kanto region had united with the Orange Archipelago and Chengdu, amassing a larger number of champions, there remained only one true champion, Yulongdu. Similarly, both Sinnoh and Unova faced comparable circumstances. Not to mention that the aging Adai Ku of Unova was beginning to show signs of fatigue. However, for Zhang Feng, who had always aspired to be a dragon-type trainer, Eliza was filled with admiration. After all, he had captured a dragon-type divine beast. Thus, following the battle between Zhang Feng and Yuan Ji, Eliza's goals and idol had shifted to Zhang Feng. Meanwhile, on another front, Mikuli was leisurely fishing on his Y-Lord in the open sea. The thought of Yuan Ji heading to the scientific town to challenge Zhang Feng amused him greatly. Dawu was right. Witnessing someone else endure a beating brings such joy. Yet, at that moment, Mikuli's phone unexpectedly rang. Upon seeing Yuan Ji's name, he hastily rejected the call multiple times before finally answering it with a casual demeanor, having learned this from Dawu. The next moment, Yuan Ji's voice echoed through the receiver, filled with frustration. Mikuli, you rascal. You've truly set me up for a proper thrashing. How could you suggest I challenge someone with Rayquaza? Facing Yuanji's fury, Mikuli chuckled. Oh, Yuanji, you must remain calm. It's only natural to send you to assess a talented trainer emerging from Hoenn. Upon hearing this, Yuanji's ire only intensified, for he was a champion, while Mikuli was merely an Elite Four member. Realizing this, Yuanji resigned himself to his fate. At my age, I still wish to live a few more years, but despite being beaten, I still managed to tarnish your and Dawu's reputations. Mikuli's heart sank at Yuanji's words, sensing that something ominous was afoot. What do you mean by our reputations? Noticing Mikuli's suspicion, Yuanji's mood lightened considerably. Stop pretending. You just want to see me get beaten by Zhang Feng's Rayquaza, right? You and Dawu think you could take on Rayquaza? When I challenged Zhang Feng, many regional professors were present, and numerous esteemed trainers witnessed that I directly claimed both your defeats. Thus, my failure seems trivial. After all, I am merely an Elite Four member, while you are the champion of the Hoenn region. Now that's embarrassing for you. With this proclamation, Mikuli's composure shattered. Yuanji, you old fool. Who said I lost to Zhang Feng? Yet, before Mikuli could finish, Yuanji abruptly hung up the call. Enraged, Mikuli attempted to call Yuanji back, only to find that he was out of service range, clearly a deliberate act. Growing increasingly agitated, Mikuli dialed Dawu, and after recounting the events that transpired in the scientific town, Dawu remained silent. After a lengthy pause, he finally replied, I'm just a washed-up former champion. Who currently holds the title is the one who should feel embarrassed. You keep that championship seat warm and don't hand it over to me. With that, the call ended abruptly, leaving Mikuli in a state of despair, lamenting the loss of his once great reputation. Meanwhile, as Mikuli descended into turmoil, trainers from various regions departed one by one, each harboring aspirations for greater achievements in the future. The professors, after engaging in academic discussions, returned to their respective domains. In the Kanto region, due to its recent reorganization, Yulong Du, the current champion, took the initiative to visit Professor Ohm. Having heard of the competitions among the region's exceptional trainers and wishing to learn more about the confrontations between the emerging talents of various regions. In the world of Pokémon, the various regional leagues were not a single entity. Naturally, there existed both competition and cooperation among them. After the re-merger of the Kanto region, it naturally acquired the title of the most formidable area within the Pokémon League. As the champion of Kanto, Yulong Du naturally aspires to enhance the region's strength. Upon encountering the Dodrio, Professor Oak smiled and remarked, Du, in this recent competition, the Hoenn region emerged victorious, and that trainer named Zhang Feng is truly remarkable. He possesses a legendary Pokémon. Apart from Mikoli and Daigo, he is another exceptionally skilled trainer I have encountered from Hoenn. Oh, and he is also adept at utilizing Dragon-type Pokémon. Even the champion Yuanji could not withstand a single round against him. Upon hearing Professor Oak's words, Yulong Du could not help but furrow his brow. Has another champion-level figure emerged in the Hoenn region, following Daigo and Mikoli? This could indeed pose a significant challenge. Meanwhile, in the Sinnoh region, Professors Yamazaki and Sharona engaged in a preliminary discussion. Upon learning that the promising young trainers from Sinnoh had suffered a crushing defeat in the competition, Sharona could not help but sigh. Although her own strength is formidable, she is merely one individual. With the increasing frequency of exchanges between various Pokémon League regions and the formal nature of competitions, it is rumored that the esteemed President Damaranch harbors intentions of uniting all regions. He plans to organize a tournament exclusively for the strongest from each region, which implies that future competitions among the major regions will become the norm. If Sinnoh fails to produce exceptional young trainers, it may face dire consequences. By the way, Sharona, a remarkably talented young individual named Zhang Feng, has recently emerged from the Hoenn region. He effortlessly defeated champion Yuanji in front of us professors. According to Yuanji, even Daigo and Mikoli may not stand a chance against him. You should keep an eye on him. If he becomes the champion of the Hoenn League, Hoenn will indeed boast 3 champion-level powerhouses. After hearing Professor Yamazaki's words, Sharona displayed a hint of concern. I understand. As for Zhang Feng, he was, at that moment, blissfully unaware that the professors had already spread word of his growing fame to the champions of various regions. He had finally arrived in Ini City, preparing to challenge the Ini Gym. However, before that, he needed to contact the professors to obtain the remaining 3 starters. Chapter 73, The Starters in Hand, Ini Gym. Hello, Professor Hong Do-shan. Upon reaching Ini City, Zhang Feng naturally first visited the Pokémon Center, where he presented the special card Joy had given him earlier and checked into a luxurious suite. After a video call with his girlfriend, Joy Sakura, to express his longing, he connected with Professor Hongdo Shan from the Unova region. Upon recognizing Zhang Feng, Professor Hongdo Shan promptly transmitted the Pokeball containing the Tsutsuji snake. After expressing his gratitude to Professor Hongdo Shan, Zhang Feng ended the call. At that moment, holding the Pokeball containing the Tsutsuji snake, Zhang Feng released the little creature, revealing a proud green serpentine Pokemon before him. Pokemon, Tsutsuji, Snake type, None level, 11 ability, Contrary attribute, Grass potential, Purple Bond evolution, Unlocked Mega evolution, Unlocked skills, Vine Whip, Bind, Magical Leaf, Tackle. Iron Tail friendship, 70 experience, an exceptional member of the Tsutsuji snake lineage, possessing a hidden ability and a slightly proud demeanor. Hobby, enjoys eating sour berries. Upon seeing the Tsutsuji snake, Zhang Feng couldn't help but display a look of astonishment. This was indeed a Tsutsuji snake with a hidden ability. It appears that his battle with UNG using the Latios had left quite an impression on these professors, resulting in a more favorable Pokemon being provided to him. What a delightful surprise. Tsutsuji snake, I look forward to our future endeavors together. In response to Zhang Feng's words, the Tsutsuji snake extended a vine whip and placed it in Zhang Feng's hand, signifying her approval. With that, Zhang Feng returned the Tsutsuji snake to his system space and then dialed Professor Yamazaki's number. When the video call connected, Professor Yamazaki's image appeared on the screen. Oh, it's Little Phone. I am Yamazaki. It seems you have arrived in Eni City. The grass tortoise has been prepared for you, and I will now send it over. Upon hearing Professor Yamazaki's words, Zhang Feng smiled broadly. Soon, a Pokeball appeared on the transmission machine, and Zhang Feng eagerly opened it. In the next moment, a robust grass tortoise materialized before him. Ding! The current attributes of grass tortoise are as follows. Pokemon, grass tortoise type, None level, 10 ability, Overgrow attribute, Grass potential, Purple Bond evolution, Unlocked Mega evolution, Unlocked skills, Withdraw, Absorb, Leaf Tornado, Tackle, Seed Bomb friendship, 70 experience. The starter from the Sinnoh region, gentle in nature, eager to meet a caring trainer. Hobby, enjoys basking in the sun. Seeing the vibrant grass tortoise, Zhang Feng introduced it to the Tsutsuji snake before placing them both into his system space. Now, only the final starter, the Croconaw from the Johto region, remained. After ending the call with Professor Yamazaki in Yamazaki's research lab, a woman clad in a black robe with flowing golden hair spoke softly. Is this the powerful trainer you mentioned, Professor? If Zhang Feng were present, he would immediately recognize her as Sharona, the mightiest trainer in the Sinnoh region and its champion. Upon hearing Sharona's words, Professor Yamazaki nodded in affirmation. Indeed, that is Zhang Feng, capable of effortlessly defeating champion UNG. Even Daigo and Mikoli may have faced difficulties against him. Defeating a champion is a straightforward task for Sharona. But if he can hold his own against Daigo and Mikoli, this man is indeed formidable. It seems he is quite on par with myself. I understand. When I have some free time, I may take a trip to the Hoenn region. Just as Sharona and Professor Yamazaki discussed her plans, Zhang Feng had already dialed Professor Kamoku's number to obtain the Pokeball containing the Croconaw. After thanking Professor Kamoku, an energetic Croconaw appeared before Zhang Feng. Ding! The current attributes of Croconaw are as follows. Pokemon, Croconaw type, None level, 12 ability, Torrent attribute, Water potential, Purple Bond evolution, Unlocked Mega evolution, Unlocked skills, Ice Fong. Water Gun, Scary face, Water Jet friendship, 70 experience, a lively Croconaw, always dancing. Hobby, enjoys dancing. Seeing the Croconaw, Zhang Feng beamed with delight. With this, he had acquired portions of the starters from Kanto, Johto, Hoenn, Sinnoh, and Unova, encompassing the 5 major regions. What a tremendous achievement. Upon returning to his room, Zhang Feng entered the system space to commence training for his newly acquired 5 companions. He also had to consider the recently hatched EV. All of these Pokemon were currently around level 10, with EV only at level 18. He would focus on leveling them up, hoping they could reach their final evolution stages within the next 2 months and become his main Pokemon for the league competition. The next day, after a restful night, Zhang Feng set out for the Eni gym, accompanied by his fully recuperated companions. The enchanting flying gym, overseen by the illustrious gym leader, Naki, holds a profound admiration for the grandeur of contests. Adorned with a hat embellished with 2 feathers, her elegance is palpable. Upon Zhang Feng's entry to challenge, Naki fortuitously finds herself available, and thus, their gym battle commences. Unlike other gyms, the battle arena of the enchanting gym is entirely distinct, for while other gyms are enclosed, This one is an open expanse, with both trainers positioned atop soaring towers. Such is the nature of aerial battles. Below unfolds the contest between challenger Zhang Feng and gym leader Naki, with each side deploying 3 Pokémon. Only the challenger may substitute their Pokémon. And so, the battle begins. As the referee announces the commencement, Naki proclaims, regardless of the opponent, "My flying-type Pokémon, and I shall soar through the skies. Go, Pelipper." Upon her command, a robust Pelipper materializes onto the battlefield. Observing this formidable opponent, Zhang Feng retrieves a luxury ball. Against a Pelipper, I entrust you with the task, Fearow. With the emergence of Fearow, a smile graces Naki's face. "Ah, so you two are an aficionado of flying-type Pokémon. Splendid. Pelipper, unleash Water Gun. Fearow, quick attack." At the instant both trainers issue their commands, Pelipper prepares to unleash its move, but Fearow, with a swift maneuver, darts forth and strikes Pelipper. A single blow, Pelipper is downed. A swift victory. Ding. Fearow has defeated Pelipper, gaining 235 experience points. Chapter 74. My Rayquaza is also a flying type, is that not so? Following this shocking instant victory, Naki displays no sign of astonishment. Instead, she feels a burgeoning admiration for Zhang Feng, the trainer wielding Fearow. After all, those who cherish flying-type Pokémon are undoubtedly formidable trainers, deserving of Naki's recognition as the gym leader of flying types. Well done, Pelipper. Now, I shall entrust you, Swellow. With Pelipper recalled, a radiant Swellow graces the sky. Facing Zhang Feng's formidable Fearow, Naki reveals her true ace. Ding. Swellow's current attributes are as follows. Pokémon. Swellow, Shiny. Level, 56. Ability, Guts. Types, Flying. Normal, Potential, Gold. Bond Evolution, Locked. Mega Evolution, Locked. Moves, Air Slash, Brave Bird, Wing Attack, Quick Attack, Oblivion Wing. This level 56 Shiny Swellow proves to be an excellent match for Fearow, yet Zhang Feng's Fearow has a history of rivalry with Spearow, now fully evolved. Facing a Shiny Swellow is an unspoken twist of fate. Swellow, use Brave Bird. Fearow, Quick Attack. In terms of speed, Fearow would not yield to Swellow, even against its shiny counterpart. In the next moment, a flash of white light appears as Fearow swoops down, colliding with Swellow. However, unlike the previously defeated Pelipper, this Swellow's strength is markedly superior. Despite the impact from Fearow, the shiny Swellow retaliates with Brave Bird, fiercely colliding with Fearow. The clash results in an inconclusive outcome. Swellow, unleash Air Slash. Fearow, Quick Attack followed by Brave Bird. Following Naki's command, Swellow flaps its wings, channeling a surge of white energy into spirals that hurtle toward Fearow. In response, Fearow deftly maneuvers, evading the barrage like a fighter jet navigating through a missile storm, effortlessly dodging the attack. Then, with a surge in speed, Fearow's Brave Bird strikes Swellow. Feeling the pain, Swellow lets out a cry, plummeting from the sky, but fortunately, it halts its descent just before hitting the ground. Observing this, Naki breathes a sigh of relief. Swellow, ascend and unleash Oblivion Wing. Dreaming of harnessing the sun's rays, are we? Not a chance. Fearow, ascend rapidly and execute Brave Bird. Zhang Feng, predicting Naki's strategy, understands the sun's intensity could hinder his view if Swellow gains the upper hand. Thus, he resolves to counteract. Fearow, faster in flight and already airborne, finds that even the special shiny Pokémon cannot match its swiftness. As Swellow climbs, Fearow ignites with blue and crimson flames, diving towards Swellow. Swellow, do not concede. Let us utilize Brave Bird. Seeing no option for evasion, Naki commands Swellow to confront Fearow head-on. Perish, Fearow. As both avian warriors unleash their brave birds, one soaring upward, the other downward. Zhang Feng is reminded of the audacious dream Mebius daring to confront Ultraman Leo in a battle of kicks. The outcome is evident. Fearow's larger physique and superior weight give it the advantage. Utilizing inertia, Fearow's speed prevails against Swellow, which is ill-prepared for the sudden change in tactics. With a resounding explosion, Swellow crashes to the ground, the victor established. Ding. Fearow has defeated Swellow, gaining 985 experience points, and leveling up to LV 58. Following Swellow's defeat, Naki's demeanor shifts noticeably. Though she admires Zhang Feng's affinity for flying-type Pokémon and considers him a commendable trainer, witnessing her Swellow's fall stirs feelings of disappointment and frustration within her. You did splendidly, Swellow. This was an exhilarating aerial battle, and even in defeat, we harbor no grievances. For my final Pokémon, I entrust you to the majestic Altaria. Now, Naki's final Pokémon, Altaria, takes to the stage. Ding. Altaria's current attributes are as follows. Pokemon. Altaria. Level. 57. Ability. Natural Cure. Types. Flying. Dragon. Potential. Gold. Bond Evolution. Locked. Mega Evolution. Locked. Moves. Mist. Sing. Dragon Breath. Mysterious Guard. Moonblast. Zhang Feng possesses a few Swablu, eagerly awaiting the emergence of a promising specimen to train and evolve. Faced with this opponent, he considers allowing Fiero to continue, yet at this moment, the long quiet system finally stirs. Ding! The system has detected that the host faces a choice of Pokemon for battle. The following options are available. Option 1. Continue using Fiero to battle, defeating Naki and gaining a slight increase in her favor, along with 1 Megastone from Metagross. Option 2. Switch Pokemon to Rayquaza, decisively defeating Naki, thereby winning her full admiration and also receiving a Megastone from Metagross. Option 3. Surrender, which Naki will perceive as a provocation, incurring her disdain, yet still receiving a Megastone from Metagross. Upon seeing the 3 options presented, Zhang Feng was momentarily taken aback. How curious it was that this time, the rewards were all identical, each one offering the Mega Evolution Stone from Metagross. However, after some contemplation, he decided to choose option 2, as Naki exuded an elegant aura. Not only could he boost his favorability with her, but she could also convincingly play the role of a poke fan. In the next instant, Zhang Feng produced the Master Ball hanging around his neck. With a flash of red light, Rayquaza made its grand entrance. Instantly, Naki's complexion flushed with excitement. A flying-type gym leader revering the sky deity, Rayquaza, seemed entirely reasonable. Didn't it? Chapter 75. The White Feather Badge, the Fairy Pokemon. You actually possess the Sky God Rayquaza? It is the most formidable entity among flying-type Pokemon. At this moment, even the composed and articulate Naki found herself at a loss for words. Upon witnessing Rayquaza, her anticipation for the battle evaporated, replaced by a look of sheer admiration, her gaze fixed intently on the legendary Pokemon. Simultaneously, her fondness for Zhang Feng grew. What kind of strength must a man wield to command a divine beast like Rayquaza? Rayquaza unleashed Dragon Ascent, albeit with diminished power. Among the repertoire of flying-type moves, Rayquaza's Dragon Ascent was undoubtedly the most potent. Thus, as Zhang Feng issued his command, Rayquaza let out a roar, casting a disdainful glance at the Altaria. Then turning to Zhang Feng, as if to inquire, why summon me to face such a weak opponent? In response to Rayquaza's unspoken contempt, Zhang Feng merely raised an eyebrow. Well, of course, I called upon you to showcase. Nonetheless, being a loyal Pokemon, Rayquaza honored its trainer's command. In the next moment, Rayquaza roared, channeling a terrifying surge of flying-type energy that enveloped the entire battlefield. As an endless torrent of energy filled the sky, it conjured a tempest, creating a cataclysmic spectacle that left a profound impression on both Naki and the referee. When the referee beheld this move, he nearly believed his life was forfeit. Shortly thereafter, Altaria plummeted to the ground, rendered incapable of continuing the battle. With Altaria's defeat, Rayquaza emerged victorious. At this moment, even the referee of the Inu Gym could not suppress the exhilaration swelling within him at the sight of Rayquaza. Who on earth brings Rayquaza to challenge a gym? Thankfully, Naki, being an aficionado of flying-type Pokemon, was more thrilled than frightened upon encountering Rayquaza. Otherwise, one might question her continued willingness to serve as gym leader. Now do you understand the immense pressure I faced back then? After the battle concluded, Zhang Feng recalled Rayquaza and claimed the Mega Evolution Stone from Metagross as his reward. Consequently, he now possessed the means for Mega Evolution for several of his strongest Pokemon: Sceptile, Pidgeot, Blastoise, Metagross, and Aerodactyl. These Pokemon, alongside Milotic, comprised Zhang Feng's most formidable 6. As Rayquaza possessed its own royal lineage, it did not require a Mega Evolution Stone to achieve Mega Evolution. However, Zhang Feng had yet to encounter an opponent that necessitated Rayquaza's Mega Evolution, leading to its rarity in battle. On the other hand, Zhang Feng was fervently eager to obtain the Mega Evolution Stone from Milotic, as he was keen to witness what her Mega Evolution would entail. Zhang Feng, this is your proof of defeating the Inu Gym, the White Feather Badge. I hope you achieve remarkable success in the upcoming Caillou Conference. As she spoke, Naki's face flushed slightly, and she added bashfully, I wonder if I might have another chance to see Rayquaza. I admire him greatly. Zhang Feng was left speechless. After departing from the Inu Gym, observing Naki's reluctant demeanor, he felt as if he had unwittingly played the role of a scoundrel who had squandered her goodwill. However, with the Caillou Conference's commencement looming ever closer, he was compelled to hasten his quest for gym badges and seek out the leaders of Team Aqua and Team Magma. After all, according to the narrative, Kyogre and Groudon were on the verge of awakening. If he did not seize this opportunity to capture them amid the impending chaos, he might never have another chance. Of course, one could argue that locating Hoopa and summoning the legendary beasts one by one was also a viable option. Yet, one must not forget that an overabundance of divine beasts could provoke Arceus's wrath. After all, in Hoopa's movie, the legendary Pokémon clashed, ultimately quelled by Arceus's appearance, leading the others to retreat, while only Groudon, unable to fly, had to return home on foot. How pitiful. When the system initially presented Zhang Feng with 3 options, the possibility of now collecting them all was too enticing to ignore. Fortunately, he had chosen Rayquaza. Had he selected Groudon or Kyogre at the outset, his current strength would have rendered him incapable of capturing Rayquaza. After leaving Inyu City, Zhang Feng began training some of the newly captured Pokémon. Given his current prowess, facilitating the first stage evolutions of these starters proved relatively simple. Within a week, all 5 had successfully evolved: Blaziken, Charmeleon, Servine, Groudon, and Croconaw. As he watched these diligent little ones grow stronger, Zhang Feng entrusted them to his main Pokémon, pairing them with their elemental counterparts to nurture the next generation. This way, their growth and strength would likely accelerate. Meanwhile, the latest addition to his team, an Eevee, unexpectedly evolved after their friendship exceeded 50 points and it learned a fairy-type move. Seeing the shimmering light of evolution enveloping Eevee, Zhang Feng felt a surge of joy. Another new evolution of Eevee was about to emerge. Once Eevee completed its transformation, Sylveon appeared before Zhang Feng. Ding! The current attributes of Sylveon are as follows. Pokémon, Sylveon. Level, 25. Ability, Cute Charm. Type, Fairy. Potential, Gold. Bond Evolution, unlocked. Mega Evolution, unlocked. Moves, Baton Pass, Last Resort, Charm, Light Screen, Draining Kiss, Misty Terrain. Affection, 252. Background. This Eevee, nurtured by the host, successfully evolved after learning Charm. Preference. Enjoys playful antics. Congratulations, Sylveon. You shall be my foremost champion against Dragon-type Pokémon henceforth. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, Sylveon leaped into his embrace, playfully nuzzling against him. Chapter 76. Pokémon Hunter J. Ding. The current attribute panel of the host is as follows. Host, Zhang Feng. Age, 18. Funds, 1, 350, 000 Poke Dollars. Items, 2 Master Balls, 10 Luxury Balls, 1 Sceptile Mega Evolution Stone, 1 Pidgeot Mega Evolution Stone, 1 Aerodactyl Mega Evolution Stone, 1 Blastoise Mega Evolution Stone, 1 Metagross Mega Evolution Stone, 1 Keystone. Additional, System Space. Main Pokémon, Rayquaza, Sceptile, Pidgeot, Milotic, Blastoise, Metagross, Infernape, Glaceon, Umbreon, Shiny Gardevoir, 2. Aerodactyl, Crustle, Electrike, Sylveon, Blaziken, Charmeleon. Servine, Groudon, Croconaw. Tribal Elves, Bobo Tribe, 1715. Woodguardian Tribe, 251. Cocodora Tribe, 400. Ponyta, 10. Eevee, 16. Rhydon, 12. Swablu, 6. Soundwave Larva, 10. Nidoking, Nidoqueen, 16. Psyduck, 6. Houndoom, 5. After reviewing all the Pokémon he currently possessed, Zhang Feng promptly closed his attribute panel. At present, his Lizard King, Fearow, Milotic, and Aerodactyl were all nearing level 60, hovering around 58 and 59. The threshold to ascend to the elite level was tantalizingly close. Boscodora, Metagross, and Infernape had also successfully surpassed the 55 level, rapidly catching up to Zhang Feng's strongest quartet of core Pokémon, a testament to their red aptitude. One cannot deny the formidable potential of red aptitude Pokémon, as their growth is remarkably swift. These 7 Pokémon constitute Zhang Feng's most formidable main lineup. The rest, such as Glaceon, Leafeon, and Gardevoir, with their secondary team members, were all between levels 45 and 50, still trailing behind the first echelon. Crustle and Herdier were situated between 35 and 40, while the Pixie Pokémon and the 5 starters had just barely crossed the 20-level threshold, yet remained below 30. This delineates the entirety of Zhang Feng's current battle-ready Pokémon. As for Rayquaza, being at full level, there was little to say. With Zhang Feng's current lineup, participating in the Hoenn League's colorful conference would undoubtedly pose minimal pressure. For whether it be Yi, Zhiyi, Ash, or Masamune, their strongest Pokémon merely matched Zhang Feng's main team, not to mention Zhang Feng's Rayquaza, which left him entirely unfazed. The championship of this conference seemed almost within his grasp. Continuing towards Green Ridge City, as Zhang Feng entered a wooded area, he suddenly heard the cacophony of a fierce battle ahead. Realizing this, Zhang Feng immediately retrieved the Pokeball containing Lizard King. In the next moment, both he and his Pokemon rushed towards the source of the conflict. Upon arriving at the designated location, Zhang Feng beheld a silver-haired woman, clad in leather and sunglasses, commanding a blood-winged dragon while wielding a peculiar device in her left hand. "Capture all the Pokemon here," she commanded, prompting her band of poachers to spring into action, seizing the surrounding Pokemon and encasing them in machinery after petrifying them. Was this Hunter J? Indeed, the notorious Pokemon Hunter J, whom Ash encountered in the Sinnoh region, stood before Zhang Feng. This organization aimed to capture rare Pokemon, and if one could afford the price, they would deliver. In the original storyline, it seemed they had crossed paths while attempting to capture a Lucario. What rare Pokemon had Hunter J set her sights on now? Upon utilizing his system to assess the blood-winged dragon beneath Hunter J, Zhang Feng noted with surprise that it possessed elite-level strength, boasting a level of 62. Remarkable. It appeared Hunter J was not to be underestimated, displaying such formidable prowess. Compared to the earlier Qianli, it seemed to surpass him slightly. However, at this moment, they were likely evenly matched. Should Hunter J enter the Pokemon League, she would undoubtedly stand as a powerful figure, certainly securing a gym leader position. However, since Zhang Feng had encountered her, he resolved to confront her. Lizard King, unleash Seed Bomb. Following Zhang Feng's command, Lizard King leapt from the thicket, unleashing a vibrant green wave of energy that engulfed the poachers, resulting in a violent explosion that rendered them unconscious. With Hunter J's subordinates incapacitated, Zhang Feng now only had to face Hunter J herself. Witnessing this turn of events, Hunter J felt a chill of foreboding. The next moment, upon seeing her followers defeated, fury surged within her. "You scoundrel, Bloodwing Dragon, unleash Destruction Beam." As Hunter J commanded, her Bloodwing Dragon opened its maw wide, gathering a fierce orange energy beam. "Lizard King, hold your ground." At that moment, a layer of green membrane enveloped Lizard King, completely absorbing the elite-level attack. Lizard King, Mega Evolve. Given that the opponent was an elite-level threat, there was no need to hold back. Perhaps this battle would grant Zhang Feng his very first elite-level companion. Upon receiving Zhang Feng's command, a dazzling spectrum of light enveloped Lizard King, heralding the arrival of Mega Lizard King. Seizing the moment while Bloodwing Dragon was momentarily immobilized by the destruction beam, Hunter J's expression shifted dramatically. What is this? Lizard King can evolve? Despite her extensive experience, even she could not comprehend the nature of Mega Evolution. Yet, this did not deter her interest in Zhang Feng's Lizard King. Interesting. I shall claim your Lizard King for myself. Bloodwing Dragon, unleash Flamethrower. As the two Pokemon surged towards each other, ferocious flames erupted towards Lizard King. However, after Mega Evolution, Lizard King's level had far surpassed that of Bloodwing Dragon. Consequently, the attack was swiftly countered by Lizard King's Dragon Pulse, shattering the flames. With a resounding crash, the powerful Dragon Pulse struck Bloodwing Dragon directly. Being hit by a Dragon-type move, Bloodwing Dragon could not maintain its balance and plummeted from the sky. This, in turn, caused Hunter J to lose control. Desert Dragonfly, catch me. In the instant of falling, Hunter J hurled another Pokeball, summoning a Desert Dragonfly that deftly caught her. This Desert Dragonfly was also of elite-level caliber. Chapter 77. Gaining Superpowers, Formulating Plans for an Organization. Ding dong. The current attributes of Desert Dragonfly are as follows. Pokemon. Desert Dragonfly. Level, 60. Ability, Levitate. Type, Ground Dragon. Aptitude, Purple. Bond Evolution, unlocked. Mega Evolution, unlocked. Skills, Dragon Claw, Dragon Breath, Crunch, Strength, Earth Power, Dragon Dive, Dragon Dance. Observing that Hunter J had summoned another elite-level Pokemon, and a Dragon type at that, it was clear that Desert Dragonfly, as a substitute for Bloodwing Dragon, was also quite formidable. This indicated that Hunter J indeed possessed some significant prowess. Now, I implore you, Aerodactyl, Mega Evolve. As Hunter J summoned yet another Pokemon, Zhang Feng too released a Luxury Ball, and soon, Aerodactyl began to radiate brilliant light. Subsequently, the Mega Evolved Super Aerodactyl and Super Lizard King emerged in unison. As both adversaries were elite-level Pokemon, it was imperative to initiate Mega Evolution to contend with Hunter J. What on earth is Mega Evolution? Hunter J gazed at Zhang Feng in astonishment, for Mega Evolution was a phenomenon known only to researchers in various regions. How could the average person comprehend it? Furthermore, Zhang Feng's strength was not something Hunter J could easily manage. and she felt considerable trepidation towards this seemingly unremarkable trainer who had suddenly appeared. The super fossil pterosaur unleashed a cataclysmic wave of energy, targeting the desert dragonfly, while the super lizard king, infused with the essence of draconic resonance, unleashed a barrage towards the bloodwing dragon. Upon receiving Zhang Feng's command, the super lizard king emitted a blue wave of energy, hurtling directly towards the bloodwing dragon. Meanwhile, the super fossil pterosaur roared in fury, feeling the overwhelming power coursing through its veins, and lunged ferociously towards the desert dragonfly. Witnessing this, Hunter J seethed with anger. The bloodwing dragon, with the might of the dragon god, descended with a fierce roar. The desert dragonfly retaliated by releasing its dragon breath. As Hunter J issued the counterattack, the bloodwing dragon, enveloped in a dense aura of draconic energy, surged forward, cloaked in the spectral form of the dragon god, aiming for the lizard king. However, just as the bloodwing dragon's ability coalesced, the lizard king's draconic wave erupted, striking the bloodwing dragon head-on. In that moment of devastating impact, the bloodwing dragon could not suppress its cries of anguish. Nevertheless, being a Pokémon of the legendary tier, it surged forth with indomitable spirit, charging defiantly into the oncoming draconic wave aimed at the lizard king. At this juncture, Zhang Feng commanded, "As you approach, unleash the dragon tail. Accelerate." Following Zhang Feng's directive, the super lizard king's eyes narrowed as its colossal tail began to swing into action. With a thunderous crash, the dragon tail struck, sending the charging bloodwing dragon flying. On another front, as the super fossil pterosaur advanced with unmatched ferocity towards the desert dragonfly, the latter's dragon breath struck first, colliding with the fossil pterosaur. However, fortified by the billion-ton impact wave, the dragon breath failed to penetrate the fossil pterosaur's defenses. Zhang Feng could only watch as the super fossil pterosaur collided with the desert dragonfly. The desert dragonfly was sent reeling backward, plummeting to the ground, while Hunter J also descended from the sky. At that moment, Zhang Feng intended to command the fossil pterosaur to attack Hunter J directly, only to be interrupted by the system's sudden notification. Ding dong, it has been detected that the host faces a choice. The following options are presented. Option 1. Utilize the Lizard King and Fossil Pterosaur to defeat Hunter J, sending him to the Pokémon League, thereby acquiring the power of Aura and receiving accolades from the League. Option 2. Use any Pokémon to eliminate Hunter J and eradicate this Hunter organization, gaining the power of Eternity, which will attract the scrutiny of the Hunter organization and the Pokémon League. Option 3. Capture Hunter J after his defeat, preparing to establish your own faction, thereby acquiring supernatural abilities. Suddenly presented with these three choices, Zhang Feng found himself momentarily bewildered. Defeat, kill, capture. Each option represented a distinctly divergent path. Under normal circumstances, given Zhang Feng's current strength and connections within the Hoenn Pokémon League, he could be considered a truly exemplary trainer. With friendships among the champions Daigo and Mikuri, victories over the formidable Soji, and recommendations from Professor Okido, he had garnered favor from various gym leaders across regions. Logically, Zhang Feng should apprehend Hunter J and hand him over to the League, thus earning accolades and the power of Aura. Yet, in the past, he had entrusted Yamato and Kobayashi to Miss Junsha, only for them to be released later. Moreover, in both the Pokémon anime and special episodes, there were instances of evil organizations placing spies within the League, with rumors suggesting that many gym leaders and even the Elite Four in the Kanto region were affiliated with Team Rocket. Thus, placing all his trust in the Pokémon League seemed precarious. After considerable contemplation, Zhang Feng ultimately reached a resolution. Since he now possessed formidable strength, it was time to make a bold attempt. A true man, thriving in this world, ought not to languish in the shadows of others. What of champions? They too are merely the League's foremost enforcers. It would be wiser to establish his own faction. If any unsavory matters arose, he could have this organization handle them. At the very least, he would have options, and even if it failed, a fallback would remain. Furthermore, compared to the power of Aura, supernatural abilities and the power of Eternity seemed far more beneficial, especially considering that those adept in Aura appeared to be limited to Pokémon like Lucario. System. I choose option 3. Capture Hunter J and establish my own faction. Ding dong. Congratulations to the host for making a choice. You have acquired supernatural abilities. As this is a direct reward from the system, your abilities have reached maximum level, akin to that of Mutuo. Zhang Feng. So, does this mean I am now more formidable than the average novice from Pallet Town? To contend with Mutuo's powers, does this not render me a humanoid deity? Chapter 78. Elite Tier, capturing Hunter J. Feeling the sudden surge of overwhelming power within him, Zhang Feng experienced a profound sense of exhilaration. It is well known that within the Pokémon realm, two women wield extraordinary supernatural abilities. One is Nagi, the gym leader of Goldenrod City in the Johto region. Renowned as the Psychic Queen, possessing the ability to transform humans and Pokémon into toys, purportedly boasting elite-tier combat prowess. The other is Caitlyn, an Elite Four member from the Unova region, whose strength surpasses Nagi's, as she is truly one of the four formidable champions. Yet now, with Zhang Feng's supernatural powers, these two eminent figures are no longer in the same league as him, for his current abilities rival those of legendary Pokémon. This implies that in a confrontation with Rayquaza, the odds could potentially be even. After all, Rayquaza possesses divine status, and Mutuo would undoubtedly falter against it. Thus, while Zhang Feng may not surpass Rayquaza, a brief skirmish would likely result in a draw. Moreover, the intricacies and wonders of supernatural abilities require the user to cultivate their own potential, akin to acquiring a devil fruit. Returning to the present, Zhang Feng found that time had remained unchanged. The Bloodwing Dragon was still being propelled backward. The Desert Dragonfly was plummeting, and Hunter J was about to crash to the ground. In an instant, Zhang Feng's eyes shimmered with a sapphire hue. The next moment, a powerful surge of supernatural energy effortlessly caught the falling Desert Dragonfly and Hunter J. Although he intended to capture Hunter J, he first needed to incapacitate all of her Pokémon before proceeding. With this thought in mind, the Desert Dragonfly, restrained by Zhang Feng's power, was swiftly struck by the fossil pterosaur's rock wrecker, rendering it completely unable to battle. Meanwhile, the Bloodwing Dragon fell victim to the Super Lizard King's Dragon Tail technique. Ding dong. The Lizard King has defeated the Bloodwing Dragon, earning 237 experience points. Level has increased to 60, while the Super Lizard King is now level 65. Ding dong. The Fossil Pterosaur has defeated the Desert Dragonfly, earning 185 experience points. Level has increased to 60, while the Super Fossil Pterosaur is now level 65. As the Lizard King and Fossil Pterosaur triumphed over their adversaries, both Pokémon simultaneously reverted from their Mega Evolution forms, returning to their original states. Ding dong. The current attribute values of the Lizard King and Fossil Pterosaur are as follows. Pokémon. Lizard King Roll. None level. 60 ability. Overgrow type. Grass potential. Gold Bond Evolution. Unlocked Mega Evolution. Mega Lizard King skills. Seed Bomb. Solar Beam. Synthesis. Energy Ball. Leech Seed. Leaf Blade. Leaf Storm Friendship. 254 experience. After meeting a beloved trainer in Verdanturf Town, finally breaking through to the elite tier. Aspiring to become the world's strongest alongside the trainer. Hobbies. A penchant for spicy cuisine and traveling alongside trainers. Ding dong. The current attributes of the Fossil Pterodactyl are as follows. Pokémon. Fossil Pterodactyl. Class. None. Level. 60. Ability. Hard Head. Types. Rock. Flying. Qualification. Gold. Bond Evolution. Unlocked. Mega Evolution. Mega Fossil Pterodactyl. Skills. Primal Force. Sharp Stone Attack. Wing Attack. Rock Collapse. Destruction Ray. Megaton Impact. Affection. 245. Experience. Revived Ancient Ruler of the Skies. Power restored to its peak, reaching the elite level. Hobbies. Hunting. Battling. Observing the two Pokémon that have attained elite level, Zhang Feng felt a surge of joy in his heart. They had now become some of the most formidable Pokémon in the world. Although there remained a considerable distance to contend with champions, masters, and divine beasts, the foundation of strength had already been laid. Congratulations, little ones. You have finally reached the elite level. Power up. Roar. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, both Lizard King and Fossil Pterodactyl responded in unison with their roars. Subsequently, Zhang Feng turned his attention to the immobilized Hunter J, ensnared by his psychic abilities. Likewise, the petrifying device in her hand and the several Pokeballs at her waist had also been sealed by Zhang Feng. It must be said, psychic powers are indeed quite effective. Hunter J, I offer you a chance. If you are willing to submit to me, I can grant you your freedom. Otherwise, perhaps emboldened by the confidence bestowed by his formidable psychic abilities, Zhang Feng's ambitions soared. After hearing his words, Hunter J finally managed to speak. Feeling her throat regain its mobility, she uttered, "Who exactly are you?" Hearing Hunter J's indignant words, Zhang Feng understood that subduing an elite-level powerhouse was far more complex than he had initially anticipated. Not to mention, this individual was none other than the infamous Hunter J, a renowned figure among the dark forces. Different people required different approaches. Thus, in the next moment, a powerful surge of psychic energy converged in Zhang Feng's hand, forming a small blade that pierced directly into Hunter Jay's mind. Feeling the sharp pain, Hunter Jay emitted a pained gasp. As someone who had committed numerous atrocities, Zhang Feng held no sympathy for her. With a flick of his wrist, he used his psychic abilities to remove the sunglasses from Hunter Jay's face, only to discover that she possessed a certain beauty, her silver hair adding an extra touch of cool charm. I am Zhang Feng, and from this day forth, you shall be my servant. I have just embedded a psychic switch within your mind. Should you entertain any thoughts of betrayal, it shall explode instantaneously, shattering your head like a watermelon. So, will you now heed my commands? Upon hearing this, Hunter Jay displayed a hint of terror regarding her own life. Even the strongest individuals would feel a sense of fear. Sensing that Hunter Jay might doubt him, Zhang Feng hypnotized her subordinates one by one, embedding them with the psychic blade for control. Then, to demonstrate his power, there was a resounding bong, and one subordinate instantly lost their head. Witnessing this scene, Hunter Jay dared not exhibit any more defiance, promptly kneeling before him. Hunter Jay, I greet you, my master. Upon hearing this, a subtle smile crept upon Zhang Feng's lips. Fearing for one's life is a good thing, as it indicates a concern for one's own existence. Without that, there would be nothing to discuss. Subsequently, Zhang Feng cast a loyalty-inducing hypnosis on his newly loyal subordinate, thus establishing initial dominion over Hunter Jay. The battle prowess of an early elite-level powerhouse certainly held value for subjugation, while the lesser underlings were of no consequence. Henceforth, you shall be a core member of the organization. Simply obey my orders. Whatever I instruct you to do, you shall do, and I will not meddle in other matters. There is but one decree, to strengthen the organization's power, and it is preferable to avoid drawing the attention of the Pokémon League too swiftly. As for the name of the organization, let it be known as the Sky Team. Chapter 79, Absol, the New Companion. After subduing Hunter Jay, Zhang Feng entrusted her with all matters concerning the Sky Team, as she was inherently the leader of a hunting organization, with experience in establishing forces. And since Zhang Feng was disinclined to oversee affairs himself, he had no fear of her betrayal, having her life firmly in his grasp. Furthermore, with Hunter Jay's strength at the elite level, she should pose no issues unless faced with champions from various regions. According to the original storyline, she had managed to thrive in Sinnoh, indicating that the Pokémon League would not focus all their attention on various organizations. Of course, if exceptional members emerged within the Sky Team, Zhang Feng would not hesitate to bestow gifted Pokémon from the Cacnea species in his system space upon them. The precondition for such an occurrence, however, was that the Cacnea must be willing to follow these organizational leaders, and furthermore, Hunter Jay must cease her poaching of Pokémon from this point onward. Thus, he assigned her a new title, simply Jay, signifying a complete severance from her previous life as a poacher. Though Zhang Feng harbored thoughts of forming a power, he did not intend to become a villainous overlord, especially concerning Pokémon, as there was no need for his organization to be tainted with a nefarious reputation. Moreover, practices akin to Team Rocket, using Pokémon as experimental subjects, were utterly abhorrent to Zhang Feng. Consequently, the founding intention of this organization was merely to seek amusement for himself, with the primary objective being the pursuit of legendary creatures and rare Pokémon. With the legendary Rayquaza at his side, it would feel like a loss to not capture other divine beasts. Furthermore, since the organization was named the Sky Team, it seemed only fitting for each member to have a Bloodwing Dragon or a Desert Dragonfly at their disposal, did it not? Therefore, after gathering all the Pokémon captured by Jay and her fellow poachers, Zhang Feng conducted a scan, discovering over 10 Soundwave larvae among them. It appeared that the previous battle disturbances were indeed due to Hunter Jay and her crew capturing these Soundwave larvae Pokémon. Aside from the Soundwave larvae, there were also Swablu and Skarmory, leading to the conclusion that this capture consisted entirely of flying-type Pokémon, thus truly forming the Sky Team. For the core configuration of his organization, Zhang Feng designated the Pokémon lineup as follows: for core members, Elite and above, Bloodwing Dragon, Quasi-God, and for Elite members, Quasi-Elite, Desert Dragonfly, and Swablu. Zhang Feng subsequently transferred both Swablu and Soundwave larvae into his system space. With the excellent environment within the system space, it was entirely feasible to nurture more high-quality Pokémon, and as the organization grew stronger, Zhang Feng could also bestow Pokémon upon them. Naturally, at present, the organization only had Jay as its core member, still in need of development, especially since Zhang Feng himself did not yet possess a Bloodwing Dragon. However, aside from these Pokémon, Zhang Feng also encountered an exceedingly rare Pokémon, an elite-level Absol. Ding Dong, The current attributes of Absol are as follows. Pokemon, Absol. Class, None. Level, 28. Ability, Super Luck. Type, Dark. Qualification, Purple. Bond Evolution, Unlocked. Mega Evolution, Unlocked. Skills, Quick Attack, Night Slash, Taunt, Knock Off, Slicing Wind, Dark Glare. Affection, 30. Experience, an Absol captured by poachers, harboring a deep-seated hatred for poachers, struggles to trust humans. Hobbies, wandering and adventuring. Upon seeing this Absol, Zhang Feng was immediately captivated. Coincidentally, he also witnessed Zhang Feng's formidable defeat of the Hunter organization. For the trainer who had saved him, he felt a tinge of gratitude. However, he was puzzled as to why Zhang Feng did not completely eliminate this group, but instead chose to recruit them as subordinates. With Absol's diminutive intellect, he found it difficult to comprehend. Absol, would you like to become my Pokemon? Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, Absol hesitated momentarily, initially inclined to decline. He recalled his previous experiences. Even if this man was willing to let him go, with his meager strength, would he not be captured by other humans once more? Given this predicament, it would be wiser to accompany the person who had rescued him. With this realization, Absol suddenly retreated, then bellowed at Zhang Feng, implying that he would fight, and if he was defeated, he would submit. Upon hearing Absol's declaration, Zhang Feng's psychic abilities stirred slightly. Indeed, possessing such powers was undeniably advantageous. No longer would he require Shinado and the others as translators. He could now directly comprehend the language of Pokemon and issue commands straight into their hearts using his psychic abilities. Truly invincible. Thus, as you wish. I entrust this to you, Fairy Pokemon. With a flourish, Zhang Feng released a luxury ball, and the Fairy Pokemon materialized onto the battlefield. Both Pokemon stood firm on all fours, their sizes comparable, predominantly adorned in white. The moment they locked eyes, Absol felt an overwhelming sense of dread. After all, being a Dark-type Pokemon, he was at a disadvantage against Zhang Feng's Fairy Pokemon, which had the type advantage. With a swift motion, as the battle commenced, the scythe-like horn atop Absol's head radiated a bright light, unleashing a colossal whirlwind blade aimed straight at the Fairy Pokemon. Witnessing this, Zhang Feng immediately commanded, Fairy Pokemon, use Light Screen. In the next moment, the Fairy Pokemon let out a melodious cry, conjuring a transparent wall that successfully blocked the incoming whirlwind blade. Excellent, just like that. Use Draining Kiss. Following Zhang Feng's command, the Fairy Pokemon unleashed her charm without reservation, sending forth pink hearts that soared towards Absol. Although this Absol possessed a purple aptitude, Zhang Feng had an aptitude evolution stone. Even if he could not immediately elevate him to golden aptitude, with time, he would surely reach that pinnacle. So there was no need for concern regarding his potential. As the Fairy Pokemon launched her offensive, Absol attempted to evade, only to find himself surrounded by draining kisses. In truth, Absol had already succumbed to the Fairy Pokemon's allure. Consequently, a single draining kiss rendered Absol incapable of further combat. Observing this, Zhang Feng promptly tossed out a luxury ball. In the next instant, the fallen Absol was ensnared within the luxury ball, which shook lightly before emitting a crisp ding. Absol was successfully captured. Once Absol entered the system's space, he beheld countless Pokemon dwelling within, facing numerous beings of even greater strength. Among them was the legendary Pokemon Kyogre, leaving Absol utterly speechless. Yet soon, he found himself overwhelmed with joy. Previously captured due to his weakness, now, alongside such a trainer, his strength would surely flourish rapidly. Ding! Absol's intimacy increased, current intimacy level at 70 points. Chapter 80. The Fiery Rock Team and the Ocean Team, the legendary Pokemon conflict. After capturing Absol, Zhang Feng continued his journey towards Green Ridge City. Meanwhile, the newly appointed Sky Team officer, Jay, departed with his subordinates, embarking on a quest to uncover the whereabouts of the legendary Pokemon for Zhang Feng's purposes. Should any news regarding the legendary Pokemon arise, Jay would inform Zhang Feng of their locations, enabling him to capture other legendary Pokemon. In this manner, with the Sky Team's organization, Zhang Feng could obtain numerous leads on legendary Pokemon, thereby strengthening his power. Speaking of which, according to the typical narrative, the Fiery Rock Team and Ocean Team should soon make their moves. After all, the Red Orb and Blue Orb had now fallen into the hands of both organizations. At the right moment, before Ash arrives in Green Ridge City, given this group's propensity to lose their way, the timing should be just about right. Just as Zhang Feng was advancing towards Green Ridge City, Ash and his companions, due to the antics of Team Rocket's Jesse, James, and Meowth, triggered a massive explosion while attempting to capture Pikachu. inadvertently falling into the clutches of the Fiery Rock team. Although the Fiery Rock team revered Groudon, they also possessed submarines and warplanes. Their leader, Max, had recently learned of Kyogre's whereabouts and was preparing to capture it first to thwart the Ocean team's plans. As the Fiery Rock team set sail with their warship towards Kyogre's resting location, they beheld the blue-white creature beneath the sea, Kyogre, currently in slumber. Witnessing this scene, Max wore a manic expression. They absolutely could not allow the Ocean team to capture Kyogre. He commanded, "Deploy our strongest submarines and equipment. We must capture Kyogre and bring it back to headquarters." Following Max's orders, Fire Village promptly assembled a team and set out in a submarine to retrieve Kyogre. At that moment, a certain member of the Fiery Rock team, observing the scene, harbored a flicker of resentment. It was well known that while both Kyogre and Groudon were powerful, they had been controlled by two orbs upon their initial appearance. Until they were successfully awakened, these ancient legendary Pokémon would remain in a deep slumber, undisturbed, and their bodies would revert to a state of normalcy. Thus, under the Fiery Rock team's specialized equipment, the seabed was disrupted, and Kyogre, which had slumbered for countless years, finally revealed its full form. Subsequently, under Fire Village's command, the Fiery Rock team activated their special devices, successfully sealing the whale-like legendary Pokémon and transporting it into the submarine. Upon seeing his plan come to fruition, Max was engulfed in ecstasy, envisioning the Ocean team's failure and himself, alongside the Fiery Rock team, wielding Groudon's power to control the entire world. Boss, the plan succeeded. Kyogre did not awaken and has been successfully transferred into the submarine. Hearing Fire Village's report, Max was overjoyed and immediately commanded his team to return to headquarters. The headquarters of the Fiery Rock team was, in fact, an enormous battleship akin to the Ocean team, both floating upon the sea, thus evading detection from the Pokémon League and escaping calamity. Just as the Fiery Rock team captured Kyogre, the Ocean team, too, was not idle. Surprisingly, although both organizations were eagerly anticipating the legendary Pokémon they revered, they ended up encountering each other's legendary Pokémon first. After the Fiery Rock team discovered Kyogre, the Ocean team located Groudon's habitat. Following similar procedures, under Water Wudong's orders, the slumbering Groudon within the magma was also successfully captured by the Ocean team. They placed it inside a colossal machine and utilized special devices to simulate the environment of slumber, preventing Groudon's awakening. Water Wudong was now preparing to seek out Kyogre. However, at that moment, spies within both organizations reported that their revered legendary Pokémon had been captured by the opposing team. Similarly, the two prominent organizations that discovered the blue and red orbs in various museums across the land have acquired the means to command the legendary Pokémon. Alas, the Oceanic team captured Kyogre and obtained the blue orb, which can only awaken Groudon but cannot control it. Conversely, the Magma team captured Groudon and acquired the red orb, which can only awaken Kyogre, rendering them incapable of commanding it. Under such circumstances, a cordial exchange transpired between the two organizations. As the dialogue between Flannery and May commenced, new dilemmas arose between the two factions. How can they obtain the legendary Pokémon they revere? The Oceanic team and the Magma team are inherently adversarial. Each leader fervently desires for the legendary Pokémon they worship to dominate the world. Flannery of the Magma team wishes for a world devoid of oceans, believing in the land deity Groudon. Meanwhile, May of the Oceanic team venerates the sea deity Kyogre, desiring a world entirely composed of oceans, free from land. In this context, both organizations naturally yearn to exchange their legendary Pokémon. Ultimately, the site for this exchange was designated on an island, the stronghold of the Oceanic team. Upon learning of this development, a red-haired man from the Magma team promptly relayed the information to the Pokémon League. Simultaneously, Ash and his companions found themselves ensnared by the Magma team. Perhaps emboldened by his confidence in the plan, Flannery began to expound philosophical notions to Ash and his friends, asserting that the world ought to consist solely of land, devoid of the ocean. In response to Flannery's rhetoric, Ash expressed his vehement dissent. Just then, as the Magma team's vessel approached the island noted by May, a striking woman who had infiltrated the Magma team commenced her operation. This individual is none other than the Oceanic team's officer, Suzumi. Her infiltration into the Magma team aimed to liberate Kyogre, thereby thwarting the Magma team's scheme. Consequently, if the Magma team were to lose Groudon while the Oceanic team gained Kyogre, the world would inevitably fall into the hands of the Oceanic team. Chapter 81. The Dragon's Crossing, the Awakening of Kyogre and Groudon. Arise, Kyogre. With Suzumi's infiltration, the Magma team astonishingly made no attempt to intervene. allowing the Oceanic Team's officer to successfully release Kyogre. Amidst a cacophony of explosions, the enraged Kyogre finally emerged fully revived. The massive blue and white whale let out a thunderous roar, causing the Magma Team's submarine to erupt in violent explosions as torrents of seawater inundated it. Sinking was now merely a countdown. Witnessing this, the cunning Daryu, who had long concealed himself within the Magma Team and gained Flannery's trust, pursued Suzumi. "Do you comprehend the devastation your actions will unleash upon the world?" he challenged. Upon hearing this, Suzumi tossed her fiery red hair and gazed intensely at Daryu, adorned in the Magma Team's uniform, sweetly remarking, "You appear not to be one of the Magma Team, but rather a member of the League? How unfortunate, for Kyogre is destined to belong to our Oceanic Team. The world shall too." Just as Daryu prepared to unleash his Dragonite to apprehend Suzumi, she leaped into the sea, vanishing from sight. Meanwhile, the Magma Team members aboard the submarine wore expressions of shock. However, this was not the time for accountability. Survival took precedence. Thus, Flannery and the others swiftly released their Pokémon and vacated the submarine. Regrettably, Ash and his companions were left behind. As they cried for help, Daryu spotted Ash and commanded his red Gyarados to rescue Ash, May, Brock, and Max. Otherwise, our protagonists from the advanced generation would surely meet their demise. With Kyogre's revival, it seemed the newly awakened creature sensed the presence of its arch-nemesis Groudon, heading straight towards the island of the Oceanic Team. The great whale soared through the sea, torrential rains accompanying Kyogre's advance, conjuring colossal waves. It resembled a cataclysmic vision of the world's end. At that very moment, Groudon, previously confined by the Oceanic Team, began to stir restlessly. Awakening from its slumber, it appeared to sense the arrival of its adversary and slowly opened its eyes. The power of science is indeed formidable. It can even create legendary Pokémon and employ various specialized devices to capture them. Yet, when a legendary Pokémon unleashes its full might, technology proves to be of little utility. With a mighty roar, Groudon stomped its right leg down, sending tremors throughout the island of the Oceanic Team. In the next instant, an eruption of infinite magma burst forth, propelled by Groudon's mighty footfall. Initially, the Oceanic Team members were elated upon receiving news from Suzumi, believing Kyogre had been freed while Groudon remained under their control. In this manner, May could manipulate Kyogre with the blue orb, thereby overturning the entire world. As for the Magma Team and the Pokémon League, mere pawns. How could formidable figures like Maxie and Courtney hope to contend with Kyogre? Yet now, with Groudon's inexplicable awakening, these age-old enemies, the ancient legendary Pokémon, found their gazes locked across vast distances. Then, with a thunderous roar, Groudon surged forth, using magma as its path and blazing sunlight as its guiding light, charging towards Kyogre. The two legendary beasts, newly awakened, were already eager to engage in battle. Chapter 81, World Overturned, The Arrival of Mighty Forces. Roar. At this moment, as Groudon revived, the island of the Oceanic Team transformed into a boundless expanse of magma, which, upon contact with the rapidly cooling seawater, began to conjure landmass from thin air. Simultaneously, Kyogre, sensing Groudon's presence, surged towards this island. Along the way, whether from the depths of the sea, the heights of the sky, or the expanses of land, Pokémon trembled in trepidation, gazing in awe at the impending clash of the two legendary beasts. It seemed they sensed the fury of these divine entities, feeling an unending terror for the future. Should Groudon and Kyogre engage in combat, the world would surely be upended. Observing this scene, May, the leader of the Oceanic Team, was consumed by fury. Watching his painstakingly constructed base face annihilation, he desired nothing more than to rend Groudon asunder. Alas, he was far from Groudon's equal. Despite his rage, May understood that to confront Groudon, he could only rely on Kyogre's power. "Just wait, you fiend. Once I control Kyogre, I shall ensure your demise." At that moment, Suzumi, deep in thought, addressed May, "Boss, given that Groudon is advancing towards an unknown destination, based on our intel, it seems he intends to rendezvous with Kyogre. Thus, if we follow Groudon, we shall locate Kyogre." Upon hearing Suzumi's words, May's fury shifted to elation. "Haha, you are correct, Suzumi. Immediately summon all Oceanic Team members to follow Groudon and witness the might of our sea deity. Kyogre will surely vanquish Groudon." As he spoke, May produced a blue orb, revealing a villainous grin as he trailed closely behind Groudon. Simultaneously, the narrowly escaped Flannery, along with the others, hovered in the air atop their Pokémon, helplessly watching as Kyogre vanished beneath the waves. Witnessing this scene, Flannery furiously struck her steed, exclaiming, How did that oceanic team's Suzumi infiltrate us? You wretched lot. Can you truly not capture even a single Swinomi? In response to Chihayatsuki's furious rebuke, the members of the Fire Rock team fell into a profound silence. After a lengthy pause, Chihayatsuki retrieved a crimson orb, feeling the warm energy emanating from it, and a glimmer of madness flickered in his eyes. Has Groudon awakened? Fire Village. Summon all personnel immediately and advance towards the southwest. Groudon has been resurrected, and Kyogre is undoubtedly engaged in battle with him. Thus, by proceeding southwest, both legendary beasts must be in that vicinity. With that said, Chihayatsuki urged his armored bird onward, diving towards the southwestern sea. Just as both organizations harnessed the power of their orbs to search for the two legendary beasts and hastened towards the battleground, extreme weather conditions suddenly manifested with the awakening of Groudon and Kyogre. In the city of Orange Hua within the Hoenn region, what was once a clear and sunny sky transformed into torrential downpours, swiftly followed by an unbearable heat. After a period of relentless rain, the sun grew increasingly colossal, and the deluge returned, enveloping the entire city in a stifling humidity. Upon sensing the anomaly, the Orange Gym leader, Qiankong, gathered his strongest Pokémon and met with Miss Junsha to report the situation to the Hoenn League. Such phenomena erupted not only in Orange Hua, but also in places like Nami Town, Green Ridge City, and Purple Violet City. Even in the Kanto region, Dr. Oken Masera Town sensed something amiss. The weather had changed. Receiving news from Qiankong, the Hoenn League promptly recognized the unusual weather patterns across the region and swiftly relayed the information to the champion, Mikoli. Simultaneously, gym leaders across the land received messages from the Pokémon League headquarters, indicating that the newly appointed champion of Kanto, Ryudo, had reported that the Fire Rock team and the Ocean team had resurrected Groudon and Kyogre, resulting in extreme weather conditions as the two legendary beasts clashed in their respective domains. Upon receiving this news, gym leaders, elite members, and even Daigo, the former champion of the Hoenn League, hastened towards the site of the incident. There was no one more aware of the destructive capabilities of Groudon and Kyogre than the powerful figures of the Hoenn League. If the two legendary beasts were to meet, the entire Hoenn region could potentially be devastated by the aftermath of their battle. Faced with such a dire situation, how could the champions of the Hoenn region remain indifferent? In fact, in the original anime storyline, it was somewhat perplexing that only Ryudo arrived to confront the perils facing the Hoenn region. With not a single powerful figure from their own region to assist, it was rather embarrassing for Hoenn that it relied solely on one individual, Ryudo. Soon, as the powerful figures from various regions rushed towards the battleground, Ryudo arrived on his Dragonite, reaching the outskirts of the battlefield first. At this moment, witnessing the enormous forms of Kyogre and Groudon, now magnified countless times, even a top-tier expert like Ryudo felt a sense of difficulty. Come forth, Dragonite. With a flash of red light, Ryudo's strongest Pokémon made its entrance. Mr. Ryudo, are you going to stop them? At that moment, Ash and his companions atop the red Gyarados inquired of Ryudo. Hearing Ash's question, Ryudo chuckled softly and replied, stopping them is not feasible. But as a Pokémon Ranger and a champion, how could I stand idly by while the Hoenn region faces destruction? With that, Ryudo instructed the red Gyarados to protect Ash and the others while he mounted his Dragonite and charged boldly into the storm. Observing this, Gyarados naturally worried for Ryudo's safety. Seeing this, Ash and Pikachu exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Pikachu, how could we miss out on such an event? Please, Gyarados, take us along to assist Mr. Ryudo. Upon hearing Ash's words, May, Brock, and Max all nodded in agreement. At that moment, Kyogre suddenly leapt from the depths of the sea, its massive body creating a powerful wave that surged across the ocean. Seeing this, Groudon opened its mouth to unleash a terrifying solar beam, the immense heat evaporating the towering tsunami in an instant. At that moment, the two legendary beasts gazed at each other from afar, their eyes betraying a mix of wariness and deep-seated hatred. Roar! The sound of a whale's call echoed. Chapter 82. Quickly summon Zhang Feng. At this moment, as the two legendary beasts stood at opposite ends, one swimming in the sea and the other on the newly formed land, glaring at one another in mutual threat, Shui Wudong and Chihayatsuki suddenly appeared, their respective orbs radiating brilliant light. Kyogre, Blue Orb, Shui Wudong, Ocean Team. Groudon, Red Orb, Chihayatsuki, Fire Rock Team. Ha ha ha, Kyogre. You belong to me. Submit to me, submit to the Ocean Team, and let the entire world become an endless ocean. Groudon, the infinite land is the true faith. Convert this detestable seawater into land and annihilate Kyogre and the Ocean team. With that, the orbs in their hands erupted with fierce brilliance. To attempt to control deities with mere mortal bodies would inevitably invite divine retribution. In the next moment, fueled by their malicious intent, the red orb and blue orb merged seamlessly into Chihayatsuki and Shui Wudong's bodies. Feeling the immense power coursing through the orbs, the dormant strength of the two ancient deities surged forth. How could mere humans withstand such force? Shui Wudong's body began to emit a blue glow, resembling Kyogre's possession, his eyes blazing with blue light, trembling uncontrollably. Following this, Shui Wudong floated upwards and landed upon Kyogre. On the other side, Chihayatsuki experienced a similar transformation. Enveloped in red light and symbols, ascending to stand upon Groudon's head, his face a mask of madness. Witnessing this scene, Ryudo attempted to command his Dragonite to unleash a devastating attack to halt the encroachment of the two orbs upon Shui Wudong and Chihayatsuki, but it was too late. In the next instant, a terrifying torrent of water surged from the depths, a casual strike from Kyogre, carrying an unmatched force aimed at engulfing Ryudo and Dragonite. Dragonite! Dragon Rage, shatter it! Ryudo commanded, unleashing a powerful energy beam. Yet, how could a solitary dragon's assault withstand Kyogre's onslaught? In a moment of peril, multiple voices resonated in unison. Reinforcements have arrived. Gyarados, unleash Hyper Beam. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Bloodwing Dragon, Hyper Beam. Milotic, Hyper Beam. Metagross, Gear Grind. Swellow, Hyper Beam. Kingler, Hyper Beam. In an instant, a myriad of attacks surged from afar, combining forces with Ryudo's Dragonite to obliterate the incoming tsunami. As Ryudo silently expressed his relief, he turned to see the formidable figures of the Hoenn League. Leading the charge were none other than champion Mikoli and former champion Daigo. Behind them stood the four Elite Four members, Genji, Bonnie, Florina, and Hanayuki, lined up in solidarity. Further back were Qiankong, Adam, Naki, and Taishien, among 8 gym leaders. The earlier skills unleashed were the combined efforts of all present, including Ash and his friends who had commandeered Ryudo's red Gyarados. "Mr. Ryudo, are you all right?" Ash inquired, to which Ryudo smiled and replied, "I'm fine. How did you all arrive?" Upon hearing the words of Yulongdu, King Yuan-ji let out a hearty laugh. "The affairs of the Feng-Yuan alliance have compelled you, the newly appointed champion of Guandu, to make an appearance. How could we, a group of old-timers, remain indifferent?" Observing this, Mikoli also chuckled, saying, "In the Feng-Yuan region, we are grateful for Mr. Yulongdu's assistance. However, let us now join forces to resolve this monumental battle." With that, everyone stepped forward, aiming to subdue the manipulated Shui Wudong and Qi Yensong, with the intent of reclaiming the two orbs. Only by doing so could the conflict between the two legendary beasts be quelled. For the orbs had found their way into the bodies of the leaders of the two organizations, inherently carrying fragments of their desires, thus influencing the thoughts of the two divine beasts. Originally, Gaioka and Groudon would instinctively engage in conflict upon meeting. Now, with the wishes of Qi Yensong and Shui Wudong fueling them, their battle fervor had intensified greatly. Qianli, watching his own children partake in this fray, could not help but feel a tinge of worry. Yet, even he hesitated to claim he could protect Xiao Yao and Xiao Sheng amidst such a battlefield. When he urged them to leave, the two stubbornly refused to back down. Thus, he could only caution them to exercise utmost care. With a final word of caution, everyone's gaze shifted to Groudon and Gaioka. Even with countless powerful figures from the Feng-Yuan alliance surrounding them, these two titans paid no heed. Launching an aggressive assault against one another, an overwhelming tsunami surged forth, threatening to engulf Groudon. In response to Gaioka's onslaught, Groudon roared and unleashed a sword of cliffs, cleaving the tidal wave in two, causing it to lose its momentum and crash down into the sea. In truth, the strength of Gaioka and Groudon was nearly indistinguishable, even though Gaioka's attributes had a double advantage over Groudon. Victory was not easily attainable. After reverting to their primal forms, Groudon, now enhanced with fire attributes, found himself at a fourfold disadvantage against water types. Upon witnessing this, Mikoli immediately declared, all gym leaders, led by the Elite Four, should position themselves in the 4 cardinal directions to prevent the tsunami from impacting the Feng-Yuan region, while simultaneously apprehending the members of the Ocean and Fire Rock teams. Understood. With this command, the powerful figures of the Feng-Yuan alliance swiftly repositioned themselves. Each Elite Four member accompanied by 2 gym leaders assumed their places in the east, south, west, and north. This strategy would minimize the cost to the Feng-Yuan alliance as much as possible. Meanwhile, the remaining 3 champions, or rather, the semi-master level combatants, took the opportunity of the fierce battle between the 2 divine beasts to deal with Shui Wudong and Qi Yen Song. Observing the movements of the Pokemon League, the Fire Village and Izumi were also concerned for their leader's safety and immediately sent reinforcements. Thus, a chaotic melee ensued. Yet, at this moment, Mikoli suddenly remarked, "If the situation cannot be resolved, should we call upon Zhang Feng for assistance?" Upon hearing Mikoli's words, Dawu was momentarily taken aback. Then, after stroking his Metagross, he sighed. "Perhaps we should simply invite him directly. At this juncture, he is the only one capable of confronting these 2 divine beasts single-handedly." As the 2 conversed, the 3 Elite Four members, Furong, Bonnie, and Huaiwe, displayed expressions of confusion, while only Yuanji laughed heartily and responded, "It was about time." Upon hearing Zhang Feng's name, Qian Li and Na Qi among the 6 gym leaders exhibited the greatest excitement. Indeed, we should summon Zhang Feng. Even Ash and his companions exchanged glances, sharing a wry smile. At this point, only Zhang Feng can prevent them. Just as Mikoli was about to issue his command, a resounding roar of a dragon suddenly echoed in everyone's ears. Following this, a calm voice declared, I hope I'm not too late." Chapter 83, The Arrival of Rayquaza, the Divine Might. As Mikoli and the others prepared to seek the assistance of the Buddha of the West, to summon Zhang Feng, a serene voice unexpectedly emerged. Following the direction of the voice, the crowd turned their gaze skyward, where an enormous green divine dragon soared through the air, roaring majestically. With the appearance of this dragon, the previously extreme weather, the torrential rain, and the oppressive heat vanished entirely, replaced by tranquility. This was undoubtedly due to the dragon's innate ability to stabilize the weather. As long as it was present, the influence of any weather conditions would dissipate. Upon this magnificent dragon stood a poised young man, none other than Zhang Feng. By the heavens, what is this? Rayquaza? Why do Dawu, Mikoli, and King Yuanji appear so nonchalant? Could it be that they were already aware of this man who commands Rayquaza and can summon divine beasts? Qianli, your expression suggests you possess quite a bit of insight. Do enlighten me. Na Qi, why are you so excited? Is this still Zhang Feng? The Zhang Feng I know? The rookie trainer who just debuted this year? At this moment, as they listened to the crowd's chatter and beheld the young man riding the divine dragon as if he were a celestial warrior descending from the heavens, every soul present was captivated by Zhang Feng's imposing aura. Forget champions and elite trainers. How could anyone compare to a divine beast master? After all, among those present, only Yulong Du, Bonnie, the 3 Elite Four, and the 2 gym leaders from Green Ridge City, along with gym leader Adam, were unaware of Zhang Feng's true capabilities. The rest had faced him in battle. As for Qian Li and Na Qi, they had directly battled Rayquaza. Others, like Dujuan and the rest, recalled how just a few months prior, Zhang Feng was merely a novice trainer. Back then, the Pokemon he showcased were merely Pidgey and Treecko. How had he suddenly acquired a divine beast, let alone Feng Yuan's strongest Rayquaza? Was this reasonable? The world was changing too swiftly, was it not? Even Gyoka and Groudon, upon sensing Rayquaza's presence, paused their conflict, their gazes fixated on him and Zhang Feng. Their massive heads were filled with bewilderment. Rayquaza had chosen a human trainer? How could this be possible? With Rayquaza's roar echoing, the battle immediately ceased. Witnessing Groudon and Gyoka relent in their actions due to the overwhelming presence of Zhang Feng and Rayquaza, the members of the Pokemon League collectively gasped in astonishment. Although this was Yulong Du's first encounter with Zhang Feng, he had heard from Professor Oak about the emergence of another top-tier trainer in the Fangyuan region. It was even suggested that he might surpass both Dawu and Mikoli. Now, witnessing Zhang Feng's entrance alongside Rayquaza, akin to a deity, Yulong Du was profoundly astonished. This individual is beyond my reach. No wonder Oak claimed that even Yuanji could not contend with him. And he excels in utilizing dragon-type Pokemon. This is indeed a true dragon. Yet, for some reason, I find myself yearning for my Dragonite to engage him in battle, to gauge the disparity between myself and a divine beast. As Yulong Du's mind raced with excitement, Dawu and Mikoli exchanged knowing glances and suddenly smiled. Excellent. As expected of Zhang Feng, although both of us have previously lost to him, everyone else here, with the exception of Yulong Du, is inferior to us. Did you not see how Yulong Du was rendered speechless upon encountering Rayquaza? Such an aura surpasses even that of Dawu and me. With this revelation, the two felt an immediate sense of relief. Meanwhile, the members of the Pokemon League, along with Fire Village's Hoenn and Ocean Teams Izumi, were utterly flabbergasted upon recognizing Zhang Feng's identity. The brat who once boasted about giving him a taste of his own medicine had transformed into such a formidable figure. Commanding Rayquaza, the sight of the graceful young man, riding the divine dragon, left an indelible impression on everyone present. Truly a prodigious youth. The Fangyuan region has a bright future ahead. At this moment, Adam, the master of the Luminous Dojo and also the mentor of Mikoli, noticed the atmosphere had suddenly grown somber. With a smile, he praised Zhang Feng. Upon hearing those words, Zhang Feng responded with a smile. I had sensed a shift in the climate of the Hoenn region earlier. Rayquaza had also become restless, which led me to surmise that the plans of Team Magma and Team Aqua had indeed come to fruition. Previously, I had faced them and was aware that they were striving to resurrect Groudon and Kyogre. As expected, both legendary Pokémon have now been revived. It appears that Suicune and Infernape attempted to control the deities, but ended up being controlled themselves. With Zhang Feng's words, everyone finally understood why he had been able to arrive in time. Indeed, with Rayquaza present, he could sense the whereabouts of Kyogre and Groudon. Thus, with a mix of envy and helplessness, Mikoli cleared his throat and addressed Zhang Feng. Now, the Hoenn region is engulfed in peril. The two legendary Pokémon have become even more ferocious due to the influence of Suicune and Infernape's thoughts. The only one who can resolve this crisis is you. We entrust everything to you. At that moment, the Dragon Lord beside him added, since you possess a legendary Pokémon, you certainly have the capacity to quell this conflict. On behalf of the Kanto Pokémon League, I implore you. Following this, a multitude of champions, Elite Four members, and gym leaders clasped their fists in respect towards Zhang Feng. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Feng chuckled. I have come here solely to resolve this battle, so there is no need for such formalities. He then patted Rayquaza's enormous head and exchanged a glance with the dragon. In an instant, both soared into the sky. This change instantly altered the dynamics of the battlefield. Originally, Kyogre was in the sea while Groudon had generated a landmass, gazing down upon Kyogre from a high vantage point. However, now that Rayquaza had arrived, the attention of both legendary Pokémon was entirely focused on Rayquaza, momentarily halting their confrontation. After all, they would not forget that every time a battle commenced, it was this green draconic interloper that stirred the chaos, causing both Kyogre and Groudon to fall back into slumber. Thus, with Rayquaza's appearance, it became their adversary. The next moment, as the three deities faced each other, and the onlookers watched with bated breath, Groudon grew increasingly agitated and opened its mouth wide. Suddenly, a terrifying green and white energy beam surged towards Rayquaza. This move was none other than the grass-type attack, Solar Flare. Seeing this unfold, Zhang Feng could not help but shake his head. Why does a ground-type deity, now imbued with fire-type attributes, consistently employ grass-type moves? Where's your cliff sword? Surely it can't be that you can't strike a flying Rayquaza, can it? Groudon, what the hell? Chapter 84, One Dragon Battles Two Gods. Acquiring the gem. Zhang Feng's words resonated in Groudon's mind through his psychic powers. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's provocative remarks, Groudon instantly became infuriated. Yes, among the countless deities in the Pokémon world, why could it not fly? Why was everyone targeting it? How dare this mere human be so arrogant? Damn it! With an outburst of intense dissatisfaction, the solar flare attack erupted from Groudon's mouth. This time, it was not aimed at Kyogre or Rayquaza, but directly at Zhang Feng. How amusing, an attack directed at the trainer. Muttering to himself, Zhang Feng's eyes transformed into a deep violet. This psychic ability was even more formidable than his azure capabilities. Descending upon him immediately, as the solar flare approached, a purple protective shield enveloped Zhang Feng, successfully blocking Groudon's assault. Simultaneously, upon witnessing his trainer come under attack, Rayquaza let out an enraged roar, unleashing a dragon breath directly at Groudon. What was that just now? A psychic ability? The onlookers pondered. No matter how powerful a psychic ability might be, could it truly withstand the assault of a deity? This fellow is indeed a monster. The spectators could not help but marvel at Zhang Feng, realizing that having Rayquaza was not his limit. Even Zhang Feng himself was an individual capable of contending with legendary Pokémon, possessing terrifying power. Thus, a singular thought permeated the minds of all present. In the Hoenn region, one could provoke a champion, but one must never provoke Zhang Feng. Yet, if Professor Okito were here, he would undoubtedly comprehend that this power was not something Zhang Feng had possessed from the outset. For, had he possessed it earlier, he would not have waited until the age of 18 to embark on his journey as a trainer, nor would he have required permission to choose Treecko as his starter Pokémon. Once Zhang Feng successfully defended against Groudon's attack, Rayquaza's counterattack struck true. The force of Rayquaza's assault forced Groudon to let out a pained roar, revealing a moment of anguish. Unfortunately, Groudon could only move slowly upon the land it had created. Unable to evade the blow, left to seethe in impotent fury. At that moment, Kyogre unleashed a thunderous whale call and surged from the depths of the ocean, launching a water pulse directly at Rayquaza. Even in this one dragon versus two god scenario, Rayquaza showed no fear, swinging its massive tail and gathering potent dragon-type energy. As the water pulse arrived, Rayquaza retaliated with its tail whip, shattering the water pulse. Realizing its attack had failed, Kyogre dove back into the ocean, preparing for the next round of assault. One must admit, compared to the bumbling Groudon, Kyogre possessed a certain cunning. However, even so, with Rayquaza's strength, taking on both foes posed no challenge. It continued to dominate against Kyogre and Groudon. With Rayquaza engaged in battle, Zhang Feng shifted his focus to Suicune and Infernape. Perhaps due to the power granted by Kyogre, even as Suicune dove alongside Kyogre into the depths, it required no oxygen whatsoever. Thus, Zhang Feng decided to prioritize Infernape, aiming to seize the red gem that controlled Groudon. With this thought in mind, his gaze glimmered with purple light as he swiftly moved to land atop Groudon's head and immediately grasped Infernape. Sensing Zhang Feng's approach, Infernape became enraged, roaring as it swung its fist. Yet, even with Groudon's power backing it, how much strength could the feeble Infernape truly muster? With Zhang Feng's ability to withstand the assault of deities, how could Infernape hope to contend with him? Consequently, a powerful psychic force ensnared Infernape. In the next moment, this energy coursed through Infernape's body, forcibly extracting the red gem from within. Realizing something was amiss, Infernape emitted a frantic scream, prompting even Groudon beneath to roar. Unleashing a destructive beam into the sky, it seemed that although the deities possessed immense strength, being manipulated by those with ulterior motives would still render them susceptible to the overwhelming influence of Infernape. Muttering to himself once more, Zhang Feng gathered an even stronger psychic force. Amidst the struggles of Groudon and Infernape, he successfully extracted the red gem, holding it aloft. As the red gem separated from Infernape, Groudon's once crimson eyes momentarily flickered with clarity. Its rationality began to return. Even Infernape, now panting heavily, collapsed atop Groudon's head. Gazing at Zhang Feng and the current battlefield, could not help but exclaim, "How wonderful it is to be alive." Indeed, without Zhang Feng, this individual would inevitably fall prey to the insatiable allure of the red orb and the destructive power of Groudon, ultimately becoming a mere puppet of devastation, reduced to ashes. Experiencing the sensation of being manipulated by the primal urge for destruction of a deity is far from pleasant. Thus, after utilizing his psychic abilities to cast aside the burning pine and hand it over to the members of the Pokémon League, Zhang Feng addressed Groudon. "The red orb is now in my possession. Groudon, can you cease the battle with Kyogre?" At this moment, upon hearing Zhang Feng's words and glancing at the imposing silhouette of the immense azure dragon hovering above, Groudon nodded in a daze. Indeed, possessing the orb undoubtedly grants one the authority to command these legendary creatures. Alas, regrettably for the burning pine, its intellect and strength rendered it susceptible to Groudon's primal desires. However, upon encountering Zhang Feng, even the formidable red orb could not withstand his power. This culminated in a peculiar scene where Groudon, which the Magma team had long sought, effortlessly complied with Zhang Feng's commands. Observing their leader in such a disheveled state, and then casting their gaze upon Zhang Feng and Rayquaza, the members of the Magma team could not help but marvel at Zhang Feng's might. Subsequently, employing the same strategy, as soon as Kyogre leapt from the depths of the ocean, Zhang Feng swiftly maneuvered to land upon Kyogre's back. Using his formidable psychic powers, he extracted the blue orb from the body of the water Groudon. Thus, Kyogre and water Groudon came to rest upon the surface of the sea. The cataclysmic battle between the deities was effortlessly quelled by Zhang Feng. At this moment, wielding both orbs, he temporarily possessed the power to control both Groudon and Kyogre. As both Groudon and Kyogre regained their senses, free from the influences of the orbs and the burning pine and water Groudon, Zhang Feng, with both orbs in hand, bound the burning pine and water Groudon using his psychic abilities and handed them over to Macaulay, before turning his attention to the two legendary creatures that now lay in the distance. Ding dong. The current attributes of Groudon and Kyogre are as follows. Pokémon, Groudon Divine Role, God of the Earth level, 100 ability, Drought type, Ground potential, Rainbow Primal Reversion, Primal Groudon, unlocked, moves, Primal Force, Cliff Blade, Earth Power, Earthquake, Flamethrower, Solar Flare Affection, 70 experience, awakened after millennia of slumber. Groudon has been liberated from its destructive urges by its host and harbors a flicker of curiosity towards them. Hobbies: enjoys battling Kyogre, napping. Pokémon: Kyogre Divine Roll, God of the Ocean level, 100 ability, Drizzle type, Water potential, Rainbow Primal Reversion. Primal Kyogre, unlocked. Moves: Water Pulse, Origin Pulse, Waterfall, Absolute Zero. Hydro Pump, Water Gun Affection, 70 experience, awakened after millennia of slumber. Kyogre has been liberated from its destructive urges by its host and harbors a flicker of curiosity towards them. Hobbies: enjoys battling Groudon, napping. At this moment, gazing at the exquisite attribute panels of the two deities, Zhang Feng's heart raced with ambition. Who wouldn't harbor the desire to capture legendary Pokémon upon encountering them? After all, none are as foolish as Ash, who, despite the opportunity, chooses to release them. It was at this juncture that the system once again chimed in Zhang Feng's mind. Ding dong. Noting the host's desire to capture Groudon and Kyogre, the following choices have been issued. Option 1. Defeat Groudon and Kyogre using Rayquaza, capturing both and earning 2 Master Balls, while successfully unlocking their primal reversion states. Option 2. Capture either Groudon or Kyogre, earning 1 Master Ball and unlocking the primal reversion state of the chosen Pokémon. Option 3. Do not capture either Groudon or Kyogre, earning the title of Master of Release. Upon seeing the new options presented by the system, Zhang Feng promptly chose option 1. After all, it would be sheer folly for him to let this opportunity slip away after the Magma team and the Ocean team had subdued the 2 legendary creatures, prompting their revival. Moreover, capturing Groudon and Kyogre would allow him to unlock their primal reversion forms. This would significantly enhance their power, thereby augmenting his own strength. Thus, having made his selection, the system's prompt resonated once more. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for acquiring 2 Master Balls. Upon capturing Groudon and Kyogre, they will automatically merge with the orbs, unlocking their primal reversion forms. Groudon, Kyogre, as a Pokémon trainer, I now wish to capture you both. I shall engage you in battle with Rayquaza, and should you lose, you will become my Pokémon. At this moment, upon hearing Zhang Feng's declaration, Groudon and Kyogre exchanged glances and simultaneously roared in fury. Though they still held a modicum of gratitude towards Zhang Feng, they could not accept the arrogance of this human, who dared to challenge them 2-on-1, especially with their long-standing rival Rayquaza. Naturally, such words could not be accepted by Groudon and Kyogre, and their hearts brimmed with defiance. Thus, a new battle commenced. Witnessing this scene, the powerful members of the Pokémon League below could not help but change their expressions. What is happening? Wasn't the battle between the deities quelled? Why has it suddenly reignited? In response to Yuan Ji's inquiry, Qianli murmured, "It seems Zhang Feng said something to Groudon and Kyogre, and now these 2 titans are enraged." Conversely, Dawu couldn't help but comment, "Surely he doesn't intend to single-handedly capture both Groudon and Kyogre?" After hearing Dawu's words, everyone fell silent, acknowledging the truth in his statement. Placed in Zhang Feng's position, they too would yearn to capture these 2 legendary creatures. It appears that the Hoenn League is on the verge of birthing a true monster. Should Zhang Feng successfully capture both Groudon and Kyogre, wielding 3 legendary Pokémon alongside Rayquaza, who in this world could stand against him? With a fearsome roar, Groudon unleashed a torrent of energy from its being, followed by a cataclysmic eruption of flames. A phenomenon akin to a volcanic eruption ensued. On the ground, an endless flow of magma surged forth, controlled by Groudon, surging forth like a living entity towards Rayquaza. Faced with the relentless tide of magma, Rayquaza opened its maw wide, its colossal form twisting as it soared into the skies. At that moment, Kyogre seemed to seize an opportunity, launching a fierce origin pulse from the ocean directly at Rayquaza. Observing this, Zhang Feng's eyes gleamed with a purple light as he relayed his command telepathically. "Rayquaza, Mega Evolve, and then unleash your finishing move." As Zhang Feng issued his command, Rayquaza, standing alone against 2 foes, emitted a resounding dragon roar. In the next instant, a brilliant spectrum of colors burst forth from Rayquaza's form. The Mega Evolution commenced. Can Rayquaza truly undergo Mega Evolution? Is this reality or merely a figment of my imagination? The sight was utterly magnificent. Not to mention the strongest members of the Hoenn Pokémon League, even the trio of Team Rocket, who had been following Ash from a distance, suddenly found their spirits lifted upon witnessing this spectacle. This little rascal is impressive, possessing Rayquaza and commanding such a unique form of evolution. If only we could present this Rayquaza to Boss Giovanni. Upon hearing Meow's words, Musashi and Kojiro were instantly filled with joy. Being appointed as board members and division leaders felt truly exhilarating. They resolved to seize the opportunity to capture the legendary Rayquaza while the two deities clashed. Soon enough, when the magnificent Rayquaza made its appearance, it loomed in the sky, a colossal dragon adorned with vibrant green and gold scales. Its golden whiskers billowing as it cast a watchful gaze upon Kyogre and Groudon below. At that moment, the two deities contemplated reverting to their primal forms to contend against the legendary Rayquaza. Alas, the red and blue orbs were firmly in Zhang Feng's possession. Suddenly, a terrifying energy began to coalesce in the air. The sky darkened ominously. Chapter 86. Temptation, Conquering Groudon. In the face of Rayquaza's overwhelming presence, even Groudon and Kyogre felt an immense pressure. When the origin pulse struck Rayquaza, it astonishingly sustained no harm. Observing this, Kyogre let out a resonant wail call. And in response, an absolute zero descended, encasing the entire sea in ice. The frigid temperature surged skyward, aiming to encase Rayquaza in ice. Simultaneously, Groudon sensed the formidable threat emanating from Rayquaza and unleashed the cliff sword. In the next moment, land formed from magma surged skyward. A colossal sword thrusting forth from the ground, propelled by molten rock, aimed directly at Rayquaza. Yet alas, against Rayquaza's mega evolution, this assault of the two deities proved somewhat futile. Rayquaza had already activated its transformation. Under the potent skill, the heavens and earth shifted dramatically. A palpable pressure descended as Rayquaza contorted, summoning a dragon's phantom that erupted from the sky. Even Groudon and Kyogre could not withstand the might of Mega Rayquaza, let alone the distant trainers. Fortunately, Rayquaza's murderous intent was not directed at them. Otherwise, their role as mere spectators would have been in jeopardy. I feel as though I can scarcely breathe. At this moment, Cuckoo, the gym leader, was the first to falter, his complexion slightly purpling. Overwhelmed by the clash of the Hoenn trio, after hearing Cuckoo's words, Daigo's expression turned grave. Everyone, evacuate immediately. Such a battle is beyond our capacity as mere mortals without legendary Pokémon. With that, the crowd swiftly retreated. However, the prepared trio of Kojiro, Musashi, and Meow boldly ascended in their Meow hot air balloon, plunging directly into the heart of the battlefield. Should we deem them courageous or foolish? Regrettably, at the moment Rayquaza unleashed its devastating attack, a colossal storm erupted, instantly sweeping the trio away. Wait, we haven't even made our entrance, and we've already been blown away? Perhaps we should be thankful that Rayquaza's assault did not target us. Otherwise, even being tossed aside would have been a luxury. What a vexing sensation. Whoosh. A thunderous roar resounded as the attacks of the Hoenn trio collided, but after a brief standoff, Mega Rayquaza's assault shattered both the Cliff Sword and the Absolute Zero. A tremendous surge of storm energy swept across the sea and land. The ocean, previously encased in ice by Kyogre, disintegrated upon contact with this force. Countless ice shards shattering and being engulfed by the tempest. Likewise, magma was similarly drawn into the vortex. In an instant, the convergence point of the three deities birthed a terrifying whirlwind, drawing in seawater, ice, sand, and magma alike. The tornado then expanded, forming an even greater storm that consumed Groudon and Kyogre as well. The relentless assault, intermingled with boundless energy, elicited anguished cries from both Groudon and Kyogre. As the tornado gradually subsided, Groudon and Kyogre plummeted from the sky, with Groudon landing in the ocean and Kyogre descending into the magma. Thus, both deities sustained significant injuries. Roar. Rayquaza unleashed Dragon Ascent. Seeing Groudon and Kyogre clearly at a disadvantage post-clash, Zhang Feng commanded Rayquaza to unleash another attack. Seizing the moment while the two deities were wounded, he aimed to amplify his victory. Observing this, the members of the Fiery Rock team, including Ecology and the residents of Fire Village, could not help but feel a sense of despair as they watched Groudon being dominated by Rayquaza. The deity they had placed their faith in appeared so feeble against a truly formidable Pokémon. This sentiment echoed within the hearts of Mizuki and Izumi as well. Although their plan had faltered, with their leader and adversary both captured, witnessing Zhang Feng command Rayquaza with such ferocity was almost too much to bear. As if to further emphasize their powerlessness, Rayquaza unleashed another dragon-type energy beam, sweeping across Groudon and Kyogre. With a resounding explosion, the cries of the deities echoed, retreating helplessly. This was the lament of a legendary Pokémon. Witnessing this, Zhang Feng appeared before Groudon and Kyogre, conveying telepathically, Groudon, Kyogre, you have already lost. Will you continue to resist? If you are willing to become my Pokémon, the red and blue orbs shall be yours. This way, you can revert to your primal forms and gain greater power. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words and feeling the allure of the orbs, a flicker of reluctance flashed in the eyes of both deities. These orbs were rightfully theirs. Had it not been for the meddling of Mizuki and Akagi, they would never have been influenced and ultimately absorbed, ending up in Zhang Feng's possession. How could they easily submit to Zhang Feng now? However, the situation was dire, and Rayquaza was undeniably powerful, regardless of their primal forms. They had never once triumphed over Rayquaza. Given this, it seemed that this human, who had shown them a modicum of grace, was not an ordinary trainer. After all, what normal person could withstand Groudon's solar beam? With this thought, Groudon felt a twinge of temptation and let out a roar, conveying, "If you possess the capability to lift me into the air, I shall gladly become your Pokémon." Upon hearing this, Zhang Feng was momentarily taken aback. He then shook his head and chuckled. It seems that not being able to fly has indeed left a psychological scar on you. As he spoke, an overwhelming aura erupted from Zhang Feng, matching Groudon's might. Subsequently, an immense purple psychic energy lifted Groudon into the air. Experiencing this newfound sensation, Groudon transformed into an exuberant child, laughing heartily. "Ha, I can fly too." In an instant, a Master Ball soared through the air, capturing Groudon within it. And after 3 shakes, a crisp sound rang out. Ding dong, congratulations to the host for capturing Groudon. Chapter 87, Capturing Kyogre, the legendary Pokémon Master Zhang Feng. When the Master Ball returned to Zhang Feng's hand, Groudon was effortlessly captured and integrated into Zhang Feng's system space. After designating a volcanic region as Groudon's habitat, this matter was resolved. After all, Groudon's primary pastime was slumber, so allowing it to rest in the volcano sufficed. He could summon it when needed. Similarly, after capturing Groudon, Zhang Feng turned his gaze towards Kyogre. "Groudon has been tamed by me. Kyogre, what are your thoughts now?" Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, Kyogre initially contemplated making an escape. But at that moment, Zhang Feng swiftly unleashed Groudon. He then presented the red orb before Kyogre's very eyes, and as Groudon merged with the orb, radiating a brilliant red glow, Kyogre was left utterly astonished. "Wait, is this how you're going to play it?" Soon after receiving the red orb, Groudon underwent another transformation, reverting to its primal state, immediately awakening. Pokémon, Primal Groudon. Divine Role, God of the Earth. Level, 108. Ability, Desolate Land, rendering it immune to water-type attacks. Types, Ground, Fire. Potential, Shiny. Primal Reversion, Primal Groudon. Skills, Primal Force, Precipice Blades, Earth Power, Earthquake, Eruption, Solar Beam. Affection, 110. Experience, after millennia of slumber, Groudon was revived and captured by its host, significantly increasing its fondness for them. Hobbies, enjoys battling Kyogre and sleeping. At that moment, witnessing the primal Groudon, Zhang Feng could not help but marvel at the sheer power of legendary Pokémon. Its strength was indeed terrifying. It could not only reach level 100, but also, through primal reversion or mega evolution, elevate an already formidable level beyond measure. Observing this scene, Kyogre was immediately intrigued. Initially, it had truly intended to flee, but glancing at the ominous Rayquaza above, it dismissed that notion. It preferred to accompany this human instead. This way, Rayquaza was unlikely to pursue it, right? Yes, a very self-serving Kyogre. Moreover, Zhang Feng had audaciously bestowed the red orb upon Groudon in its presence, and now that Groudon had undergone primal reversion, it was significantly stronger than itself. Should it flee, with the blue orb in Zhang Feng's possession, Kyogre would never achieve primal reversion, leaving it forever overshadowed by that rascal. Thus, Kyogre had no choice but to accept Zhang Feng's proposition. Nothing else mattered. After all, Groudon could not surpass Kyogre. Having received Kyogre's affirmation, Zhang Feng promptly tossed a Master Ball. As Kyogre transformed into a crimson light, captured by Zhang Feng, the crisis in the Hoenn region was finally resolved. With both Groudon and Kyogre now under Zhang Feng's command, the region would no longer have to fear a cataclysmic clash between the two deities. In the system space, Rayquaza, as the arbiter of balance, would undoubtedly prevent any conflict between the two gods. Not to mention, Zhang Feng had assigned Groudon to the southernmost volcanic range in the system space, while Kyogre resided in the northernmost ocean. Their distances rendered encounters nearly impossible. Rayquaza, stationed in the very center of Zhang Feng's system space, would maintain equilibrium without issue. After capturing the two legendary Pokémon, Zhang Feng turned his attention to the attributes of the newly transformed Mega Rayquaza. Pokémon, Mega Rayquaza, Mega Evolution. Divine Role, God of the Sky. Level, 110. Ability, Delta Stream, nullifying flying-type weaknesses. Types: Dragon, Flying. Potential: Shiny. Bond Evolution, unlocked. Mega Evolution, Mega Rayquaza. Skills: Dragon Ascent, Dragon Pulse, Draco Meteor, Dragon Breath, Dragon Tail, Hurricane. Affection, 255. Experience: Guardian of the World. The Sky Dragon now follows the guidance of mysterious powers to protect its trainer. Hobbies: enjoys battling, sleeping, and teasing Groudon and Kyogre. At that moment, gazing at the attributes of Mega Rayquaza, Zhang Feng felt a wave of awe. It became evident that while ordinary Pokémon could achieve a 5-level boost through Mega Evolution, legendary Pokémon could elevate their level to an astonishing 110. No wonder Mega Rayquaza could effortlessly vanquish both Groudon and Kyogre alone. It all made sense. Furthermore, it was entirely logical for Mega Rayquaza to surpass both Primal Groudon and Kyogre in strength. Zhang Feng recalled the Black Mega Rayquaza from the movie, which had single-handedly taken on 6 legendary Pokémon. These included the Primal Groudon, Primal Kyogre, the devouring Black and White Dragons. The fusion of the 3 Dragon Kings known as Kyurem, the ruler of the Distortion World, Giratina, and the gods of space and time, Palkia and Dialga. However, what was with this newfound hobby of tormenting Groudon and Kyogre? Had Rayquaza developed a mischievous streak after this battle? After a brief moment of silence for Groudon and Kyogre, Zhang Feng released Kyogre once again, repeating the process by bestowing the blue orb upon it. Endless blue light began to emanate from Kyogre, and soon, Primal Kyogre emerged. Pokémon, Primal Kyogre. Divine Role, God of the Ocean. Level, 108. Ability, Primordial Sea, rendering it immune to fire-type attacks. Type, Water. Potential, Shiny. Primal Reversion, Primal Kyogre. Skills, Water Pulse, Origin Pulse, Waterfall, Ice Beam, Hydro Pump, Surf. Affection, 110. Experience. After millennia of slumber, Kyogre was awakened by its host, unlocking its primal reversion state and increasing its fondness for them. Hobbies. Enjoys battling Groudon and sleeping. Indeed, Kyogre's attribute panel mirrored that of Groudon upon primal reversion. It too stood at level 108, unlike Mega Rayquaza, which had reached level 110. It seemed that primal reversion was slightly weaker than Mega Evolution. At this moment, gazing at the 3 legendary Pokémon in Zhang Feng's possession, all present could not help but gasp in astonishment. Daigo, with a hint of amusement, turned to Michi. Michi, do you still feel secure in your position as champion? Upon hearing this, laughter erupted among the crowd. Indeed, how could Michi, the champion, maintain his stance now? Zhang Feng, a native of the Hoenn region, now possessed the strength to easily overpower Michi, making the nominal strongest trainer in the Hoenn region, Michi, feel quite awkward. How could he call himself the strongest when he clearly was not? For everyone else, not being the champion and unable to defeat Zhang Feng did not seem disgraceful. However, Yulong, listening to the banter, felt a twinge of nostalgia. After all, he too could not defeat Kona, which led him to become the champion of the Chengdu region. Yet with the re-merger of Kanto, he still found himself unable to match Kona, holding a title that felt somewhat unearned. Even Adam, his mentor, began to jest with Michi after hearing Daigo's remark. Oh dear, little Michi, your future looks rather grim. To Adam's comment, Michi retorted with irritation, no worries. Once Zhang Feng claims the championship of the Hoenn Alliance's colorful spectacle tournament, I'll simply hand the title over to him. Thus began the rise of Zhang Feng, the legendary Pokémon master, whose name reverberated throughout the entire Pokémon League. Chapter 88. The Incident Resolved, Inheriting the Legacies of 2 Organizations. The battle of the legendary Pokémon finally came to a close with Zhang Feng successfully capturing both Groudon and Kyogre. With the situation now settled, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, witnessing the weather return to its natural state, alleviating the burdens they had carried. The Hoenn region had finally been saved. Once Zhang Feng recalled the 3 legendary Pokémon, the members of the Pokémon League gathered before him. The champion, Soji, was the first to laugh heartily. Thanks to you, Zhang Feng, the Hoenn region has been spared from the devastation of the legendary Pokémon battle. On behalf of the Hoenn League, I extend my deepest gratitude. As they spoke, Macaulay also bowed deeply to Zhang Feng. Upon witnessing this, Zhang Feng hastily waved his hands in protest. Oh, please, do not elevate me to such lofty heights. Admittedly, I harbor my own ambitions. I too wish to capture the 2 legendary beasts, which is precisely why I rushed here. However, do not attribute all the credit to me, for it is Mr. Yolongdu, who infiltrated Team Magma, that enabled the 2 factions to clash, thus buying us considerable time. After hearing Zhang Feng's words, Yolongdu chuckled awkwardly. In truth, I haven't contributed much either. Yet, Macaulay, having heard Zhang Feng's remarks, expressed his gratitude to Yolongdu. Mr. Qianli, however, let out a hearty laugh and said, never belittle your own efforts. When assessing a person, one must consider their deeds. Your intervention in preventing the battle between Groudon and Kyogre alone is enough for the entire Hoenn League to be grateful to you. From this day forth, Zhang Feng, your name will surely resonate throughout the Hoenn League. Following this legendary battle, the gazes of the three female leaders, Master Cuckoo, Master Asha, and Master Naki, turned towards Zhang Feng with increased fervor. Particularly Naki, who already held a favorable impression of Zhang Feng, now viewed him as a hero who had saved the Hoenn region, filling her heart with joy. Had it not been for the multitude of witnesses, she might have confessed her feelings on the spot. Even Xiao Yao looked at Zhang Feng with newfound admiration. After all, a beastmaster wielding the world's most potent powers and saving the world. How could any young woman resist such brilliance? After some pleasantries, as Macaulay and the others departed one by one, the Hoenn Pokemon League announced the latest developments in a live broadcast across all channels. As the champion, Mr. Macaulay represented the Hoenn Pokemon League in an official statement, declaring that the nefarious organizations, Team Magma and Team Aqua, had conspired to awaken the two legendary beasts, Groudon and Kyogre, dormant in the Hoenn region. With the combined efforts of all the powerful trainers in the Hoenn Pokemon League, including the two former champions, Macaulay and Daigo, the Elite Four members, and various gym leaders such as Qianli, Adam, and Naki, as well as the Kanto League champion Yolongdu and dedicated trainers, the crisis was ultimately quelled. Among them, the individual who contributed the most was undoubtedly a youth named Zhang Feng, a beastmaster possessing the power to command legendary Pokemon. However, as Zhang Feng preferred to remain out of the spotlight, the citizens of the Hoenn region only knew of him as a beastmaster, yet were unaware of his appearance. Consequently, for the next few days, discussions about Zhang Feng swept through the entire Hoenn League. As for the remnants of Team Magma and Team Aqua, they were nearly obliterated. With the leaders of both organizations apprehended, with their disappearance, both factions lost their formidable influence. Team Magma's executives, Huetsuin and Huoying, along with Team Aqua's members, Achao and Shuidi, were captured. However, Team Aqua's Quan Mei managed to escape amidst the chaos, her whereabouts now unknown. Interestingly, Team Magma's executive, Huoyen, was also absent from the scene, thus evading capture. The remaining subordinates scattered in all directions, with the unfortunate ones falling into the hands of the Pokemon League. Yet, to escape in the presence of three champions, numerous Elite Four members, and gym leaders is indeed a remarkable feat, making Chuanmei's escape seem somewhat exaggerated. Zhang Feng had also lent a hand. After everyone had departed, he utilized teleportation to swiftly exit the area, arriving at a secluded location where Quan Mei awaited him. Upon seeing Zhang Feng, her expression shifted slightly, though she quickly regained her composure. I knew I could leave safely thanks to your assistance. Now, what do you require of me? Hearing her speak, Zhang Feng smiled and replied, conversing with an intelligent individual is quite straightforward. Now that Team Magma and Team Aqua have been vanquished, where do you intend to go from here? Taken aback by Zhang Feng's question, Quan Mei initially thought to retort that it was none of his concern, but recalling that Groudon was now in Zhang Feng's hands, her response shifted. I don't know. Since you are uncertain, why not join my organization? Rest assured, we will not stand against the Pokemon League, nor will I compel you to betray your former faction. All I require is your assistance in gathering information about the legendary Pokemon. What say you? For Quan Mei, who had once fervently sought the whereabouts of Kyogre for Team Aqua, this proposition was indeed tempting. Yet now, stripped of her faith and organization, she found herself adrift, and with Kyogre now in Zhang Feng's possession, she felt a subconscious pull towards him, coupled with apprehension. Zhang Feng's words stirred something within her. Join my organization and seek out this person, Jay. She will guide you on what to do next. Ideally, bring along the remnants of Team Magma and Team Aqua. After a prolonged silence, Quan Mei finally responded, Understood, boss. Thus, the second-in-command of Team Aqua, or rather, the elite captain with quasi-elite 4 abilities, Quan Mei, joined Zhang Feng's ranks. Chapter 89, Yolongdu's Reluctance, Challenging Zhang Feng. Aside from Team Aqua, the remaining vestiges of Team Magma included a female executive named Huoyen. By recruiting Quan Mei to consolidate the remaining members and influence of Team Aqua, Zhang Feng could seize the substantial financial resources of this organization. It is important to note that Team Aqua was capable of constructing submarines, fighter jets, and even maritime fortresses. Thus, the financial capabilities of such an organization were immense. Should all these funds fall into Zhang Feng's hands, he would no longer need to worry about financial matters. And his own organization, the Sky Team, would possess ample resources for various missions. As the leader, Zhang Feng would have sufficient funds to reward his subordinates, effectively seizing the lifeblood of the organization. Consequently, this endeavor became the Sky Team's top priority. He assigned Jie a mission to team up with Quan Mei to capture Hoenn from Team Magma and assimilate all remnants of Team Magma into their organization. Once they had secured the legacies of both factions, Zhang Feng proceeded towards Green Ridge City. However, halfway there, he encountered a red-haired man riding a Dragonite, who was closely following him. Recognizing the individual as Yulongdu, Zhang Feng exhaled in relief. Zhang Feng, finding you has proven to be quite the challenge. Ever since our parting, I have been deliberating whether or not to challenge you. I have now come to realize that true strength lies in striving to surpass one's stronger opponents. Of course, I am aware of the customs. After our battle, I shall present you with a gift that will not disappoint. Despite Yulongdu's grandiloquent declaration, it was only half a day prior that this newly minted champion of the Kanto region had faced a rather scathing reproach from Kona. Witnessing Macaulay's somewhat humble demeanor ultimately solidified his resolve. Returning to earlier events, after the crisis in the Hoenn region had been averted, Yulongdu reported back to the Kanto Pokemon League. His contact was none other than the stunning Ice-Water-type Elite Four leader, Kona, who commanded the admiration of countless individuals for her remarkable physique. Encountering Kona would indeed make Cynthia weep and leave Karuna in a state of indignation, questioning how someone could possess such overwhelming prowess. Kona, the situation in the Hoenn region has been resolved. What updates do we have regarding Team Rocket? Upon hearing Yulongdu's words, Kina embraced his oversized lamp, yet this scene went unnoticed by all. Then, Kina spoke languidly. Our champion truly is a busy individual. Skipping the press conference for the newly appointed champion and Elite Four of the Kanto region to investigate the incident involving the Magma Gang in the Hoenn region? Upon hearing Kina's remark, Yulongdu's expression suddenly turned somewhat awkward. Did Kina not know why he left Kanto? The truth was simple. As a Dragon-type champion, who was, in reality, a Flying-type champion, he could not best Kina in battle. Thus, he had fled Kanto's Pokemon League to evade the incessant inquiries of the media. Moreover, the recent appointment of the new champion and Elite Four in Kanto had not involved any competition. It was a direct decree from the president of the Pokemon League headquarters. Damaranch, the Kanto champion, Yulongdu, and the Elite Four comprised Kina, Shiba, Aju, and Lihua. Kikuko, due to her advanced age, had opted not to continue as an Elite Four member, while Ichiku's strength fell short, resulting in his removal from the position. This very situation had left Kina with little kindness towards Yulongdu. It was frustrating to recall that this fellow had traveled to the Chengdu region with Shiba to attain the championship, only to return to Kanto without a single battle, yet still secure the title. How could this not infuriate Kina? In terms of strength, Yulongdu was no match for Kina. The Dragon type was quadratically weak against the Flying type. Failing to defeat the Elite Four meant he could not be regarded as a truly worthy champion. Understanding this, and observing Macaulay, who seemed to hold little renown in the Hoenn region, Yulongdu recognized that both Zhang Feng and De Wu, who were stronger than Macaulay, could easily make him the subject of ridicule. Thus, Yulongdu resolved to challenge Zhang Feng. If he could gain strength for his Pokemon through this battle, it would be most advantageous. Only in this manner could he hope to defeat Kina in the upcoming Elite Four challenge and solidify his position as champion. Otherwise, another defeat would be a tremendous embarrassment. However, fearing that news of his potential defeat would spread, Yulongdu had pursued Zhang Feng alone after everyone else had departed to issue his challenge. Upon understanding Yulongdu's intention, Zhang Feng's lips curled into a slight smile. Very well, I shall accept your challenge. But what are the rules you speak of? Have any rules been established for battles against champions? Just as he pondered this, Zhang Feng wasted no more time and immediately summoned his Pokemon, a Milotic that had just broken into the elite level. Seeing Zhang Feng's Pokemon, Yulongdu also released his Dragonite. Ding! The current attributes of Dragonite are as follows. Pokemon, Dragonite, level, 85, ability, inner focus, type, dragon, flying, aptitude, red, mega evolution, unlocked, skills, roost, extreme speed, hurricane, dragon dance, outrage, destruction beam. Noting that Yulongdu's Dragonite was also level 85 with red aptitude, it was evident that his ace rivaled Daewoo's in strength. One could say he was indeed a formidable opponent, having only lost to Dan Emperor in the first Master Tournament. Quite intriguing. Milotic, Ice Beam, Dragonite, Thunder. As before, Zhang Feng felt compelled to be somewhat considerate of the pride of this Dragon-type elite. Now that he was a champion, It would be inappropriate for Zhang Feng to launch a full assault right from the start. Though, Yulongdu's intention was indeed to have Zhang Feng's legendary Pokémon give him a thorough beating. Despite Milotic having reached the elite level, it still fell short against Yulongdu's Dragonite due to the significant level disparity. In just 2 exchanges, it was rendered incapable of continuing the fight. Observing this, Zhang Feng refrained from deploying his primary Pokémon and instead removed the Master Ball from around his neck, tossing it forth. I entrust you with this, Rayquaza. As a flash of red light illuminated the battlefield, the imposing figure of Rayquaza appeared before Yulongdu and Dragonite, roaring mightily. Upon seeing Rayquaza again, both Yulongdu and Dragonite furrowed their brows, sensing the immense pressure radiating from the legendary Pokémon. Chapter 90. One more victim, acquiring a Dragonite. Use outrage. Understanding the might of Rayquaza, Yulongdu held nothing back, allowing Dragonite to succumb to madness in order to unleash its utmost strength. Watching Yulongdu and Dragonite in such a frenzy, Zhang Feng remained unperturbed. After all, defeating champions from various regions had almost become second nature to him. He wondered if after Yulongdu, Cynthia from Sinnoh would make her appearance. It wouldn't do to miss the chance to claim the achievement of having all regional champions fall to his hands. Just as Zhang Feng contemplated this, Cynthia, having just concluded her affairs in Sinnoh, stepped into the Hoenn region. This stunning woman, with flowing golden hair and clad in a delicate black gown, was perched upon her Togekiss when she suddenly sneezed. Slightly dazed, she murmured to herself, Has someone been thinking of me since I left Sinnoh? As Dragonite unleashed its fury, a powerful wave surged forth, the Pokémon now engulfed in a frenzy of dragon energy, charging at Rayquaza. Sensing the wrath of this near deity, Rayquaza merely lifted its head slightly. Although it was somewhat amusing, even a fully unleashed Dragonite would merely tickle Rayquaza. After all, neither Kyogre nor Groudon could inflict significant damage upon this legendary dragon, let alone a mere master-level Dragonite. Rayquaza, use Dragon Tail. Following Zhang Feng's command, Rayquaza swung its body, observing the oncoming Dragonite, and promptly raised its tail. Soon, blue dragon energy began to coalesce at the tip of Rayquaza's tail. Like a baseball bat, Rayquaza's tail snapped straight and struck Dragonite, who had just unleashed outrage, sending it hurtling away. With a resounding crash, Dragonite flew back like a rubber ball, crashing into countless trees before finally landing softly. Witnessing this, Yulongdu felt a surge of panic and sprinted towards his fallen Dragonite. Upon reaching Dragonite's side, Yulongdu's expression turned grave as he beheld his Pokémon in a near-death state. However, fortunate for him, this was the bearer of the evergreen power. Placing his hand upon Dragonite's head, a green energy began to gather, an optimal environment for the possessor of evergreen power. With Yulongdu's assistance, Dragonite gradually regained consciousness. Casting an apologetic glance at Yulongdu and emitting a mournful cry, as if to apologize for its defeat, it seemed to signify its loss. Observing Dragonite's demeanor, Yulongdu chuckled and spoke, Dragonite, that is a legendary Pokémon. It is only natural that we could not prevail. Do not be disheartened. However, we must continue to grow stronger. We cannot let Kinna continue to bully us. Encouraged by Yulongdu's words, Dragonite began to regain its spirit. After recalling Dragonite, Yulongdu approached Zhang Feng and Rayquaza once more, his fighting spirit rekindled. As expected of a legendary Pokémon, I look forward to your continued guidance. As Yulongdu's words fell, a shimmering red Gyarados was summoned forth. Upon witnessing this dazzling Gyarados, Zhang Feng expressed a glimmer of admiration. It seemed that these top-tier trainers possessed uniquely exceptional Pokémon. Nonetheless, Zhang Feng had his own shining Pokémon as well. Ding. The current attributes of Gyarados are as follows. Pokémon. Shiny Gyarados, Special. Level. 82. Ability. Intimidate. Type. Water. Flying. Aptitude. Gold. Mega Evolution. Unlocked. Skills. Ice Fong. Waterfall. Rain Dance. Dragon Dance. Hydro Pump. Hyper Beam. It is truly remarkable that this shiny Pokémon, born from the advanced technology of Team Rocket, has ascended to the master level in merely a year under the guidance of Yulongdu. No wonder, as the mega evolution of Dragonite remains undiscovered. Yulongdu's ace in the later stages of the 8 Masters tournament has transformed into the Mega Gyarados. Gyarados unleashed a powerful hyper beam upon receiving Yulongdu's command. Despite harboring a profound fear of Rayquaza, Gyarados persevered, gathering an orange-yellow energy beam in its mouth. With a resounding boom, the sound of piercing air echoed as Gyarados' attack struck. Facing this onslaught from the shiny Gyarados, Rayquaza stood motionless, watching the hyper beam explode upon its form. Yet, it emerged unscathed. How could this be? Witnessing this scene, Yolongdu's expression shifted from disbelief to a sense of resignation. Rayquaza, Dragon Breath. A straightforward command. As Zhang Feng spoke, Rayquaza unleashed a green energy beam that struck Gyarados instantly. Had Rayquaza not held back, even a master-level Pokémon might have met its demise. After Gyarados' defeat, Yolongdu swiftly employed the power of the Evergreen to restore Gyarados' vitality. In his possession, he currently had only these two master-level Pokémon. Following this battle, Yolongdu refrained from sending out any further Pokémon. Zhang Feng, the legendary beasts are indeed formidable. With that, he produced a Pokeball from his waist and addressed Zhang Feng. This is the finest Dratini from the dragon's lair of this generation. As a token of gratitude for this battle, it is my honor to have you engage with a legendary beast, and I sincerely hope you will not decline. Upon hearing Yolongdu's words, Zhang Feng suddenly realized. Could this be the rule Yolongdu mentioned? After all, thinking back to Daigo and Macaulay, both had gifted him a quasi-legendary Pokemon after their battles, while only Yuzan, the champion, had remained silent. No wonder, they are all champions, and you are merely a top trainer, utterly oblivious to human sentiment. Since Champion Du is so enthusiastic, I cannot refuse. Rest assured, I will not disclose the details of this battle to anyone. With Zhang Feng's affirmative response, Yolongdu breathed a sigh of relief, and after exchanging contact information, he took his leave. Upon opening the Pokeball, a blue and white serpent-like Pokemon adorned with feathers appeared before Zhang Feng. Ding dong. The current attributes of Dratini are as follows. Pokemon, Dratini. Role, None. Level, 25. Ability, Shed Skin. Type, Dragon. Potential, Gold. Bond Evolution, Unlocked. Mega Evolution, Unlocked. Skills, Bind, Twister. Dragon Breath, Extreme Speed. Water Pulse, Dragon Tail. Friendship, 70. Background, the finest Dratini of this generation from the Yulong family, entrusted to follow its host. Hobby, enjoys eating berries.